Qianqiu inadvertently traverses into a beast taming mobile game. Thus, an SSS-level prodigy, Beast Tamer emerges from the impoverished city of Lai. At the tender age of 15, she challenges higher ranks and triumphs in the Qianqiu Cup, forging a contract with the dual divine beasts, the dragon and the phoenix. She ascends 3 levels in a single bound, single-handedly rescuing a struggling military academy, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Fellow beast tamers of her caliber. 666. The salt beans have lost their saltiness. Who possesses a contract beast that is amphibious, capable of soaring through the skies, traversing the earth, and even diving into the depths of the sea? Chapter 1. How to navigate within a beast taming online game. Esteemed beast tamer, welcome home. Your diligent assistant has prepared a sumptuous return gift package for you. Current card pool illustration. Xianin Phoenix / Hanjing Dragon. On an ordinary day, Qianqiu logs into the game. This is a globally popular beast taming card drawing mobile game, appealing to audiences ranging from octogenarians to elementary school students newly acquainted with smartphones. Her max level account boasts a complete collection. Yet in pursuit of profit, the game has unveiled a limited edition divine pet card pool, with missed opportunities resulting in permanent loss. Ironically, Qianqiu falls victim to this scheme, as her contract illustration has yet to reveal any divine pets. They're all divine pets. Regardless of which one I draw, it will be a gain. Qianqiu, brimming with confidence, invests in 10 draws of 648, determined to secure victory. Indeed, the screen flashes with golden light, accompanied by a flurry of extravagant special effects, as a legendary 6-star divine beast emerges from the card pool. However, before she could revel in joy, Qianqiu finds herself dumbfounded. With pointed ears and a fluffy tail, the creature before her unmistakably resembles a pedigree orange tabby cat. The tabby raises its tiny paw, adorably mewing, meow meow. Species, male cat. Attribute, normal. Qianqiu silently dismisses the pet panel. Surely, her card drawing method must be flawed. Could it be that the game has encountered a bug? Regardless, Qianqiu continues to draw cards, for she possesses ample funds. She refuses to believe she cannot procure a single worthy beast. Half an hour later, you treacherous planner, with such low drop rates, I underestimated you. The young girl, trembling yet resolute, invests in another 10 draws, her stubbornness forbidding her from conceding defeat. This time, Qianqiu again witnesses the golden light. Finally, she peacefully closes her eyes. Sleep, 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 day in and day out. All you know is slumber. You are the worst class I have ever taught. Just as Qianqiu momentarily closes her eyes, she is met with this classic reprimand. She stares in bewilderment at the unfamiliar teacher at the podium, then glances around at her classmates. She does not recognize anyone, lacking even a trace of familiarity. Wait, wasn't she a home drawing from the limited edition divine pet card pool? Recalling the blinding golden light from her draws, Qianqiu facepalms. What am I doing here? However, before she can gather her thoughts, a piercing gaze locks onto her. The teacher clears his throat. Hey, the one by the wall, stand up and answer the question. Me? Qianqiu incredulously points at herself. Yes, you, Qianqiu. The teacher pounds the blackboard with a resounding thud. I ask you, what is the name of the first form that the thorn bird evolves into? Without waiting for her response, he shakes his head in despair. With only 3 days until the exam, how can you possibly contract a good beast with your lack of focus? He has already concluded that this infamous D-grade underachiever will not be able to answer. Qianqiu bows her head, utterly stunned by his words. This opening, surely this is not a mistake? She has been transported into the very beast-taming game she plays. The surrounding classmates exchanged knowing glances and stifled laughter, engaging in hushed discussions. Oh dear, how unfortunate. She got lost in thought and was caught by the homeroom teacher. This question is one we've never even heard of. If she can answer it, I'll eat my hat. Why do you even care? What can an orphan with a D-grade mental aptitude achieve? The malice was palpable. Once she confirmed that no one would come to her aid, Qianqiu took a deep breath and calmly replied, Teacher, it is a paradise bird. He did not catch her words clearly. Paradise bird, a 5-star flying type pet, inhabiting areas near the Whispering Forest Boulevard, characterized by its recklessness, yearning for freedom, with a gifted skill of blessing. After delivering an answer that surpassed the standard, the young girl straightened her back with poise and asked, Teacher, would you like me to continue? The classmates who had anticipated her embarrassment were left speechless. Yeah. What nonsense are you babbling? You didn't just insult me, did you? Have we studied the evolution path of the Thornbird? Look, even Hui hasn't reacted. She must be guessing blindly. Hui furrowed her brow in confusion. To teach Qianqiu a lesson, she had specifically chosen the most obscure question. How could a student on the brink of failing the entrance exam possibly know about the evolution of advanced pets? Yet, even if she answered correctly, what difference would it make? A D-grade mental aptitude was a predetermined fate, ensuring her path would be short-lived. He snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Silence, everyone be quiet." The man successfully restored order to the classroom with a fierce tone. He sighed and instructed Qianqiu to take her seat. There are 2 days until the next mental aptitude test. You should be mindful. Another mental aptitude test. Qianqiu appeared calm on the surface, but inside, she felt utterly defeated. She silently cursed the game designers. Did they obtain her consent before pulling her into this game world? Moreover, after spending so much money and drawing so many card pools, where was her golden finger? Ding! Just as she vented her frustrations, she suddenly felt a tingling sensation in her brain. Qianqiu blinked in surprise, hearing an electronic voice reverberate. Panel data, loading complete, migrating. Please be patient, player. A minute later, a peculiar wristband had appeared on her arm. Just as the bell rang, Qianqiu dashed out of the classroom at breakneck speed, ignoring the whispers behind her. She needed a change of environment to sort her thoughts. As she turned a corner, she nearly collided with someone. Ouch! The girl on the opposite side covered her nose, and upon seeing Qianqiu, she immediately dropped her hand, exclaiming with delight, "Qianqiu, I was just about to come find you." The voice sounded so familiar. Qianqiu looked up, squinting her eyes to scrutinize the other girl. Was this not one of the player's childhood friends, Wuqing? Indeed, to advance the plot, the game had assigned the player 2 childhood friends. Wuqing said with a hint of concern, "Qianqiu, how will you fare in tomorrow's mental aptitude test?" Mental aptitude was the foundation for beast tamers to form contracts with their pets. The higher the level, the more formidable the contracted beasts. Qianqiu was aware of this and shyly inquired, "What was my previous test level?" "The lowest is F, and you are at D." Wuqing kindly added, "The highest level of mental aptitude is 3S. "What are you daydreaming about?" she asked again. The girl fluttered her eyelashes and then earnestly told her childhood friend, "Qingzi, I have a premonition that my mental aptitude will surge dramatically in the test the day after tomorrow." Wuqing was taken aback, gently touching Qianqiu's forehead. "You're not feverish, are you? Have you not woken up yet?" She then sighed. "You didn't perform well in the first subject. Since the course is over, come with me to the Beast Cultivation House tomorrow." The Beast Cultivation House is a nurturing center specifically designed for novice beast tamers to select their pets. The beasts inside are gentle in nature, and Wuqing hoped Qianqiu would choose one. She prepared for the worst. If your mental aptitude doesn't pass, you can still contract a pet to venture out, just like Qianqiu. Qianqiu was another childhood friend of Qianqiu's. After graduating from middle school, beast tamers in this world have 2 paths to choose from. The first, embark on a journey of training, challenge the 8 main gyms, and aspire to become the world's foremost beast tamer. Qianqiu had chosen the path of training in the game, but given her current situation, she could only pursue the second path. The second path is to participate in the graduation examination, with qualifications determining which beast tamer high school to attend, partaking in various competitions to strive for the title of the #1 beast tamer. Chapter 2. The Golden Finger is a card drawing system. Although Qianqiu has entered the game as an orphan, the Alliance provides funding and accommodation for minors every month. After gathering her thoughts for a moment, the girl gazed into the mirror. The reflection staring back was indistinguishable from her own, as it was modeled after her likeness. Qianqiu then turned her attention to the wristband. The moment her fingers brushed against it, the unremarkable wristband emitted a flash of white light. Upon reopening her eyes, a novel concept surfaced in her mind, the Beastmaster space. This space exists within the mental realm of a Beastmaster, typically utilized for storing supplies and equipment, with the battle-ready beasts residing within it. Qianqiu touched her pulsating right eye, and in an instant, a faint blue light curtain appeared in midair. Following that, lines upon lines of data manifested in her field of vision, a complex array of information overwhelming her senses. Qianqiu felt a wave of nausea wash over her, but soon her focus shifted to the body data displayed before her. Name, Qianqiu. Age, 14. Mental power, DA, growth potential. Contracted beasts, 365. The more she scrolled down, the more exhilarated she became. With the game panel, She could effortlessly discern the qualifications of her beasts and formulate suitable training plans based on their conditions. But that was not the end of it. She attempted to channel her mental power as she would in the game, seeking to establish a connection with her former beasts, only to be met with disappointment in reality. It was utterly impossible. Qianqiu muttered a few words under her breath, but soon found solace in her thoughts. If the 8 major gyms were likened to bosses, she was merely situated in the novice village. First, she needed to exit the novice village. Otherwise, her beasts could easily topple the entire Lai city with a mere flap of their wings. Qianqiu blinked and continued to peruse the information. Assets. This indicated an infinite value. Initially shocked, she contemplated the transfer of game data, surmising that her in-game gold had been converted. More surprisingly, she discovered that the player's storage backpack was also intact. Qianqiu counted and sighed in relief. She had not lost a single resource or material accumulated over 5 years, most of which were limited edition and unobtainable in the market, no matter how much money one threw at it. Furthermore, she noted that many features of the data panel were grayed out, except for the card drawing option, which was illuminated. It was noteworthy that the card pool not only contained divine-level beasts, but also an array of coveted rare equipment. A mere draw could potentially lead to a qualitative leap in strength. This, she surmised, was the golden finger bestowed upon her by the world. With this thought, Qianqiu felt a surge of eagerness to try her hand at drawing cards. However, upon entering the card pool, she found it entirely blank and still in an unopened state. Unwilling to accept this, she clicked on the card pool introduction. To her astonishment, drawing a card only cost 1 gold. And Qianqiu stared at her infinite gold in disbelief. Was this not pure welfare? The unopened card pool indicated that the time was not yet ripe. Thus, Qianqiu dismissed her concerns, closed the panel, and prepared for bed. However, just as she exited the Beast Master space, Qianqiu noticed several new emails in her inbox. She glanced down, and the top few were from Wuqing, a must-read for new Beast Masters, officially recommended starter beasts. The 3 starter beasts of the Beast Master world refer to the 3 most authoritative beasts in each region. Qianqiu clicked to view. One of the 3 starter beasts, Withered Leaf Frog. Attribute, Water. Trait, Timid, Gentle. Overall evaluation, possesses noble healing skills, an essential companion for home and travel. Second starter beast, Rotating Radish. Attribute, Grass. Trait, Brave. Overall evaluation, exceptional attack power, suitable for beginners in transition. Third starter beast, Little Flame. Attribute, Fire. Trait, Loyal. Overall evaluation, versatile in both attack and defense, though unable to escape during battles. The 3 starter beasts lived up to their reputation. Qianqiu was nearly swayed, but regained her composure upon seeing the official website's price. She had money, but she was not foolish. Another email was from Qianqiu. Qianqiu. Good evening. I have left Fengya district and arrived at Lonling City. The Beast Masters here are quite formidable, but I have still earned their recognition. I heard you are about to enter high school. I wish you success. After reading the letter, Qianqiu rubbed her temples, recalling that Qianqiu would eventually become the new gym leader, a target for many talented challengers and her future rival. The next day, prior to arriving at the Beast Cultivation House, Wuqing repeatedly reminded Qianqiu not to waste her first contract slot. A novice Beast Master could only contract 1 beast before advancing. Even though her mental power was not particularly high, it did not define her future. Qianqiu rested her chin in her hand, affirming with a yes, while secretly thinking, her mental power had already reached A. When the 2 girls arrived at the Beast Cultivation House, a breeder was already waiting at the door. You're here. Please, come in. The enthusiastic breeder, Xiaofeng, ushered them inside and handed Wuqing a beast encyclopedia. Wuqing promptly passed the encyclopedia to Qianqiu. Curiously, Qianqiu opened the book, and the first thing that caught her eye was the 3 starter beasts. Flipping to the next page, she exclaimed in astonishment, "This book is so thick." Seeing her keen interest, Xiaofeng's enthusiasm for explaining soared. The encyclopedia recorded 1,800 types of beasts, but there were many wild beasts not included. So perhaps you might encounter new beasts during your explorations. Qianqiu nodded, realizing that the beasts she had contracted were merely the tip of the iceberg. During their conversation, Xiaofeng quickly led them to the breeding grounds. Through the glass, Qianqiu beheld various beasts of different forms, some sitting, some lying, others nestled in the grass, bubbling in the water, or rolling in the mud. We have cultivated 4 types of elemental beasts here: water, grass, fire, and bug, all of which are quite affectionate. Of course, there are also beast eggs. It's up to you to decide. Wuqing turned to her. Do you have a preference? Qianqiu felt she needed time to ponder. Suddenly, a pink-purple moth fluttered towards them, its dreamlike colors gradually melding with the glass. Wuqing could not contain her excitement. exclaiming, "It's so beautiful." This butterfly was about the size of Qianqiu's palm, its wings displaying intricate and fantastical patterns, while its ruby-red eyes reflected a gem-like luster in the sunlight. "What is happening? This little fellow is usually quite aloof." Xiao Feng was taken aback, explaining that the stinger butterfly was the most prestigious beast in the beast cultivation house, one that many children wished to take home, yet it had always ignored humans. Now, however, it hovered in front of Qianqiu, separated by only a wall. It flapped its wings incessantly, attempting to capture Qianqiu's attention. Xiao Feng remarked, "It seems to like you." The stinger butterfly is indeed a great companion for travel. Qianqiu adjusted her single lens in her right eye. The next moment, the same scene from the previous night materialized before her. Detecting beast life fluctuations, loading value analyzer loading complete. Species, stinger butterfly. Attribute, bug poison. Quality, intermediate. Xiao Feng continued enthusiastically, "It's unlike other bug-type beasts. It is born as an intermediate beast. It is widely known that the initial quality of a beast is directly linked to its potential. Qianqiu is an ordinary individual without any notable background. If her first contracted beast is of intermediate rank, she would consider herself fortunate." Wu Qing also sees the potential and plans to persuade Qianqiu to form a contract. However, before she can speak, a bright yellow sphere darts through the air like lightning. It rolls and tumbles, knocking over various ornaments and startling numerous beasts. In an instant, the hall erupts into chaos. Goodness, what just flew by? Chapter 3, Shared Contract. Qianqiu had not finished examining the data of the stinging-tailed butterfly when, under the astonished gaze of her childhood friend, she was knocked off balance by the sphere. Once she rubbed her eyes and discerned the true identity of the sphere, a silent exclamation escaped her lips. Of all things, it had to be you, the Mylacat. In terms of fondness, synergy, and experience, any one of the 300 beasts in her space would easily surpass the Mylacat. What is this? A newly discovered type of beast? Wu Qing crouched down to meet the Mylacat's gaze. The Mylacat meowed a few times, remaining still, clearly having attached itself to Qianqiu. Qianqiu hesitated, unsure how to explain. At that moment, a figure approached, moving with an air of urgency. The two girls craned their necks to see. Upon recognizing the face, Qianqiu immediately identified her, Miss Lin, the head of the Beast Healing Center. With a warm smile, Miss Lin addressed Qianqiu. "The Mylacat is of the ordinary type. My dear child, should you decide to take it home, you must not abandon your beast lightly. The first beast is crucial for any beastmaster." Upon hearing ordinary type, Song Shuiyun shot a warning glance at Qianqiu. "Don't agree. Of course, a beastmaster who casually discards their beast is nothing short of scum." Yet, narrowing her eyes, Qianqiu declared loudly, "I want it." Wu Qing interjected, "Wait." The Mylacat, filled with joy, leaped into Qianqiu's arms, exclaiming, "Meow meow. I won't let you down." The girl's expression was resolute, devoid of pretense. Miss Lin nodded and produced a stack of contract documents. From that moment on, Qianqiu would no longer be a beastless wildling. After completing the paperwork, the two girls departed from the Beast Nurturing Center, heading to the largest pet shopping mall in Lai City. Along the way, Qianqiu lifted the Mylacat high, saying, "Come on, kitty, let me hear you meow." In response, she received a playful swat. Meow? Watching the harmonious interaction between the girl and her beast, Wu Qing opened her mouth but could not find the words. Qianqiu understood her thoughts. To advance the plot, the game had assigned Wu Qing an A-level mental capacity. She was not concerned for herself, but fretted about Qianqiu's future. However, the Mylacat, despite being of the ordinary type and at the initial stage, held great promise. Its initial attack value was 15 times that of contemporaneous beasts. As time progressed, this figure would only expand further. Moreover, although the Mylacat was of the ordinary type and did not counter any attribute, it was also immune to being countered. It only needed to rely on sheer strength. Wu Qing remained unconvinced, sighing with worry. Once the mental capacity test concluded, they could select their preferred schools, followed by class placement assessments. Speaking of schools, which high school are you considering? Qianqiu was pulled back to reality by her friend's question, responding with an awkward smile as she struggled to recall the plot. "How many high schools are there in Lai City?" Wu Qing face-bombed. "Have you even been paying attention in class?" She opened her phone's search interface and handed it to Qianqiu. "Pay attention and study well." Qianqiu sheepishly chuckled, then scrutinized the information closely. The list comprised the top 10 high schools in Lai City in recent years. Wu Qing, heeding her family's advice, was determined to aim for the top high school in Lai City. Such an audacious name. Is it really just called the first high school? Qianqiu inquired. "Yes," Wu Qing replied, biting her lip. The first high school historically boasted a high success rate and was always viewed as the most promising institution for aspiring top beastmasters. Qianqiu nodded thoughtfully. What do you think of this? Wu Qing eagerly clicked on a recruitment promotional video. Qiwu High School. Upon seeing the name, Wu Qing frowned, shaking her head repeatedly. I advise against it. Though it ranks in the top 10, it has consistently lingered at the bottom, with declining performance year after year. It's only a matter of time before it falls off the list. Qianqiu paused, not having considered this, given my previous performance. It would be challenging to get into a good school, right? She spoke the truth. Their graduation exams consisted of cultural subjects, mental capacity, and beast skills, with mental capacity accounting for the majority of the score, followed by beast skills. Regardless of the Milacat's impressive stats, to outsiders, it merely appeared as an ordinary initial stage beast, inevitably receiving lower scores than rare attributes such as dragon or ice types. As for cultural subjects, Qianqiu lamented that her timing for crossing over had been too late for any remedy. Her reasoning was sound, leaving Wu Qing feeling dazed. By your logic, Qiwu High School might indeed be the most suitable for you. Qianqiu's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, and the cafeteria here looks quite delicious. Wu Qing was left speechless, having thought Qianqiu was being earnest. In the midst of their banter, Qianqiu had already stepped partially into the shopping plaza. Lacking experience, she followed Wu Qing's lead, purchasing a plethora of imported beast food, along with compatible toys and various equipment useful for beast masters. While shopping, Wu Qing was persuaded by a salesperson to acquire a beast fitness card. Uncertain of the material standards in this world, Qianqiu hesitated to indulge. Nonetheless, she still spent over 10,000 during checkout. Thank you for your visit. Please come again. Before parting, the salesperson, recognizing them as novices, cheerfully recommended various online beast shops, assuring them of free shipping. By the time the two emerged from their shopping spree, the clock indicated 6 o'clock. Wu Qing exclaimed in dismay, "Oh no! My Gula beast must be awake by now. I need to hurry back." The Gula beast was a creature Wu Qing had contracted recently. Her reaction was quite dramatic, prompting Qianqiu to curiously inquire, "What is your beast's temperament like?" "It eats and sleeps, and when it wakes up, it wreaks havoc," Wu Qing lamented, repeatedly glancing at her watch. "I'm really sorry, Qianqiu. I must leave." "No worries. The compatibility between a beast and its master is crucial." Qianqiu smiled, raising the Milacat's paw in a wave. "See you tomorrow." The two young girls parted ways at the intersection. It was midsummer, and the heat was still intense. Walking along the cobblestone path under the glaring sun, Qianqiu was lost in thought. "Meow?" The Milacat looked up, questioning her with curiosity. "Tomorrow is the mental capacity test, and then the beast qualification assessment," Qianqiu mused, stroking its fluffy ears. "My cultural subjects are simply abysmal." To be honest, Qianqiu felt that even applying to Qiwu High School would be a stretch. Aside from the mental capacity test, she had little to offer. Sensing her despondency, the Milacat began to jump around anxiously, meowing insistently. "What is it?" Qianqiu pondered aloud, her chin resting on her hand. "Are you perhaps infested with fleas?" The Milacat's fur bristled at the suggestion. It dawned on Qianqiu that she needed to conduct a full examination for the Milacat. Ordinarily, this would require a visit to the hospital, but Qianqiu possessed a data analyzer. Upon returning home, she performed another examination on the Milacat, and this time, the results differed significantly from her previous hasty glance. Species, Milacat. Level, 5. Attribute, flying, ordinary. Quality, initial stage beast. Talent, mimetic transformation. Talent is an innate ability possessed by every pet creature. Qianqiu gazed thoughtfully at the term mimicry, pondering whether it meant that her cat could change its size at will. The Maley cat looked astonished, its bright yellow eyes fixed on her, seemingly curious about how she knew. The feline's strong mimicry skills made it reasonable, but Qianqiu was more concerned with the subsequent transformation. She clicked on the talent description, her eyes widening in astonishment. The concept of mimicry transformation was far from the literal interpretation Qianqiu had envisioned. To put it simply, through the sharing of mental energy, the pet creature's attributes are transmitted to the Beastmaster. With diligent training, the Beastmaster becomes a living experience bar. The more Qianqiu contemplated it, the more feasible it appeared. Upon further reflection, when the pets of others had a training progress of 1, she and her cat together would amount to 2. The harder they worked, the more evident their progress would be. Correspondingly, in the event of a battle loss, Qianqiu would also suffer injuries due to the shared mental energy with her pet, unless she could win every match. Yet, compared to the desire for strength, what was that? After reading the introduction, Qianqiu clenched her fist and conferred with the Maley cat about her plan. "What do you think, little one?" The Maley cat looked at her in confusion, having understood her words. For many, this talent might seem more detrimental than beneficial, unless one possessed ample self-assurance. No one would dare to risk sharing mental energy with their pet, for since time immemorial, it has been the beast masters who have tamed pets using their mental prowess. Ultimately, under Qianqiu's expectant gaze, the Melee cat extended its fluffy paw and mewed. You have quite the discerning eye. Qianqiu exclaimed energetically. All right. Let us share mental energy right away. The sensation of sharing mental energy was enigmatic. When Qianqiu fully regained her senses, she felt an exhilarating clarity, as if a veil had been lifted from her mind. Suddenly, her thoughts felt remarkably agile, and she instinctively pulled up the game panel. Name: Qianqiu. Mental energy: ASS, capable of growth. Wait, my mental energy. How has it suddenly transformed into SS rank? Chapter 4. How could a useless person possibly make a comeback? Qianqiu stared at the panel in a daze. Just a minute ago, her mental energy had leapt 3 levels, achieving a qualitative breakthrough. As far as Qianqiu knew, only 20 of Beast Masters in the Alliance possessed mental energy at the S rank. As for those above S rank, she had scarcely heard of any. Yet, amidst her confusion, excitement surged within her. Embracing her cat, she exclaimed, "This is fantastic. With such formidable mental energy backing us, I need not worry about my academic prospects." Mewing, the Melee cat tilted its head, seeking praise, rolling about on the couch like a fluffy tiger-patterned cake. The cat was no ordinary pet. As Qianqiu groomed its fur with one hand, she felt the vastness of her mental sea and meticulously examined the talent description. Halfway through, she discovered an important hint she had previously overlooked. Sharing mental energy equated the Beast Master's metrics with those of their pet. Connecting this with the change in her mental energy, Qianqiu realized that the Melee cat's mental energy level was significantly higher than hers. In fact, it was considerably so. This meant she had been elevated by her own pet. Qianqiu suddenly understood, feeling immensely gratified as she opened a can for her cat. The Melee cat devoured it voraciously, and as it contentedly purred, a whisper of mischief reached her ears. "Cat, you can't possibly be a meowstick, can you?" Qianqiu observed it with a smile as it feasted. She mused that since the Melee cat could mimic other creatures, perhaps the current form of the Melee cat was itself a mimicry. Mew. The Melee cat feigned ignorance, appearing oblivious. That said, the appearance of a flying-type cat seemed rather suspect. The cat cast a guilty glance at her before sinking into the couch. Its desire to conceal only reinforcing Qianqiu's belief that this pet was far from ordinary. She gently rubbed its cat ears, refraining from intimidating the Melee cat further, and turned her attention to the pet skill panel. The skills possessed by juvenile pets were few. Skills: Scratch, LV1, Intimidate, LV3, Wing Flap, LV1, Polar Storm, LV1. The maximum level is 10. The Alliance categorizes pet skills into 6 levels. Wing Flap is a 1-star skill, while Polar Storm is a 3-star skill. To learn new techniques, one must purchase the corresponding skill books from shops. Wait a moment. Qianqiu scrutinized the skill panel, lost in thought. A 3-level Intimidate? The Melee cat shook its fluffy ears, appearing quite justified. Qianqiu found it hard to imagine a fluffy tiger-patterned cake scaring anyone. After contemplating for a while, she ignored it and continued her research. Polar Storm was a signature move, Intimidate was essentially decorative, and Scratch was a rudimentary transitional skill. First, she needed to train skills with high attack values. Before nightfall, armed with the data provided by the analysis tool, Qianqiu devised an efficient training plan. She took up her pen and wrote vigorously. The Melee cat, not entering the pet space, curled up beside her and dozed off. As the evening approached, Qianqiu remained engrossed in her writing, when the Melee cat reached out a paw and gently scratched her face. "Cat." Qianqiu instinctively frowned, and upon meeting her pet's slightly aggrieved gaze, she snapped out of her reverie. Finally, she set down her pen, stretched, and realized that the day had swiftly turned to night, yet her initial training plan had come together. Mew. The Melee cat bid her good night. "Good night. By the way, I seem to have forgotten to name you." Qianqiu suddenly sat upright in her dream. The Melee cat was startled by her. "Mew. Is a name really that important?" Qianqiu nodded, her gaze tracing the smooth, soft fur of her pet, then outlining those amber-hued, slit pupils. With a serious expression, she declared, "I shall call you Tiger Skin, the fluffy tiger-patterned cake." The following morning, Qianqiu awoke unusually early. The very first thing she did upon opening her eyes was to access the panel. Seeing her mental energy still gleaming with golden brilliance at the SS rank, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Relying on the strength of others, even that of her own pet, left Qianqiu feeling somewhat uneasy. After breakfast, she navigated her way to school from memory. Upon reaching the classroom door, she was met with a cacophony of animated discussions from within. "Today is the test. I'm a bit scared. Alliance, please bless me. I hope for a genetic mutation, pretty please." "You still wish for a genetic mutation?" "I just hope to inherit my parents' beloved mental energy." Had she arrived late among so many people? Qianqiu glanced at her watch. It was just past 7. It seemed everyone was simply too excited. She walked into the classroom unceremoniously, only for the lively atmosphere to come to an abrupt halt. Immediately, many from the corners of the room turned their varied gazes toward Qianqiu. I remember her mental energy was D rank, right? Someone whispered quietly. How dare Qianqiu come here? Even as an apprentice beastmaster, the average mental energy level was C rank. If I were her, I would just go home and tend to the garden. At that moment, Qianqiu instantly understood why she had so few friends. Each June, the Alliance reassesses beastmasters through a star ranking mechanism, with the highest rank being the 6-point star, the Chief Beastmaster. The lowest is 1 star, which denotes an apprentice beastmaster. Her D-level mental energy was undeniably unsightly, rendering her unqualified even to be an apprentice. The malice of children is subtle. They do not overtly attack with words, yet one cannot shake the feeling of discomfort. Fortunately, Qianqiu is not a genuine middle school student, thus unaffected by their disparaging remarks. With her eyes closed in a semblance of slumber, she discreetly opened the game panel. To her astonishment, the draw feature had been activated. The card pool is open. Qianqiu navigated to the draw interface, only to find that the previously pristine white main screen had transformed into a striking silver hue. Captivating her attention, the open card pool resembled a classical fountain, with a kaleidoscope of colorful water cascading endlessly, intermittently producing musical notes that danced and struck the ground. Quite visually appealing, Qianqiu mused as she stroked her chin, intending to explore further, but suddenly, a line of black text popped up before her. Current card pool open for 30 days. During this period, players can use gold coins to draw and obtain any rewards, with a 3 chance of acquiring a divine pet, a 30 chance of obtaining a high-tier pet, and a 45 chance of securing a high-level skill book. Gold coins. Qianqiu was never in short supply of gold coins. She salivated at the prospect of the card pool rewards, thinking that 1 draw equated to 1 gold coin, and she could potentially extract a divine pet's marrow. However, as she eagerly pressed for a 10-fold draw, that annoying text reappeared. Friendly reminder, player asset conversion requires a process. Upon hearing this, Qianqiu felt her spirits plummet. She had an excess of gold coins, but they could not be drawn directly. It required time to rationalize. She grumbled. Isn't this a problem for the game system to resolve? The prompt flickered and changed. Players earn 1,000 gold coins for each achievement completed. Specifics can be viewed by opening the achievement panel. What a hassle. Qianqiu sighed, promptly following the guidance to uncover the achievement feature tucked away in a corner. The achievements were compiled in an impressively thick book. Upon opening the first page, she discovered a solitary achievement. Achievement: World's Premier Beast Tamer. Reward points: 10 million. Status: uncompleted. 10 million. Qianqiu was taken aback by this staggering figure, her eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. Yet, upon seeing the difficulty rated at 5 stars, the flickering flame of ambition within her was extinguished. Truly achieving the title of World's Best, she would certainly lack for nothing. Qianqiu couldn't help but sigh again. But the next moment, a melodious notification chimed in her ears. The card pool is officially opened, and the beginner 10-fold draw package has been sent. Please check your inbox. A 10-fold draw, splendid. Miracles often emerge from such draws, yet Qianqiu was a believer in mysticism, hesitating whether to proceed. Hey, can you focus? The abrupt, rough voice caught her off guard. Qianqiu jolted, her fingers scratching the surface of the desk. Suddenly, vibrant lights swirled before her. Oh no. She had inadvertently triggered something. Chapter 5, Psychic Power is SS-level. Congratulations, player. You have obtained 2-star pet food X3. Congratulations, player. You have acquired 1 piece of forged star iron. Notifications cascaded into Qianqiu's ears, compelling her to press the skip button. The final draw. The classical fountain erupted with unprecedented brilliance, the radiant water coalescing into luminous pearls. Congratulations, player. You have received a 5-star skill book X1. In that fleeting moment of clarity regarding her reward, Qianqiu was nearly propelled into the air with joy. She had struck gold. While it couldn't compare to a divine pet, this was a 5-star skill book, a coveted treasure that lay beyond the reach of countless aspirants. Such a priceless item. And she had acquired it without spending a single coin, all thanks to the 10-fold draw. Qianqiu barely had time to examine her prize when an inexplicable chill crept down her spine. She snapped back to reality, only to find her homeroom teacher glaring at her with eyes wide as saucers, seething with fury. What on earth? Who regarded Qianqiu with a look that conveyed disappointment, saying, Did you not hear the announcements? Must I personally summon you? Qianqiu offered a sheepish smile, quickly sliding to her knees. I was wrong. This stern middle-aged man curled his lips into a thin smile, devoid of warmth. Hurry to the infirmary. They've called for you 3 times already. A 3125, Qianqiu, please proceed to the infirmary immediately. Qianqiu rubbed her ears, confirming she indeed heard the announcement calling her name. With no time to make amends, she dashed out of the classroom. In the storyline, Hu Yi was portrayed as an eccentric teacher, disliked by many students. Yet, Qianqiu found him to be quite responsible. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, a 3125, Qianqiu, please proceed to the infirmary. A 3125, Qianqiu, please proceed to the infirmary. The announcement had been made thrice, and the medical staff overseeing the health checks were growing impatient, while the students in line behind her murmured their grievances. What's the holdup? Isn't this person coming? Some voiced their dissatisfaction. If she's not coming, she should have said so earlier. Wasting our time is unacceptable. How long do we have to wait? Such remarks grew increasingly frequent. Wu Qing was anxious too. The situation was turning unfavorable for Qianqiu, especially since her messages had seemingly fallen on deaf ears. As the situation began to spiral out of control, a sudden voice cut through. What nerve do you have, delaying us? The speaker was a girl with long hair and narrow, slanted eyes, projecting an aura that suggested she was not to be trifled with. With a disdainful scoff, she remarked, "How many A-level psychics does our school even have? In the eyes of the Alliance, coming here for a psychic test is a waste of time." Hearing this, Wu Qing's expression darkened. "Ling, could you be a tad more mindful of your words?" Ling Xiao chuckled. "Am I not speaking the truth? Who doesn't he know that Lai City is the Alliance's cast-off?" Upon her words, the previously bustling crowd fell into an eerie silence. The current state of affairs was grim. The Alliance's resources were limited. When one region received a surplus, others would inevitably suffer a deficit. How to allocate resources fairly? The Alliance's answer was simple. It solely depended on the Beast Tamer's innate talents. The unfortunate reality was that Lai City had not produced a remarkable Beast Tamer in many years. An S-level Beast Tamer might emerge once every 50 years or more, while SS-level and higher were mere dreams. Over time, Lai City had remained in obscurity. Reflecting on this, the expressions of those present varied widely, their mood far from inclined to chastise the tardy individual. No matter how they blamed Qianqiu, it would not change the predetermined fate of Lai City. A girl muttered softly, "I wish Qianqiu could delay a bit longer." She was reluctant to face reality. Thus, when Qianqiu hurriedly arrived at the infirmary's entrance, she was met with such a scene. Whether it was Wu Qing or the classmates who had mocked her earlier, they all resembled wilted plants. As others regarded her, Qianqiu even caught a glimpse of the sorrowful desolation reflected in their eyes. She hesitated momentarily, about to inquire. But Wu Qing unceremoniously shoved her to the front. Soon, the infirmary door was flung open rudely, revealing a gaunt middle-aged man with a 5-star green badge hanging from his chest. An elite beast tamer of the Alliance, Li Qian. Li Qian frowned as he glanced over Qianqiu, his face contorted with impatience as he barked, "Enough! Silence!" His demeanor was quite fierce. Qianqiu pressed her lips together. But considering she was the one who was late, she refrained from speaking. As if mere tardiness were not enough, the disorder was equally appalling. He placed his hands on his hips and continued his reprimand. "What kind of ruckus is this? I see they are not wrong in their complaints." Qianqiu looked up in astonishment, only to be met with his cold smirk. "Desolate lands breed brigands, a bunch of useless fools." Qianqiu felt an inexplicable surge of indignation rise within her. Her tardiness could be excused with mere reprimands. However, why must it escalate to other realms? Qianqiu cast a fierce glare at the man, her frustration palpable. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, she felt a tug at her sleeve. Turning around, she found Wu Qing waving her hand disapprovingly, her expression rife with discontent. They could not afford to offend the Alliance. Qianqiu furrowed her brow, exhaling a heavy sigh. Yet she felt a burning fury simmering within her chest, as if it might consume her entirely. However, Wu Qing's concerns were unfounded. The individual before them held an air of superiority, seemingly dismissing their grievances altogether. Yet Qianqiu could not shake the feeling that he was deserving of a good thrashing. A saying suddenly crossed her mind. When one is weak, even their anger is a source of amusement for others. Li Qian shoved Qianqiu into the infirmary with rough, impatient movements. His brows were knitted tightly, his gaze fixed on her as if she were refuse. "Now, place your hand on the testing device and channel your mental energy." In Qianqiu's era, such a service attitude from Li Qian would have led to an avalanche of complaints. Yet, as a senior beastmaster, he could not fathom why such a mundane task fell upon his shoulders, especially in a lower-tier region where even A-grade mental energies were scarce. With a shiver of distaste, he shrugged and redirected his attention back to Qianqiu. By then, she had already infused her mental energy into the intricate apparatus resembling a test tube. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Qian surmised that this female student was indeed a waste. As expected, after a second had passed, the device showed no sign of response. Qianqiu remained unfazed. Her curiosity piqued as she inspected the mental energy detector. What could possibly be amiss? Li Qian, his expression darkening, waited impatiently. Inside the apparatus, the silver metal remained utterly motionless. Yet, had Qianqiu possessed any mental energy, the metal would have reacted. Li Qian found himself both amused and exasperated. Hey, do you really have no mental energy? The instigator wore an innocent expression, shrugging nonchalantly as she retorted, as a senior beast master, you should know better than I. Li Qian was momentarily speechless. For the sake of pride, he retracted his fist with force and compelled Qianqiu to retest. Beneath the light shade of her hair, the girl seized the opportunity to smirk, and this time, she earnestly unleashed all her mental energy. The moment her energy touched the liquid encasing the silver metal, it transformed in color, rippling with a spectrum of hues. A second later, the data pertaining to Qianqiu transmitted to the terminal. Finally, it was over. Li Qian grumbled as he activated the terminal, his dark eyes scanning through the tedious data. Name, Qianqiu. Age, 14. Physique, S-. For a moment, he was left dumbfounded by the revelation. Still not done? While awaiting the final results, Qianqiu found a reclining chair, exuding an air of nonchalance that belied her inner turmoil. Wait, let me look again. Li Qian rubbed his eyelids vigorously. In truth, another glance would yield the same outcome. His tone remained laced with skepticism. Qianqiu, your mental energy is SS. Chapter 6. The test concludes. You possess dual S mental energy? No, this cannot be. How could this be possible? Li Qian failed to control his volume, prompting Wu Qing and Ling Xiao, who were eavesdropping by the door, to exchange glances and cover their ears. Qianqiu cautiously took a step back. Something was amiss with Li Qian's demeanor. At that moment, he resembled a beast ready to pounce, his eyes wide with intensity as they bore into her. Qianqiu could not decipher the emotions swirling in his gaze, but her instincts screamed at her. She needed to summon her tiger-striped companion. However, the moment the creature appeared, it bristled, ignoring Qianqiu entirely and hissing at Li Qian as though he were a formidable foe. The tiger-striped creature was on edge. A shiver ran down Qianqiu's spine. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, she swiftly redirected her companion's focus. Calm down. Why don't you return to the space for now? No way. The tiger-striped creature struggled vehemently, agitated by Li Qian's unsettling presence. Yet, upon seeing the creature, Li Qian's expression softened considerably. Meow, see, it is your contracted pet? Indeed. Qianqiu nodded without hesitation, tightening her embrace around the creature, her steely gaze meeting Li Qian's probing eyes. After a prolonged moment, he averted his gaze, a semblance of a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Quite well, it suits you. With those words, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated like the receding tide. 10 minutes later, the infirmary door swung open, and Li Qian resumed his usual demeanor, calling out the next name, Ling Xiao. Qianqiu brushed past Ling Xiao, who did not wait for her, and headed to the office to collect the graduation results. The dark-haired girl furrowed her brows tightly, striving to ignore the inquisitive gazes directed at her. What nonsense! Dual S mental energy. Is it real? Did you hear her mental energy report? Our Lai City has hope. Goodness, if Qianqiu is truly dual S, I take back all my mockery. This year's Bluebird Cup, Qianqiu took strides, burdened by her thoughts, seeking out Hui. Even now, her nails were embedded in her palms. The sensation prickling her scalp was impossible to ignore. She had no time to heed the chatter of her classmates. She was certain that Li Qian had harbored murderous intent towards her moments ago. Yet, why had he relented? It must be because of Miao Si. He likely perceived her as no threat. A dual S beast master with a fledgling Miao Si, no matter how exceptional, lacked the resources to develop early on. What truly perplexed Qianqiu was that Li Qian was sent by the Alliance. How could he harbor ulterior motives regarding the Alliance's future? As her mind raced, Qianqiu found herself instinctively following muscle memory, unwittingly arriving at the office. The office door stood wide open. She peered in to find a rotund middle-aged man slumped in a rocking chair, a book draped over his face, his hair thinning. It was indeed her homeroom teacher. Hui, you're here? Hui activated the terminal, printing out the report card, glancing at it without expectation. After all, which contracted beast would consider a D-grade beast master? The next moment, his teacup toppled over. Dual S mental energy. Hui leapt from his chair in excitement, confirming the results repeatedly, his face alight with joy. You are the only dual S in our city. No, in the Fengye region. Perhaps because Lai City had not seen such a prodigy in ages. Hui was overwhelmingly ecstatic, leaving Qianqiu unable to interject amidst his monologue. It appears to be an acquired awakening. Though rare, it has occurred before. Hu Yi suddenly slammed the table. No matter if it is innate or acquired, let me see the beast you have contracted. Moments later, Hu Yi's expression morphed into one of disbelief. He scrutinized Qianqiu as she revealed an ordinary orange cat, unremarkable in every way. A common meowsi? Qianqiu nodded, cradling the tiger-striped creature that lazily rolled in her arms. Hu Yi began to tremble. Still a junior beast? Is there an issue? It's just that a few days ago, my mental energy was still degrade. Indeed, that esteemed beastmaster also mentioned recommending me to Qinghe High School. Fox Yi's entire body trembled. Qinghe High School is the most prestigious institution in Fengye region, and every beastmaster who graduates from there is a paragon among men. He eagerly inquired, so did you agree? Not at all. Qianqiu shook her head. Li Qian demands a recommendation fee of 30 million gold coins. And I simply do not possess such wealth. 30 million. Foxy couldn't help but curse under his breath, then sighed in despair. These people are becoming increasingly unscrupulous. How about this? I will cover part of it for you. Qianqiu hurriedly waved her hands. What I just said about not having money was a mere pretense. I simply have reservations about Li Qian. The alliance is truly not that remarkable. Fox Yi suddenly sneered, startling Qianqiu. It may be for the best that you do not go, even if it is the alliance. Losing a dual S-ranked beastmaster still reflects their lack of discernment. Qianqiu fell silent, observing the middle-aged man as his brows danced and his expressions shifted, pondering what internal struggles he must have experienced. Just before leaving, Fox Yi suddenly called out to her, by the way, here is your report card. The results for the mental strength test and beast evaluation are instantaneous. Once you confirm your grades, you can directly fill in your application, thus ushering in a delightful graduation vacation. Fox Yi earnestly patted Qianqiu's shoulder. No matter which school you attend, your talent shall never be overlooked. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to consult me anytime. Oh, Qianqiu cradled the tiger skin. Having already completed her application, it now seemed certain that her admission was a foregone conclusion. However, she increasingly sensed that Fox Yi was an enigma. Teacher Fox, if I may be so bold to ask, she began. Fox Yi slightly raised his chin. Speak. The black-haired girl revealed a curious glimmer in her eyes. Are you well acquainted with the members of the alliance? At this, Foxy coughed lightly and ushered her out of the office. Young one, focus on your training and classes. Do not concern yourself with other matters. Disappointed, Qianqiu stretched lazily. Tiger skin, let us enroll in a training class during the summer break. She was still haunted by Li Qian's sinister gaze, deeply feeling her own vulnerability. Tiger skin meowed in agreement, executing a series of meow punches in the air. Isn't it a waste of time to enroll in a training class? We should engage in practical competitions instead. The voice that echoed from the corridor was icy and unmistakable, causing Qianqiu to glance back. It belonged to the girl behind her, Ling Xiao, with raven hair and phoenix-like eyes. Competition? Are you referring to the Qianqiu Cup? Qianqiu recalled having just heard the name from her classmates. Ling Xiao nodded, her indifferent black pupils locking onto Qianqiu. Yes. I am aware your application is for Chuang, mine is too. Would you consider teaming up for the competition? Chapter 7. Temporary Teammates. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ling Xiao, with an A-level mental strength, and my beast is a high-grade Loi tiger. Ling Xiao raised 2 fingers in a solemn vow, her words ardent. I assure you, I will not hinder your performance throughout the competition. Qianqiu squinted, scrutinizing Ling Xiao anew. Fire-type beasts tend to have volatile tempers, do they not? Indeed, Ling Xiao offered a faint smile, but rest assured, we share an absolute synergy. Generally speaking, a beast's temperament is influenced by its species, attributes, and other factors. The more formidable the beast, the worse its temper. As a high-grade beast, the Luai tiger is notoriously fiery and difficult to tame, which indeed attests to Ling Xiao's capabilities. Qianqiu was not surprised that Ling Xiao sought her out. The secret of her dual S-level mental strength had spread like wildfire after her emergence from the infirmary. She unconsciously leaned against the wall. But I recall that beast masters do not participate in team competitions. Ling Xiao nodded, then shook her head. The Qianqiu Cup is a world-class, highly competitive event, held annually in July with preliminary rounds among the 4 major regions, Fengye, Lanshan, Qingyin, and Ziyuan. However, this year's rules have changed. The Qianqiu Cup now requires public participation to select 8 main organizers, who will then conduct the selection rounds. The only certainty is that the format for these 8 organizers' matches will not be repetitive and will include individual, duo, and even team competitions. In summary, this year's Qianqiu Cup is exceedingly complex. Ling Xiao's explanation was succinct yet clear, and Qianqiu's eyes widened with excitement. This is a splendid opportunity to rack up achievement points. After the graduation exam, Most apprentice beastmasters would participate in competitions to earn experience and elevate their ranks, accumulating points for future matches once the school year commenced. Qianqiu pondered, finding no compelling reason to decline. As for her teammate, Ling Zhao's cold yet straightforward demeanor appealed to her. She appreciated a partner who was direct and uncomplicated. When shall we register? She inquired. It is currently June 12th, and school commences in July. Once our enrollments at Qiwang are confirmed, the Qianqiu Cup's regional selection rounds will begin. Qianqiu understood and nodded. Very well, I look forward to our collaboration. Upon hearing this, Ling Zhao's brow relaxed, a pleasant cooperation indeed. With their agreement solidified, the two exchanged contact information and walked side by side. Qianqiu suddenly realized a pressing issue. But we only have half a month of summer break. What do you plan to do during this time? Training, Ling Zhao replied. And upon mentioning training, she radiated a relaxed demeanor. After a moment's thought, she added, my family has a dedicated beast training facility, offering one-on-one specialized instruction. Would you like to utilize it? Ling Zhao was aware of Qianqiu's financial constraints. In the past, she would have turned a blind eye, but as a temporary teammate, she felt compelled to extend a helping hand. Absolutely. Qianqiu, relieved at the prospect of a training venue, inquired, may I come tomorrow? Proposing additional training? Ling Zhao felt as if she had stumbled upon a valuable teammate. She raised an eyebrow. No problem. It seems you are somewhat unfamiliar with certain fundamentals. Let us take this summer to rectify that. As they exited the teaching building, Qianqiu looked up and spotted her childhood friend around the corner. Upon seeing Wu Qing, Ling Zhao tactfully suggested stepping away first. What brings you two together? Wu Qing approached, her brow slightly furrowed before she relaxed her expression. She's quite nice. We formed a temporary team, Qianqiu explained, scratching her head, puzzled by who had labeled Ling Zhao as difficult to approach. Wu Qing remained silent. Qianqiu was unaware that Ling Zhao was rather renowned in their cohort, infamous for her sharp tongue and inexplicable pride. Those with lesser talents barely registered in her gaze. Is that so? Qianqiu tilted her head. Sounds like a fiercely competitive individual. Yet, she merely sought victory, striving towards her goals without harming others. Qianqiu saw nothing wrong with that. As their conversation progressed, Wu Qing sighed repeatedly. I've been too busy to hang out with you lately. Why is that? Wu Qing retrieved a thin paper acceptance letter from her bag. I've received my admission notice from First High School ahead of time. I don't know what has spurred this school, but we are to commence closed training in just a couple of days. Qianqiu quickly deduced. It's probably in preparation for the Qianqiu Cup. This year's competition format has undergone significant reform, so First High must be feeling the pressure. Wu Qing wore a pained expression, yet tried to maintain a smile. Alas, Qianqiu, reminded of her fleeting summer break, couldn't help but sigh as well. Becoming a competent beastmaster is no easy feat, by the way. Wu Qing clapped her cheeks, turning to her. I heard your mental strength is dual S. Congratulations. Qianqiu scratched her head. Oh, it's just that. You're being modest. Wu Qing placed her hands on her hips. My mental strength is only A level. Though she was astonished by Qianqiu's late awakening, jealousy was far from her mind. Nevertheless, she still harbored doubts regarding a certain matter. The beastmaster who came from above, is there something amiss? The latter part of her sentence was cautiously swallowed down. Qianqiu gently averted her gaze. While in line, Wu Qing likely overheard something and couldn't help but subtly hint. With great fame comes great scrutiny. Now that you are well known, be wary of attracting trouble. During this period, you should accompany Ling Zhao. Although his words may be rather harsh, his character remains impeccable. She spoke mysteriously. I have heard that Ling Zhao's family possesses considerable depth and has connections with prominent figures in the alliance. How could one of substantial lineage end up in Lai City? Qianqiu refrained from commenting, but made a mental note. The enclosed training at the first high school was set to commence in 2 days. Wu Qing was eager to return home and pack her belongings, and Qianqiu did not engage in further idle chatter with her. With time still on her side, Qianqiu strolled around the pet convenience store with Hu Pai, leisurely gathering a collection of milk cakes and biscuits before meandering back home. As she walked, she anxiously instructed her pet on the ways of the world. Hu Pai, next time you sense a malevolent aura, you must restrain yourself. We cannot contend with them. Meow? Is it truly that our little Meow is too weak? Hu Pai dejectedly buried his head into Qianqiu's shoulder. She sighed, quickly clarifying. That's not the reason at all. We haven't undergone systematic training yet, and acting rashly could lead to missteps. As the pair conversed, the surrounding tree shadows stirred without wind, and the air shifted subtly. Meow? Hu Pai perked up, his feline eyes alert. Was it merely an illusion? She couldn't shake the feeling that someone was trailing behind her. Qianqiu's pace faltered, and she abruptly turned around, scanning her surroundings. All was empty. The oppressive summer heat lingered in the old district where Qianqiu resided. The streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians, the vegetation sparse and desolate. While it was not apparent during the day, by afternoon, an eerie sensation enveloped her. Stroking Hu Pai's head, Qianqiu murmured, perhaps it would be prudent to change residences. Hu Pai's eyes glimmered, preparing to nuzzle affectionately, when a sharp whistle pierced the air. The noise was grating and hoarse, echoing throughout the old district. Qianqiu's focus sharpened as an overwhelming dizziness overcame her, her body weakening. This whistle was problematic. A robbery. Help! Someone is robbing pets in broad daylight. Chapter 8. The First Pet Battle. The robbery unfolded too suddenly. Fortunately, Hu Pai leaped up in time to cover Qianqiu's ears. Finally able to breathe, Qianqiu glanced at her wrist, where a concealed alarm device lay hidden. And the official response came promptly. Thank you for your call. The patrol officer will arrive at the scene in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Qianqiu frowned slightly, lifting her gaze to catch a glimpse of the fleeing assailant and his flying-type pet. The speed of the flying pet was undeniable. By the time the patrol officer arrived, it would likely be far too late. Qianqiu surveyed the desolate street once more. This was the old district. Aside from a few unfortunate elderly individuals who had fallen victim to the theft of their pets, there was hardly any combat capability. No, she had to take action. Qianqiu resolutely stepped forward, commanding Hu Pai to attack. Halt. You there with the black Walmart bag. Who gave you permission to flee? Meanwhile, Hu Pai, utilizing his innate abilities, landed ahead to intercept them. A plastic bag? Upon hearing this peculiar term, the black-clad thief turned in surprise. As he comprehended that Qianqiu was unharmed, he couldn't help but be perplexed. Hey, my little bird sound waves didn't he daze you? As he spoke, he pressed down hard on the bulging sack. His voice was somewhat gravelly. Qianqiu mentally noted his characteristics while casting a glance at the sack, only to be astonished. Had this thief stolen all the pets in the city? She darkened her expression. Enough talk. Prepare to fight. Although she initiated the duel invitation, Qianqiu was acutely aware of the situation. With 3 minutes remaining until the patrol officer's arrival, she only needed to buy time. Victory was not a necessity. The thief, originally eager to escape, now realized that he couldn't leave without a fight. He scoffed and withdrew his flying pet, carelessly pulling a creature from the sack. Blazing flower, go? Show her some color. Upon witnessing this, Qianqiu's brow twitched slightly. Why wasn't he using his own pet? But before she could ponder further, the onslaught from the blazing flower descended like rain. The blazing flower was a round, red creature engulfed in searing flames, when suddenly thrown to the ground. It let out a pained howl. Boom, boom, boom. The torrent of crimson energy surged over her, transforming into blinding light that struck toward her face. With danger imminent, Qianqiu hesitated for merely a second before issuing her command. Hu Pai, execute your most proficient move. Hu Pai immediately unsheathed his sharp claws, eyes gleaming with ferocity. His slick fur bristled into spikes. Though small in stature, he exuded an intimidating presence. Meow. The thief narrowed his eyes. This was a basic pet skill, intimidation. If the opponent's level surpassed that of the blazing flower, it could indeed exert a suppressive effect. However, when the unique sound of the little cat rang out, Qianqiu fell silent. The thief paused for a few seconds, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, before bursting into mocking laughter. Your pet is a Meowth? How brave of you to bring such a common low-tier creature to challenge me. Laughing, he mockingly gave a thumbs up. Qianqiu remained silent. But Hu Pai stood defiantly in front of her, huffing indignantly. Yet, a miracle occurred. Just 3 seconds after Hu Pai employed his skill, the blazing flower abruptly ceased its assault. It writhed, confusedly surveying its surroundings. Could it genuinely be effective? The thief muttered to himself. Qianqiu felt a surge of joy. She had already contemplated her escape route, ready to utilize her legendary skill book. Unfortunately, this tranquility did not last long. The thief whistled again, and the blazing flower, driven mad, began thrashing its appendages, launching a new wave of attacks. He bellowed orders. Blazing flower, continue the fight, no retreat. The blazing flower, tormented by the whistle, lost all reason, trembling as if electrified, unleashing fiery lasers toward Qianqiu and Hu Pai without regard for stamina. What a lunatic! Qianqiu cradled Hu Pai, dodging and weaving, rolling her eyes repeatedly. Such reckless tactics were draining the life of the pet. Simultaneously, her optical lens reflected a blinding glow, and the data for the blazing flower was fully analyzed. Species, blazing flower. Quality, advanced pet. Status, confused. Level, 28. Seeing the panel, Qianqiu was taken aback. What a joke, encountering a level 28 advanced pet, while her Hu Pai was only level 5. Yet this blazing flower was in poor condition and attacking chaotically. She merely needed to wait for the right moment. In fact, the Walmart bag thief, upon seeing her pet, had been grinning like a fool. Give up. I'd never want your Meowth for free. Qianqiu shot him a disdainful glance. Your pet is unfortunate to have you as its owner. The thief immediately erupted in rage. You little brat, what do you know? The blazing flower hesitated. Indeed, his emotional upheaval affected the pet. Qianqiu took a deep breath, seizing the opportunity. Hupai. Aim for its hind leg and use wing attack. The tiger-striped feline nimbly leapt onto the stone slab, deftly evading a beam of searing flame. Though utterly devoid of combat experience, the beast still retained a vestige of its primal instincts. The mischievous thief heard Qianqiu's command but chose to disregard it. Wasn't Meow supposed to possess skills of clawing and biting? Before the thought could fully form, his ebony pupils contracted sharply, trembling in shock. The reason for his alarm was the sight of the seemingly unremarkable Meows sprouting a pair of pristine white wings from its back. Evolved? No. This was clearly a novice pet. Qianqiu subtly held her breath. It was the tiger-striped feline's first display of skill in public. She harbored uncertainty regarding its success. But failure bore little consequence, for reinforcements were imminent. Meows unfurled its wings with nonchalance, radiating a blinding light. The azure summer sky bore witness to a swift gust of wind that extinguished the flames above the explosive flower. The creature's stamina had long since depleted, leaving it devoid of any energy. Now, buffeted by the turbulent air, it was unceremoniously hurled to the ground with a thud. Defeated? The thief craned his neck, wide-eyed and dumbfounded, before hastily recalling the explosive flower and curiously inquiring, "How does your Meows have wings? What business is it of yours?" Qianqiu replied coolly, "Are we still fighting?" As their conversation unfolded, the wailing of sirens grew ever closer. The patrolling officers had arrived. Continuing the skirmish would be sheer folly. The thief, in a fit of anger, managed a sardonic laugh, casting a scornful glance her way as he threatened, "I'll remember you." With that, he scanned his surroundings, seemingly cautious, before discarding the sack on the ground and summoning his pet to take flight. The shadow of menace gradually receded. Qianqiu exhaled a profound sigh of relief. Sliding down against the wall, her mind consumed by a singular thought. How exhausting. Sharing mental energy indeed came at a cost. In stark contrast, her own pet was brimming with enthusiasm, still possessing the energy to chase after the thief. "Tiger-striped, don't pursue," she called, her gaze fixated on its wings in a daze. A flying cat? Wait, could Tiger-striped retract its wings? Lost in her musings, she was abruptly pulled back to reality by the ruckus of the nearby sack, contemplating whether to let them out for some fresh air. Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead. Apologies for our tardiness. Chapter 9. The health report of Tiger-striped. Upon lifting her gaze, Qianqiu found herself momentarily intimidated by the commanding presence of the patrolling officer. This was a tall, red-haired woman with a sun-kissed complexion and cascading waves of fiery locks flowing down her back, exuding an air of effortless grace. The woman's gesture of adjusting her sunglasses was strikingly suave. First, she expressed her gratitude to Qianqiu, then gently inquired about her well-being. Standing upright with Tiger-striped in her arms, Qianqiu replied, "I'm fine." She then turned her attention to the explosive flower, concern etched across her features. "However, those pets are not in good condition." At her words, the woman's expression turned serious. She waved her hand, and a soft-featured beast master stepped forward from the crowd to soothe the distressed creatures. Seizing the opportunity, Qianqiu glanced at the patrol officer's badge, also five-sided, gleaming like gilded flames in the sunlight. It was only after the information was gathered that the woman remembered to introduce herself. "As you can see, I am a special beast master dispatched by the Alliance to Lai City, codenamed Berry Road." Upon hearing this, Qianqiu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she recalled that Li Qian was also a special beast master. Given the scarcity of such high-ranking beast masters in Lai City, there was no better time to ally with her. Thus, the young girl eagerly addressed her as Sister Berry Road. Berry Road smiled, ruffling her hair. "I know you were the one who drove away the robber and rescued these pets. Truly, I am immensely grateful." Qianqiu felt slightly embarrassed. Realizing her victory was purely a stroke of luck, she shook her head earnestly. "I was far too reckless." "You were indeed quite reckless." Berry Road's tone abruptly shifted as she regarded Qianqiu with an icy stare, confused by the sudden change in demeanor. Qianqiu felt a surge of anxiety. Could there be other forces infiltrating Lai City? Noticing her unwarranted apprehension, Berry Road suddenly burst into laughter. "I need to ask you to cooperate in undergoing a physical examination. It's merely a routine check." Just as Qianqiu began to relax, she heard Berry Road continue. "Your Meows is quite formidable. If I'm not mistaken, it's only level 13, whereas that explosive flower is on the brink of evolution." Berry Road's tone was imbued with curiosity and a hint of scrutiny. Almost instinctively, Qianqiu summoned her full concentration. How could she explain Tiger-striped's peculiar situation? It is universally acknowledged that every 30 levels, a pet undergoes a complete evolution. A normal Meow's battling a level 28 explosive flower was a preposterous notion, especially since Tiger Striped had just recently ascended to level 13. Qianqiu felt a shiver run down her spine under Barry Rhodes' intense gaze, suddenly struck by inspiration. She blurted out, "It's not a Meow's." Tiger Striped, in a display of defiance, swatted its paw. "Meowing, meow, not a Meow's." Barry Rhodes raised an eyebrow. Qianqiu quickly seized the moment, proudly lifting the little feline, cough, which meows has wings. Barry Rhodes scrutinized the wings for a long moment, falling into silence. Could this perhaps be an undiscovered new breed? In any case, as a witness to the incident, Qianqiu was still invited for tea. The Beast Master's health examination concluded swiftly, yet the process for the pets was undeniably intricate. During her time in school, Li Qian had barely examined Tiger Striped, hastily assigning it a D grade and considering the matter settled. Naturally, Qianqiu could not pursue him to assert that her pet was not that weak. Thus, this marked Tiger Striped's first formal health check. She began to feel increasingly anxious. The data detection device provided only a rough assessment, convenient for travel, but for detailed insights, one would need to visit a specialized institution. Noticing her restlessness, Barry Rhodes casually handed her a cup of floral tea, its steam swirling. "Don't be too nervous. If conditions allow, it's best to take your pet for a formal examination every 15 days. In truth, Qianqiu feared that if Tiger Striped's stats were too exceptional, she would struggle to explain them. Barry Rhodes pondered for a moment before initiating another topic. "You shouldn't go out alone for a while." Qianqiu, realizing the implication, asked, "Am I being targeted?" Barry Rhodes sighed, only then noticing that Qianqiu's jacket bore no badge, an empty canvas. Upon recognizing this, she felt a pang of regret. "You're merely an apprentice beastmaster." This matter should not have involved her. It was the responsibility of the patrol officers. The robber she encountered was a member of the Harbor of Refuge. Confused, Qianqiu repeated, "Harbor of Refuge? I've never heard of it." Thanks to Barry Rhodes' patient explanation, she finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This organization had been notorious 30 years prior, self-styled as the Harbor of Refuge, committing heinous acts of arson and robbery, only to be dismantled by the Alliance's chief beastmaster. To her shock, they had resurfaced after 30 years. It was precisely for this reason that Barry Rhodes had been dispatched to Lai City as part of the new patrol force. Having pieced together the narrative, Qianqiu felt a wave of calm wash over her. Even if retaliation were to come, she could not simply stand by. Barry Rhodes admired her fortitude, contemplating. "Your mental energy is remarkably vibrant. Even during my time at the Alliance headquarters, I had not encountered such lively fluctuations. I believe your Meows is classified as a beginner pet, yet its potential is quite impressive." Qianqiu exclaimed, expecting Barry Rhodes, like others, to criticize her for bonding with the wrong pet and squandering her talents. Mei Lu chuckled lightly, her gaze casually averted. A truly formidable beast master need not concern themselves with the species of their companions. With that, she rose to her feet, her rose-hued hair cascading gracefully through the air. "Our conversation concludes here. Your pet's health examination report is ready." Qianqiu sprang into action, following Mei Lu as she pushed open the door to the examination room. The young beast master seated at the terminal adjusted his glasses and greeted her. "Mei Jia, welcome." Qianqiu recognized him as the beast master responsible for testing the blazing flower. Without indulging in pleasantries, Mei Lu inquired, "Lingxi, what are the results?" Lingxi's expression was complex as he replied, "Very good." Mei Lu raised an eyebrow, puzzled by his demeanor. "Then why do you wear that expression? You'll see for yourself." Lingxi handed the report to Mei Lu and then to Qianqiu. Skimming over the inconsequential details, Qianqiu's demeanor turned tense as he read. Level 13, Initial. Attack 48. Health 30. Defense 13. Energy Reserve 310. Mental Resistance 95. The attack value for a comparable initial level pet had increased by 23 points, while health growth was particularly sluggish. However, the results indicated that the growth value of the tiger's skin was notably high, with an absorption rate 152 times that of its peers. Lingxi concluded, in summary, "This potential is far beyond that of an initial level Meowsu." "What species is it then?" Mei Lu posed the pivotal question. Qianqiu felt her heart race, glancing anxiously at Lingxi, who, pushing up his glasses, contemplated various biological characteristics and genetic variations. "There is an 85 probability that the tiger's skin is of the Spectre lineage." Curiously, Qianqiu asked, "And what about the remaining 15? The remaining 15 aligns closely with the long-extinct Phoenix lineage. Chapter 10, Watching the Competition. And what else?" Mei Lu pinched her brow, a hint of complexity gracing her exquisite features. Lingxi calmly displayed the data on the screen, I know you still harbor doubts. But its mental resistance is exceedingly high. This is merely the data for level 13. It is truly unimaginable once it matures. It will be immune to the attacks of all illusion-type beasts. Aside from the dual attribute Qianqiu Phoenix, I doubt any other species could achieve this. As a distinguished beast master within the Alliance, Mei Lu was acutely aware of the incredibility of this revelation. Lingxi chuckled ruefully. Now you understand my distress. The thought of it potentially possessing divine beast lineage sent a chill through Mei Lu, her brows knitting tightly. Her heart raced at the prospect of that 15 possibility. If Miaosu represented the lowest tier of pets, the phoenix was undeniably one of the 4 legendary beasts of the Beastmaster realm, the ancestral figure of flying-type companions. Regrettably, Mei Lu had yet to encounter a true phoenix even in her 20s. The reason Lingxi suggested this possibility stemmed from a long-standing rumor. A chief beastmaster once prophesied that divine beast offspring would emerge in the Maple Wilds. Lingxi slowly adjusted his sliding glasses, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Qianqiu. Meanwhile, Mei Lu's intent gaze bore down on her. Under the fervent scrutiny of both, Qianqiu remained silent, quietly retracting the tiger skin back into her beast space. Should the trace of an extinct divine beast be discovered, it would undoubtedly incite upheaval within the Alliance and the entire Beastmaster realm. Today was not a day for venturing outside. Qianqiu sighed inwardly, steeling herself for the worst. Merely testing mental strength had nearly incapacitated her in the infirmary. If the tiger skin truly was a divine beast, its situation would be even more precarious. She needed to protect it. Moments later, Mei Lu's voice broke through her thoughts. Lingxi, this matter must remain confidential and must not be reported. Qianqiu's head snapped up in surprise. Even more astonishing was Lingxi's lack of dissent. He merely nodded. There is still that 85 probability. Confusion washed over Qianqiu as she opened her mouth in bewilderment. She was aware of individuals like Li Qian within the Alliance. But why were Mei Lu and Lingxi choosing to help her conceal this? Mei Lu gently patted her shoulder, her tone grave. You should be on summer break now. Make sure to take your pet to competitions. And remember to come for health checks at the administration office every week. Qianqiu raised her face to look at Mei Lu, then at Lingxi, who had turned his back to resume his research. Mei Lu, assuming she didn't comprehend, kindly added, participating in more competitions will help you enhance your strength. The more prominence you gain, the more respect you'll command. No matter what those people intend to do, they will weigh their actions carefully. The implications of her words were almost explicit, spoken as they were by a patrolling officer. Qianqiu felt a mix of surprise and gratitude. Both officers were youthful, their eyes bright with a softness that belied their inexperience. Regardless, she sincerely bowed in appreciation. Thank you both. Upon returning home, Qianqiu finally released the tiger skin. The girl collapsed onto the sofa, her entire body aching as if it were about to disassemble. She had truly fought alongside the tiger skin in spirit. After a moment's respite, she suddenly stared at the ceiling, muttering to herself, indeed, with my current strength, engaging in battle through mental linkage is still too demanding. The tiger's skin, its wings unfurling, seemed ignited by the day's battles. Calling out excitedly and practicing flapping its wings at the window. Meow, you bad bird, stay away from my home. Dodo, how come you have wings now? What a shock. The tiger skin, proud and haughty, stretched its neck, abruptly slamming the window shut before glaring menacingly at the dodo bird. What is it to you? In the interim, Qianqiu opened a can for the tiger's skin and slumped into the lounge chair. Just as she activated the pet panel, she was nearly overwhelmed by the flood of new messages. Experience growth, 340 points. Pet level increased, LV 51v13. Wing flap skill level increased, LV 11v2. Intimidation skill proficiency increased by 16 points, current level, LV 3. This was the battle settlement that Qianqiu had set aside earlier. She had just searched online for data statistics on pets and discovered that the tiger skin's leveling speed was swifter than that of ordinary companions. Battle experience and proficiency were invaluable. Although they could be enhanced through training and meals, the growth was often limited to merely 12 points. As levels progressed, experience absorption became increasingly challenging, and far less could be gained compared to actual battles. As for attack values, there were no shortcuts. Medication could only provide temporary boosts. To compete, she needed to significantly elevate her skills. Qianqiu fell into deep contemplation. The tiger skin seemed to sense her thoughts, calling out to her across the table. Meow, meow. Qianqiu struggled to grasp its words, scratching her head as she tentatively asked, do you want to train right now? The tiger skin nodded vigorously, scratching at the air with a paw. It wanted to defeat those bad guys thoroughly. Seeing the fierce determination in the little cat's demeanor reminded Qianqiu of the events of the day, softening her heart. She gently squeezed its paw, saying, let us not rush. We'll rest well today and head to Lingxiao's training hall tomorrow. Fine, the tiger skin replied, dejectedly lying down. No longer quarreling with the dodo bird. However, Qianqiu found herself preoccupied, as Lingxiao had just sent her a message moments ago. There's a live broadcast of the Dream Cup training match this afternoon. You might want to check it out. While the Dream Cup may not carry the prestige of the Qianqiu Cup, the Beast Masters participating were all prominent figures on the platform, thus ensuring a high level of excitement surrounding the event. After replying to Qianqiu, she switched on the television in the living room, tuning into the sports channel. Before her lay a vast expanse of verdant grass, the commentator's booming voice and the enthusiastic cheers of the audience clashing in a cacophony that made her ears tingle. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, witnessing the match between the intermediate Beastmaster Fu Ying from Liyuan City and her counterpart, the equally skilled intermediate Beastmaster Xiaoyuli, also hailing from Liyuan City. Both competitors are evenly matched. Let us eagerly anticipate who will seize victory first. Following this declaration, a semi-transparent interface materialized at the bottom of the screen. Fu Ying versus Xiaoyuli. Voting display 354505150. A call from Ling Xiao interrupted her focus, and Qianqiu answered without a moment's hesitation. Hello? Are you watching the match? Ling Xiao was astonished by her swift response, but quickly redirected to the matter at hand. Yes, I am. Qianqiu's gaze remained glued to the screen. Even her pet tiger skin was utterly engrossed in the competition. But I don't understand. Both competitors are intermediate beastmasters, yet the vote count disparity is so vast. Chapter 11. Strategy is of utmost importance. Ling Xiao pondered momentarily before replying. Perhaps it is because the first summoned beast influences the subsequent contracted beasts. Look, Xiaoyuli has summoned a mid-level sprout mushroom. Qianqiu redirected her attention to the match. Observing as Xiaoyuli's beast appeared feeble and harmless, trembling beneath a lotus leaf. Fu Ying's summoned beast, a flame tiger, exuded an overwhelming presence, demonstrating a clear advantage over the sprout mushroom in every aspect. Ling Xiao's voice remained steady. The sprout mushroom's attack value is not remarkable, and its skills are ill-suited for combat. We categorize such beasts as support types. Both of the beasts she has contracted are support beasts. While Fu Ying is a typical offensive beastmaster, with beasts that possess a strong desire to engage in battle and robust physiques, making them more suitable for competitions. Then why did Xiaoyuli choose to battle with the sprout mushroom? Qianqiu asked, somewhat astonished. One would expect a prudent choice to capitalize on strengths while avoiding weaknesses. On the other end of the line, Ling Xiao responded apathetically, I don't know. The match is about to begin. With the referee's command, both competitors entered the arena, and Xiaoyuli launched the first attack, Sprout Mushroom, execute the leaf judgment on its back. As the command echoed, numerous emerald leaves sprouted above the sprout mushroom, their edges razor-sharp, darting towards the flame tiger with an almost imperceptible speed. The commentator hesitated momentarily. Leaf judgment? Is that a 3-star grass-type skill? It wasn't just the commentator who was puzzled. I recall the sprout mushroom is only level 30. Can it truly master a 3-star skill at such a low level? Has Xiaoyuli made progress? Unfortunately, the skill book could not alter the outcome, and the commentator lamented, the flame tiger has a swift base movement speed. The sprout mushroom's attack is likely to miss. Sure enough, the flame tiger nonchalantly activated its evasion skill, moving with a swiftness akin to an afterimage. After executing its maneuvers, the sprout mushroom's skill failed entirely. The unscathed flame tiger looked at the sprout mushroom in a taunting manner. The failure to land a hit left the sprout mushroom somewhat disheartened, and its vibrant emerald hue dulled considerably. It's over. The sprout mushroom appears to have little energy left. Qianqiu thought, shouldn't Xiaoyuli have conserved the sprout mushroom's energy instead of using its skills? The commentator's voice blended with the murmurs of the audience, leaving Qianqiu perplexed, but Ling Xiao provided a secondary explanation. A 3-star skill book is barely passable. But initiating with a powerful skill was not a wise decision. The sprout mushroom's skill proficiency is far too low. If it cannot defeat its opponent in this initial exchange, it will undoubtedly lack the energy to sustain itself in subsequent battles. The energy levels correlate with the frequency of skill usage. Higher-level skills consume more energy. For instance, in the last battle, when Tiger Skin utilized its wing beat, its energy reserves plummeted from a base of 5 points to just 2 points, but upon leveling up, its maximum energy capacity increased to 10 points. Ling Xiao believed that an intermediate beastmaster should not make such a careless mistake, suggesting that Xiaoyuli must have been willing to gamble. At this juncture, Qianqiu suddenly recalled a famous scene from a television drama. I bet your gun is empty. It seems Xiaoyuli, believing victory was out of reach, chose to gamble on the sprout mushroom's accuracy, but she lost that wager. The battle concluded with Fu Ying emerging victorious. Having watched the match, Qianqiu felt a lingering desire for more. it seemed Ciel Yuli had a chance to win. But her performance in the latter half appeared lackluster. Ling Xiao scoffed at such a defeatist attitude, remarking that Ciel Yuli had lost too frequently, which had severely impacted her mindset. I remember a particular match that was a classic comeback against the odds. They conversed for over an hour. And as Ling Xiao gazed at the setting sun from the terrace, its rays merged into her pupils. There are many archived match videos on the forum. She forwarded Qianqiu several intriguing matches before ending the call. Staring at the gradually dimming call interface, Ling Xiao let out a gentle sigh. It had been a long time since she had engaged in such a heartfelt conversation. Just as she stood to stretch her limbs, the creaking of the door interrupted her. Young Mississippi. A half-visible, elderly face appeared at the door. The girl raised her eyes, the corners of her eyes tinged with impatience. Butler Lee, did I not instruct you to knock before entering if there was something to discuss? Butler Lee repeatedly nodded in apology, noting the increasingly disapproving look in Ling Xiao's gaze. After much hesitation, he cautiously inquired, "Are you truly going to that school to participate in the Bluebird Cup? Since I've been accepted, of course, I must go." Ling Xiao did not meet his gaze as she turned the door lock once more, completely severing any external prying. Butler Lee stood in the corridor for a moment, then shook his head and walked away. What should I do? This is truly lamentable. Meanwhile, Qianqiu was entirely captivated by Ling Xiao's vivid descriptions of the competition. Her enthusiasm for the upcoming Bluebird Cup soaring. She rubbed her stiff face and returned her gaze to Tiger Skin, who was energetically challenging a dodo bird. The dodo bird retaliated by splattering Tiger Skin with saliva, prompting Tiger Skin to secretly strike back. Qianqiu discerned the flicker of determination in the little cat's eyes. And in less than a minute, the dodo bird was defeated. Victorious, Tiger Skin strutted proudly before Qianqiu, meowing in a manner that unmistakably begged for praise. The wild dodo bird's fighting prowess was lacking, but Qianqiu was more than willing to indulge it, exclaiming, "Our Tiger Skin is simply amazing. The most formidable little cat in the world." The Tiger Skin, with a tuft of fur missing from its forehead, basked in its glory, fully aware of its invincibility. The little cat emanated an air of dominance. Qianqiu chuckled at its bald head, unable to contain her amusement. Tiger Skin tilted its head. Its clear eyes filled with confusion. "Human, what are you laughing at?" "It's nothing, nothing at all, just play." Qianqiu waved her hand. Ordering a half-month's supply of beast nutrition meals for Tiger Skin online, while secretly wishing that the missing tuft of fur would regrow before Tiger Skin noticed. Unbeknownst to her, Tiger Skin was concocting a mischievous plan. "Humph, tonight I shall sneak out for extra training, aiming to defeat 100 dodo birds." Outside, a dodo bird, melancholically licking its wounds, suddenly felt a chill down its spine. It uttered a few sorrowful cries, only to be swatted away by the irritable Tiger Skin. The dodo bird stood silently on the branch, contemplating its fate. Sigh, if melancholy were a talent, I would have been born with it. Just as Qianqiu opened her phone, a new message arrived from the Alliance Bank. Current balance, 1,501,600. A sudden influx of funds made her spring up from the sofa with a start. Qianqiu opened the panel, and indeed, the interface of the achievements book appeared, displaying the completed task. Achievement, renowned. Reward, 2,000 gold coins. While wealth is undoubtedly advantageous, she found herself perplexed. When did I become famous? Soon. Her questions were answered the following day. Is this person you? Ling Xiao pointed to the headline news on the forum and inquired. Chapter 12, Let Us Train. The headline read, "Let us congratulate this rising star. She has brought us the spark of hope, piercing through the fog of the vortex, and saving Lai City from peril." By the way, although this kind-hearted individual wishes to remain anonymous, the editor has still managed to acquire a clear photo of her. The anonymous Qianqiu slowly sank into the ground. It all came rushing back to her. Before leaving the security administration, Mei Lu had suddenly smiled warmly and requested a photo. Believing it to be a regulation of the bureau, Qianqiu complied. Little did she know it would end up on the forum. Moreover, Ling Xiao recited the overly effusive article in a monotonous tone, resembling a robot, leaving Qianqiu feeling mortified to her toes. She painfully covered her face, pleading for him to stop reading. Ling Xiao obediently fell silent, glancing at the headline and then at Qianqiu, awkwardly managing to offer a few comforting words. "At least you don't look unappealing in the photo." Qianqiu stared at the soaring popularity, troubled by how many eyes would see this. Weakly clutching her tiger fur, she decided to focus on training. However, as soon as she entered the training ground, her eyes widened in astonishment. It was so spacious. The training facility of Ling Xiao's family was comparable in size to that of the Dream Cup competition venue, complete with various simulated environments for combat, including oceans, deserts, and even volcanoes. As for the exercise equipment, Qianqiu found herself gripping a treadmill, her hands glistening with oil, reflecting the latest fashion trends. The tiger fur, feeling cooped up at home, sparkled with excitement, exchanged a few playful meows with Qianqiu, and dashed into the training ground to frolic. Ling Xiao, unfazed, led her to the entrance to swipe for access, stating, "From now on, we will train here. You previously inquired about suitable housing options, and frankly, relocating is unnecessary." Huh. The location in Lai City isn't worth wasting your funds unless you plan to settle long-term. Moreover, Qianqiu High School is a boarding institution. If you're concerned about safety, you could stay at my home first. And later I could lease one of my properties to you. Ling Xiao calmly exhibited her impressive financial capability, such as the terrifying power of the affluent. Qianqiu felt numb. At that moment, her gaze wandered over the villa, and she experienced a surreal sensation of waking up every morning from an 800-meter bed. After completing the necessary procedures, Ling Xiao guided her inside, instructing, "Now, input your identity ID on the terminal." Despite feeling a bit embarrassed, Qianqiu asked again, "What is the purpose of the identity ID?" "Well," Ling Xiao scratched her head. "In recent years, the Alliance has developed a new combat style, terminal gaming. By scanning personal information and pet data into the terminal, you can match with trainers of equivalent strength for simulated battles, significantly reducing resource wastage. The existence of the terminal effectively addresses the training issues faced by ordinary trainers." Qianqiu had no objections. As her ID was fully loaded into the terminal, a new application appeared on her phone's screen. "Dear terminal user, please give your account a cute name." Upon seeing Qianqiu's straightforward demeanor, Ling Xiao advised, "It's best not to use your real name. Be mindful of your privacy." Qianqiu thanked her for the good advice and decisively chose her nickname. Ling Xiao opened the friend list, ready to add her. "What is your name?" Qianqiu lifted her head from the screen, her mouth moving in silence. Ling Xiao didn't catch it. "What?" Qianqiu laughed heartily, Meow's pinnacle, proud in the world. Ling Xiao, here we go again with the second-hand embarrassment. However, she refrained from commenting further, allowing Qianqiu to explore the terminal game while she headed to her study to gather some reference materials. Sitting on a long bench, Qianqiu gazed at the screen, marveling. "Isn't this just the competitive game I used to play?" The terminal simulated both ranking and matchmaking channels, as well as solo and duo matches, in addition to numerous chat channels and leaderboards. She felt dazzled and decided to check the leaderboard for combat power. "I'm back. These books are quite useful. Based on what I got from First High." "You," Ling Xiao halted mid-sentence. "Are you looking at the leaderboard?" Qianqiu turned the screen towards her, revealing the leaderboard for trainee Beast Masters, noting their win rate is 93. Just a trainee, Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow, previously subtle but now showcasing her brilliance. "With your talent, your ambitions should soar higher." The atmosphere suddenly grew serious. In response, Qianqiu chose to navigate through the murky waters, casually scanning before asking, "Why isn't there a leaderboard for Beast Masters above 5 stars? Special grade Beast Masters are treasures of the Alliance. Currently, there are fewer than 20, and their personal information is largely confidential." Qianqiu was taken aback, recalling Mei Lu. "We have already wasted too much time." With that, Ling Xiao frowned deeply. Calling forth Luoyihu, "Let us start training now." Luolu. The Luoyihu was twice Ling Xiao's size, yet it lowered its proud head and gently licked her palm. Meanwhile, Qianqiu checked off her training plan. "I'll run laps to build endurance. Tiger Fur, you practice your wing strikes on the target to improve your accuracy." "Meow meow." Tiger Fur blinked its glistening eyes, negotiating. "Can I try a more advanced skill?" "What?" Qianqiu placed her hands on her hips. "You must know your limits, Tiger Fur. I know you're incredibly powerful, but if you get injured, I would be very upset." "All right." Tiger Fur sighed, curling its little tail. It decided to quickly master the wing strike and then learn the Arctic Storm. Every beast master has their own training methods, and Ling Xiao didn't intend to micromanage Qianqiu's approach. However, occasionally, she would pause, leaning against the railing to observe how Qianqiu communicated with her pet, resembling a caregiver soothing a child. Ling Xiao glanced at the Luoyihu. It was always obedient, with a temperament that was surprisingly gentle for a fire-type creature. After a new round of training, Tiger Fur's extra practice once again drew Ling Xiao's attention. It shook its vibrant feathers, intensely focused on the 5 targets ahead. Tiger Fur couldn't recall how many times it had unleashed its skill. It felt a bit fatigued but still poured every ounce of effort into it. After a barrage of attacks, the targets remained unscathed, just as Ling Xiao was about to say that this was quite normal. After all, Luoyihu practiced shooting daily, and the targets had never been broken. Her eyes narrowed in alertness. The weather was clear and windless, yet an inexplicable force stirred within the training ground. Crack. Luolu. The Luoyihu looked around in confusion. What was that sound? Crack crack. Crack crack crack. Tiger Fur unleashed its wing strike again. The seemingly soft and harmless feathers suddenly fragmented in the gust, transforming into 5 feathered arrows. At the moment they pierced through the target, The dark fissures expanded like mountains, gradually widening. Ling Xiao's pupils constricted as she took a closer look. The target that could withstand 3-star skills had been reduced to a pile of ashes. Chapter 13. A debt of 50,000. The deafening explosion reverberated through the expansive training ground. Qianqiu, having just completed 10 laps, gazed bewildered towards the source of the sound. The once neatly arranged targets lay shattered on the ground, piled high, with no sign of the beast. In a fleeting instant, her heart tightened with urgency. Tigertail, where are you? Upon hearing their name called, Tigertail strained to peek out from beneath the rubble. Just as it was about to meow a few words, a cloud of dust choked its voice, causing it to emit a cacophony of distressing sounds. Nonetheless, Tigertail remained remarkably proud. Not only had it achieved a flawless accuracy rate, but it had also discovered a new skill. There was simply no creature in the world stronger than it. Tigertail even contemplated flapping its wings to take flight, startling Qianqiu into hastily catching it. You're not feeling unwell, are you? Meow? Not at all. It felt as if it could devour 3 plates. No, 10 plates of fish treats. Despite this bravado, Qianqiu once more employed the data detection device. The readings indicated that Tigertail's physical condition was excellent, and its experience points were surging at an impressive rate. With a bit of training, it would soon reach level 14. Furthermore, its wing flapping skill had skyrocketed to level 3, and it had acquired an additional 2-star skill, Feather Spikes, level 1. Confident that Tigertail was indeed fine, Qianqiu sighed in relief and playfully pinched the tip of Tigertail's ear. What did I tell you before training? Shall I repeat it? Oh no. Tigertail abruptly awoke from its dream of being the world's greatest, glancing at Qianqiu, who wore an expression of pained concern and subtly inched toward the target, attempting to conceal the scene of the crime. The unfortunate victim, Ling Xiao, spoke up, suggesting that they should first send it to her medical chamber for an examination. Just in case. Qianqiu felt a pang of guilt. I'm so sorry. How much do those targets cost? I will reimburse you at full price. Ling Xiao paused for a moment. Do you want me to be honest? Qianqiu nodded. 50,000. Qianqiu opened her wallet and glanced down, letting out a hollow laugh. Haha. Her bank card held a mere 120,000 gold coins. Although Ling Xiao firmly insisted that she need not compensate, Qianqiu resolved to transfer her entire balance. Even then, she still owed Ling Xiao 380,000. Ling Xiao patted her shoulder with sympathetic eyes. Despite Qianqiu claiming she was fine, she opened the achievement book and scrutinized it again. After perusing the options, the only achievement that could resolve her urgent predicament and could be accomplished swiftly was the Way of Beast Mastery. Reward: 150,000 achievement points. Condition: Pet completes its first evolution. Tigertail was currently at level 13, with level 30 seeming a distant dream. Qianqiu felt as if she had transformed into a flimsy piece of paper, drifting further away in the wind. Unable to bear the sight, Ling Xiao sighed. You don't have to pay it all at once. You can repay me 1,000 each month, and in 50 months, you'll be done. 50 months. Qianqiu's expression contorted in disbelief, shaking her head repeatedly. Let us make it 5,000 a month instead. 50 months is far too daunting. Once school starts, there will be various competitions with cash prizes. You can take the examination, and you'll also receive subsidies from the league. Beast Masters above the trainee level receive monthly allowances, and the higher the level, the more substantial the support. Before Ling Xiao could finish, she noticed Qianqiu gazing at her with tear-filled eyes. You're so kind. Even in this situation, you're still trying to help me. Qianqiu was genuinely touched. What luck she had, encountering so many good-hearted individuals along her path. Ling Xiao cleared her throat, averting her gaze. You don't need to be this way. You can easily find this information online. I merely spoke what came to mind. However, Qianqiu shook her head, asserting that if it were anyone else, they would be furious if their training area was damaged on the very first day. She could not take others' kindness for granted. Ling Xiao instructed Liu to escort Tigertail to the medical chamber, allowing the two to become more familiar with one another. She tapped the beverage vending machine beside the bench, and 2 bottles of cola rolled out, one of which she handed to Qianqiu. The midsummer heat melted the frost on the cola's surface, releasing a cool mist, and the bubbles danced within the transparent plastic bottle. So cold. Qianqiu sighed, leaning back against the chair. The outdoor temperature had soared to 39 degrees, with cicadas incessantly chirping. Yet, after taking a sip of soda, Ling Xiao appeared to be chilled to the bone, promptly sealing the bottle. Was the skill Tigertail used a 3-star? A flower-patterned parasol shielded them from the sun. I shake my head. It's a 1-star. 1-star? Ling Xiao mused. I suddenly feel less confident. Qianqiu inquired. Do you want to battle me? At first, I did think about it, but I reconsidered. I would surely lose. Today's training had sufficed for Ling Xiao to perceive Qianqiu's potential. She quietly fixated on the cola bottle, watching the bubbles ascend one after another, dissipating at the peak. In her own words, there was no need to humiliate oneself. Luoluo? Luoyu tilted its head, its vibrant green eyes sparkling. Why have you become increasingly unattractive? Tigertail grew indignant. Meow, you are the ugly one. I am a divine beast. And divine beasts are all beautiful. A divine beast, you say? Luoyu purred a few words. This little meow must have taken a hit to the head. It looked at Tigertail with pity, curling its tail around a small mirror. Here, take a look at yourself. Meow? Accidentally catching a glimpse of its reflection, Tigertail was stunned. Whose ugly creature is this? The kitten in the mirror lay sprawled on the table, its once soft orange fur transformed into a pitch-black caramel color, making it appear utterly unrecognizable. Now, it was not only a little bald, but had also morphed from a Tigertail cake roll into a charred lemon meringue pie. Moments later, Tigertail emitted a heart-wrenching wail, the sound piercingly loud. Luoyu fought to suppress the urge to discipline it and called for its beast master. Just as Qianqiu stepped into the room alongside Ling Xiao, Tigertail leaped into her embrace, pointing at Luoyu with its claws and sobbing profusely. The relationship between the two pets had suddenly become as hostile as fire and water. Ling Xiao and Luoyu exchanged bewildered glances. What happened, little Luo? Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on it? Luoyu, looking quite aggrieved, let out a few plaintive sounds, insisting it had merely spoken the truth. Who knew this smelly cat would start crying? Ling Xiao's body stiffened, swiftly covering Luoyu's mouth, then glanced at Tigertail, relieved it hadn't heard. The little one is fine. Qianqiu stated gravely. Physically, there's no issue, but its pride has taken a significant blow. This little cat was incredibly vain and could not accept its current appearance resembling a small black ball. With Tigertail in such a state, training would be impossible. Qianqiu sighed. I'll take it home for now. Ling Xiao casually opened the window, allowing fresh air to flow in. From my home to yours, a single trip costs 30 gold coins. Twice a day is 60, and for 15 days, that totals 900. 900 gold coins? I can walk. Qianqiu frowned, patting her empty wallet. Having completely forgotten about the hefty transportation fees, Ling Xiao placed her hands in her pockets. Since I initiated the proposal to team up, I should bear some responsibility. Before school starts, you can stay at my place and help with training. From Ling Xiao's perspective, Tigertail would undoubtedly make an excellent training partner. After a moment of contemplation, Qianqiu agreed. She really couldn't bear to spend 900 gold coins on transportation. It would be better to buy some teeth-cleaning biscuits for Tigertail. What about my things? I'll call a moving company. Ling Xiao restrained her, her left hand already dialing. Winning the competition is paramount, as long as no equipment is damaged during training. I'll cover all other expenses. Chapter 14, Provocation. Golden sunlight streamed through the glass greenhouse, and the fragrant aroma of flowers enveloped the girl's senses. With legs on the verge of collapse, Qianqiu trudged through one interminable corridor after another, her body feeling as though it were falling apart. Yet she still had not reached the end. She could not help but marvel. Your home is truly vast. Ling Xiao opened his mouth, pondering deeply for a long while, yet ultimately said nothing. It seemed she had little interest in such topics. Qianqiu silently noted this observation. At long last, after rounding the seventh corner, she encountered the first person aside from Ling Xiao, a distinguished elderly gentleman clad in a suit, his hair as white as snow, yet his demeanor exuded vigor. His gaze lingered on Qianqiu's face before he inquired, "Miss, is this your friend?" Before Qianqiu could finish her response, she was pulled forward by Ling Xiao, who did not look back. "That is Butler Li. You may consult him about anything, though it is preferable to come to me." The dynamic between the two piqued her curiosity, and Ling Xiao's words left her in a fog. Qianqiu responded affirmatively, turning her head to see Butler Li had not departed, and she caught a glimpse of his increasingly unfavorable expression. How peculiar. She withdrew her gaze, choosing silence. As Ling Xiao had remarked, the Ling family's villa was indeed spacious, more than adequate for a single Qianqiu, with guest rooms perpetually kept tidy and the surroundings undeniably pleasant. When Qianqiu emerged from the bathroom, Hupai was curled up in the corner of the bed, napping. Nonetheless, upon hearing the sound of the door lock, its ears and tail perked up in an instant. Qianqiu, accustomed to regularly checking the panel, was taken aback to see Hupai's skill values restored to full. "You fully recovered?" Hupai was fervently licking its fur, hoping to restore its color, meowing excitedly. It was now bursting with energy, capable of taking on 3 opponents. Do not be overly fierce, Qianqiu thought guiltily, recalling the troubles she had caused Ling Xiao during the day. Fortunately, today had been fruitful. Her training with Hupai had lasted an impressive 6 hours. Qianqiu had run 50 laps, her legs nearly breaking, and that was with the boost of a mental link. As for Hupai, all of its skills had reached proficiency, yet without combat experience, its level increased at a sluggish pace. As the clock pointed to 10, the surroundings gradually quieted. Qianqiu lay on her side on the bed, massaging her legs while freeing one hand to browse the forum. A post she had seen earlier had gained traction, only to be overshadowed by gossip threads. The help-seeking post read, "My pet has been making noise since I brought it home. Is it ill?" 1L, too lazy to respond. 2L, throwing flirtatious glances at the blind. As Qianqiu perused the post, she did not smile, but the comments easily made her chuckle. She continued to scroll. Hot topic. The sky is falling. 16-year-old prodigy Qianqiu returns to battle, claiming first place in the 4-star Beastmaster assessment competition. Her thumb involuntarily halted. 16 years old? A 4-star Beastmaster? She had never imagined those two phrases could coexist. Hot comment 1. Bro, don't panic. Let this 30-year-old still stuck at 3 stars panic first. Hot comment 2. So what? I heard he has fallen into depravity and plans to transfer to an unknown low-tier school. Perhaps we'll even be schoolmates. After all, even a genius must meet my standards. Reply. Don't dream. Skinny Camel is still bigger than a horse. How could his family possibly neglect him? Besides, with your status, how dare you compare yourself to a family of Beastmasters? This reply quickly garnered attention, becoming the new hot comment. After finishing the comments, Qianqiu remarked to herself, "What a colossal scoop. Yet a 16-year-old 4-star Beastmaster was indeed formidable." She set down her phone, performing a quick stretch to gather Hupai into her arms. The little coal ball let out a puzzled murmur. "Aren't you going to sleep?" "How can I sleep when I need to sneak out to train?" Qianqiu replied, brimming with youthful fervor. "At my age, how could I possibly sleep?" She tugged at it excitedly. "Look at him. He's already a 4-star Beastmaster at 16. Hupai understood her intent. In the next moment, its eyes sparkled in the dark, filled with anticipation. Finally, are we about to get rolling? But Ling Xiao must be resting. She felt reluctant to move about. Soon, Qianqiu had a flash of inspiration, recalling the terminal software she had installed earlier. She searched the forum, and indeed, simulated battles could also yield experience points. Although minuscule, every little bit counts. She clicked into the ranked mode, and a pop-up appeared. Notice, battle requires connection to the player's mental strength. Yes or no? With no hesitation, Qianqiu clicked confirm. Suddenly, she felt a lightness in her body. She attempted to look down, but in the next moment, her consciousness plunged into a sea of dense data. By the time she regained her bearings, she found herself and Hupai immersed in a game environment. The arena was deserted, set against a backdrop of cosmic starry seas. Shimmering lights and pulsating starlight. Is this the simulated battlefield? Qianqiu marveled, wandering around as though playing a holographic game. She reached out to touch a fragment of star, which deftly evaded her grasp. Meanwhile, Hupai, alert in this unfamiliar environment, sniffed the air, detecting a faint scent of blood, and immediately positioned itself protectively in front of Qianqiu. Simultaneously, a pop-up slowly turned green, revealing 4 large characters. Connection successful. Matching you with an equally skilled opponent. Estimated wait time, 10 seconds. Match successful. Please both parties confirm promptly. The emergence of the electronic voice stirred new ripples across the tranquil starry sea. The game provided players with anonymous avatars, ensuring privacy was not a concern. The battle commenced. Qianqiu gazed at the opponent's pet, a low-level green caterpillar. Seizing the moment of her distraction, the opponent shouted, "Green caterpillar, use poison powder." The green caterpillar swiftly curled up, releasing poison from its pores like a fairy scattering flowers, saturating the battlefield with toxicity. It appeared that Hupai would have no means to evade. The opponent wore a triumphant smile, having ensnared many players with this skill without the need for precision. Yet, Qianqiu remained unfazed. Such a feeble skill hardly warranted evasion. "Hupai, retaliate with tooth for tooth," she commanded calmly. Hupai flapped its wings, and in an instant, a tempest roared through the stillness of space. Under the influence of the hurricane, the inky poison was redirected back towards the green caterpillar. Eek! The green caterpillar could not escape, retreating in terror behind its Beastmaster. The Beastmaster, furious, yelled, "Green caterpillar, keep attacking. The battle is not over." Yet, the creature was acutely aware of the poison's potency, refusing to budge despite its master's scolding. The green caterpillar had completely lost its fighting spirit. At that moment, the Beastmaster finally realized Qianqiu had not exited, and in a fit of rage, he kicked the green caterpillar's head, shouting, "Get lost, worthless creature. What good are you?" He was actually mistreating his pet. Qianqiu was incensed and promptly reported him 10 times, then withdrew from the match. As night fell, more night owls were active, leading to quicker matchmaking for her second round. This time, Qianqiu took the initiative, facing an opponent with a diamond beast, renowned for its extraordinary defense. Prior to the match, the opponent, grinning, proclaimed, "Go ahead and hit me. If you take even a sliver of my health, I'll perform a bath in a latrine. Qianqiu was initially contemplating which skill would break through its defenses the quickest, but was unexpectedly disgusted by the absurdity of his statement. Is that so? You better not backtrack. No joke, I'm streaming live. In today's alliance, technology and beast mastering flourished side by side, with many vying for a slice of the internet pie. Among them, the opponent, who was as immovable as a mountain. He is a small streamer in the entertainment section of the forum, typically unable to compete against opponents of the same caliber, so he deliberately manipulates his scores, dropping down to the novice area to humiliate newcomers. When reported and banned, he simply creates a new account. Although such behavior is widely criticized, he still attracts a considerable audience. To maintain the hype, he becomes increasingly audacious when others berate him. He merely chuckles and claims it is all for the sake of entertainment. The barrage of comments erupts instantly. I just logged in and saw that Meow's performance on the leaderboard is just one match. Isn't it unfair for the streamer to bully a newbie? The streamer didn't force him. If he lacks the skill, who would dare to gamble recklessly? Exactly, in the Beastmaster world. Lack of skill is a sin. But the newbie didn't even agree to the match before it started. Isn't it intentional sabotage by not moving like a mountain? Indeed, not moving like a mountain sent a message just 1 second before the match began, stating that since it was a wager, if he lost, he would have to face the consequences. Silence would be taken as acquiescence. To be honest, Qianqiu hadn't even clearly seen what he had sent, but she could instinctively tell it was not a good sign. She snorted softly. It seemed it was time to get serious. The chat in Not Moving Like a Mountain-esque livestream continued to escalate. If you don't like it, then get out. This is entertainment, do you understand? Not Moving Like a Mountain sat in front of the screen, grinning broadly. Yes, it was merely entertainment. Even the streamer encouraged the barrage of comments, with viewers passionately debating, their arguments growing fiercer, further fueled by Not Moving Like a Mountain-esque sensational title. Lose a match and perform a handstand in a toilet while bathing. Many casual observers clicked in out of curiosity. Watching the viewer count rapidly climb in the upper right corner, Not Moving Like a Mountain couldn't contain his joy. After all, he was a seasoned 3-star Beastmaster. How could he possibly lose to a 1-star newbie? The viewers were keenly aware. In the face of absolute power, every tactic was futile. Chapter 15. This entry is Gue. The match commenced. Not Moving Like a Mountain confidently proclaimed Diamond, while his pet statistics were projected on the big screen. Species, Diamond. Level, 21, Intermediate. Attack power, 33. Health points, 40. Defense value, 30. Upon seeing this, many in the chat began to sympathize with Meow's predicament. Rational netizens passing by remarked in the chat, a typical level 21 pet, with defense and health around 20. The Diamond's tough skin ensures it cannot be taken down in a single blow. To breach its defenses quickly, Meow's attack would need to be at least double that of the Diamond. Yet his pet is a low-tier creature, Meows, and can't do it. It's over. Another newbie is about to permanently retire from the competition. I can already picture Meow's despair as he loses the match. And the streamer's smugness is infuriating. Can no one put this old trickster in his place? So what? If Meow had the skill, he could do the same to the streamer. It was stated as a wager. If he doesn't accept, he should just delete his account and leave the net. The outcome of this battle seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Amidst the banter, Not Moving Like a Mountain-esque livestream had already propelled itself to the forum's front page, attracting a multitude of onlookers. Such a spectacle was unprecedented, even prompting someone to create a betting thread for their match. Wow, if Meow wins, those who bet on Not Moving Like a Mountain will lose everything. I admit Not Moving Like a Mountain is quite insufferable, but do you really think Meow can turn the tide? He is no overpowered hero. Qianqiu was unaware of the storm her wager with Not Moving Like a Mountain had stirred. After much hesitation, she asked again, Tiger Skin, are you truly going to use that skill? Tiger Skin nodded affirmatively. It was confident. The skill, Feather Thorns, was one it had developed during its training with Wing Flap. Although it was new, it bore a remarkable resemblance to Wing Flap. In terms of proficiency, Feather Thorns was certainly superior to Polar Storm. Moreover, Tiger Skin tilted its head slightly, its sharp gaze fixed on the Diamond. It could distinctly sense their malice. It did not want to lose, nor did it wish for Qianqiu to lose. Meanwhile, Not Moving Like a Mountain was growing impatient on the other end. He knew if he couldn't win, he should just surrender. Why delay? Ignoring his provocation, Qianqiu calmly stated, let us show them what we're made of. Understood. Tiger Skin narrowed its eyes, its amber pupils gleaming with intensity, its lithe body leaping into the air and landing atop the Diamond. Not Moving Like a Mountain slowly relaxed his grip on the mouse. Sneering, it was still just a feline, moving so slowly. Diamond, activate your first skill, defense to the maximum. As the command was issued, the Diamond's exterior instantly shifted from a green hue to black, emanating a strange glow. Tiger's skin remained suspended in midair, holding its breath. Ears perked as if seeking out the diamond's weak point. Watching Meow waste so much time, the chat grew anxious. This isn't good. There's no time left. What is this beast master hesitating for? Why hasn't he used his skill? It's making me anxious. Has everyone forgotten? Meow is a newbie. Isn't your malice toward him excessive? It's not a matter of malice. Once the Diamond-S skill fully activates, even the King of Heaven couldn't help him. Clearly, you all know the Diamond well. Not moving like a mountain chuckled. As long as he survived the 15-second skill wind-up, the Diamond's stats would be significantly enhanced. Just as he thought this, he found himself unable to speak. His murky eyes widening in shock, filled with confusion, anger, and panic. What was happening? The long quiet star sea suddenly refracted several beams of brilliant light, blinding him. But not moving like a mountain recalled that this was a battle. In less than half a second, he forced his eyelids open. Yet, in that lost half-second, the once dominant meows had vanished without a trace. Not moving like a mountain felt a pang of panic. Diamond switched to the second skill, Rockfall. Quickly, no response came. He couldn't afford to overlook the chat any longer. He could not lose. However, as the winds whipped up from his actions and approached the diamond, that colossal body collapsed with a thunderous crash. He struggled to flip the diamond over and was stunned by the sight before him. At some point, its chest was pierced with numerous white feathered arrows. Not moving like a mountain-s expression shifted dramatically, fear gripping him. He had lost. He had actually lost? What skill had that meows used? He couldn't even track its movements, not even a hint. Could it be that he had angered someone he shouldn't have? The mere thought of this possibility made not moving like a mountain tremble in apprehension. Cautiously, he asked, "Are you a 3-star beast master? 3-star? What's that?" Meow replied proudly. What standard does a 3-star beast master represent? At that moment, not moving like a mountain was utterly consumed by rage and humiliation. Without even closing the livestream, he began to hurl insults at Qianqiu through the screen. What was there to flaunt after winning the match? Not even knowing the rating for beast masters. You're not a middle school student. Even if you're playing the fool, there should be some limits. The chat exploded with comments. Was that a one-hit kill? Am I seeing things? Is that the kind of data meows can produce? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. 2 words, impressive. Not moving like a mountain. Don't be so hasty. If he is a poor player, it's understandable that Meow doesn't know better. Besides, his name sounds so juvenile, like a child. Not moving like a mountain-esque character was notoriously poor. Seeing him suffer, many who had been bullied by him began to surface. What if he is not a middle school student? He also using a secondary account to fish for compliments? How? Is he too proud to handle double standards? Haha, finally. I've been waiting for this betting disaster. He tried to show off, but ended up with a slap in the face. Are you feeling satisfied now? That said, if Meow is only 14 or 15, their talent is truly more extraordinary than that of Ji Fengting. The atmosphere in the livestream room gradually intensified, with several moderators and the unyielding moderator struggling to silence the chaos, but they were utterly overwhelmed. His account was ruthlessly besieged by righteous viewers. Yet, it was far from over. Just as the unyielding moderator decided to take a hands-off approach and end the stream, the subtitles from Meow's Peak sluggishly popped up. Uncle, does the bet you mentioned still stand? Bringing this up again? The unyielding moderator spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly fainting from shock. Amidst the melee, Qianqiu had already traced the unyielding moderator's livestream account. She raised an eyebrow, opened the main page, and those ostentatious past videos were enough to reveal the character of this individual. Qianqiu had no intention of letting him off the hook, but she was preoccupied with climbing the rankings and gaining experience points. After pondering for a moment, she promptly decided, for now, she would leave it to the righteous online community to handle. After all, a monk can run, but the temple cannot be escaped. She didn't believe the unyielding moderator would relinquish this wave of popularity. Turning off friend requests, Qianqiu patted her beloved pet beast's head. Tiger Skin, are you ready? The next ranked match is about to begin. Meow meow, count on me. Song Yu was an apprentice beast master, possessing decent aptitude, fortunate circumstances, and a bit of family wealth. After contracting a mid-level fire-type beast, he had never faced defeat. Today, just like any other day, he logged into the terminal, intending to engage in a thrilling ranked match. In the first match, the system assigned him an opponent who seemed quite novice-like, named Meow's Peak Proud of the World. Song Yu silently scoffed, thinking it resembled the naming style of his distant cousin. He simply decided to give the novice a chance. Speaking to the little fire fox, let us crush them. Meow's Peak hesitated for a moment. Are you really going to let me? I have a Yu syndrome. Of course. I never bully novices. Indeed, as expected, Song Yu smiled slightly, and Meow's Peak launched an attack. Little fire fox, be gentle. Don't hurt their spirit. Do I need you to tell me? The little firefox impatiently flicked its tail. In an instant, Meow C lunged forward. Wait. Song Yu's eyes widened. What was that gust of wind, and where did those feathers come from? No, why couldn't he comprehend Meow C's moves? The little firefox was also bewildered until a sharp pain coursed through its body like an electric shock, prompting it to remember to cry out in pain. Rolling on the ground. The outcome was already determined, and the countdown had ceased. Song Yu's expression shifted from confident to incredulous, and then to existential doubt. All in the span of 3 seconds. The legendary face changer slammed the keyboard. Damn. Who's using a secondary account to cheat? Meow's peak remained unfazed. He endured and endured, attempting to reason with Meow's peak through the microphone. Cheating is a violation. The game does not permit it. Do you understand? You're still young. Don't go down the wrong path. Just as Song Yu finished his voice message, the chat window coldly displayed a line of text. Meow's peak proud of the world has exited the post-match. Song Yu, taking a deep breath, calm down. He needed to calm down. What did it mean that he had lost 30 points in one evening? This was intolerable. Song Yu was genuinely angry. Without hesitation, he opened the chat window. Hey, customer service Xiaoyuan. I want to report this person for cheating. Chapter 16, trending again. The league officials seemed to take the fairness of the competition quite seriously. Customer service Xiaoyuan's response came swiftly. Dear, please provide detailed evidence so we can investigate. Recalling that bizarre battle, Song Yu's nostrils flared with anger, and he swiftly sent over the battle recording. He was adamant. Meow's Peak S Beast must have used a data-altering cheat, trying to fish in troubled waters at a low rank. 3 minutes later, his inbox received a report feedback. Song Yu eagerly clicked it open, thinking, I knew this guy was cheating. But upon reading the feedback, the boy felt as if struck by lightning, utterly dumbfounded. Dear, after investigation, this account shows no significant anomalies. We suggest you improve your own skills and keep trying. Song Yu was stunned. What kind of joke is this? In that instant, he pondered many things. He recalled the officials' repeated inaction, the 30 points he had lost, and in a fit of rage, Song Yu chose to passionately speak up. Come on. That blackened ball has wings. How could it possibly be a novice beast? The official was utterly unhelpful. Every time they handled an issue, it was so perfunctory. What use were they to the players? Soon, the Beastmaster screen displayed a new message. You have been muted. That night, customer service Xiaoyuan was in utter dismay. Her workload had suddenly surged, and it was all from apprentice Beastmasters claiming they encountered cheats but couldn't provide evidence. The young people nowadays have such big tempers. After muting yet another player account, Xiaoyuan and her colleague complained. Her colleague was curious. Was that account really fine? What issue could it have? Apprentice Beastmasters know nothing. When they encounter someone skilled, they just fall apart and claim cheating. They are still too low-level, too inexperienced. Xiaoyuan shrugged dismissively. She had encountered this situation dozens of times. It was nothing surprising. Meanwhile, on the other side, at 4 in the morning, the summer glow seeped through the loosely drawn curtains, igniting the stillness of the room. The battle was exhilarating. Qianqiu comfortably stretched, her brows relaxed. It was simply exhilarating. That night, she had played over 30 ranked matches, losing none. In just 3 hours, her rank skyrocketed from novice 0 stars to 28 stars, almost breaking into the list of junior Beastmasters. Ultimately, it was only because Tiger Skin kept urging her that Qianqiu reluctantly pulled herself away from the battles. However, scratching her head, Qianqiu glanced at her watch. She hadn't intended to stay up this late. Perhaps it was the dopamine from her victories stimulating her cerebral cortex. In any case, her mental vigor was at an unprecedented high. Sleep was utterly elusive. Determined to expend some energy, Qianqiu propelled herself off the 800-meter-wide bed with great force. Perhaps she had been too caught up in her excitement, and she couldn't stop herself. Soon, a solid thud echoed from the ceiling. Ouch! Qianqiu teared up, clutching her forehead, rolling around on the bed, wailing. The mature Tiger Skin had already jumped under the bedside table, bringing over a first aid kit. Upon seeing Qianqiu's swollen forehead, it meowed disapprovingly. How could a pet beast take care of a beastmaster? Wasn't this too excessive? Qianqiu, feeling guilty, averted her gaze, indicating that she wouldn't make the same mistake again. She was genuinely thrilled. A flawless record of 30 consecutive victories was enough for Qianqiu to rise from obscurity to the top of the rankings. However, it was still too early to get up. Qianqiu felt no fatigue. She glanced at the alert Tiger Skin, got up to power on her computer, and casually took out a 3-star energy potion from the warehouse to give to it. As for herself, she settled in front of the computer, sitting cross-legged while cracking open a can of frozen lemon soda. Since she couldn't sleep, she might as well watch the matches together. Soon, Qianqiu frowned, swatting away a certain paw that was trying to sneak a chip. Tiger Skin, no stealing the chips. Tiger Skin, damn it. Dear viewers, Welcome to the 48th Dream Cup Finals. The passionate commentary resounded from the speakers. As the sound resonated, both the individual and the beast gradually fell silent, leaning against each other, intently observing the past competitions. However, this tranquility did not endure for long. Halfway through, Qianqiu heard footsteps approaching from outside the door. Instinctively, she muted the sound and exchanged a glance with her parakeet. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was neither hurried nor slow, but rather exceptionally standard. The arrival of a visitor was a relief for Qianqiu, who exhaled softly. Come in. The door creaked open, revealing a familiar face, Ling Xiao. The girl hesitated, fixating on the dark circles beneath her eyes. Did you not sleep at all last night? Indeed. Qianqiu nodded sheepishly. Did I disturb you? The sound insulation in this room is excellent. Ling Xiao waved her hand, seemingly a bit exasperated. But, Qi, you've made the headlines on the forum again. Qianqiu's expression froze completely as she slowly lowered her gaze to open the trending topics. Sure enough, out of 10 slots, Meow Summit occupied 7. 1. Finally, we welcome a mysterious newcomer who may surpass Ji Fengting. 2. When will the official terminal step in to rectify the gaming atmosphere? 3. Meows versus Diamonds, who reigns supreme? What a chaotic mess, Qianqiu thought, grappling with the absurdity of comparing a 1-star Beastmaster to a 4-star. Was the trending list trying to ruin her? The forum was rife with overwhelming and disorganized information. Ling Xiao remarked, initially, I came to the forum to gather information. Then I stumbled upon a post offering a hefty reward for assistance. Is there a master who can analyze whether this newbie is cheating? With coins dangling as bait. The replies to this post surged to 99. Moreover, some netizens had shared a recorded battle between her and the steadfast opponent, escalating the situation even further. Ling Xiao continued. They all suspect you of cheating. What? Qianqiu was baffled. How am I cheating? Just because I was a bit faster, does that mean I'm a cheater? Ling Xiao cleared her throat. Had she not witnessed the parakeet's attacks yesterday, she too might have doubted Qianqiu's integrity. However, Qianqiu's mental prowess was at the SS level. She sighed, reflecting on how it had been a century since a beast master of SS caliber had emerged from Lai City. Wasn't it only natural for her to excel? Ling Xiao, her thoughts swirling, eventually asked, how do you plan to handle this? As Qianqiu urged her parakeet to retreat into the beast space for a rest, it was far more energetic than she was, clearly reluctant. She set aside her thoughts and replied solemnly, I will handle it as it should be handled. Moreover, it was the steadfast opponent who provoked first. I have not uttered a word throughout. Ling Xiao paused. That's not what I meant. The steadfast opponent is easy to deal with. There's no need for you to intervene. In the midst of public uproar, they would demand restitution for the blood bonds they had consumed in the past, multiplied tenfold or even 100-fold. Withdrawal from the internet was not out of the question. She candidly stated, your rise in the rankings has been astonishingly rapid, almost inhuman. Ling Xiao calculated the time roughly. From last night until now, Qianqiu had outpaced her ranking speed by 2-fold. She speculated that Qianqiu's current level must be around 2 stars. Ling Xiao silently reassured herself. At least in this regard, they were somewhat comparable. In the morning, all seemed well, but by afternoon, as 2 events compounded, the account Meow Summit would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. Consequently, you might have to endure a period of being observed. Chapter 17, Class Division Examination. At this point, Qianqiu could only feel grateful for her foresight in closing all social media settings. Even so, many days later, this account was still being repeatedly dragged out for ridicule. The new century's 10 unsolved mysteries. Is Meow Summit actually cheating? 1L. I lean towards believing they are a cheater. Otherwise, why, after all this time, have they not come forward to clarify? 2L. Why bother? Even if they are cheating, I derive immense pleasure from watching the steadfast opponent tearfully write apology letters to the newbies they have bullied. 3L. Am I the only one curious about what species their pet is? 4L. No one cares about you. 0. 336L. Actually, Meow Summit has done a good deed. If they continue to behave, not cheating or ruining the game mentality, I want to report them. 337L. Why do you all refer to them as he or she? What is Meow Summit's actual gender? 338L. Unclear. This Meow seems overly cautious, leaking no information at all. After 500 replies piled up, the original poster chimed in again. The Time Sister has arrived, with the latest news. After Meow Meow became the 3rd on the junior leaderboard, they only played 3 matches daily for minimum placement. With a perfect win record, and their login frequency has dropped to 0, suggesting they might be about to delete their account and flee. To this, Qianqiu felt deeply wronged. She simply could not keep up with the clarifications. Firstly, perhaps due to the late-night training with her parakeet. Ling Xiao had restructured their training regimen. Every morning at 5 a.m., they would jog 3 kilometers, followed by a nutritious meal from 6 to 7 a.m. Remedial classes from 8 to 11 a.m., and the remainder of the day dedicated to battles. This relentless cycle continued until 10 p.m., leaving Qianqiu collapsing into bed, utterly exhausted, while even the parakeet seemed considerably drained. Only the parakeet, rumored to possess a divine bloodline, appeared to be full of energy. After enduring this monotonous training for about 10 days, Qianqiu finally received her admission notice from Qianqiu. Class division exam? Yes, today they were to declare their intended majors. And tomorrow they would draw lots at school, gearing up for the competition. Qianqiu inquired, "Isn't the schedule a bit too tight?" This was mere mutual competition. Ling Xiao rubbed her temples, exhaustion evident in her demeanor. Other schools had officially commenced a week ago, yet Qianqiu remained silent. "I have no objections to the exam." Qianqiu pointed at the elective registration instructions on the notice, lost in thought, but no one told me that the electives also had to be completed within a day. According to Ling Xiao, not all pets were suited for battle. Aside from combat, Qianqiu also offered 3 other specializations: healing, forging, and theology. They both coincidentally opted for the combat department, then checked the competition rules, confirming that it would be a one-on-one battle format before logging off. Qianqiu tilted her head, noticing Ling Xiao's serious demeanor, resembling a soldier ready for battle. She blinked. "Since we have a test tomorrow, shouldn't we take a break from training today?" Ling Xiao replied, "Are you tired?" Qianqiu pinched her index finger a little bit. It must be said that Ling Xiao's 10-day intensive training had proven effective. The parakeet's level had swiftly risen from the initial 13 to 18. However, the tedious training process easily fostered a sense of rebellion. "I heard Qianqiu has strict regulations and is a boarding school. Once inside, it might be difficult to go out. How about we go procure some supplies?" Ling Xiao frowned. Her first reaction was to refuse, deeming the training insufficient for her. Yet, as she lowered her gaze, it inevitably fell upon the small tiger sprawled obediently on the carpet. It seemed utterly exhausted, its whiskers twitching as if dreaming a secret dream. Ling Xiao fell silent. "There's an opportunity." Qianqiu's eyes brightened as she hugged the pitch-black parakeet, playfully swaying it before Ling Xiao. "The parakeet is almost at level 20. We need to gather evolution stones and skill books for the future." The parakeet weakly meowed a few times before darting back into the beast's space. "Don't bother the Meow King. I've been quite irritable lately." Ultimately, Ling Xiao agreed. And once matters were settled, she subtly posed a stern question: "Do you still have money?" Having successfully deceived Qianqiu, Ling Xiao almost forgot this matter, quickly responding, "Yes. I have saved quite a bit from my previous part-time jobs." "Is that so?" Ling Xiao retracted her latter statement. She had initially intended to lend some funds to Qianqiu for a temporary transition, yet feared it might undermine her confidence. In this new world, anything related to pets hardly comes without a hefty price tag, often starting at 1,000. However, Qianqiu was not lying. Thanks to the forum's daily posts for the Cat Summit, she managed to achieve several reputation-related milestones, accumulating a total of 100,000. If she were to completely repay Ling Xiao's debts, her balance would be just over 60,000. Fortunately, Qianqiu was not lacking in pet training materials. The suggestion to go shopping stemmed from her concern that Ling Xiao was overly tense. As the exam approached, Ling Xiao had been practicing longer, and both human and beast could not endure such strain indefinitely. Upon returning from their shopping excursion, however, Tiger Skin remained hidden in the beast space, refusing to come out. Qianqiu felt a twinge of anxiety. She knew Tiger Skin had been feeling a bit off lately, but did not expect it to reach the extent of avoiding her. "Tiger Skin, come out to play, and I'll buy you some milk true snow. How about that?" Qianqiu coaxed. "Milk true snow?" Tiger Skin's ears perked up, and its tail swayed slightly. It recognized this as a trendy ice cream brand, rumored to be both expensive and hard to come by, yet exceedingly delicious. Tiger Skin felt a stirring within, imagining the sweet, creamy taste of the ice cream, and could not help but salivate. But no, it retreated further into its nest. After patiently waiting for a minute, with no response from the beast space, Qianqiu pondered for a moment. Was milk true snow truly insufficient? Tiger Skin vigorously nodded, convincing itself, no means no. "All right then." Qianqiu's voice outside the beast space sounded regretful. "Since you refuse to come out, I shall give this box of milk true snow, along with lychee sweet cakes and crispy sausages, to the falling tiger." Tiger Skin. All of its favorite treats. How could this be? Upon hearing the name Falling Tiger, this little ball of coal could no longer contain itself, leaping out of the beast space and vociferously questioning Qianqiu. The kitten's voice was muffled, sounding somewhat aggrieved. Qianqiu presented the milk true snow before it, sighing affectionately. "This one tea do, that one tea do, Tiger Skin. You must explain the reason to me." Tiger Skin dared not meet her gaze, but recognized that failing to disclose the matter today would not suffice. reluctantly and sorrowfully. It extended a paw. Because the color won't wash out. I am no longer the tiger skin cake roll that everyone speaks of. Chapter 18, the second card draw. Upon clarifying the situation, Qianqiu found herself both amused and exasperated. Yet, when her eyes met the innocent gaze of the orange kitty, she stifled her laughter. For a beastmaster, this was a trivial matter, but in the little world of pets, it felt as if the sky were falling. As a beastmaster, she could not afford to be dismissive. Once tiger skin had its fill, she began, a name is merely a label. Regardless of whether you are yellow, black, or any other color, you are still my pet. And you look quite lovely as you are. The warmth of human fingers brushed gently over tiger skin's head. A soothing gesture that would not offend the feline. Tiger skin gazed blankly at Qianqiu, and after a second, its eyes brimmed with crystalline tears. Qianqiu thought to herself. After all, it is still just a few months old. She gently stroked its forehead and said earnestly, perhaps you are about to evolve. Really? Tiger skin tilted its head. Puzzled, but I am only level 18 right now. Indeed, Qianqiu observed the silky, smooth fur of her pet, which certainly did not resemble something burnt to a crisp. Lowering her eyelashes, she had already made plans. Once the exams were over, she would take it to Sister May and Brother Linksy for a checkup. That said, Qianqiu had taken Tiger Skin to the Administration Bureau just a few days prior. Linksy mentioned that Tiger Skin's data was astonishingly healthy, with growth rates that were exaggeratedly anticipated. Just a week ago, it had been level 13, and now it was level 18, with its attack values having increased by 10 points, completely defying logic. No, she mused. I should not compare it to regular pets. Qianqiu unconsciously twirled Tiger Skin's clever tuft of fur. Now, it was a glossy, dark ball of fluff, resembling a furry little coal ball, quite unlike the typical cat. Yet, Tiger Skin cared little for such musings, sprawling on its back and devouring the food as if swept away by a whirlwind. For these past few days, it had been too distressed to eat or sleep. But now, with the promise from its beast master, it was willing to relax and indulge. All done. Qianqiu, initially engrossed in studying the map of Qianqiu High School, chuckled upon seeing Tiger Skin sprawled on the table, unable to move. Why not return to the beast space for a rest? We have an exam tomorrow. What? Tiger Skin sprang up, nearly toppling a nearby vase, unwilling to return to that cold, desolate place to sleep. But what if it disturbed Qianqiu's rest? In mere seconds, dozens of thoughts flooded Tiger Skin's mind, yet ultimately, under the gentle gaze of its beast master, it relented. Meow, meow, it turned back repeatedly. Qianqiu propped her chin in thought. What is going on? This fellow seems more clingy than ever. She did not wish to rush Tiger Skin away. But she indeed had matters to attend to, specifically, the card draw. Through this time of accumulation, Qianqiu had come to understand the mechanics of the card pool. Though one detail differed from her expectations. The card draw required a single coin, but not gold coins, rather, rainbow coins. A rainbow coin cost 30,000 gold coins each. Just thinking about her balance made Qianqiu wince. 30,000 gold coins for a single draw. Even if she risked her entire fortune, it would not suffice for 10 consecutive draws. However, considering the upcoming exam, after much hesitation, Qianqiu resolved to embrace her inner gambler. She muttered to herself, I'll only draw twice. I absolutely want to get carried away. With the first draw, a flash of white light appeared. Congratulations. Player has obtained Pet Supplement Encyclopedia 2, Star Quality 1. An expected outcome. Qianqiu appeared calm, though her fingers trembled. The second draw, her last. She had reviewed the preview of the card pool rewards, and even without golden light, most rewards were quite decent. However, after this 60,000 spent, only a few thousand remained in her account. If she did not get a good draw, she would have to resort to underground competitions. Here I am. Qianqiu inhaled deeply. I might as well take a gamble. Another 30,000 was wagered. The colorful fountain quivered slightly, the transparent stream winding and twisting, crystallizing into frost, without even a splash. She was bewildered. Could it be that this card pool was so treacherous? Surely it wouldn't swallow even a 1-star reward? Qianqiu fixed her gaze on the fountain, not wanting to miss even the slightest change. Her fingers tightened, her expression revealing a hint of determination. Crack, crack. A sound reminiscent of frost melting echoed from within the fountain. No way. Qianqiu rubbed her eyes. After a moment of anticipation, a brilliant rainbow light slowly ascended above the clear water of the fountain, enveloping the entire card pool. Was this not the highest reward, surpassing even the golden light? Had she truly unlocked something with less than a 1% chance? Qianqiu felt a jolt in her heart, unable to skip the animation, instinctively holding her breath. Would this 1% chance yield the coveted divine pet that every beast master dreams of? The warm spectrum of light cascaded into her palm as Qianqiu lowered her gaze, observing the dark object that was difficult to discern. Just as her curiosity peaked, a prompt appeared. Congratulations, player has obtained a 6-star item. Would you like to spend 1,000 gold coins to identify it? Why does the identification feature cost 1,000? Qianqiu thought, feeling somewhat deceived. Yet, she proceeded to spend the coins. Identification successful. The item is diamond chocolate. Upon use, all base stats of the pet increase by 5. The skill slot permanently expands by 1. Disregarding level, the success rate for skill acquisition permanently increases by 20. Energy cap rises by 3, and energy recovery speed permanently enhances by 15. Staring at the details, Qianqiu was dumbfounded. Have I drawn the game as privilege card? It was no wonder she was astonished. The implications of this item were monumental. Setting aside the 5-point base stat increase, a novice pet typically has only 4 skill slots. And to learn new skills, one must pay to forget existing ones, with a chance of failure. With so few slots available and numerous useful skills, there was no guarantee that a forgotten skill would never be needed again. The 20 success rate implied that an 18-level tiger skin could learn a 5-star skill book with merely a 1 in 5 chance of success. However, Qianqiu had no intention of using the skill book just yet. It would attract unwanted attention. Yet, these aspects were not the most beneficial. Stats could be augmented through leveling, skill books could be studied gradually, but energy was a matter of fortune. This element was more challenging to increase than others. One might gain 5 slots with a single level up, or conversely, advance 10 levels without any gain. Yet, it was crucial. The more energy one possessed, the more skills could be utilized, and the higher the level attained. Conversely, with depleted energy, a beast master would possess no means of counteraction, relying solely on their pet for recovery. Of course, one could resort to potions, but that would not be permissible in competition. It was indeed deserving of its 6-star classification. After reviewing the instructions again and finding no side effects, she summoned the tiger skin to consume the chocolate. The bewildered tiger skin, having unexpectedly received a treat, was puzzled. Usually, beast masters were reluctant to allow it even a morsel of cake. However, the tiger skin refrained from questioning, fearing she might change her mind and bowled away with the chocolate. Chapter 19, The First Appearance. Half an hour later, the panel indicated an update in pet data. Species: Level: 18, Beginner. Attribute: Flying, Normal. Talent: Mimetic Transformation, Beginner. Attack: 68. Health: 40. Defense: 28. Energy Reserve: 15. Mental Resistance: 110. Skills: Scratch, LV2. Intimidate, LV3. Wing Flap, LV4. Feather Spikes, LV3. Polar Storm, LV1. After so many days, the 3-star Polar Storm had shown no progress, leading Qianqiu to abandon the idea of having the tiger skin learn the 5-star skill book. Her attention turned to the energy reserve line, which remained unsatisfactory in her eyes, prompting her to search the forum. What methods exist to increase energy limits? The most popular post surfaced. Is there a kind-hearted soul who can enlighten me on how to elevate the energy cap? I miscalculated in my last battle. I lost by just 1 energy slot. 1L. Go buy an energy gem from the shop, 300, 000 each. Whether it helps or not is a matter of luck. 2L. 300, 000 is enough to buy my life. Is there no economical way? 3L. There might be, but your pet quality must be high, and potential must be significant. Otherwise, it's futile. After perusing the thread, Qianqiu concluded, nothing of value. It seemed energy could only be increased by chance. She hoped for a fortunate draw the next day. With such thoughts, she turned off her night lamp. On the day of the class placement test, the sun shone brilliantly, with outdoor temperatures soaring to 40 degrees. Qianqiu found it unbearable, shielding her eyes from the sun and turning to speak with Ling Shuang. Didn't they say Qianqiu was in decline? How come there are still so many new students? Ling Shuang paused, standing on tiptoe to gaze at the long line ahead, which was double what she had anticipated. Don't you two know? Suddenly, a chilling voice interjected. Following the source, Qianqiu was startled to discover a person beside her. This individual, with silver hair and ear piercings, possessed an extraordinary appearance, yet for some reason, exuded an aura that compelled one to overlook him. The silver-haired boy had a plump little blue bird perched on his shoulder, presumably his pet. Qianqiu was captivated by the adorably silly blue bird for 3 seconds before diverting her gaze, silently mouthing, "Who is this person?" Ling Xiao shook her head. She doesn't know. It had only been a few days since school began, and the first school had already stirred up a scandal, prompting many to withdraw. The boy seemed oblivious to their discomfort, casually drifting closer. Gossip. Nearby students perked up their ears in unison. He continued speaking slowly, seemingly unfazed by the attention. Their essay student with the surname Jiang, or Jiang, who has died. Mid-sentence, the previously lively atmosphere dimmed significantly. It said his pet met a tragic end, with not even a complete corpse found. His manner of speaking resembled that of recounting ghost stories. And Qianqiu's expression shifted instantly. Is what you're saying true? She hadn't forgotten that Wu Qing was also at the first school. Yet at this moment, the boy took on the role of a riddle master. Alas, I know not, merely hearsay. He shook his head mysteriously, refusing to divulge further. What are you trying to do? Qianqiu narrowed her eyes, assessing him. Before she could speak with Ling Xiao took the initiative, pulling her away from the public eye. Once they reached a secluded flower bed, she spoke first. Let me clarify, I do not judge people by their appearance. If you wish to navigate the next 3 years smoothly, it would be wise to keep your distance from such individuals. Qianqiu wholeheartedly agreed. She too found his conversation rather awkward. How could a student from Qianqiu be privy to the inner workings of the first school? Moreover, could such scandals be disclosed in public? The silver-haired boy observed the retreating figures of the two girls, scratching his nose. It seemed he had overstepped, scaring them away. At that moment, the staff at the drawing station began calling out loudly, "Student Qianqiu, please proceed to draw your lot. Here it comes." Upon hearing his name, Qianqiu rubbed his hands together and boldly squeezed through the crowd, utterly unreasonable, trampling on toes and shoving aside those in his path, provoking a chorus of complaints. Even the self-proclaimed reclusive Ling Xiao fell silent, her earlier assessment wavering. Perhaps she had overthought it. With such low emotional intelligence, how could he not expose himself? Candidate Qianqiu, the staff were too busy to lift their heads. Your chosen major is pharmacy. Please proceed to draw your lot over there. Pharmacy is extremely difficult. Qianqiu thought, fearing yet another rival had emerged. The difficulty of the pharmacy curriculum far exceeded that of other majors, with only a handful of applicants each year. Usually, among those who applied, several would fail by the end of the semester. Of course, this was merely a minor episode. Soon, Qianqiu found herself at her turn. Perhaps her luck had been exhausted in the card draw. She grimaced as she declared, "My examination number is A101. Good luck, forgive me for my lack of words." Ling Xiao facepalmed, unable to think of any comforting words, as Qianqiu's luck was truly abysmal. This year, only a little over 400 students registered for the combat department, and Qiwu divided these students into 4 groups for a series of duels. The entire division examination was broadcast live, determining 4 first-place winners from the groups who would then compete for the ultimate ranking. Ling Xiao felt that Qiwu was consciously simulating the competition, contrary to the rumors circulating outside that it was poorly organized. In fact, it was inconsequential that Qianqiu was number 1. She happened to be the first contestant from Group A. Sometimes, mindset and fortune can significantly influence one's prowess. Ling Xiao inquired, "Who is your opponent?" "Wu Niantong." "Her?" Initially, Ling Xiao had merely asked out of curiosity, but upon realizing she actually knew this individual, she immediately became serious, noting that it could be rather challenging. It was surprising that even the king of the arena found her formidable. Qianqiu perked up in interest. "How so?" "I encountered her at the training facility," Ling Xiao replied. Wu Niantong's pet was an electrike, known for its incredible speed and almost instantaneous skill activation. Moreover, electric types naturally counter flying types. Attribute advantages are an inevitable challenge for beast tamers. Qianqiu nodded, resting her chin in contemplation. "You've already assessed her weaknesses. You've practiced against her, haven't you? Did you win?" Ling Xiao raised her chin slightly, proudly declaring, "Of course. Apart from you, I have never lost." Upon uttering these words, Ling Xiao realized her worries were unfounded. While others may not be aware, she knew Qianqiu's mental strength was rated SS. It would be difficult to find another beast tamer with such exceptional talent throughout Lai City and even the 4 major districts. Furthermore, her pet's lineage was quite remarkable. After finishing her cup of coffee, Qianqiu released her pet. "How long will we be competing? 4 days or so?" "The estimated schedule is 3 days, Ling Xiao noted thoughtfully. Then added a reminder, "The top newcomer can earn a prize of 200,000. Oh, what about skill books or energy gemstones? A 5-star breakthrough stone would suffice." Chapter 20. The examination warm-up. This time, Ling Xiao was taken aback, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? The items you mentioned are scarcely available in the market. Even if they were, they would cost far more than 200,000. The most critical point," she said, tapping the table, "is that Qiwu is financially strained." Qianqiu let out an awkward "oh," realizing why some claimed raising a pet was akin to nurturing a money-devouring beast. Seizing the opportunity, she rummaged through her storage and backpack, thinking that selling these items would lead to a windfall, but regrettably, they were all substandard products with no viable selling channels. Before leaving the cafe, Ling Xiao noticed her companion was distracted throughout, seemingly on the verge of veering off course, and couldn't help but offer a word of caution. The school periodically arranges secret realm training, where there are plenty of breakthrough materials. With your strength, you need not worry. Coming back to herself, Qianqiu wondered. Why is the leap in our conversation so vast? She gazed in confusion at the quiet girl with black hair seated across from her. Are you really that concerned about me? Qianqiu sighed. Sometimes, she genuinely found her teammate quite endearing. Ling Xiao realized she was overthinking and awkwardly cleared her throat. The first match of Group A starts at 10 in the morning. I will be there to watch you. Do not lose to Wu Niantong. Qianqiu grinned. Having grown familiar with Ling Xiao's competitive nature over the past few days, rest assured, the person capable of making me concede has yet to appear. So presumptuous? Ling Xiao was somewhat speechless, the corners of her lips curling up, revealing her good spirits. How many matches have you even played? Qianqiu retorted defiantly, we'll see. Her pet, tiger skin, resembling a poorly made omelet, tugged at her sleeve and flipped over, mewing, I won't walk, I want to fly. As the school year approached, the top 10 prestigious schools in Lai City remained tranquil, yet a significant event had recently unfolded. The previously obscure Qiwu High School suddenly embarked on an extravagant division testing, broadcasting it live on forums. This event had dominated the forum's trending topics for a time. To boost viewership, the publicity department devised a clever strategy. Whether attending online or in person, viewers who watched for 2 hours would have a chance to win a 3-star breakthrough stone. While 3-star breakthrough stones were not exceptionally rare, they held considerable allure for ordinary beast tamers. With such incentives, the following day, Qiwu's official website subscriptions soared past 30,000. And just 10 minutes before the match began, the livestream peaked at 250,000 viewers. Nationally, this figure was somewhat modest. Yet it was an impressive reflection of the total population of Lai City. In the control room, a woman monitoring data turned around, her face contorted with impatience. We shouldn't have spent so much money hosting this competition. Wouldn't it be better to reserve the breakthrough stones for nurturing students? Why give them to a bunch of fools who only know how to make snide remarks? The healing department's mentor, Xingyi, adjusted his glasses and gently inquired. How is the recruitment for the combat department this year? Chang Yueji scoffed. Not great. Despite being a mentor for the combat department, she found herself burdened with directing and logistical tasks, overwhelmed by her workload. She tossed the schedule list to Xingyi with a hint of annoyance. Why are you grinning like that? Have you managed to recruit any promising candidates? Xingyi smiled. Guess? What do you mean by that? It would be impressive if your healing department could recruit over 100 this year. After a lengthy self-deprecating rant, Chang Yueji noticed Xingyi's silence. Why aren't you speaking? Xingyi was in high spirits, having already stated, guess. Chang Yueji finally caught on, nearly choking on her tea in disbelief. Wait. Did you actually recruit a promising candidate? Xingyi merely smiled, her gaze drifting beyond the screen. Chang mentor, Chang director, the A group's match is about to begin. Chang Yueji's expression remained neutral as she scanned the competitors' names. Qianqiu versus Wu Niantong. Xingyi furrowed her brow. She was unfamiliar with Qianqiu. The focus of this match was undoubtedly on Wu Niantong. Is she only an A grade? The countdown to the match began, 30 seconds. Everything was in place, and the barrage of comments skyrocketed. Chang Yueji surveyed the scene, expecting the comments to be harsh. Came here out of curiosity. Is this the grand event Qiwu has prepared for the newcomers? TSK, the best talent has a mere A-grade mental strength. This comment made Chang Yueji frown deeply. As it was, unfortunately, true. Compared to other schools, number 1 high school is far superior. What were the students thinking when they applied to this school? They lacked both money and resources. If it weren't for skill books, who would willingly watch a bunch of novices squabble? It's boring. I'm logging off to sleep. Each comment struck deeply, resonating with sincerity. Yet, Chang Yueji remained unfazed, almost masochistically absorbing the external criticism. Xingyi observed her colleague's silent profile. Let me handle this. Wait. She interrupted, pushing Xingyi aside, her gaze suddenly locking onto the screen. Friends, let me share a little insider information. There's a girl with dual S mental strength in Lai City who was admitted to Qiwu despite her poor scores in cultural subjects. Upon witnessing this explosive statement, the comments surged even faster, akin to bamboo shoots sprouting after rain. Question mark. Is someone up there insane? Is there truly a beast tamer of such caliber in Lai City? The Alliance must know about it. Even if her cultural scores are lacking, there's no way Qiwu would take her in. Please, Qiwu's students shouldn't act like bystanders. A dual S beast tamer would be treated like a treasure anywhere else. Who would let her suffer in a rural area? The commenter was a classmate of Qianqiu. Having witnessed the homeroom teacher escort her out, now rebutted by the crowd, the indignant individual pouted. I didn't lie. She's the number 1 contestant on stage. Just wait and see. This impulsive comment was entirely drowned out by the flood of commentary. Number 1 contestant? As Chang Yu gazed through the screen, Her heart brimmed with the last flicker of hope, landing upon the creature beside the girl. She steadied her mind, though shrouded in darkness. Her years of experience allowed her to discern that it was a novice Meowth. The moment she recognized it, a wave of despair washed over her. How could a double S-grade beast master ever form a contract with a mere pet? Moreover, number 1 appeared frail and lacking the physical prowess befitting such an extraordinary spirit. Indeed, one should never trust the barrage of comments. She felt utterly disheartened. If only Qianqiu could produce a genius this year, she would awaken from her dreams with a smile. At that moment, Qianqiu remained blissfully unaware that her classmates had unraveled her secret. Standing upon the spacious arena, facing her formidable opponent, and flanked by a sea of spectators, she inhaled deeply. This was her inaugural formal match. To say she was not nervous would be a lie. Yet, attuned to the chirping sounds of her partner, she quickly steadied her composure. In Group A, Match 1, Qianqiu faced off against Wu Niantong. With the referee's signal, the match commenced, despite the lack of faith from the audience. Chapter 21, Meowth vs. Electrike. The commentary team took their positions. The screen reflected the images of the two creatures. One was Electrike, while the other, Meowth. Even students of such low caliber could summon it. It seemed Qianqiu was truly doomed. Meowth was notoriously regarded as a useless creature in the pet world, offering nothing beyond its cuteness. Yet, her Meowth was neither cute nor charming. It was dark and unappealing. Whispers from the audience rippled through the air, easily audible to any distracted competitor. The commentator's performance was lackluster. After a brief, awkward pause, he hastily added, "The number 1 competitor's pet is quite common. Huh? Let us see who will take the initiative in their attack." The class ranking examination differed from the matchmaking system. There was no distinction between first and second turns. Yet the victor must seize the moment. Qianqiu turned her gaze toward Wu Niantong. Her creature was adorably designed, with claw-like paws and large eyes. Yet it was enveloped in crackling sparks, a force to be reckoned with. Prior to the match, she had told her partner, Tiger Skin, to press Wu Niantong into action without revealing their true strength too soon. She wished to test something. Test? Test what? Tiger Skin, perplexed, sharpened its claws, unable to fathom its master's intent. Nevertheless, it feigned ignorance quite well. As expected, after a brief stalemate, Wu Niantong lost her composure, rapidly issuing the command, Shadow Shift. BB. No problem. Electrike tensed its body, its fur crackling with electricity, erupting like fireworks. Tiger Skin, unable to endure the blinding spectacle, averted its gaze, deeming it too dazzling to behold. As Ling Xiao had stated, this creature required no charge time to unleash its skill, moving with remarkable speed. The commentator explained, "What we call Shadow Shift essentially uses high-speed movement to create multiple afterimages, disorienting the target and inflicting a psychological attack. If Meowth cannot identify Electrike's true form and defeat it within 15 seconds, the chances of a comeback are nearly non-existent. Absolute speed is the advantage of Electrike." As he spoke, the commentator glanced at the ensnared Meowth and suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy. They were not on the same level. The countdown commenced. Many spectators, previously absorbed in their devices, were jolted back to reality by the commentary. "How can they praise Wu Niantong so highly? I've never heard of her before." One person remarked, "I've seen her on television, winning numerous city-level forging awards, but how did she end up at Qianqiu's?" Although Shadow Shift lacked offensive capabilities, it was an effective one-star skill for confusing opponents. Yet, how could they break the deadlock in 15 seconds? That seemed impossible. Yet, what if Meowth possessed an area attack skill or high mental resistance? While such musings were uttered, the audience member Ling Xiao could not suppress a laugh. Ironically, Qianqiu's Meowth did indeed possess high mental resistance. So what was she waiting for? The director, attuned to the dramatic effect, switched the camera, panning over the audience before returning to the arena. 15 seconds flew by. Even so, Qianqiu chose to remain immobile. Wu Niantong's inner thoughts were filled with confusion. Why was she not attacking? She had already planned how to conclude the battle. With only 3 seconds remaining, Tiger Skin was cornered by Electrike's 5 illusions, perilously close to elimination. The audience grew anxious. What was this competitor doing? Suddenly, the dark ball of fur sprang into action. It nimbly leaped out of the range of attack. Just when everyone thought it would seek a flaw among the 5 phantoms, Tiger Skin lazily yawned. Then, it closed its eyes. Before the eyes of the crowd, Meowth lay down peacefully. A moment of silence enveloped the arena. Someone whispered, "Did Electrike's skill take effect?" The commentator struggled to articulate, "Not quite. I believe it's simply tired." The two mentors averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight. Ling Xiao mused, exhausted from all that jumping around, while Electrike the rest of the audience could hardly believe it. They even contemplated rushing onto the stage to shake Tiger Skin awake, exclaiming, This is a competition. How can you sleep? Had they not noticed that Electrike's skill seemed ineffective against Meowth? Observing her seemingly lively Meowth, Wu Niantong also sensed something was amiss. This was a skill she had painstakingly trained to level 8. Regardless, she pressed on, furrowing her brow as she altered her strategy and hastily commanded, "Explosive electric ball." Almost as soon as she spoke, a surge of purple-blue electric energy erupted beneath Electrike's eyes, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a massive sphere. Filled with rage, Electrike was not pleased at all. Why was the Meowth so nonchalant? Had her skill been rendered useless? Explosive electric ball? The commentator gasped, adjusting his glasses. Isn't that a 3-star skill of the electric type? Qianqiu, on the brink of despair, sat up abruptly. Where had Wu Niantong found such a prodigy? Perhaps Kawuz might yet be saved. The sound of the transformed Electrike crashing onto the arena was deafening, cracks spiderwebbing across the surface, showcasing its immense power. The audience, who had been chatting moments before, fell silent. The barrage of comments paused for several seconds. Seems like something is happening. To witness a 3-star skill at Kawuz's S-Class Division exam, wow, Wu is impressive. It seems number 1 has no chance. There's no way Meowth can win. Everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. Electrike lowered its body, minimizing wind resistance. The arena was vast, but its speed escalated, surpassing itself second by second, until the surrounding scenery became a blur, ultimately rolling towards Meowth with unmatched swiftness. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp claws of the creature rapidly struck the ground, each impact sending shivers down spines. Electrike's velocity was so astonishing it seemed as if it had divine assistance. Who would have thought there was a dark horse in our arena? The commentator felt a surge of excitement. He shouted, "Number 1 is about to lose." Alongside Electrike's swift movement appeared Qianqiu's OK gesture. The fierce winds generated by Electrike's rapid motion made Tiger Skin feel as though every pore on its body was trembling, its eyes shining with an extraordinary brightness. The flames of battle ignited within. Some have lamented, "You know how to resist, but is it not too late now?" At this very moment, the electric spark was a mere finger's breadth from the forehead of the striped tiger, just a little closer. The energy bar of the electrode raccoon diminished at an astonishing rate, while beads of cold sweat slowly formed on Wu Niantong's brow as she bit her lip. Victory was within reach. Closer, ever closer. In this tense atmosphere, even the most relaxed among them felt the palpable tension, instinctively holding their breath. Would Qianqiu truly lose? Suddenly, there was a sound like wings unfurling. The scene took an unexpected turn. It was flying, taking to the air. This Meowth was actually capable of flight. Yes. Before the incredulous gaze of the audience, the entirely black Meowth soared into the sky. It gazed down upon the missed attack of the electrode raccoon, seemingly mocking its ineptitude. The expression of the electrode raccoon visibly contorted. "Billy, you're lying. You are not Meowth at all." Despite the unforeseen twist, Wu Niantong's reaction was swift. She switched forms and unleashed an electric shock. Qianqiu shouted, "Tiger Skin, attack." The commentary was still too young. The flying Meowth had shattered his worldview, and he was now gradually regaining his composure while gripping the microphone. He hesitated, stating, "Contestant number 1's pet may not be Meowth, but when it comes to speed, there is no such thing as the fastest, only faster. Moreover, lightning is strong against flying types." A cacophony of thunderous lightning cascaded from the heavens above the arena. Astonishingly, the striped tiger matched the speed of the electrode raccoon, with both launching their skills simultaneously. However, in comparison to the visually stunning display of lightning, the gusts from the tiger's wings were remarkably feeble, as if one could disperse them with a mere hand. How could wind surpass thunder? Wu Niantong thought the same. Feeling confident of victory, she smirked. How interesting it was to have Meowth compete in speed against a speed-type pet. The commentary hastened, growing more frantic. Even if their speeds were equal and their skills countered each other, with the element of type advantage at play, it would still be challenging for Meowth to claim victory. Surely, this time, she must lose? A tremendous roar emanated from the arena, enveloped in swirling smoke. The commentator let out a sigh of relief. Not even glancing as he declared, "I announce the match concluded." Wait. A voice crackled through the earpiece belonging to Qianqiu. Chapter 22. Match Review. What are we waiting for? It's clear Wu Niantong has won. I just want to see the replay of the battle. The live comments echoed the commentator's sentiments. His impatience palpable as he was forced to wait for the dust to settle on the battlefield. After uttering his halting words, Qianqiu's eyes were glued to the screen, hardly daring to breathe. Honestly, she was unsure of what she was hoping for. One was a Meowth at the bottom of the food chain, while the other was a speed-type pet with 3-star skills. With speed suppression and type advantage, victory seemed impossible. But what if? Qianqiu gazed hopefully at the screen. The smoke from their skills gradually dissipated, revealing the initial state of the arena. Someone couldn't help but whisper, "I still think the Electrode Raccoon will win." "Be quiet." The atmosphere in the audience suddenly grew exceedingly tense. Many held their breath, the camera sharpening its focus, the answer on the verge of revelation. Qianqiu held her breath, her eyes widening in disbelief. At that moment, the Electrode Raccoon had lost its earlier bravado. Its exposed body was bloodied and bruised, clearly in pain. In contrast, Meow's appeared utterly unscathed. In the final moments before consciousness faded, the Electrode Raccoon still turned back, letting out a billy. It had disappointed its beastmaster. The severity of the Electrode Raccoon's injuries was not to be underestimated, and without a second thought, Wu Niantong recalled it into the beast space. She faced the commentator, calmly accepting reality. "I lost." The first to fall was, in fact, the Electrode Raccoon. The audience that had fervently supported Wu Niantong before the match was now in shambles. What? How could this happen? Qianqiu picked up the striped tiger, suddenly feeling it had gained considerable weight, yet she still said, "We've set the coconut square. We'll be able to eat it when we get home." How could this be? Upon realizing the situation on the battlefield, the excitement in the audience diminished significantly. The commentator, filled with uncertainty, scanned the ravaged training arena, finally focusing on the deep crater scattered about. It was utterly devastating, even shocking, resembling the aftermath of a 10-day battle. Others marveled at the extent of the destruction. Such damage needed no repairs, as it was entirely beyond salvage. It was hard to imagine what it had endured in its lifetime. The question arose, why had the titanium alloy arena customized by Qi Wu been reduced to such a state, while Meow's remained completely unharmed? Those willing to attend the live match at Qi Wu were generally neutral. Although surprised, they accepted Qianqiu's victory, as she was still one of Qi Wu's own. However, the comments swirled with malice, as many had come merely to witness the spectacle, finding it hard to accept this turn of events. Questions filled the screen like a torrent. Even if Meow's could fly, they still didn't believe it stood a chance. It was just Meow's. Meow's won. Why was Wu Niantong not penalized? Do they not value such an impressive student? Is the Qianqiu Cup not worth winning? This smoke. Even in slow motion, the skills are not discernible. Could Meow's speed possibly exceed that of the Electrode Raccoon? I refuse to believe it. Who recorded it? Can someone share the footage, preferably the entire match? Given Qi Wu's popularity, there likely won't be any recordings. We must wait for the official video after the match concludes. There's no helping it. With 3-star skills and a flying Meow's, who knew that Qi Wu's new students would be this formidable? The commentator inexplicably felt a twinge of embarrassment. He glanced at the timer overhead, his astonishment elevating further. 3.5 minutes. Too fast. From start to finish. The match had only lasted 3.5 minutes. Not just the audience. Even he himself had not fully grasped it. In everyone's mind, a singular thought prevailed. 3.5 minutes to utterly devastate the battleground. Was this truly the venue for a new student examination? What happened to the anticipated mutual struggle of weaklings? The commentator stood there, mouth agape, like a wooden puppet. Qianqiu, watching anxiously, wished to take his place, craving to possess all information about these two promising talents. She seized the arm of a passing class assistant, urgency clear in her voice. "Shaolin, remember to tell the principal not to outsource the events to others again. It's far too unreliable." "Why yes." Racing against Qianqiu's impending fury, the commentator absent-mindedly announced, "Let us congratulate contestant number 1 for securing victory in this match." The contestant exited, leading to a brief intermission. Qianqiu relinquished her spot to Xingyi, rushing to the side to watch the battle replay, slowing key frames to 0.1x speed. It was somewhat embarrassing. She hadn't clearly seen the specifics of Qianqiu's skills. Xingyi adjusted his glasses as the comments demanded strongly, "Let us upload the original video in high definition to the forum." "What do you think?" "You won't be seeing it," Qianqiu replied coolly. "That smoke was deliberately created by Qianqiu. She doesn't want to reveal her trump card, at least not now." As a combat mentor, she thought long-term. Qianqiu had already been admitted to Qi Wu, and judging by her current performance, she was sure to secure a spot in the Qianqiu Cup preliminaries. Revealing pet information too early would only lead to relentless targeting by rival schools. The suggestion in the comments was merely a transparent scheme, evident to all. Having completed the review, Shaolin suddenly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "I have a hypothesis," he exclaimed. "Please share." He was beckoned. Shaolin leaned closer, his fair face flushing with enthusiasm as he continued. "In the preceding minute, was she gauging the speed of the Electrode Raccoon?" Qianqiu interjected. "What I mean is, Qianqiu's prowess is evidently more formidable than she has portrayed. She could easily defeat her opponent with a single move. Why, then, does she hesitate to strike?" "Indeed," Qianqiu remarked, dragging the video progress bar to the midpoint. Squinting slightly, Qianqiu could have won much sooner and with greater flair. Yet, she chooses to wait. Thus, he posited. She opts to act at the precise moment the Electrode Raccoon attacks, intending to test whose speed is superior. Chang Yuezhi and Xing Yi exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise. With a sigh, she responded, "Do you realize how absurd that sounds? The Electrode Raccoon is a speed-type beast." "I am well aware," Xiaolin replied, his excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent. "It is a rare opportunity to encounter such an extraordinary talent. But the fact that she employs meows to triumph over the Electrode Raccoon is the most improbable possibility. Furthermore, Qianqiu's audacity to contract with meows and conduct tests in class battles indicates her absolute confidence in her abilities. Mentor, we cannot afford to lose this student. Wu Niantong must not be snatched away by Yi Zhong. Yi Zhong has taken so much from us. We have endured for years. And now the school is on the brink of closure. How much longer must we tolerate this?" Chang Yuezhi remained silent. Although she had already concluded that the black beast was not meows, Xiaolin's arguments held merit. Risks often coexist with opportunities. She coldly dismissed Xiaolin's notion, declaring, "I cannot mentor this student." Yet, the usually amiable Xing Yi could no longer contain herself. In the past, Qiwu could attract no good students. Had it not been for that unfortunate incident, we should have been the foremost military academy in the alliance. But in the next moment, she heard Chang Yuezhi declare, "Let us call upon Lu Ying." Lu Ying. Both Xing Yi and Xiaolin exclaimed in astonishment. The name resonated like thunder. No one in the Fengye region could be unfamiliar with it. "Are you referring to the only chief beast master in the Fengye region?" Xiaolin thought his teacher had lost her mind. "Isn't she deceased? What relevance does she have to our school? Moreover, even if she were alive, would she come to teach at an obscure institution like Qiwu?" "Obscure?" Chang Yuezhi scoffed. "Background is unnecessary. Lu Ying is the current dean of our combat department." Chapter 23. I am your network. With the first battle concluded successfully, Qianqiu descended from the stage in high spirits, turning into the lounge around the corner, unconcerned by the skeptical or probing gazes of others. Behind her, the defeated Wu Niantong stood expressionless. She questioned herself. Was today's loss merely a fluke? Closing her eyes, the scene of the Electrode Raccoon's defeat replayed vividly in her mind. Her brain operated at high speed, simulating the match over and over, arriving at the conclusion, no. Inside the lounge, the tiger skin, having sustained minimal injuries, lay comfortably in Qianqiu's embrace, demanding with an air of entitlement, "I want to eat sponge cake." The green grape flavor. Qianqiu sighed in exasperation. The sweets at home were already piled high. She pretended to pry open its mouth, saying, "With all you consume daily, let me see if you have any cavities." "Don't." The tiger skin twisted its body, leaping onto her shoulder, its face a picture of indignation. "I told you. I am a divine pet. How could I possibly have such things?" The weight upon her shoulder became stifling. Qianqiu, caught in a dilemma, fluttered her eyelashes. Just as a shadow suddenly loomed before her. Looking up, she collided with the gaze of the visitor. The girl's eyes shone darkly, and she entered silently. Fixated upon her, Qianqiu's smile abruptly froze. "Why is it Wu Niantong?" And with such a terrifying expression, surely she wasn't here to settle scores? Qianqiu took 3 large steps back, acknowledging that she may have been a bit heavy-handed earlier, but it was during a match. After a few seconds, under Qianqiu's watchful and suspicious gaze, Wu Niantong slowly spoke. "You are quite impressive." As she spoke, Wu Niantong extended her hand, her movements somewhat awkward. Her slender fingers clenched into a fist, and she blinked, seemingly awaiting Qianqiu's response. Was this an invitation for a fist bump? Qianqiu, bewildered, leaned forward, only to find Wu Niantong grasping her hand firmly, exclaiming, "You are amazing, so cool." The girl's eyes sparkled, entirely shedding her previous lethargy, and she bowed gracefully. Her tone sincere, "Boss, please share your contact information, I beg you." Qianqiu was left dumbfounded. She felt somewhat awkward. It turned out that the difficult personality Ling Xiao mentioned referred to character. Wu Niantong remained silent, merely gazing at her with those enchanting eyes. "Is that all right?" Qianqiu, glancing around suspiciously, felt a peculiar sense of familiarity about this girl, yet she had just praised her as cool. Unable to suppress a smile, she thought, "Well, if you insist, I suppose it's fine." Qianqiu retrieved her phone, still perplexed. "But why call me boss? We aren't even acquainted." "Because you are impressive," Wu Niantong replied, not blinking as she spoke earnestly. "When encountering a remarkable big shot, one must seize the moment to cling to them. The sooner, the better." Qianqiu scratched her head. "Even so, you can't just..." Before she could finish, the lounge door swung open again. The two turned simultaneously toward the entrance, greeted by a familiar face. Upon seeing Wu Niantong, Ling Zhao's expression tightened, and she quickly turned to Qianqiu, confirming her suspicions before speaking. private fights are illegal. Qianqiu glanced at Wu Niantong. She did indeed appear rather formidable. However, we have not fought. Suddenly, Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. Prior to the enforcement of the Alliance's laws, many disgruntled beast masters had resorted to private revenge against competitors. And Qianqiu, a talent without connections or power, was the most vulnerable to disappearances without reason. Misunderstood, Wu Niantong was unperturbed. She handed her phone to Ling Xiao. Classmate Ling Xiao, I remember you. Let us be friends. Ling Xiao. After a bewildering addition to her friend list, Wu Niantong hastily turned away. Boss, I've decided to switch departments. Wait. Ling Xiao opened her mouth, attempting to halt the conversation and clarify the situation, but Wu Niantong offered no opportunity. They are right. The Electrode Raccoon is not suited for the combat department. Therefore, boss, from now on, I shall be your connection in the forging department. Having concluded her statement, Wu Niantong turned to leave, waving goodbye, leaving the freshly minted boss and second boss in stunned silence. After a moment, Ling Xiao firmly adjusted Qianqiu's shoulders, delivering a barrage of questions. How did you become friends? Why did she suddenly decide to switch departments? And what does your alliance have to do with me? Qianqiu rubbed her forehead. I wish to know why as well. Briefly recounting the events, she shrugged. In any case, that is how it went. What a surprising turn of events. You seem to have a knack for attracting connections, Ling Xiao mused after a moment of contemplation. Currently, Wu Niantong's mother is the only 4-star forging master in Lai City. She herself possesses considerable talent in forging. However, Wu Niantong had previously been fixated on the combat department, resisting countless external suggestions to return to her original field. Qianqiu was left in disbelief. It turns out that Wu Niantong possesses yet another identity. How does it feel as though there are hidden talents surrounding her? What does it mean that she applied to the combat department only to switch majors? Ling Xiao remarked, in one's area of expertise, everyone aspires to reach the pinnacle, yet you have emerged. Qianqiu comprehended. In simpler terms, she has subdued others through her prowess. Alas, there is no remedy. Being handsome is simply a fact. Suddenly, Qianqiu began to pose dramatically, her youthful gaze lifted, one hand propped against the wall as she melancholically gazed skyward. The tiger-striped pet voiced its dissatisfaction with an indignant yowl, imploring, if you intend to act cool, at least bring me along. However, on another note, since she has already taken on the script of Feng Outyin, could she not be graced with an immediate windfall of 1 million, landing squarely upon my brow? Upon uttering these words, the cold and unyielding Ling Xiao curved her index finger, to which the young girl offered a benevolent smile. 1 million? Or would you prefer a complimentary head thump? Qianqiu fervently shook her head. I must decline. Yet, she could not remain composed for long. Surely, Wu Niantong must be quite affluent. Indeed, Ling Xiao replied without a moment's hesitation. As a blacksmith, her rarity commands at least this amount. Qianqiu inquired. 5 million? Ling Xiao shook her head. She swallowed hard. 50 million? Seeing that Qianqiu dared not venture further, Ling Xiao retracted her fingers, declaring 50 billion, at the very least. 50 billion for a 4-star? Qianqiu's pupils trembled. 50 billion would allow her countless draws. Indeed, you're not contemplating a major change, are you? Entering the combat department is not trivial. It requires not only cooperation with one's pet, but also an exceptionally high level of mental fortitude. As they spoke, Ling Xiao suddenly paused. Wait a moment, when it comes to mental strength, this individual seems to genuinely meet the criteria. Observing the brightness in Qianqiu's eyes intensifying, Ling Xiao hastily changed the subject. She was not yet prepared to lose a teammate. Qianqiu declared, I want to. Ling Xiao, feeling a twinge of concern, thought that having an excessively talented teammate could indeed be a burden. No, you do not. Chapter 24, the Top 4 Advancement Match. If you truly wish to learn blacksmithing, you may apply for a minor after enrollment. In any case, transferring mid-course is not permissible, Ling Xiao advised her, to which Qianqiu nodded slowly, uncertain if she absorbed the information. The progression of the Qianqiu's match was rapid, and due to the concurrent battles of the 4 groups A, B, C, and D, the top 200 victors were determined in just 7 hours. At 5:30 p.m., Qianqiu sat in a corner of the viewing area, quietly lowering her hat's brim. The individual match schedule indicated that she had drawn a bye in her second match, with her third match set to take place at 545. Presumably due to the broadcast of Meowsie's battle video, the viewing area, which had seemed rather sparse earlier, now boasted several hundred more spectators. With a mindset to enjoy the spectacle, the audience eagerly critiqued the newcomers. You know, this year's intake at Qianqiu is quite impressive. If she wins another match, this girl could ascend straight to the top 4. Is Ling Xiao the one they call by that name? If I'm not mistaken, she has already won 2 consecutive matches. Listening to the discussions around her, Qianqiu stood a little taller with pride. Indeed, this is the true strength of the illustrious Ling Xiao. As the large screen displayed the image of the falling tiger, Qianqiu immediately looked up. Ling Xiao's third match was commencing. This round featured the falling tiger against the Longming Beast, marking the last advancement match of Group C. Who would ultimately claim victory? We shall see. The Longming Beast was a creature of indeterminate species. Qianqiu intently gazed at the arena, and after a moment, concluded, its tail is quite lengthy. Visually, the Longming Beast resembled a wolf cub. As it proudly shook its head, the fur on its body quivered like snow-laden pine trees in the wind. As she continued to observe, someone beside her exclaimed, "Isn't that a high-level pet?" Unable to contain herself, Qianqiu retorted, "Isn't it similar to the falling tiger? Both are high-level pets. What is there to be surprised about?" The gentleman nearby, mistaking her for a middle schooler, kindly explained, "Little one, there is a significant difference between high-level pets. Your falling tiger is likely a 4-star, but the Longming Beast is certainly more than that." Qianqiu felt dizzy from the information overload. She had always believed pets were simply categorized as beginner, intermediate, or advanced. It seemed she needed to study further. The enthusiastic gentleman wished to elaborate, yet his attention was swiftly captured by the sounds of the fierce battle unfolding. Frostgale, the opposing contestant, moved his lips, and the Longming Beast displayed its sharp claws, the chill in the air palpable as snowflakes began to fall. Whoosh! Though the falling tiger had been prepared, a few tufts of fur were still sheared away. The creature blinked in shock, only to feel a surge of humiliation as its fiery tail blazed high. Ling Xiao commanded, "Sweep the tail." A fiery boomerang sliced past the Longming Beast's eyes, deducting a third of its life force. The air thickened with a metallic scent. Yet, the Longming Beast, having just executed a skill, soon retaliated. This time, its attack was even more formidable. Dozens of gleaming claw marks swirling with the wind and snow across the ground. Fortunately, the falling tiger managed to retreat and leap just in time, narrowly evading the lethal strike. But unexpectedly, the opponent launched another chilling assault. The frigid frost instantly froze the ground, but the falling tiger lost its footing, its expression shifting dramatically. A double blow. The falling tiger's life force plummeted by 15. A 3-hit combo. Ling Xiao clicked her tongue in irritation. How could the opponent's energy seem inexhaustible? The commentator mused. No contestant would start with a major move. Yet this one appears utterly unconcerned about their energy bar. Could this be the potential of a 5-star pet? As the situation took a sudden turn, Qianqiu, who had believed in Ling Xiao's inevitable victory, began to feel anxious. Yet, she reassured herself, this is merely the beginning. There are still elemental advantages to consider. Fire counters ice. As long as energy is utilized wisely, Ling Xiao has a high chance of victory. Ling Xiao shared this sentiment. Indeed, after employing skills consecutively 3 times, the Longming Beast appeared somewhat fatigued. Though it was fleeting, Ling Xiao seized the opportunity. Now is the moment. The falling tiger let out a resounding roar, its intimidating presence echoing throughout the arena. The sound waves instantaneously reduced the Longming Beast's defense by 10 points. The commentator's eyes lit up. This skill is perfectly suited for ambushes, and considering the Longming Beast has previously unleashed multiple skills with minimal gain, it likely has no energy left. I still have 3 energy points. The male contestant protested. Falling tiger, do not grant it any respite. Ling Xiao resolutely decided to reserve her energy for the ultimate move, Wrath of Heaven. As she charged her power, the falling tiger bared its teeth. Roar. The long-anticipated pillar of fiery light shot forth like an arrow, the searing heat aimed directly at the Longming Beast's face. In a moment of desperation, it hesitated for a few seconds. The Longming Beast still possessed energy. At this point, the commentator believed the match could still be salvaged, yet soon, his expression faltered. The once formidable Longming Beast was now retreating. Retreating meant losing the chance to attack. The male contestant, exasperated, attempted to urge the Longming Beast to continue its assault. But alas, he failed. Meanwhile, the commentator gasped in astonishment. Ling Xiao had triggered a stacking buff, another professional term in the realm of competitions. Qianqiu muttered to herself in confusion. What is buff stacking? Buff stacking is a mechanism within competitive events. The exuberant elder suddenly turned his head and jovially remarked, "Oh, once you participate in more competitions, you'll understand. Right now, you are merely at the beginning." Once again, he played the riddle master. Qianqiu silently retreated to a corner. The commentary's tone involuntarily rose several notches, achieving a perfect hit rate, triggering a precision strike effect that doubled the damage. The ice and fire attributes countering critical hits further multiplied the damage twofold. Thus, the life force of the Longming Beast was entirely depleted. Group C's Ling Xiao. Victorious. Qianqiu abruptly stood up, her gaze fixated on the arena. The skill effects of the fiery Brahma were simply extravagant, with swirling crimson vortices enveloping the scene, creating a breathtaking and magnificent spectacle. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Beautiful. Someone cheered for her, every ounce of energy utilized to perfection, with both skills landing flawlessly, devoid of any errors. The back-and-forth nature of the competition was precisely what spectators yearned to witness. However, the performance of the other contestant was utterly disheartening. His pet did not heed his commands. The enthusiastic elder sighed. This is the outcome when a high-level pet and mental energy do not align. Shaking his head, he conversed with Qianqiu. Do not emulate that child. Qianqiu, who are you, may I ask? Me? The elder stroked his beard, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, I am Ruan Pe, a teacher from the Kawuzan Institute, and that is my name. Qianqiu, I don't believe you. There is not a trace of mental energy fluctuation about you. Chapter 25, Absolute Domination. Qianqiu was quite intrigued. In this day and age, D-level mental energy was considered utterly useless. Individuals devoid of mental energy were rarer than the chief beast tamers, a claim that would scarcely be believed if spoken aloud. Moreover, the elder's disheveled attire and unkempt beard made him resemble a wandering swindler more than a teacher. Ruan Pe, unaware of Qianqiu's thoughts, was taken aback by her words. He was astonished at how this young girl discerned his lack of mental energy. Qianqiu had initially intended to expose his ruse, but was interrupted by the announcement. The battles were about to commence. Contestants from Group A, please take your positions. It was her turn. Qianqiu rose and departed from the viewing area. This was the final match of the day, a crucial advancement round for Group A, and she was determined to emerge victorious. In the afternoon, the viewership on the Kawuzan official website steadily climbed. Qianqiu rubbed her weary eyes, noting that the number of online viewers had stabilized at 50,000. If this momentum continued, catching up to the first high school would merely be a matter of time. All thanks to Qianqiu. Many had come to witness the legendary comeback of Miao Si. Regardless of their motives, it ultimately benefited Kawuzan. Do not rejoice too soon. Qianqiu said with a furrowed brow. If Qianqiu triumphs in the advancement round, every school within the confines of Lai City will extend olive branches toward her. As long as she demonstrates the requisite prowess, no one will overlook a flying-type Miao Si. Hearing this, Qianqiu lowered her head, her eyes glinting. She heard Qianqiu remark, our competitors extend far beyond just the first high school. Outside the arena, the whistle blew, and Qianqiu turned to face her opponent. Lu Ping was a tall and slender young man. The commentary, weary after a long day, mustered some energy. Those who distinguished themselves from 100 others undoubtedly possessed considerable skill. Almost instantaneously, the number of comments surged, although this time, the sentiment was not as extreme as in the first match. Some believed her success was purely fortuitous, while others took a gamble, wagering big. Viewers, this time I'm placing my bets on Qianqiu. Agreed, Miao Si has mutated. Winning another match is not impossible. I think Wu Niantong's victory doesn't count. No one witnessed how she won, and Qianqiu even had a bye in the second round. In battles, one plays on information asymmetry. Qi's trump cards are already exposed, and she may not win again. I'll wait and see. There was much debate regarding this match. Who do you think will take the initiative? Qianqiu appeared quite cautious. She would likely play defensively before seizing her opportunity. Cautious, you say? I think she's just timid. You know how she won before. Oh, the way you put it. This was followed by a chorus of ambiguous laughter. Their discussions about the contestants were utterly unrestrained, while Ling Xiao, seated in the back row, imperceptibly frowned. Most believed Qianqiu's victory was undeserved, hardly considering her a worthy opponent. The girl's expression was neutral. She initially intended to remain silent, but eventually couldn't help interjecting, she will definitely win. The laughter of the two in the front row abruptly ceased. They turned their disdainful gazes toward her, their scorn peaking upon seeing her youthful visage. Adults are speaking. What business do children have interjecting? Ling Xiao smirked, mockingly amused by their self-importance. Before the two could express their anger, an unprecedented commotion erupted in the viewing area, prompting the men to whirl around. What is happening? Ling Xiao gazed toward the arena. It turned out that the tiger-striped beast had suddenly surged forth, knocking the opposing creature onto its back. This time, Qianqiu did not delay. As her wings fluttered, a tempest formed, unleashing dozens of wind blades that swiftly traversed the gap between the two beasts, and Gulu Lu fell, without even attempting to evade. Lu Ping stood in stunned disbelief. His mouth agape. Why are you not playing by the rules? He had expected Qianqiu to remain passive, assuming her pet had low energy levels. Yet, before he could unleash his own skill, Gulu Lu had already collapsed. The young man, perplexed, wondered if her Miao Si was truly a speed-type creature. Qianqiu blinked in surprise, astonished at how quickly he had categorized her pet. The pristine floor was stained with blood. Even the most carefree of individuals, Lu Ping, grew anxious, repeatedly asking, "Galulu, can you stand?" Galulu struggled valiantly, attempting to rise several times, but ultimately shaking its head in defeat. I lost. But the match had barely begun. A 10-second annihilation. Lu Ping stood frozen. This was not the outcome he had envisioned. Reluctantly, he accepted defeat, withdrawing Galulu into the beast taming space. Qianqiu victorious. As the victory bell tolled, Qianqiu paused. The once boisterous arena now fell into a profound silence. Just as she intended to saunter off nonchalantly, the tiger-striped beast perked up, its gaze fixed on the lower right corner of the viewing area. That spot was occupied by Ling Xiao. To her surprise, he was applauding for her. Someone initiated the applause, and soon it rippled through the crowd, gradually swelling into a thunderous ovation that threatened to lift the roof. Amidst the fervent cheers and electric atmosphere, Ling Xiao lifted his chin slightly, pride radiating from him. I told you she would win. Undoubtedly, this was a crushing victory that belonged solely to Qianqiu. As for the two individuals in the front row, they likely felt utterly humiliated and had long since vanished from sight. The comments section was equally animated. After all, everyone relished a comeback story. If the previous match had hinted at some underhanded tactics, now no one would dare to suggest such a thing, as it would be akin to slapping their own faces. Incredible. It is normal to fear the divine. Qi God, I shall follow you for a lifetime. Wait, is her Meow C really a speed-type creature? After all these years, it is indeed possible that someone has discovered a new evolutionary path for meows. However, most individuals would not expend their efforts on low-tier pets. Even so, your exaggeration is quite remarkable. Referring to her as a deity is unwarranted. I must admit, the preliminary round of this year's Qianqiu Cup is bound to be exhilarating. Haha, whether Kiwi can retain its participants remains a question. Xingyi happened to catch this comment, and she let out a wry smile. Truly, this poses a dilemma for us. In the near future, Qianqiu will likely be courted by various prestigious institutions. What incentives will they offer to keep her? After watching the match, Qianqiu's spirit was notably lifted. Her potential surpasses even my imagination. In high spirits, she jested. In my view, there is no need for further competitions. This would hardly be fair to others. Fairness is merely an illusion of self-deception. I must strive for this student. Qianqiu was unfazed. Her focus was solely on Kiwi's interests. A storm was brewing. The woman turned her attention, her calm voice betraying an underlying chill. 3 hours ago, the Fengya official institution issued a new notification regarding Kiwi. Do you know what the higher-ups stated? What? Xing Yi and Xiao Lin exclaimed simultaneously. Within 2 months, Kiwi will be completely dismantled. Chapter 26, An Unexpected Turn. Kiwi is to be dismantled. On what grounds? Xiao Lin stared in disbelief, his youthful face etched with incredulity. What right do they have to erase Kiwi's existence? The young man's eyes blazed with crimson fury, his tone filled with resentment. After all these years, why has Kiwi fallen so low? Why has Lai City failed to produce any prodigies? They clearly know the reasons. Xingyi lowered her eyelashes, well aware of the underlying circumstances compared to the impetuous youth. There are whispers that Qianqiu possesses SS-level mental prowess. Xiao Lin was taken aback by this unexpected revelation. He trembled, his voice quivering uncontrollably. Just because she intends to join our school, they exerted pressure? Indeed, Qianqiu confirmed. Those people cannot bear to see Kiwi flourish. Xing Ye's typically gentle demeanor was tinged with a hint of gloom. Is there truly no chance for reversal in this matter? Qianqiu wearily closed her eyes, rubbing her aching temples with her right hand. In 2 months, 60 days, Kiwi must achieve a 3-time consecutive championship in the Qianqiu Cup preliminary rounds. 3 consecutive championships. Xingyi bit her lip deeply. This is exceedingly challenging. However, Xiao Lin countered. It's not without opportunity. Didn't Tiwi observe several exceptionally talented students today? Qianqiu seemed to anticipate that others would struggle to accept this reality. She forced a smile and continued. Moreover, they require that over 70 of the students achieve a 2-star Beastmaster level. The optimistic Xiao Lin fell silent. While a 2-star Beastmaster is not insurmountable, the varying talents of the students render rapid advancement within 2 months utterly impossible. Yet, he could not articulate this discouraging sentiment. His joints crackled as he grew increasingly agitated, pounding his fist against the wall. This leaves us no avenue for survival. For a moment, the room fell into a heavy silence. After a long pause, Qianqiu resolved herself. Let it go. She had no intention of abandoning either Kiwi or its future. Xingye's expression shifted slightly. I understand now. As night fell, a notification spread like wildfire, becoming common knowledge across forums. The opening line of the notification read, Kiwi has submitted a request to withdraw the station teams from the borders, allowing them to return home. Once this news broke, discussions erupted among many. Who will guard the rift now? What shall we do? The world of Beastmasters is far from peaceful. Only those beasts that can be tamed by Beastmasters are considered pets. The rest are ferocious creatures, typically lurking around various rift secret realms, eyeing humanity with predatory intent. To ensure safety, every 3 years, the Alliance selects elite teams from military academies to slay these ferocious beasts at the rifts. Disbanding the station teams is Kiwi's form of rebellion. Yet, others remained unconvinced. What is there to fear? Other branches still have their teams. This team is hardly formidable. They are merely Kiwi's members who are overly cautious, squandering resources. And their achievements are reportedly embellished. Is that so? But I heard that Qianqiu dispatched 10 teams, and fewer than 10 individuals returned. Then there's even less need for concern. A few individuals cannot stir up much trouble. The 5G-connected Qianqiu also came across this post. She was currently enjoying a late-night snack with Ling Xiao, slurping a mouthful of turkey noodles. Hu Pai and Luo Yihu, caught off guard by the spiciness, jumped off the table and plunged into the courtyard fountain. The approval from above came too easily. It feels somewhat off. Ling Xiao, more attuned to the upper echelon's ways than Qianqiu, sensed an ominous premonition. Indeed, the enrollment at Qianqiu was quite poor. At the very least, Qianqiu realized that the anticipated top 4 finals would not come easily for her. Wu Niantong, and you are currently the only formidable contenders within my reach. Qianqiu analyzed. Ling Xiao, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, you underestimate yourself too much. If Qianqiu desires it, her opponents will have no chance to retaliate. 5 hours passed, and her decisive match still dominated the forum's trending list, its popularity showing no signs of waning. The forum's sentiment shifted from disdain, shock, skepticism, numbness, to eventual acceptance. With a precedent set, many increasingly believed her meows to be speed-oriented. Qianqiu chuckled softly, pushing aside her cranberry smoothie, and leisurely remarked, the admissions office of Yizhong just called me. They said they can meet any conditions I desire. Upon enrollment, tuition will be waived. There will be meal subsidies, financial matters are not an issue, and I could even have a single room. Ling Xiao remained silent. I also received calls. Not just one school bombarded me with offers. She counted meticulously, noting that she had received over 50 calls that afternoon alone. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Ling Xiao stated, my qualification is a level, and based on past trends, I shouldn't be this sought after. Yizhong has no need to go to such lengths. Upon hearing her words, Qianqiu pondered, opening the new student group for Qianqiu. As soon as the screen unlocked, a sea of exclamation marks greeted her. This group, typically as quiet as a grave, now boasted a staggering 999 messages. Qianqiu patiently scrolled upwards, and after a minute, finally discovered the cause. Lin Yanci, brothers and sisters, Yizhong has sent me a supplementary admission notice. They promised me a spot in the special training class, along with financial aid for impoverished students. I'm off. This revelation sent shockwaves through the group, prompting lurking students to poke their heads out at lightning speed. Are you joking, big shot? Yizhong has already started school for a week. How can they still issue admission notices? You're just leaving? Wait, are you still coming to the competition tomorrow? Lin Yanci, of course not. I intended to go to Yizhong, but I couldn't afford the tuition. However, now I have no worries. I'll clarify everything with the admissions office. Good luck to the 3 of you in the competition. Qianqiu recalled the name. Lin Yanci was the decisive victor of Group D's advancement rounds. But now, she has made the switch. What should we do? She bit her spoon, setting down her phone, and exchanged wide-eyed glances with Ling Xiao. No wonder the group chat was so lively. Many, even those who typically shied away from drama, began inquiring about the remaining top 3 contenders and whether they too would switch schools. After skimming through the messages, Ling Xiao's expression gradually turned grave. I fear that not only the top 4, but perhaps even the top 20 competitors have received notifications from other institutions, casting a wide net in hopes of a bountiful catch. It seems there are those covertly targeting Qianqiu. Observing this, Qianqiu anxiously poked the dialogue box of the Group B victor, pondering silently whether the competition could proceed smoothly the following day. The response was courteous. I apologize. Though I longed for a match with you, I made a relatively prudent choice regarding Qianqiu's educational resources. Qianqiu gazed at this message for an extended period, reluctantly tearing her eyes away from the screen. Her tone conveyed an ineffable sentiment. Wow. With the finals set for tomorrow, how could competitors be fleeing in the night? Chapter 27, Formal Enrollment. The following morning, the Qianqiu Sports Hall, usually so desolate, was teeming with spectators. The first match was scheduled for 9:30 a.m. Qianqiu was distracted, her mind preoccupied with the health report Lingxi had sent her. Indeed, after yesterday's competition, she had taken her pet, Tiger Skin, for a health check. Now at level 18, Lingxi had informed her that it was in a growth phase, and color changes were normal. His exact words were, "As an unknown creature, it wouldn't be surprising if it turned into a kaleidoscope of colors one day." Yawning again, Qianqiu glanced at her watch, suddenly realizing something was amiss. It was 9:28, and there was no one on stage. Why hadn't Qiwu announced the cancellation of the match? She furrowed her brow deeply. Logically, Qiwu should have prepared contingency plans the previous night. As time ticked by, an unusual atmosphere began to permeate the air. 5 minutes had elapsed. Wasn't the competition supposed to commence? Where were the competitors? Without receiving any notifications, Ling Xiao reluctantly took the stage, exchanging bewildered glances with the commentator. The wait seemed interminable, and even the greatest enthusiasm turned into impatience. Soon, an irate spectator shouted, "Hey, commentator, could you please summon Qiwu's admissions officer to explain this?" The commentator was drenched in sweat, utterly clueless. "Come on, enough dilly-dallying. Are we going to compete or not? If not, refund the tickets." Inside, Chang Yuezhi observed the situation outside with a grim expression. "Are you certain they won't be coming?" Xing Yu remained silent, finding it somewhat difficult to articulate. For, just 5 minutes prior, the other two top competitors, aside from Ling Xiao and Qianqiu, had simultaneously notified their withdrawal from the competition. Why not inform them sooner or later? Why exactly 5 minutes prior? There was no room for a turnaround. Xiao Lin removed his headphones, his face flushed with anger. He had just been on the phone with Lin Nianzi, hoping for a fruitful discussion, only to find her attitude suddenly evasive, attempting to hang up after a few words. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "You didn't have this attitude when you asked us to waive 3 years of tuition." Lin Nianzi hung up swiftly, seemingly aware that she was in the wrong. When Xiao Lin called again, no one answered. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, cursing under his breath. It seemed the higher-ups truly wished for their downfall. Qiwu had expended so much effort and resources on the class division test, and just as their reputation began to improve, they had been blindsided by their own students. Sometimes, a small misstep can disrupt a grand scheme, Chang Yuezhi remarked with an unnaturally composed demeanor. The other two exchanged incredulous glances, thinking she had lost her mind. Before they could continue deliberating, discontented murmurs erupted from the spectator area, even penetrating the soundproof walls. "Refund! Refund! Refund! Refund!" What a shame. Just when it seemed there was something to behold, they couldn't even retain their own students. If they couldn't manage a simple class division test, how could they hope to compete in the Qianqiu Cup? Qiwu had become the biggest joke I had ever heard at Fengya. Qianqiu peered from the crowd. The scene was utter chaos. Witnessing everything, she too felt the urge to sigh. What on earth was happening? Was there not a single person who had informed them about the withdrawals? Yet upon questioning, Qianqiu suddenly understood. What grievous transgression had Qiwu committed to invite such hostility? As events spiraled beyond salvage, Chang Yuezhi stepped forward, tightening her grip on the microphone. Her expression shifted dramatically as she decisively agreed to the refunds, despite the substantial loss it would incur for Qiwu. With the refunds in place, the competition was rendered moot. 2 hours later, Qianqiu and Ling Xiao reconvened at the new student registration area. She inquired, "Teacher Chang, may I ask who placed first?" After a moment's contemplation, Chang Yuezhi doubled the original reward, distributing it equally between Qianqiu and Ling Xiao. "I apologize for the inconvenience. First, my dealer will accompany you to familiarize yourselves with the surroundings, and shortly, a senior will assist you with accommodation." With that, she extended her hand, and her pet creature plopped onto the ground. "Is this the teacher's pet? It resembles a little panda." After Chang Yuezhi walked away, Qianqiu crouched down to meet its gaze, poking at its fluffy dark circles. Ling Xiao, concerned, remarked, "Is it really appropriate to touch the teacher's pet?" Qianqiu's eyes sparkled, "But its fur is so delightful to touch." "Really?" Ling Xiao was tempted, sensing something off. My dealer felt goosebumps and swatted the girl's annoying hands away, yawning before slowly rolling forward, grumbling, "You two bothersome creatures, follow me." The two girls sheepishly withdrew their hands. It was said that pets resembled their owners. How was this creature so unlike Teacher Chang? The avenue was lined with golden phoenix trees. As the wind blew, their leaves fluttered down like delicate butterflies. To be fair, the school's expansive campus, replete with diverse training facilities and beautiful scenery, was not as lacking as others had claimed. As for shortcomings, her gaze swept across the aging chandelier above. Those were certainly dated. After walking a short distance, Qianqiu instinctively leaned against the cold wall. "Wait." Ling Xiao, sharp-eyed, was about to intervene when Qianqiu leaned against it. She straightened her back suddenly. "What's wrong?" Ling Xiao face-bombed. "It seems you've scraped off some paint." Qianqiu turned to see several large patches of white wall paint on the floor. She glanced at the red brick walls behind her, reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic design, and couldn't help but ask, "What made you choose Qiwu? What about you?" Ling Xiao countered. Qianqiu replied honestly, my academic performance is too poor, implying she had no other choice. Ling Xiao responded, my brother and my parents are all alumni here. Qianqiu was taken aback. This was the first time Ling Xiao had mentioned her family to her. Ling Xiao often seemed to prefer solitude, and though her family was affluent beyond the ordinary, the villa was otherwise inhabited only by a butler and herself. As the two conversed, an odd sound suddenly reached their ears. Crack! Qianqiu's hair stood on end as she lifted her eyelids. The dim yellow halo above them abruptly shattered, crashing down between the two. The lazy Mydela slowly awakened, looking around in confusion. What just happened? Just then, the guiding senior arrived, startling Shaolin. Oh no, are you both all right? Qianqiu took a large step back. Her mouth agape as she stared at the fallen light fixture. May I inquire how often your school repairs its equipment? Had she not reacted swiftly? Tomorrow's forum might have featured a hot post. The likelihood of being killed by a chandelier is slim, but it is not impossible. Shaolin scratched his head awkwardly. He murmured reassuringly, don't worry, if anything happens, we will fix it. His voice was so faint it was almost inaudible. Qianqiu chuckled. Upon realizing what he had just said, Kobayashi's mind jolted. He recalled that the student before him possessed SS-level mental strength and hastily patted his chest, explaining, rest assured. Qianqiu used to be quite illustrious. Although it may be a bit less populated, the equipment somewhat outdated, the school a tad impoverished, and the buildings a bit dilapidated. Hearing this, Ling Xiao fell silent. It would have been better if you had not tried to explain. After a prolonged silence, gazing into their clear eyes, Kobayashi slowly lowered his head. I'm sorry. I apologize, Mentor Chang and Mentor Xing. I've let down your expectations. Yet, his conscience ached painfully. He simply could not continue fabricating excuses. Chapter 28, Class Division. Kobayashi, the class assistant, was profoundly disheartened. With a drooping spirit, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't introduced himself yet, so he spoke up. I am your class assistant for the key class. My surname is Lin. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need assistance. The students of Qianqiu were divided into key classes and ordinary classes based on their potential, and without a doubt, the names of Qianqiu and Ling Xiao were among them. Your dormitory is in Block A, Room 203, a triple room, with a monthly utility subsidy of 100 yuan. Any excess will incur additional charges. He handed the key to Qianqiu and offered a few more reminders. While Mydela lazily opened her eyes and followed behind Kobayashi as they departed. It was now class time, and the flow of people around was sparse. Qianqiu and Ling Xiao walked side by side into the air-conditioned corridor, and before opening the door, she closed her eyes and made a wish, hoping her new roommate would be easy to get along with. Ling Xiao stepped forward with the key, but discovered the door slightly ajar and the lights off. She pulled the door open. In the depths of darkness, a pair of pitch-black eyes pierced through, sending a shiver down her spine. Wu Niantong? Qianqiu called out, breaking the silence. There's the eldest and the second. Upon seeing familiar faces, Wu Niantong instantly shed her aloof demeanor and approached with a pleasantly surprised expression. At this moment, Ling Xiao was about to inquire. Aren't you from the forging department? How could a forging student be living with combat students? Wu Niantong shook her head and nodded. This year, there are simply too few students. I am the only one in my department. Not only that, but the combat department also had a scant number of enrollments. Before the class division tests, there were 400 students, but due to severe competition, only a little over 100 remain now. They all understood the situation, so they refrained from mentioning it further. However, Qianqiu found solace in one fact. While the exterior of the Qianqiu dormitory appeared ordinary, the interior was remarkably new and bright, with ample space for their 3 pets to roam. It featured a private bathroom, a small kitchen, and all necessary appliances, including a fridge. The ground floor housed a dedicated training facility, while the second floor boasted a small library adjacent to a convenience store. The third floor served as a communication hall where a television was playing last year's Qianqiu Cup finals. Most importantly, both cafeterias were conveniently close to the dormitory. The more Qianqiu looked, the more satisfied she became, and the frustration that nearly overwhelmed her was instantly dissipated. She patted her empty stomach and suggested, Assistant Lin, since we have class at 2 o'clock this afternoon, let us go eat first. Although the forging department's classes differed from those of the combat department, Wu Niantong nodded. Do you prefer cafeteria number 1 or cafeteria number 2? Ling Xiao and Qianqiu exchanged puzzled glances. Is there a difference? Wu Niantong pondered briefly and explained. The main dishes are different. However, cafeteria number 1 is run by Chef Shuai Song, while cafeteria number 2 features professional chefs. Chef Shuai Song, a culinary department pet, was known for delicious meals, though one might occasionally find feathers in their food. Qianqiu silently chose cafeteria number 2. Perhaps we can try cafeteria number 1 another time. At this moment, it was mealtime, and cafeteria number 2 was bustling with patrons. What do you want to eat? I want tomato scrambled eggs over rice, Qianqiu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she dashed off to Q. Ling Xiao wore an expression of predictability. She had recently been working out and opted for a high-protein meal. Wu Niantong summoned her electrode raccoon, who adeptly led her tiger skin and falling tiger to the pet food counter. The three pets, feeling entirely out of place, watched their respective masters join the fray for food, awkwardly lingering in place. Hurry up. If you don't queue now, there will be nothing left to eat. The electrode raccoon reluctantly guided them forward, where a multitude of pets awaited in line. Yet, it couldn't shake off the taunting of that meowstick. The electrode raccoon turned its head with resentment, baring its teeth at the tiger's skin with a decidedly unfriendly glare. The tiger's skin, momentarily taken aback, quickly retorted, "Humph. A defeated foe dares to lecture me." The falling tiger, considering itself a mature beast, had no desire to engage in their petty squabble, but soon found the tiger's skin climbing onto its back, whimpering, "Meow? Are you helping it or me?" The falling tiger looked helplessly at the two little ones in front of it, then glanced at the harmonious scene of their trainers enjoying their meals, feeling quite hungry itself. This little commotion was observed by Qianqiu and her companions seated by the window, though none chose to intervene. Since they had become roommates, there would be plenty of time for the three little ones to coexist. They couldn't possibly meddle in every little matter. At 2 p.m, Qianqiu and Ling Xiao arrived punctually at the special training classroom. The assistant had yet to arrive, and amidst the cacophony of various pets and voices, the atmosphere was quite boisterous. This lively scene escalated to a stir upon recognizing the newcomers' faces. Soon, someone dashed over, tugging at Qianqiu's sleeve. "Goddess Qi, please take us with you." Upon hearing the name Qi, many students turned their heads, their voices filled with excitement. "Wow, Goddess Qi, you haven't switched departments, have you? Ling Xiao is here too. I thought all the top 4 had been poached." Qianqiu was momentarily taken aback, unaware of the discussions on the forums. She had not yet realized the extent of the shock her battles had caused outside. Ling Xiao hesitated to speak. Qianqiu was not adept at handling such sudden enthusiasm. But fortunately, Chang Yuezhi and assistant Lin soon arrived at the classroom. With a stern expression, she admonished, "Put your pets away. What are you all doing crowding around when class is about to start? Do you want to fail your assessments?" Chang Yuezhi, tall and imposing, had an aura that was hard to confront, and there were rumors of her particularly fiery temper. She was known to resort to physical means if displeased. Upon hearing the word fail, the crowd shuddered and scattered like startled birds. Qianqiu let out a barely audible sigh of relief. Just as she was about to find a seat, she noticed Chang Yuezhi's gaze fixed upon her, scrutinizing her with an earnest expression. For students, being under a teacher's watchful eye was hardly a good omen. She felt a chill run down her spine. Fortunately, the scrutiny did not last long as Chang Yuezhi shifted her focus to more serious matters, announcing, "From today onward, the Qiwang special training class will officially commence." With her arms crossed and a serious demeanor, she leaned against the podium, stating that the key class differed from the ordinary class, with weekly, monthly, midterm, and final assessments being indispensable. Before she could finish her sentence, a chorus of discontent arose from below. "Ugh, I can understand the monthly assessments, but aren't weekly ones a bit too frequent? It's causing me immense pressure." A voice pleaded, "Teacher, can't we reduce the weekly assessments?" I support that. I support that." Chang Yuezhi patiently listened to their grievances, waiting until they had nearly finished before smiling and addressing the student who had made the suggestion. "Are you done speaking?" The boy nodded cautiously, "Yes." Chang Yuezhi smiled. "Since you've finished, it's my turn now." With an amiable tone, she said, "Of course. If you don't want weekly assessments, you can opt out." "Really? That would be wonderful." Without waiting for the others to express their surprise, she leisurely added, "You may withdraw from the elite class now. The regular class offers no pressure at all and is quite suitable for you. Or do you think that simply entering the elite class guarantees your success?" Chapter 29, The Person of Lu Ying. In the eyes of the forum, Qiwuzhong is inferior to Yizhong. Yet, the frail camel is larger than a horse. Qiwuzhong boasts a century of historical depth, and the advantages of the elite class are undeniably plentiful, with many aspiring to join. The previously suggested chubby boy shared this sentiment. Skeptically, he retorted, "Are you really going to adopt Yizhong's method of survival of the fittest and class mobility? Yizhong, learn from them." Chang Yuezhi suddenly laughed, a smile that appeared anything but innocent in the eyes of the students. Upon hearing this, Qianqiu's heart sank. Who doesn't know that Qiwuzhong and Yizhong are bitter rivals? Was he not pouring oil on the flames? "You're quite well informed," she remarked, unfazed, even praising the chubby boy with a charming smile. "A good suggestion, I accept it." She counted the heads and then announced the new rules. From today onwards, the 15 elite spots will be open to all first-year classes. The monthly exam results will determine the replacements, with priority given to the strongest. At this proclamation, the previously quiet classroom erupted. Only 15 spots? Qianqiu exclaimed, having counted 37 students before entering the classroom. You heard correctly, Chang Yuezhi affirmed with a stern tone. Those who do not rank in the top 15 in the monthly exams will be relegated to the regular class. What? The chubby boy felt as if struck by lightning, and all the students in the elite class turned to him with a look of astonishment. As he wiped the cold sweat off his brow, wondering if he had spoken too soon, her words struck directly at the heart of the elite class. And those who had hoped to benefit from the chaos turned pale, perceiving everyone as a rival. Having finally entered the elite class, the thought of being eliminated was too humiliating for Shen Yuan, who wore a mournful expression filled with regret. His deskmate, Song Minghang, pinched his cheek. Shen Yuan, I hate you. We were wrong. The others followed suit, wailing, no, please, teacher, don't listen to him. Shen Yuan was indeed the name of the chubby boy. Unfortunately, no matter how they pleaded, Chang Yuezhi showed no intention of relenting. Not even the arc of her smile shifted. She tapped the air in front of the podium. Have you had enough? If there are no objections, I shall move on to other matters. After her firm words, no one dared to voice any dissent and hurriedly nodded in agreement. The schedule for this semester has been released. You may check it on the official website. As for electives, I suggest you wait until the second year to choose, based on your capabilities. Moreover, remember to engage in campus tasks to accumulate participation points, which account for 30 of the final grade. After numerous reminders, Chang Yuezhi finally brought the most crucial matter to light. The preliminary rounds of the Qianqiu Cup are approaching. Students wishing to participate should sign up promptly. Preliminary rounds. Qianqiu, who had been dozing off, suddenly perked up. She had been so busy lately that she hadn't even voted for the project managers. Lin Xiao, sitting in the front row, couldn't contain himself and quietly turned to her, speaking in hushed tones. Which project manager are you going to register for in the preliminary rounds? Just as Qianqiu was about to respond, she fortuitously met Chang Yuezhi's gaze and instantly fell silent, pulling her baseball cap lower, thinking, you can't see me. You can't see me. As for her accomplice, Lin Xiao, he had maintained a posture as straight as a statue since entering the classroom. His swift turn earlier had left Qianqiu in awe. Chang Yuezhi had failed to catch Lin Xiao's attention, but the chalk flew accurately, striking her forehead. Ouch! Qianqiu clutched her head, and before she could voice her pain, a cold, unyielding voice declared, all right, class dismissed. Qianqiu, come to my office. With a weary acknowledgement, Qianqiu followed the briskly walking Chang Yuezhi. Under the oppressive presence of their teacher, the students dared not move, merely trailing her with their eyes. The atmosphere was so intimidating that even the deity of study seemed to falter. Li Minghang shook his head. Did you see that? This is the Qiwuzhong Demon King that the seniors have feared for years. Truly, seeing is believing. Shen Yuan was terrified of Chang Yuezhi. Waving a blank piece of paper in a mock display of tears. Hang in there. Qi God, you must endure. Bearing the collective gaze of admiration and sorrow from her classmates, Qianqiu maintained her aloof facade. In that moment, she felt like a hero marching toward the gallows. Just as she was about to exit the classroom, an unknown voice penetrated the glass, resonant and full of spirit. Qi God, may your journey be smooth. We will always remember you. Qianqiu was utterly flabbergasted. Who was the fool cursing her? The previously serious Chang Yuezhi, however, seemed to ignore the voice behind her. She remained silent until reaching the dean's office. Knock, knock, knock. Dean Lu, I have brought her. Qianqiu furrowed her brows slightly. Whom did Chang Yuezhi intend for her to meet? There was no response from within. Chang Yuezhi displayed a customary expression, then turned to engage Qianqiu in conversation. She got straight to the point. I apologize for informing you of this only now. A question mark gradually appeared on the girl's forehead. An unsettling premonition arose within her. Could it be that the school was closing down? Chang Yuezhi paused, seemingly taken aback by her accurate guess. Moments later, her expression returned to normal as she sighed softly. The truth is, we do not wish to betray your initial intention of applying to Qiwuzhong. But we also do not want to see you squander a few years of your time here. An SS-level beast master should shine in a broader and higher realm, yet Qiwuzhong currently lacks the resources to provide such opportunities. Ah, Qianqiu now comprehended her intent. So you brought me here to meet some significant person? This time, Chang Yuezhi regarded Qianqiu with a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. She was indeed quite astute. But precisely because of this, her resolve grew stronger. Only a genius could teach another genius. With that said, Chang Yuezhi abruptly turned her gaze towards the closed door. Her tone laced with regret. It seems Dean Lu is not here. We shall reschedule. Wait. A clear female voice rang out from a distance. Qianqiu turned towards the source of the voice, where the owner was approaching with graceful strides. She was a woman of ethereal beauty, exuding an air of detachment and otherworldliness. As Qianqiu stared at her for a few seconds out of curiosity, she felt her very bones and blood begin to freeze. The closer the woman came, the colder Qianqiu felt. Her teeth chattered, her complexion turned pale, as if an invisible hand tightly gripped her lungs, making breathing difficult. If Qianqiu could be likened to a blazing flame sweeping across the earth, this teacher left Qianqiu with the impression of a stormy night, quiet yet undeniably imposing. Lost in her thoughts, Qianqiu heard Qianqiu call her name, Dean Lu. Lu Ying nodded indifferently, her gaze shifting to Qianqiu. Upon noticing her ashen face, she finally remembered to retract her oppressive aura. Annoyed, she remarked to Qianqiu, "You have a child here. Why didn't you remind me?" Qianqiu touched her nose, hesitant to admit that she was accustomed to Lu Ying's daily cold demeanor and had momentarily failed to react. Lu Ying ignored her. Once she contained her presence, her sharp features softened considerably. Qianqiu sighed in relief, finally able to breathe. Yet before she could relax, Dean Lu lowered her stance to meet Qianqiu's gaze. "Young lady, did you willingly choose to join Qianqiu? Chapter 30, Too Much. The moment their eyes met, the air froze. Lu Ying's gaze was clear, capable of piercing through her very soul. Qianqiu felt a shiver of apprehension. The prowess of this instructor was undoubtedly more profound than what was superficially revealed. The atmosphere suddenly grew taut. Qianqiu chuckled, raising his eyebrows. "Director Lu, how could I possibly poach another student? Besides, you are the only chief beast master in the entire Fengye region. Once you emerge, what exceptional students could you not attract?" The title of chief beast master was indeed formidable. Qianqiu's pupils widened in astonishment, and she instinctively held her breath. It was not an exaggeration. A chief beast master was akin to a near-divine entity, a rarity even within the entire alliance, a treasure to be cherished wherever they went. Yet, Lu Ying remained modest. Times have changed. She smiled at Qianqiu. "Let us strike a bargain. Retrieve those items for me, and I shall provide you with resources to ensure your bright future." To be frank, this was a lucrative deal. Without waiting for Qianqiu to signal her, Qianqiu nodded. All right. After all, she was in dire need of resources, and it would be foolish to refuse. "Good child," Lu Ying replied with a gentle smile, nodding appreciatively. However, upon noticing Qianqiu's radiant expression, she quickly changed her demeanor. "One is sufficient. I do not wish to be bothered by others." Qianqiu chuckled, well aware of Lu Ying's considerable leverage. Qianqiu gleaned a hint of familiarity from their banter and, unable to suppress her curiosity, asked earnestly, "Since you are here overseeing Q, how come? With such an impressive chief beast master protecting us, what is there to fear from Zhang?" Mentioning the past, Lu Ying's eyes darkened, and her smile turned cold. It was not without the treachery of a group of ingrates. Ingrates? Qianqiu's brow furrowed, realizing there were multiple factions involved. The two exchanged solemn glances, the weight of their shared history palpable. Memories that should have faded with time resurfaced, and after a prolonged silence, Lu Ying exhaled a heavy sigh. Many years ago, Q was the foremost military academy in the Alliance, now known as Lai City's first high school. What? Qianqiu was rendered speechless. The implication of internal strife was staggering. She darted her gaze between the two instructors, confirming they were not jesting, and fell silent. All along, Zhang and Q had been at odds, with their students harboring a deep-seated aversion towards each other. Yet, she never imagined that the two institutions had a common origin. As Lu Ying recounted the past, her tone was calm, yet the underlying bitterness was enough for Qianqiu to digest for quite a while. The year I enrolled coincided with a glorious period for Q. The school produced 3 consecutive prodigies in beast mastery, and students swept the competitions. Certainly, I also won numerous accolades. Numerous? Qianqiu marveled inwardly. Lu Ying was far too modest. If others were deemed geniuses, she was the pinnacle among them. Undefeated since her debut. Such a description carried immense weight, earning her even more respect from Qianqiu. In that moment, she felt a surge of fervor. Indeed, Professor Lu was impressive, and even with her own advantages, she would not dare boast of invincibility. She deeply understood the meaning of there are always greater talents. Qianqiu silently clenched her fists, vowing to train harder. Unfortunately, the good times did not last. When I planned to pursue further studies, turmoil erupted at the rift border, and the Alliance's reserves dwindled, placing us at a disadvantage. In a moment of crisis, her mentor, the former principal of Q, stepped forward, rallying the senior students to the battlefield. Revisiting old wounds was akin to reopening scars. Lu Ying lowered her gaze, concealing her fierce resolve. To this day, she still recalled the detestable faces of those individuals. In truth, Q was not meant to participate. They were merely 16 or 17, blooming like flowers. Going to the rift border was tantamount to seeking death. Yet they said, those capable must bear the burden. Because of this statement, Half of Q's students perished in that battle, including my mentor and peers. None returned. I simply could not accept it. A fierce fury swept across her pale visage, and Qianqiu clenched his teeth, delivering a heavy fist to the wall. Q should not bear such a disgrace. They were all heroes, sacrificing their lives for the people. They deserved a better fate. The more she spoke, the more impassioned she became. Lu Ying remained silent, but her autumnal eyes reflected a fierce flame. Years had passed, yet the memories of youthful ambition and lofty aspirations dimmed the moment she heard the cold tidings of the fallen. Eventually, the conflict subsided. Few teachers remained at Q, and the student casualties were severe. Without a guiding hand, various factions within the school began to emerge, opportunistically seizing the limited resources. These individuals took advantage of my efforts to dismantle the safe haven, and had I not been injured at the time, I would have thwarted them. Lu Ying chuckled darkly, shadows of resentment beginning to surface. By the time Qianqiu had absorbed half of the story, she had ceased sipping her tea. She felt both speechless and melancholic. It turned out that the chief beast master summoned by the Alliance to eradicate the safe haven was none other than Professor Lu. Resources, reputation, status, after a lifetime of effort. Q gained nothing. Qianqiu fell momentarily silent, her heart weighed down by the heaviness of the truth. Why did so many remain oblivious to the reality? They all believe I perished in that operation. Lu Ying dismissed it lightly. Not just Yizhong. We lost far too much. In this era, seizing resources is akin to taking lives. Qianqiu felt an unnamed fury welling within her, and unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "This is utterly outrageous." Now, over a decade later, Lu Ying's wounds had nearly healed, and it was time to settle accounts. Her first target would be Lai City's Yizhong. Lu Ying regained her focus. Looking at her newly accepted apprentice, "You have yet to register for the preliminary rounds, correct?" Qianqiu shook her head halfway, then suddenly understood. "You want me to sign up for Yizhong's preliminary rounds?" In the Fengye region, there were 8 organizers for the preliminary rounds, with one slot exclusively held by a teacher from Yizhong. Initially, Qianqiu considered avoiding any association, but her thoughts had now shifted. The champion's reward from Yizhong would greatly benefit your cultivation. How could one not strive to win? Qianqiu raised an eyebrow. Since she was going, she would ensure that those scoundrels would weep and regret their existence. As she declared this, her demeanor shifted from calm to fierce, a torrent of resentment surging in her eyes. Lu Ying interjected abruptly, "The venue they will utilize this time belongs to Q." Qianqiu was taken aback. Before she could ponder further, Lu Ying smiled coldly. "The masterminds of that era included 4 institutions. Everything we can reclaim shall rightfully belong to you." Chapter 31. I am exceedingly pleased. Upon hearing Lu Ying's words, Qianqiu's breath halted for a few seconds. The attack value of the tiger skin was undoubtedly sufficient at this stage, yet its shortcomings were glaringly apparent. Its leveling speed was excruciatingly slow. Meanwhile, the concurrent Luai tiger had already reached level 22, while tiger skin stagnated at level 18, causing her concern about energy sufficiency. Fortuitously, the champion's reward from Yizhong was said to be a coveted treasure, something everyone had longed for. "Professor Lu has painted quite a grand picture for me," she jested, tentatively probing, "What if I cannot retrieve it?" Lu Ying tousled her hair, responding without hesitation, "No worries, they cannot afford the cost of using it. Since it is a transaction, sincerity must be put forth." With little preparation, Lu Ying rummaged through her pockets and produced a black stone. "Here, this is for you. Consider it a small gift." Qianqiu accepted it, immediately sensing its rough texture. She could not help but delve into it with her mental strength, only to encounter an exceedingly dense mist. It appeared ordinary, yet was inscrutable. "What is this?" Lu Ying replied, "It's a bloodline purification stone." Qianqiu paused her fingers as they caressed the stone. A bloodline purification stone? It sounds remarkably impressive. However, Lu Ying delivered a staggering revelation in the most unassuming tone. "It's normal that you haven't heard of it. The purification stones are the hearts of high-tier beasts, but they are currently monopolized by the upper echelons." The significance of Lu Ying handing the stone to her was evident. "I heard your beast is a meows, and when it breaks through, integrating this into its materials should elevate it from a low tier to a high tier without issue." Today had been overwhelming, and Qianqiu pressed her hand to her chest, trembling as she said, "I feel I need a moment to digest this." Even if she spent 3,000 gold coins to identify the stone's quality as 5 stars, her expression would remain unchanged. Why did it feel like Lu Ying's inventory was richer than her own card pool? The person involved seemed utterly unfazed by the rarity of the item, her demeanor perfectly composed. What was this? If not for fearing to hasten growth, and due to Qianqiu's insufficient level to wield them, Lu Ying would have easily presented her with a plethora of treasures. She was a person of genuine temperament, naturally offering the best of what she had. At this juncture, Qianqiu increasingly felt that those people were short-sighted. As long as Qi Wu persisted, given time, it would undoubtedly rise again. She carefully placed the purification stone into her beast containment space. Also, I have already informed Qianqiu that you need not attend the special training classes anymore. This is the privilege of a genius. During their conversation, Qianqiu had silently slipped away. Huh. Qianqiu stood before her like a dazed goose. Isn't this inappropriate? It seems out of place. What is wrong with that? Lu Ying rolled up her sleeves, her aura emanating strength. Are you afraid they won't accept it? Then beat them into submission. She raised her chin and proudly declared. Back in my day, I also attended small classes alone because the senior sisters couldn't keep up with my pace. So strong, exceedingly strong. Qianqiu silently gave her a thumbs up. After a lengthy discourse, Lu Ying decisively sat down, lifting her teacup. Classes will be on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You can arrange the others as you see fit. After a moment of silence, she blinked in confusion. Why so quiet? Are you dissatisfied? Wait, did you just say? Only 3 days of class a week. Qianqiu's eyes sparkled with profound gratitude. Indeed, one cannot be greedy. Lu Ying glanced at her quizzically, then added, no need to come too early. After 9 o'clock is fine. She still needed her rest. The dazed Qianqiu slowly opened her mouth, nearly dropping her jaw to the ground. 4 days off each week, without an early 8 o'clock class. If those students in the special training class knew, they would surely be envious to the point of bleeding. She proclaimed, Teacher Lu Ying is my eternal idol. After leaving the teaching building, Qianqiu heard the sound of her tiger-striped beast scratching and hurriedly released it. Meow. It burst forth like a little cannonball, shaking its tufted hair vigorously. Having been cooped up in the beast space all day, it felt miserable. Here's your freeze-dried treat. Qianqiu cooed to her pet, while pushing open the dormitory door, discovering both of her roommates present. Upon her return, Ling Xiao and Wu Niantong looked up from their computers, the latter enthusiastically beckoning her. Boss, come over and sign up for the event. Have you finished registering? Qianqiu leisurely opened a can. Behind her, the two beasts worked in tandem. The falling game tiger diligently dragged its famished tiger-striped form into the dormitory, while the electric raccoon executed a forceful kick, slamming the door shut. The noise echoed dramatically, quickly eliciting a cold glare from Wu Niantong. Billy. It elongated its tone in complaint, reluctantly reopening the door and closing it again with a thud. As long as I can win, I don't care what I register for. Ling Xiao turned her chair, resting her arms on it, her tone flat. Wu Niantong leaned over with her tablet, listing the events. The Galaxy Cup, the Speed Cup, and the Deadbeat Cup. She swiftly recited the names of 8 event organizers, along with their respective preliminaries, at a pace difficult for most to match. Deadbeat Cup? Qianqiu nearly sprayed her cola. What a ridiculous name. Wu Niantong earnestly reviewed the description, explaining that it was hosted by renowned beast tamers from Icevine City, aiming to create a spectacle. While the hype was undeniable, the criticism was even more pronounced. Everyone claimed the Deadbeat Cup's format was akin to child's play. They say no regrets in placing a piece, but in the Deadbeat Cup, every contestant has the opportunity to retract their moves. However, Qianqiu found it intriguing. It truly seemed both entertaining and visually appealing, testing the abilities of beast tamers, with the finalists undoubtedly being extraordinary talents. Even Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. Even if someone won by luck, it was still impressive. After some casual chatter, Wu Niantong quickly decided on the competition she wished to enter: the Shattered Jade Cup, which judged crafted products, and the Bluebird Cup, aimed at selecting the best beast tamer. Regardless of their faction or level, all beast tamers had corresponding preliminaries. So, will you participate in the Deadbeat Cup, the Balance Cup, the Round Cup, or the Glamorous Cup? Most of the competitions Ling Xiao listed leaned towards combat. With a pop, the pull tab on the can was opened, and the sour bubbles surged forth with a chilling mist. Qianqiu turned her face, her eyes serious. The Galaxy Cup. Ling Xiao squinted slightly. That answer surprises me. This year, the Bluebird Cup would be hosted in Maple Field, with each of the 8 organizers occupying a city. The Galaxy Cup, organized by the first high school, was not within her plans. Qianqiu observed her discreetly. Ling Xiao likely knew about Qi Wu's past. After barely a moment's hesitation, Ling Xiao lethargically agreed. The number of contestants for the Galaxy Cup was considerable, so the principal of the first high school, who was also the organizer, opted for a point elimination system. She appeared to have done her research. The competition would span 3 days. Committing to be Lu Ying's disciple meant she had to strive for something for Qi Wu. Chapter 32. Teacher Chang's Teaching Style. Oh, right. Wu Niantong slapped her forehead. Seeing both of them gaze at her, she unabashedly divulged all the information she had gathered. Recently, my mom was invited to maintain facilities at the first high school. Their administration places great importance on this competition and plans to utilize the legendary school treasure. To this, Ling Xiao reacted with indifference. The first high school can only dominate in Lai City. Their standards are utterly insufficient elsewhere. Without presenting something substantial, how can they hone their students? However, Qianqiu reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, reflexively asking, "What treasure?" "The Four Seasons Cube. I believe that's its name." Wu Yintong pondered for a moment before confirming. The Four Seasons Cube is a 6-star crafted item that can simulate any battle environment and is reusable. It is said that the contents of the map can be extracted. Qianqiu sighed. No wonder Teacher Lu insisted she participate, claiming it would be greatly beneficial. This Four Seasons Cube was likely also Qi Wu's possession. So that's it. Ling Xiao furrowed her brow slightly. I was wondering where they would find a suitable venue. Upon the commencement of the simulated battlefield, all contestants will be deployed into a singular arena, where the more magical beasts one vanquishes, the higher the score attained. In contrast to the ostentatious competition formats proposed by other organizers, the Star Cup can be deemed remarkably straightforward. I comprehend now. After listening to the analysis, Qianqiu felt reassured. She turned her head to glance at Ling Xiao, whose gaze was elusive yet unmistakably bore the same discontent as that of Teacher Lu. It was evident that Ling Xiao would exert her utmost concentration during this preliminary contest. The registration period for the preliminaries spans 30 days. However, Chang Yuezhi did not grant the students of the special training class any leniency simply because time was still ample. The specialized class commenced precisely on Tuesday. With no classes scheduled, Qianqiu rose early, whistling as she accompanied Ling Xiao to audit the session. At the training grounds, Chang Yuezhi remained as formidable as ever. Wielding a blackboard eraser in her left hand and chalk in her right, her lips curling into a fearsome smile akin to a demonic overlord. The first lesson was hands-on training. Her gaze, sharp as an eagle's, swept over the cohort of students in the advanced class, a group of over 40 who fell silent, scarcely daring to breathe. Among them, a particularly chubby boy trembled noticeably. Chang Yuezhi decided to make an example of him. Your pet beast is of the speed type, correct? Why yes, Xin Yuan stammered, nodding. It's quite swift underwater. I see. After pondering for a moment, Chang Yuezhi commanded, you and your pet shall run 20 laps around the track. What? Xin Yuan gasped, bewildered. What are you dawdling for? Chang Yuezhi shot him a glare, before fetching 20-pound sandbags to strap onto both him and his beast. Neither of you shall slack off for even a moment, except when sleeping. Xin Yuan, already a frail little chub, nearly fainted at the latter half of her statement, but was held upright by Song Mingyan, preventing him from succumbing to his despair. Humph, trying to shirk your duties? Chang Yuezhi instantly saw through his ruse. Fail to complete today's task, and tomorrow's will be doubled. I'll get right on it. The realization that it was weighted training left Qianqiu momentarily stunned. After dealing with Xin Yuan, Chang Yuezhi turned with a smile, addressing the rest. Everyone must strive diligently. I have meticulously prepared training plans for each of you. Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but wince. 20 laps with an additional 20 pounds? Surely, Teacher Chang was a devil incarnate. Song Mingyan, take your ember spirit to gather green beans. No slacking off. Song Mingyan squatted before a large basin brimming with red bean flour, glancing at his impatient fire-type beast. Overwhelmed by despair, Shiyu Ming analyzed and summarized the strategies and motivations of the contestants from last year's Bluebird Cup, issue 05, in an 800-word report. I expect to see it before Friday's early class. Jiangzhua, before the end of this month, ensure your terminal rank is within the top 100 of 1 star. Remember, I want the ranking before it's finalized. Do not attempt to deceive me with screenshots of unranked standings. After addressing each according to their needs, Chang Yuezhi's gaze finally settled upon Ling Xiao. She had intentionally placed her last, as she was the student she regarded most highly in the advanced class. Ling Xiao. This child appeared remarkably composed. Chang Yuezhi smiled. Summon your pet for me to observe. The falling winged tiger snorted as it emerged. Qianqiu noticed that the already sweltering air grew even warmer. This time, Chang Yuezhi took much longer to scrutinize Ling Xiao. About a minute later, she pointed to a boy hiding in the cool corner. You will train with Lan Naz, using only regular attacks. Lan Naz. You may only defeat Ling Xiao with your ultimate skill. Qianqiu turned her gaze as well. That boy and his beast were indeed Ling Xiao's opponents in the advancement round. One could only use regular attacks, while the other could only deploy ultimate skills. She couldn't help but click her tongue. The ice type was inherently at a disadvantage against fire. Even Ling Xiao fell into a moment of silence before conceding. This battle would be a torment for both parties. One suppressed by elemental disadvantage, the other constrained from unleashing their full power, forced to endure a protracted struggle. Each time Lan Naz attempted to strike, Chang Yuezhi would promptly intervene. Teacher Chang's training methods were exceedingly harsh. As Qianqiu watched the two engage, their veins bulging and sweat streaming, she couldn't help but recall Teacher Lu. Perhaps Teacher Lu would be even more stringent. It's all right, Qianqiu reassured herself. At least there are still 4 days of vacation left. After observing her two students torment each other for a while, Chang Yueji finally inquired of Qianqiu. What brings you here? I came to audit the class. I'm not teaching you. Go on, go on. If there's nothing else, you should do some tasks and find a senior to team up with. Chang Yueji ushered her out, as one might a fledgling chick. Qianqiu left reluctantly, pausing for a moment to mourn for the beleaguered Ling Xiao before slipping away. Teacher Chang mentioned that the task center set up by Qi Wang was located at Leisure Square. The tiger-skinned beast curled up on her shoulder, curiously peering around, yearning for ice cream. Along the way, numerous pairs of individuals and their beasts hurried past, all headed to accept tasks. Many cast curious glances at Qianqiu. She looked helplessly at her darkened companion, apart from its pair of amber eyes. The tiger skin had only grown darker over the past few days. Upon arriving at Leisure Square, she was met with a scene reminiscent of a bustling crowd. A few seniors were embroiled in a quarrel. Make way, make way. I saw this task first. I'll take it. Do you think just because you claim it's yours, it belongs to you? What a joke. After eavesdropping on the commotion about the slow hand policy, Qianqiu exerted herself and finally squeezed to the front, straining to peer at the densely packed task board. Help me pick up a package. Reward, 1 point. That was far too little. No one was inclined to accept it. Desperately seeking a 3-star water-type breakthrough stone, 10 sea dew flowers, 300 points, cash on delivery. Someone remarked, that task is laughable. Anyone with sense would shake their head at it. If I had the prowess to obtain a breakthrough stone, I'd rather keep it for myself. Qianqiu scanned several tasks. Either the points were too meager or the difficulty too great. She frowned, regretting not arriving earlier. A kind-hearted individual nearby advised her, Junior, it's already 10 in the morning. The good tasks have all been snatched up. You might as well come back in the afternoon. Thank you, I'll keep looking. Qianqiu waved her hand and continued scrolling through the listings. Urgent notice, 30 tofu ducks in need of care, 500 points, daily settlement. Many others had also noticed this peculiar task. 30? Are they treating people like workhorses? Yet it promised 500 points. Before Qianqiu could ponder further, another senior shouted, students skilled in postnatal care for sows, please report to the office of the Dean of the Theology Department immediately. Reward, 500 points. What the heck? ISNT the Theology Department, supposed to be studying human potential? How did they end up feeding pigs? Chapter 33, Breaking Through the Door. With the Theology Department as a comparison, the Healing Department seemed less peculiar. Perhaps the Healing Department was conducting some experiment. However, the folks in the Theology Department, with only one student in their senior year and no new students in the second year or this year, the senior shook his head sympathetically as he walked away, likely having gone mad from being unable to recruit students. Qianqiu rested her chin on her hand, listening to their complaints. Apart from the highly sought-after combat department, the healing and theology departments had gained notoriety as the two major academic pitfalls. Firstly, graduating from the theology department was notoriously difficult, with students perpetually engrossed in the philosophical study of the origins of life, each one more eccentric than the last. As for the healing department, the adage warning against pursuing a medical career was gaining traction, yet upon graduation, it assured a stable job. Others likely wouldn't accept these tasks. However, Qianqiu had indeed raised pigs before. She gazed at the two tasks for quite some time, confirming that no one had taken them, and after careful consideration, opted for the latter. The theology department's lecture hall resided on the eastern edge of the academic district, its walls adorned with lush green ivy that shimmered like gilded gold under the sunlight. The little cat, Tiger Skin, eagerly took the lead, prompting Qianqiu to let out a quiet sigh of relief as she stretched her stiff shoulders. The surroundings felt rather desolate. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, the view gradually opened up. Tiger Skin avoided the main path, excitedly weaving through the greenery on either side, relishing the fresh air, despite a lingering scent of disinfectant. Watching the little feline sprint faster and faster, Qianqiu could only lament that she would have to bathe it upon their return. Suddenly, a piercing cat scream echoed ahead. Meow? Qianqiu's brows furrowed tightly as she hurried forward. There stood a bespectacled, refined young man, thin as a reed, dressed in a psychiatric hospital uniform. He was presumably the sole student of the theology department. Tiger Skin writhed in his grasp, huffing indignantly. Let me go, you villain. The young man calmly pinched the back of its neck with 2 fingers and adjusted his glasses, stating, Classmate, this is the theology department campus. Pets are not permitted. A question mark slowly materialized on Qianqiu's forehead. Was he not human? Yet, seeing Tiger Skin's distress, she uttered an apology. Could you please return it to me? I'm here to complete a task. Can you raise pigs? A hint of puzzlement crossed the young man's face. Qianqiu nodded yes. I used to raise them in the countryside. After hearing her response, he slowly released his grip, and tiger skin dashed into her arms, whimpering. Feeling the heavy resentment emanating from this individual, whom it deemed the most terrifying type it had ever encountered. I am Meng Mahuan, he said, persistently pushing his sliding glasses back up. Follow me. At this point, Qianqiu was utterly bewildered. No wonder no one had taken this task. It was absurd. Fortunately, Meng Mahuan did not further complicate matters and led her directly to the dean's office. Does a senior like you really require the dean to conduct an interview for such tasks? Qianqiu found herself halting in her tracks. Don't look at me. Meng Mahuan replied coldly. I've been held back for 7 years. I know nothing. Qianqiu thought. What kind of situation warrants being held back for 7 years? This is more frightening. A twinge of regret for accepting the task began to surface within her. However, Meng Mahuan continued to observe her, leaving her no choice but to steel herself and knock on the door. Dean, are you there? The door opened swiftly, revealing the rugged face of a bearded man. As her gaze traveled downward, she recognized the tattered beggar's attire and a dog-beating stick. What a grounded appearance. Moreover, this dean exuded no semblance of spiritual energy. Qianqiu froze, suddenly realizing. How could it be you? That con artist. She stumbled back 2 steps. The dean of the theology department leaped up, his reaction even more exaggerated than Qianqiu's. Yuan Pa, what brings you here? Qianqiu was at a loss for words. Did you not claim to be a teacher of the combat department? I was unaware you were a student of Qi. They exchanged glances in disbelief. Meng Mahuan stood by the door, utterly perplexed. Yuan Pa chuckled awkwardly, suddenly remembering the matter at hand. Do you truly know how to raise pigs? Qianqiu nodded firmly. I do. Her family used to work as veterinarians. Upon receiving her affirmative response, Yuan Pa surprisingly did not ask for further confirmation and instead led her to view his experimental subjects. But this isn't a pig, she remarked, poking the creature through the glass enclosure. Yuan Pa burst into laughter. The task is merely a ruse. I seek to find students who genuinely love the field of spirit studies. Oh, the girl maintained a stoic expression. In truth, I am merely fond of earning credits. Yuan Pa was momentarily speechless, turning away in indignation. The spherical creature appeared excessively frail, languishing beside a patch of seaweed, its golden fur swaying in the nutrient solution. However, upon seeing Qianqiu, it deviated from its usual demeanor, nuzzling against her face. Meng Mahuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Its name is Meng Bao. Like Yuan Pa, Meng Bao also lacked spiritual energy. After playing with Meng Bao for a while, Qianqiu could no longer contain her impatience. Dean Yuan, what exactly is this task you mentioned? I would like to ask you to care for Meng Bao, coming once a week. If possible, please assist us with some experiments. Meng Mahuan added, a pet that loses its spiritual energy will soon perish. The teacher and I are searching for a method to help it survive. Qianqiu frowned deeply. What happened to Meng Bao's spiritual energy? It was taken away. Taken away? Qianqiu pressed her lips together. She contemplated the worst-case scenario. If spiritual energy could be so easily seized, chaos would surely ensue in this world. Then, was Dean Yuan's spiritual energy also taken? Who could be the culprit? The Haven, the principal of Yizhong, or perhaps other factions? Before she could ponder further, Meng Mahuan suddenly shouted anxiously from outside. Someone has broken in. His voice was soon drowned out by a loud crash. What is happening? Yuan Pa exclaimed, yet before he could rush out, a powerful force pinned him in place. Yuan Laotu, I've heard you've kidnapped a student from the combat department? A cool voice penetrated his ears as a figure appeared, carrying a door panel on her shoulder. They truly had broken in. Both men exclaimed in unison, Dean Liu? Teacher Liu. Qianqiu felt utterly disoriented in the whirlwind. Good morning, Lu Ying greeted her beloved disciple with a beaming smile, then turned her furious gaze upon Yuan Pa. She arched an eyebrow. Care to explain? Yuan Pa's eyes widened. Is the combat department truly so despicable? With so many students, couldn't you spare one for me? Meng Mahuan interjected, no. The teacher's scheme to recruit new students through tasks has backfired. Lu Ying surveyed the room, and, upon noticing Meng Mahuan's guilty expression, instantly grasped his intentions. Trying to undermine me while my back is turned? She crossed her arms and scoffed. This is a misunderstanding. Yuan Pa wiped the sweat from his brow, chuckling awkwardly. Caught between two formidable figures, Qianqiu felt increasingly uneasy. Heavens, she merely sought to earn some credits. Huh, Lu Ying remarked with a half-smile, casting a sidelong glance at him. I previously asked you to take Xiaoqi along, but you seemed quite impatient and claimed to have no time. What now? Are you slapping yourself in the face? Chapter 34, Exploded. Although the dean of the theology department appeared eccentric, some of his insights were remarkably reliable in practical situations. Annoying. Lu Ying found him thoroughly disagreeable. Well, that was before. It was an accident, Yuan Pa answered with a grin, shamelessly adding, had I known your student was so unique. I would have had no reason to refuse. Qianqiu's potential was evident, as she could easily discern the levels of spiritual energy and even capture Mangbao's attention. Realizing Yuan Pa harbored intentions of taking Qianqiu under his wing, Lu Ying pressed her throbbing temples in irritation. You dare to poach from me? Not a chance. Fearing that the theology department might drive the poor girl insane, she turned to her disciple and advised, students from the theology department tend to have some peculiarities. You should attend classes in other departments when you have the time. However, it seemed she could only attend classes with the upperclassmen. Why? Qianqiu inquired, feeling neglected. Yuan Pa, infuriated, stomped his foot. Lu Ying, your students are far too few. Lu Ying gazed into her disciple's clear, bright eyes, hesitated for a moment, and then gritted her teeth to say 2 words, too few. Fear not. Your roommate is a freshman from the forging department, and she usually attends classes with the second-year students. Moreover, this year, the healing department has only 1 lone seedling. They won't mind having an extra audit student. Lu Ying is not only the dean, but also the principal of Qiwu, and she undoubtedly possesses the authority to grant her apprentice certain privileges. Qianqiu understood this well. Under Lu Ying's assurance, she and the theology department reached a peaceful agreement. She would come to the laboratory every Thursday afternoon to observe and record the progress of Mangbao, assisting with minor tasks as needed. Each session would earn her 500 points, continuing until the theology department no longer required her services. Before departing, Qianqiu cast a sympathetic glance at Mangbao, feeling sorrow for the poor creature that had its spiritual energy taken away at such a young age. Lu Ying led Qianqiu away, leaving only Ming Mahuan to watch over Mangbao. Once the others had left, the once bustling laboratory fell into an eerie silence. Mangbao timidly curled up behind the glass enclosure, shutting itself off from the outside world. Ming Mahuan gazed pensively at the despondent pet, contemplating for a moment before deciding to mimic Qianqiu's playful approach to cheer it up. Mangbao, are you hungry? With a soft puff, Mangbao emitted a bubble. But upon realizing it was Ming Mahuan, it promptly turned its backside toward him, clearly disinterested in engaging. Ming Mahuan, expressionless, withdrew his hand. Well, it seems I'm not favored after all. Hey, are you joining me for the practical class this afternoon? During lunch, Wu Yintong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at her. Yes, Qianqiu nodded. That's wonderful. Qianqiu had secured a spot as an auditor, and Wu Yintong was even more thrilled than she was, perhaps due to the small number of students in the forging department. With only a little over 20 students across 3 grades, when Qianqiu entered the classroom, she received a warm welcome that rivaled that of the combat department, sparking numerous discussions. This junior looks quite unfamiliar. Haven't you seen the form? She's Qianqiu, the prodigy who used Miaosu in the promotion matches. Miaosu? Has it mutated in this day and age? That aside, while she may be a promising talent in the combat department, our forging school does not prioritize such traits. If she lacks the aptitude for forging, it might be best for her to switch majors. Being an auditor was one thing, but Qianqiu would still need to undergo an aptitude test. Despite having received prior notice from Lu Ying, Xingyi, who appeared gentle and amiable, was actually the most difficult to approach. The secondary course also counts towards final grades. I'm worried she might fail. Sure, don't speak. Teacher Xing will come in shortly to assess Junior Qi's aptitude. Moments later, Xingyi arrived as scheduled. She first organized the classroom before directing her attention to the young girl in the back row, beckoning Qianqiu to step forward for the aptitude test. As a mentor for both departments, Xingyi's gaze remained fixed on the testing apparatus, a hint of anticipation stirring within her. She hoped that the forging department would not only have Wu Yintong as a standout talent. The classroom fell into a hushed silence. Before the results were revealed, no one dared to breathe. Qianqiu understood the significance of the test. She pressed her lips together, determined not to waver. 3 seconds later, the instrument's readings stabilized completely. With hopeful anticipation, Xingyi picked up the test reagent and, under Wu Yintong's anxious gaze, began to speak. Qianqiu, your forging aptitude is Grade B. This result felt rather ordinary to Qianqiu. After all, the spiritual power she had brought with her was not even at Grade B. Wu Yintong's smile froze in disbelief. B. That's impossible. My senior's spiritual power is a rare SS. How could her forging aptitude be so unremarkable? The outcome landed like a heavy stone in water, stirring a flurry of discussions. Some breathed a sigh of relief. I told you, no one can excel at everything. That would be too unfair. Others questioned if they had misheard. Teacher, is your instrument malfunctioning? Was my expectation too high? It wasn't that they were biased. Qianqiu had exhibited such versatility that everyone had assumed her aptitude would be A or above. Xingyi too felt something was amiss. She paused for a moment, then softened her tone. Shall we try again? Qianqiu, feeling helpless, shrugged. All right. Yet, the repeated test still yielded a dull Grade B. The miracle did not materialize. While Xingyi felt a tinge of regret, she concealed it and prepared to initiate the second round of testing with a basic forging recipe. 10 minutes. The timer begins now. Qianqiu positioned herself at the forging table, examining the recipe Xingyi had provided. 1-star Gale boots, low difficulty, but even lower success rate. She scratched her head, exchanging glances with the tiger-striped feline. I'm about to begin. Meow. A throng of upperclassmen had gathered outside the door, curiously peering through the cracks, eager to glean some insight. If her completion rate exceeds 50, that would be acceptable, one remarked, though even they doubted Qianqiu's ability to achieve that. Are you forgetting that her forging aptitude is B? If she doesn't blow up the training room, that would be a success. Wu Yintong, hailing from a family of forge masters, found herself unable to refute this statement. She sighed, hoping the notes she had given to Qianqiu would prove useful. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, more than half had passed. Wu Yintong, initially pressed against the door to prevent any disruptions, suddenly felt her body tremble uncontrollably. Low blood sugar? She muttered to herself, even though she had eaten well. The girl straightened her back, and just then, the door behind her creaked ominously. Before Wu Yintong could turn around, a boy pointed at her with trembling hands, his eyes wide with terror. It's going to explode. Run. Ha ha. This school is one I never want to attend again. The students, who had previously been huddled together, scattered like cockroaches when the water hits. Unanimously. An exhilarating and peculiar thought raced through their minds. Finally, the junior was going to blow up the training room. Chapter 35. Unexpected Developments. As wisps of smoke began to seep through the door's crack, Wu Yintong hurriedly opened it, only to be met with a cloud of smoke that stung her eyes, forcing her to cough as she shouted, "Senior, come out quickly." Just as she was about to step inside, a warm hand rested on her shoulder. "Don't move. I will handle this." Instantly, Wu Yintong felt reassured, her tone urgent. "But Teacher Xing is still inside." "I know." Xingyi narrowed her eyes and surveyed the scene. Accompanied by an elegant avian pet at her side, Wu Yintong's gaze was immediately captured by its pink feathers, although it was rather inappropriate at that moment. This pet would surely win awards at the Glamour Cup. The Louis sparrow flapped its wings, summoning a gust of wind that swiftly cleared the remaining smoke from the room. Once the air was clear, it glanced back at Xingyi with an air of nonchalance. "Your student is unharmed." Indeed, upon entering, Xingyi found Qianqiu and a cat, both unharmed, squatting beside the forging table with soot-covered faces. Their eyes met, and an awkward silence enveloped them. The girl looked up, her expression pitiful and weak as she spoke. "Teacher, I'm so sorry for blowing up your training room." Meow. The tiger-striped cat seemed to protest, insisting it had merely tested the skill of the Arctic storm. In that moment, Xingyi envisioned two mischievous cats wagging their tails in trouble. Xingyi was at a loss for words. She rubbed her forehead, feeling as though she had contracted a peculiar ailment, one that caused her headaches every time she encountered Qianqiu. "Where is your finished product?" "Right here." Qianqiu, fully aware of the trouble she had caused, obediently raised her hands, revealing the Gale boots in their entirety. "One pair. The color is quite nice." As Xingyi began to assess the craftsmanship, her tightly furrowed brows eased slightly, only for her gaze to freeze in astonishment. "No, there are 2 pairs." That calm demeanor finally stirred, as she swiftly pulled the individual out of the training room, her gaze fixated intently on the swift boots. The woman's tone wavered slightly. "Are both of these your finished products?" Qianqiu nodded in confusion. She considered it quite ordinary, unaware that Xingyi was testing her, having initially provided her with the most rudimentary and highest failure rate Beast equipment formula. Beast equipment has always been exorbitantly priced, although not on par with the Four Seasons cube. The forging difficulty undeniably exceeds 2 stars. However, these details were not the crux of the matter. What was significant was that the junior had managed to produce 2 sets of equipment using a single resource. Someone, undeterred by danger, leaned close to Xingyi and swiftly spread the astonishing news. "No way is this true? It must be true. It's unbelievable. If given a blueprint for an energy gem, could you also produce 2? A throng of people surged around Qianqiu, enveloping her completely, with some even bursting into tears of joy. "If the junior can maintain this level of production, we shall never be short of funds again." Qianqiu felt a flush of embarrassment. It was well known that Qiwu was impoverished, and the Forging Academy was even more so. Its expenditures once dominating the budget across the 4 major departments. Students required materials for practical training. Results could only arise from practice. But the costs of forging materials were steep, and without sufficient experience, they could not craft finished products. This cycle perpetuated a state of financial stagnation within the forging department. Yet, Qianqiu was oblivious to their plight. Is it really that exaggerated? Qianqiu scratched her head in bewilderment, thinking the forging department was rather terrifying. as everyone regarded her with eyes gleaming with envy. What? You wish to know how I accomplished this? She managed to free one hand and waved dismissively. Such modesty. The crowd gasped in awe, their gazes almost devouring her. If that was her casual effort, what might happen if she were to apply herself more seriously? Merely judging by appearances was insufficient. Qianqiu produced a quality inspection device and began testing each forged item. At this moment, the expressions within the crowd began to shift. If mass production were possible, a slight dip in quality might be acceptable. Despite their words, Qianqiu remained keenly interested in the outcomes. A moment later, the results emerged. Completion rate, 90. Anything above 90 is deemed superior quality. 2 superior quality products? Qianqiu was rendered speechless. Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. How much could be earned from selling them? In short, a substantial amount. Does this mean I've passed? Qianqiu's face was a mask of confusion. She did not understand the complexities, merely charged forward. How could it not count? It absolutely counts. In a brief span of 10 minutes, Qianqiu experienced a whirlwind of emotions. Witnessing Qianqiu test a B-grade product, then seeing her inadvertently cause an explosion in the training room, only to have the situation take a turn for the better with Qianqiu presenting her a delightful surprise. Qianqiu was elated, unable to suppress a broad smile that illuminated her exquisite features. Welcome to the Forging Academy. Had it not been for the fact that Qianqiu was a student of Director Liu, she would have unreservedly made every effort to recruit her. With this thought, Qianqiu sincerely sent a message to Liu. Director Liu, thank you for your recommendation. Meanwhile, far away in the western campus, Liu sneezed. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Since the test had been passed, Qianqiu was not overly concerned about the finished products. She merely wished to ascertain if Qianqiu had sustained any injuries. However, her reaction was slightly delayed, and it took her some time to penetrate the encirclement. She set down the red potion, cradled her chin in her hands, and sincerely remarked on how popular her leader was. Yet, Qianqiu was somewhat puzzled. I remember that blueprint is part of the curriculum for second-year students. By this time, the class bell had rung for quite some time, and those who had come to watch were reluctantly dispersing. Finally liberated, Qianqiu exhaled a sigh of relief and found Qianqiu in the back row, who was tightly clutching a bottle of red potion. I haven't expressed my gratitude yet. Leader, you are incredible. I want to learn from you. You are my idol. The young girl's eyes sparkled with admiration as she grasped Qianqiu's hand. Qianqiu was elated, realizing she had indeed latched onto a golden opportunity. With such talent in forging, her leader was undoubtedly the right choice. Oh, stop it. Qianqiu waved her hand modestly, recalling how she had nearly caused an explosion in the training room, still feeling a twinge of fear. Forging is truly terrifying. The seniors who had not walked far remarked. The truly terrifying one is clearly you. Seeing the harmonious interaction between the two, Qianqiu felt a sense of pride. Her tone unmistakably filled with satisfaction. With both of you here, I have no worries. This scene quickly caught the attention of those with keen insight. Class monitor. Hasn't he the teacher forgotten? The junior is from the combat department. Yuanju tugged at Wenli's sleeve. Indeed, Qianqiu possessed some talent. But her focus lay in the combat department, with the forging department being merely a perpetual fallback. What about little Wu? Her forging talent is rated S. A boy chimed in. But her completion rate is 85, not higher than Junior Qi's. But little Wu is one of us. Wenli suddenly halted, looking affectionately at the group of naive youngsters before her. Don't you understand? With Junior Qi around, the so-called forging talent will no longer be the sole criterion. Chapter 36. The monthly exam approaches. Qiwu Forum. Wasn't the recently popular new student from our combat department? Why is she so close to the forging department? Huh? ISNT, that girl from the theology department? I saw her in the lab when I delivered supplies to the theology department last time. Actually, I'm a student of the combat department. Aside from the first day of school, I've never seen her in class. Ling Xiao stared at the screen for a long time before patting Qianqiu on the shoulder. Little Qi, you've truly caught fire. Lately, whenever she logged onto the forum, the homepage was flooded with posts related to Qianqiu. What's this? I'm training the tiger skin to lose weight. Qianqiu was overwhelmed with busyness, hardly having time to surf the web, let alone care about external commentary. I've seen it too. Qianqiu, holding a bag of milk, wheeled around in her chair. They say if you don't want to attend combat department classes, don't come. They even wish for you to drop out of the key class during the monthly exam. How outrageous. What do I think? Qianqiu felt utterly perplexed. Her daily routine was 2 points and a line, and she hadn't provoked anyone. Ling Xiao rubbed her forehead. Little Wu, you're reading too much into it. I'm not. The post is just like that. Little Wu indignantly pointed at the post for them to see. The title of the post read, When will that junior finally transfer classes? Receive, receive, receive. Theology department received her. Healing department received her. Believers are praying online. Hey, you in front. What does the healing department have to do with this? She asked, not on your list of alternatives. Having read the post, Qianqiu found it both amusing and exasperating. The scarcity of students at Qiwu had led to an awareness among students of poaching one another. Leaning back in her chair, she grimaced as she rubbed her sore muscles. With Director Liu around, I will definitely not transfer departments. Ling Xiao and Wen Yintong noticed the bruises on her arms and instinctively averted their gazes. She set down her electronic pen, her elongated phoenix eyes narrowed. How is Director Liu training you? These scars had persisted since she started attending Liu's classes. You've trained to this state. Qianqiu hesitated. And after a moment, she uttered a single word, fight. Her two roommates were utterly bewildered. Fight? Qianqiu nodded vigorously. Yes, fight. This was Director Liu's training technique. Pure and unadulterated free fighting. Generally speaking, the morning is dedicated to training with Tiger Skin while battling the teacher, but by afternoon, Tiger Skin is exhausted, leaving me to face the teacher alone. More often than not, I find myself at a disadvantage, though Tiger Skin has slimmed down considerably. Qianqiu gently pinched the little cat's cheek in a comforting gesture, only to be surprised by the increasing firmness of its belly. Billy, is that true? The electrode raccoon tilted its head adorably, wondering why it hadn't lost weight despite its strenuous efforts. The lounging Tiger Skin was lifted by the scruff of its neck by Luo Yihu. The little feline, devoid of any will to live, let its paws droop and emitted a desperate wail. I'm utterly exhausted. I could just skip class. Why must beast tamers possess such monstrous stamina? The crux of the matter is that it cannot afford to lose. It would be far too embarrassing to be bested by a beast tamer in an area where it excels. Unfortunately, no one could fathom the little cat's troubles. Merely listening to Qianqiu's casual description made Ling Xiao break into a sweat, and she subtly remarked, Director Liu's physical prowess is truly astounding. Indeed. Who engages in combat with beasts? Wen Yintong began to feel grateful that she hadn't chosen the combat specialization. It was far too brutal. Our academy is far better. Huh. Ling Xiao coolly retorted, I wonder who it is that drags 2 10-kilogram iron hammers around every day. That's why Teacher Xing praised my talent, Wen Yintong exclaimed happily. Today is Sunday, a rare day without classes. The three of them decided to order takeout and cozy up in the dormitory to watch a television series. Wen Yintong placed chips on the electrode raccoon's nose, reminding herself that classes would resume tomorrow. Monday made Ling Xiao unconsciously furrow her brows. She would have to face Lan Na in combat again. Just thinking about that scenario made her teeth ache. She couldn't win, and it was quite a nuisance. Wen Yintong remarked, It's been a month since we started school, and you still haven't settled the score? We've fought before. Ling Xiao gritted her teeth. But Teacher Chong insists that I must battle him this semester. While Ling Xiao vented her frustrations, Wen Yintong stealthily took a breath of the Luo Yihu. But as she continued to pet it, she gradually lost herself in thought. The forging department comprised only one class, and although it lacked weekly exams, her test questions were the same as those for the upper grades. Top bunk. Qianqiu squinted, nearly drifting off to sleep when suddenly recalling something. She quickly sprang from her bed. Wait, did you forget? There's a monthly exam on Monday. Monthly exam? Isn't it too soon for that? Wen Yintong was reluctant to accept this reality. Qianqiu swiftly opened the class group chat, and as expected, Chang Yuezhi had indeed sent out an announcement. Just 5 minutes ago, it was still hot off the press. Ling Xiao lowered her head to examine the rules for the monthly exam. The weekly tests were merely subject quizzes, not assessing real combat, nor did they contribute to the final grade. However, the monthly exam was different. Combat duration, 2 days. Teams of 2, with opponents assigned randomly through a draw. Scope, all first-year students. The more victories a team accumulates, the higher their practical combat score. To be honest, this competition format bears a striking resemblance to the Star Cup. Qianqiu began to suspect that Chang Yuezhi was intentionally setting this up. As soon as the news broke, the class group was filled with cries of despair. Especially since the advanced classes had an elimination system, many in the regular classes were eagerly watching, waiting to topple the elite. Help! I haven't maxed out my skill proficiency yet. Wait, we can form teams. Seeking teammates, seeking assistance, seeking champions, cute JPG. Qianqiu. Great one, please take me along. God, take me along, help me out. Overwhelmed by the countless mentions, Qianqiu silently covered her phone. Before long, from a building away, Qianqiu could hear the rising chorus of cries. No, I'm not ready yet. Damn monthly exam. Ling Xiao smiled. Why do I hear Xin Yuan's monkey-like cries? Forget it. Qianqiu violently rubbed her eyes, resting her tablet on her knees. She opened the Qiwu forum and typed into the search bar, who are the formidable upperclassmen from previous years. She wanted to search for some videos for observation. No need to search. I know, Ling Xiao said expressionlessly, raising her hand. The third-year Jiang Rong, whose pet is of the ghost type, helped maintain Qi Wu in the top 10 for battles. Ghost type, intriguing. Qianqiu blinked, but her tiger skin had high mental resistance. What about the second year? Ling Xiao pondered for a moment. The top rank changes every month. There's no reference value. Qianqiu understood. The third years were graduating, while the second years couldn't hold their own, which explained Chan Yueji's urgency. For some reason, Ling Xiao stroked her chin. I have a feeling your monthly exam will be quite spectacular. Huh? Why? Qianqiu was puzzled. Intuition, Ling Xiao shrugged. Director Liu doesn't seem like the type to play by the rules. Chapter 37. Hidden Dragons and Crouching Tigers in the Advanced Class. Monday. Today is the day of the school-wide monthly exam. While Qianqiu stood in line at the cafeteria window to buy bonds, she overheard the anxious discussions of those around her. I wonder who I'll be paired with this time for the monthly exam. What are you afraid of? As long as it's not Jiang Rong, you should be fine. It sounded like it was coming from a third-year student. But whoever the opponent is, I feel weak just stepping onto the stage. Then I really can't say anything. If this continues, how will you fare in the college entrance exam? I don't know. The two upperclassmen walked away. The college entrance exam, a term that felt distant to her. Qianqiu dipped her fried dough stick into her soy milk and casually asked, Tiger Skin, are you nervous? There are quite a few first-year combat students, and one careless move could lead to dropping out of the advanced class. Tiger Skin lay on the table, contentedly swishing its tail. Compared to these students, it's definitely Lu Ying that's more frightening. The little cat mumbled a few incoherent sounds, ultimately expressing, the most despairing thing for me is that you don't give me ice cream. That's only because you've gained too much weight. Qianqiu chuckled, casually opening the long-neglected data panel. Level 24, Beginner. Attributes, Flying Type, Normal Type. Talent, Mimetic Transformation, Beginner. Attack, 78. Life, 51. Defense, 33. Energy Reserve, 2020. Mental Resistance, 110. For a newcomer, this panel is quite impressive. Qianqiu mused. Teacher Lu's rigorous training is indeed effective. Tiger Skin has crossed the plateau of leveling up. Surely, within a month, it will achieve a breakthrough. Qianqiu continued to scroll down, her attention drawn to the changes in the skill column. Skills, Intimidation, LV3, Wing Flap, LV5. Feather Thorn, LV6, Polar Storm, LV2. Wait, when did Polar Storm upgrade? She questioned the little cat. Tiger Skin immediately lowered its head, nervously licking its paws. It couldn't possibly reveal that it gained that experience from the last explosion in the training room. Qianqiu wasn't scolding it. While a 3-star skill is indeed a game changer, it consumes an excessive amount of energy. This awkward situation could only be altered during the next breakthrough. After reviewing the data, she opened the achievement book. Results were startling. Upon glancing, she was taken aback. The first page of achievements was all marked as unclaimed. Qianqiu clicked to view the details, discovering that they were all related to her reputation. Forget it, she thought, opting for a one-click claim, her bank account swelling by 700,000 gold coins. There's no greater fortune than this. Qianqiu mused, secretly opening the gacha pool. When one has money, their hands itch. She was no exception. It is not necessarily about what one must produce. Rather, it is a mere impulse stemming from restlessness. Yet, unfortunate as it may be, the current card pool is drawing to a close. Countdown to the end of the current card pool, 721,820. Only 3 days remain. After a moment's contemplation, she resisted the urge to draw cards and exited the Beastmaster space. This card pool prominently features divine-level pets, though the theme of the upcoming pool remains a mystery. Upon confirming her thoughts, Qianqiu rose to her feet, exclaiming, Poopy, let us set forth. Meow. The creature had been prepared for some time. The clock struck 7 in the morning, as the shimmering lake and the gentle morning light intertwined, casting a kaleidoscopic reflection upon the gymnasium. When Qianqiu arrived at the front desk to draw lots, the elite class students had already completed their draws, and upon her arrival, a wave of excitement swept through the crowd. Clutching her wooden stick, Qianqiu glanced down. Hiruashui. It seemed she had never heard this name in the elite class. Could it be a student from the ordinary class? Furrowing her brow in deep thought, she was still mulling over this individual when Shun Yuan and his deskmate erupted in excitement, their hands flailing as if in a frenzy. Qi-shun, over here, they called. Coming. Qianqiu replied, tucking away the wooden stick. You all are making such a ruckus. Are you not afraid of being reprimanded by Teacher Chang? At the mention of this, the previously buoyant atmosphere among the elite class suddenly turned somber. Even Ling Xiao appeared pale. Do not even mention it. This month, I have been running laps incessantly, shedding several pounds of fat. Xiao Lai and I have been sorting mung beans to the point of exhaustion, only to return to find him tearing the dorm apart like a chaotic husky. Help! The competition for the one-star Beast Master ranking is immensely fierce. Who can fathom the agony of being overtaken at the last second? The boy lamenting was Qianqiu, who, without missing a beat, shot a playful look at Qianqiu. "Qishan, have you ever ranked?" "Me?" Qianqiu crunched the lollipop she had saved for Hoopy, yet before she could respond, Qianqiu, brimming with enthusiasm, interjected, "No worries. I'll guide you, though it may be a bit challenging to grasp." "No need," Qianqiu interjected promptly, maintaining a facade of calm. "I secured a position in the top 100 of 2-star Beast Masters before enrolling. Although I haven't competed this month, my points are still sufficient to keep me from dropping out." Qianqiu. Others. Xin Yuan silently gave her a thumbs up. Truly, the divine can only be gazed upon in awe by mortals. In the midst of their discussion, a voice, as faint as a whisper, intruded upon their banter. Just as Qianqiu turned her head, a scream pierced the air. Their SA ghost. The girl's complexion was as pale as paper, her eyes vacant. Her hair so sparse one could grasp it in a handful, accentuated by her dark circles, rendering her even more unsettling. Xin Yuan gasped in shock. "Shi Ming, what on earth has happened to you? A ghost?" "Huh." Shi Ming replied with a haunting smile. "I have to write 800 words of essays every day. If they do not meet the standards, I am sent back to rewrite them. Being a ghost isn't so bad." Having listened to a barrage of complaints, Qianqiu felt a wave of sympathy and patted her shoulder. "You have it the worst." Shi Ming managed a weak smile. "Thank you." Yet, despite receiving Qi Shun's acknowledgement, she could hardly muster any joy. Once the floodgates of grievances opened, they could not be closed, as many began to voice their frustrations, predominantly lamenting the harsh training imposed by Qianqiu. How shall I put it? Qianqiu propped her chin on her hand. Recalling the combat training she had observed in the elite class, she discerned the targeting methods employed by Qianqiu. She felt compelled to offer an explanation. But just as she was about to speak, someone disdainfully remarked, "Why adhere so strictly to the teacher's orders? A little laziness now and then wouldn't hurt." Amidst the complaints from the elite class, this commentary felt refreshingly unconventional. "Is there a master among us?" Qianqiu raised her eyebrow and followed the sound's origin. The boy named Hou Miao, with a rather mischievous look, noticed everyone staring at him and struck a pose he deemed charismatic. She could only manage a bemused smile. Someone realized the folly of their choice and lamented, "I see that the students from number 1 high school do not train this way. Had I known, I wouldn't have come to Qiwu. What a drain on energy and finances." Ling Xiao regarded him with the eyes of one looking at a fool, pondering why some always believed they understood the subject better than the teacher. Seeing that Hou Miao was about to retort, Qianqiu quickly grasped Ling Xiao's arm. "I earnestly implore you to refrain from further comments. Arguing before the monthly exam is detrimental to our performance. They're all set. What more is there to argue about?" Qianqiu observed from a distance for some time before choosing the opportune moment to approach. Her expression was stern, her countenance akin to a frost-laden visage, emanating a palpable pressure. The elite class instantly fell silent. Seeing their sudden compliance, she glanced at her watch before speaking. "Hou Miao, Ling Xiao, prepare to take the stage." "Why must I be the first?" Hou Miao's earlier bravado vanished without a trace. "Do I really have to fight Ling Xiao?" Chapter 38. A challenge beyond my level me? Regardless of Hou Miao's reluctance, he ascended to the stage. The combat department's monthly assessment was conducted simultaneously for all grades at the same venue, occasionally drawing upperclassmen to observe the first-year students' matches. A male student casually remarked, "This Hou Miao is quite weak. Is it that girl who is too formidable, making him appear particularly lackluster?" His companion pointed at Ling Xiao. "Look at her." Then at Hou Miao. "Every move is feeble and indecisive, and he is still in the elite class? I can't even muster the energy to criticize. I guarantee he will concede within 3 minutes." However, no sooner had the boy delivered his bold proclamation than Hou Miao found himself kneeling on the ground, pleading, "Take it easy, big sister. I concede. Is that not enough?" He couldn't even last 3 minutes. Ling Xiao crossed her arms, disdainful, and turned her back, walking away. The elite class observed this scene, their admiration for her growing even more. Unbeknownst to who murmured, aside from Qi Shan, "Ling Xiao must be the strongest." Waiting in the spectator area, Qianqiu exchanged a high five with Ling Xiao. This victory had been anticipated, and they brushed it off lightly. "How many from the elite class do you think will remain?" Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, 6. Me, Shi Ming, Song Mingyan, Qianqiu, Xin Yuan, and Lan Nas. The names she mentioned were all among those singled out by Qianqiu that day. "Is that all?" Qianqiu touched her earlobe. Ling Xiao affirmed, "Indeed. Talent and aptitude must account for something. If one possesses neither, what right do they have to remain in the elite class?" Qianqiu mused that her critique remained as incisive as ever. "Do you know Hiroashiwei? Ling Zhao's previously indifferent demeanor shifted slightly. Is that your upcoming opponent? I do not recall hearing that name among the first-year students. Qianqiu was taken aback. You haven't heard of them? The girl's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Surely, I cannot have drawn competitors from other departments or upperclassmen. Her sentence faltered midway. Wait, upperclassmen? This was not right. Qianqiu couldn't help but scan the area for Lu Ying. Surely her teacher wouldn't be so reckless. Ling Zhao lapsed into silence, as if she had known all along. Qianqiu's monthly assessment was indeed not destined to unfold smoothly. Feeling she had performed a good deed, Lu Ying stood with several teachers from the combat department on the second floor, her mood buoyant. Qianqiu remarked. Students from 3 different grades are all gathered here. The venue seems rather crowded. Qiwu is still too impoverished. This situation will not last long. Lu Ying instinctively began weaving dreams, but upon meeting Qianqiu's unwavering gaze, her voice gradually dwindled. Ahem. I hear that a few of the talents from the elite class have been performing quite admirably. To divert the topic, she gestured toward the contestants on the battle platform. Though she hardly paid attention, Qianqiu glanced down, and the veins on her forehead throbbed more violently. Lan Naz's abilities are unworthy of a pet. Ling Xiao lacks control in battle. Jiang Zhou is overly arrogant. Shi Yuming is reckless, and Xin Yuan lacks stamina. She counted their shortcomings on her fingers, lamenting that despite this, they still claimed I was too strict. The separation of Qianqiu and the others brought a heavy sigh. If she were to speak, the truly reassuring and comforting student would undoubtedly be Qianqiu. As she spoke, Qianqiu couldn't help but envy Lu Ying. Do you know how many people are waiting for Qianqiu to be pushed out of the elite class and transfer to another department? What? Lu Ying's brows furrowed, her cold snort echoing in the air. Allowing Qianqiu to audit classes in other departments was already her utmost tolerance. Now that she was aware, she would tell them not to even think about it. I have said before, only the battle department can unleash her fullest potential. Seeing Lu Ying glaring at her with hands on her hips, Qianqiu felt helpless. Those words weren't hers. Fortunately, other teachers came to the rescue just in time. Director Lu, your student is about to take the stage. Lu Ying immediately turned her gaze to the arena. Then she froze. Hey, what's going on with the elite class? Qianqiu was utterly confused until a loud cheer shattered the silence of the gymnasium. Go, Qi God. We will always support you. What was that commotion? Qianqiu stumbled in surprise, glancing back only to find the students from the elite class were even more excited. Each of them pulled out colorful support sticks, forming a vibrant cluster, led by Xin Yuan as they chanted slogans. Go, Qi God. You are the best. In a neglected corner, Ling Xiao quietly concealed herself, as Qianqiu's presence always drew attention. Unfortunately, she was half hidden when she was caught by Shi Yuma. Ling classmate, he, in Ling Zhao's increasingly horrified gaze. Shi Yuma let out a classic villainous laugh. Come join us in embarrassing ourselves. Ling Xiao despaired. So you all know this is embarrassing? The cheers from the elite class grew loud and synchronized, quickly attracting the attention of students from other grades. What are they doing? Oh, it's that legendary newcomer-s match. Let us go join in the fun. Soon, the viewing area for the first year was overflowing. And Qianqiu's heart sank further. These foolish kids. How embarrassing. Qianqiu felt her scalp tingling with awkwardness, but facing her opponent's sympathetic gaze, she could only smile to mask her last shred of dignity. The match was about to commence. The referee blew the whistle, announcing the contest between Qianqiu from Class 1 of the first year and Hiroshue from Class 1 of the second year. As the latter part of the announcement was made, both first and second year students were taken aback. Go, Qi God. After a moment of silence, the venue erupted into chaos. Teacher, there must be a mistake. We are first years. Why should we challenge the second years? It's unfair. Can we redraw? This was the reaction of the first-year students. However, the second and third years thought differently. Why not? I also want to compete against the first years. It's too advantageous for Hiroshue. This sentiment was not well received by the elite class. Xin Yuan shot them a furious glare. What do you mean, advantageous? Qi God is very strong, okay? Immediately, someone scoffed. Strong? For you first-year chicks, she must be strong, but we are second years. Xin Yuan's face flushed crimson, revealing the muscles on his arms as he retorted ominously. Who exactly is the chick here? Just because we started school a year earlier, you resort to personal attacks. The boys were left speechless, and after a moment of hesitation, one of his companions finally spoke up. You all hype her up so much, calling her a goddess. If she loses, what will you say? Even the third-year senior, Jiang Rong, wouldn't dare to claim divinity. Who does Qianqiu think she is? A third-year student beside them slowly turned. What does your argument have to do with us? The boy scratched his head. Then you tell us. Who's stronger, Jiang Rong or Qianqiu? Definitely Jiang Rong. In short, we'll just sit back and watch Qianqiu lose. With Jiang Rong as the catalyst, the 3 grades quickly descended into a chaotic brawl. their voices ringing painfully in the ears. Qianqiu clicked her tongue. Director Liu, is this part of your plan? Don't you think the battle department students are living too comfortably? Liu Ying's lips curved into a gentle smile. Yet, Qianqiu began to hesitate. The divide between the three grades was not merely about experience, but also status. Liu Ying was more than happy to see them bicker on, for often. A sense of crisis was the primary force that unleashed potential. Do you know who I've arranged as her next opponent? Who? Qianqiu's mouth moved faster than her mind, conjuring an almost impossible name. Of course, Jiang Rong. Chapter 39. I have no choice but to use that move. With numerous conflicts brewing, this match was destined to attract attention. Qianqiu stood calmly with her hands in her pockets, while Hiroshige opposite her looked pale. Perhaps it was due to the scrutiny of so many eyes that he was trembling with nerves. When she glanced at him, Hiroshige shrank back for a moment. Sorry. Let us begin. The referee nodded. Competitors ready? 3, 2, 1. The whistle sounded long and loud. The elite class sighed in relief as they saw Hiroshige trembling before the match. At least they had the upper hand in terms of momentum. The second years, however, clenched their fists, deeply dissatisfied with his performance. Someone cupped their hands to shout, "A real man, doesn't he shake? She can't eat you." Hiroshige trembled even more. This time, Qianqiu refrained from rushing in for the first strike. No matter how cowardly Hiroshige appeared, he had more experience. However, when the imposing 3-meter-tall Yumming dragon leaped into action, Qianqiu's brows involuntarily twitched. No, this old trickster has a dragon-type pet, and still looks so unsteady. It is well known that dragon-type pets possess superior base stats compared to ordinary ones. With advanced combat intelligence, even without a beastmaster, they can effectively manage energy levels. The contrast between a dragon and a cat was starkly unfavorable. Although Qianqiu maintained a calm exterior, she silently lamented, "Teacher Liu, you've put me in a dire situation. Your pet is just a meows." The third-year students in the viewing area were equally astonished. I couldn't even imagine her winning. What is wrong with meows? Qianqiu's meows is anything but ordinary. Hiroshige stared at the scales of the Yumming dragon for a few seconds, took a deep breath, and commanded, "Explosive roaring dragon, use rainbow flame." Before he finished speaking, the Yumming dragon flicked its tail, and its obsidian scales erupted with sparks, gathering into a fist-sized beam of light that shot towards her. The air in the arena heated up rapidly. So hot. Sweat beaded on Qianqiu's forehead, and without hesitation, she issued the command, "Dodge." The striped cat squinted its amber eyes, its figure weaving through the scattered flames with the swiftness of a gale. So quick that those in the viewing area could barely discern how it evaded. The situation improved slightly, and Xun Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Qi Goddess Meows is a mutated pet, a speed type, faster than the Electrike. They cannot end the battle quickly. Logically speaking, avoiding an attack should be relatively straightforward. Yet the dynamics on site were ever-changing. When he looked again after speaking, a rainbow flash grazed past the tip of the striped cat's ear, singeing its dark fur. The girl's cold eyes quivered. The striped cat had made a mistake. Upon witnessing this, the crowd erupted with boos. "I told you, first years can't beat second years. Damn it, it was so close." Jiang Zhou lamented. "We were just about to endure this wave of attacks. What happened?" Shi Yumao remained considerably calmer than her classmates. Having watched so many matches, she was no longer reckless. "Did you not see the dragon over there gasping for breath? It probably thought it could finish her off with one move. It miscalculated and expended too much energy. That was a significant blunder. Now is the best time for Qi God to counterattack." Upon hearing her audacious remarks, someone impulsively retorted, "Surely you have forgotten about level suppression. This meows has yet to evolve. A mere swipe from it would scarcely inflict any damage." Shi Yuming glared at him. "That's none of your concern." The students were adamant in their respective stances, yet only Chang Yuezhi was acutely aware of the dire circumstances. Qianqiu's pet was rather fragile. Just moments ago, merely the residual force from an attack had reduced Hu Pai's health by a fifth. Chang Yuezhi watched with a pang of anxiety, grateful that a critical hit had not occurred. The conditions for a critical hit are a mastery skill with an accuracy exceeding 80, resulting in doubled damage. Thank goodness. Liu Ying cast a sidelong glance at her. Even a dragon-type pet could not secure a swift victory. It was time to enhance training for that student upon their return. As a mentor for the first-year students, Chang Yuezhi endured silently. With meows at level 24 and the nether dragon at level 48, how could they possibly contend? The disparity in their levels was a staggering twofold. Throughout it all, Liu Ying's tone remained unperturbed. "I, too, have traversed this path." She spoke with a nonchalant air. "What significance does it hold to excel among contemporaries? I expect her to bear the mantle of genius when she ascends to the pinnacle of Qiwang, the foremost of Fengye region. It would not be an overstatement to aim for the title of the league's supreme beastmaster." Liu Ying articulated her words with clarity and conviction. momentarily rendering Qianqiu speechless, entranced by her fervor. The prospect of becoming the league's foremost beastmaster was indeed a stirring ambition. Let us continue to observe the match. At this juncture, Qianqiu remained oblivious to the immense expectations Lu Ying had entrusted to her. Yet, this was her inaugural experience of a resounding defeat in battle. Hu Pai was becoming increasingly frustrated by the level suppression. The dragon-type pet's draconic might trait continued to impede its actions. After several failed basic attacks, He Ruoshui discerned that Miao's morale was waning. Seizing the opportunity, the nether dragon effortlessly toppled the diminutive creature with a single swipe, leisurely exclaiming, "What a little kitten," taking the stage before even reaching a month old. "Do not overstep your bounds." Hu Pai growled in anger, attempting to resist, yet to the nether dragon. Such efforts were akin to a mere tickle. As several rounds progressed, the nether dragon remained unscathed, while Hu Pai lost another 5 health points. The tide of battle gradually tilted in He Ruoshui's favor. Half of the first-year class, including those in the advanced program, fell into a hushed silence. Were they truly on the brink of defeat? Shen Yuan's eyes brimmed with tears. This is too unfair. Miao's and the nether dragon are separated by such a vast level gap. It is a complete one-sided slaughter. TSK, the second years are simply bullying the newcomers. Given time, Qianqiu will surely surpass them. It is simply too early for this confrontation. Hearing their classmates' disheartened murmurs, Ling Xiao raised her gaze, questioning how the elevation of others could diminish their own morale. The referee had yet to declare the match concluded. Anything was still possible. She maintained an air of calm, not even furrowing her brow. The onlookers exchanged glances, and the wavering spirits were inexplicably steadied. Indeed, we must place our trust in her. Even in defeat, there is honor in striving valiantly. Moreover, is it truly a source of pride for the second years to prevail over the first? How embarrassing. The students in the advanced class exhibited a striking double standard. As several more rounds unfolded, Qianqiu remained remarkably composed, managing to glean some insights. The dragon-type pet statistics were overwhelmingly superior, compounded by level suppression, making it nearly impossible for Hu Pai to evade its skills. Was this to be a battle of endurance? However, her energy reserves were perilously low, dwindling to a mere 10 points, while her opponent seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir. What if she utilized the 3-star skill? Polar Tempest? No. With the support of levels, the dragon-type pet's robust defenses would render the basic Polar Tempest utterly insufficient. Chapter 40. I must win this match. At this moment, 15 minutes had elapsed since the match began. The nether dragon and Miao's engaged in a back and forth of offense and defense, neither able to gain the upper hand. Xiaoming, how many more skills can you employ? He Ruoshui inquired, patting the poised nether dragon, whose lips had turned pale from exertion. Roar. 3 times? That should suffice. To be honest, he felt a pressure in this battle that was no less intense than what Qianqiu was experiencing. Could it be said that he was indeed a talent sought after by all 4 major departments? Having only been enrolled for a month, he could withstand 10 rounds against a dragon-type pet. The boy's expression was complex as he glanced between Qianqiu and her beleaguered pet. Nevertheless, it was time for this match to conclude. He Ruoshui wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, his eyes ablaze with determination. After a moment of arduous breathing, Qianqiu suddenly had a spark of inspiration. To triumph over He Ruoshui, who was 20 levels above her, she would need to take a daring gamble. Hu Pai, follow my lead from here on out. At her command, Hu Pai turned its head, its gaze toward its beastmaster filled with unwavering trust. Just as the nether dragon was about to unleash a fiery blast, it sensed a peculiar stillness in the air for a fleeting moment, tilting its head in confusion at the strange disturbance. This anomaly caused the concentrated flames to waver, even extinguishing. Roar? The nether dragon was perplexed. He Ruoshui remained unaware of the creature's disorientation. He only knew that distraction was the greatest sin in battle. Sweat poured down his brow, and Xiaoming regained focus, continuing to gather strength. The nether dragon shook its head, regrouping. The rainbow flame beam lingered in midair for several seconds before splitting into multiple beams, akin to falling meteors. With a thunderous sound, bang, 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 the rainbow flame beam. Lu Ying's previously calm gaze suddenly became tumultuous, her tone rising. Is this the 3-star skill you spoke of? No, a 3-star skill could not possibly produce fission. Qianqiu's chestnut-colored eyes trembled slightly. This was a 4-star skill. I misjudged He Ruoshui's capabilities. The woman's sharp nails dug into the railing, pondering, what would become of Qianqiu? Leave it to fate, Lu Ying replied succinctly. On stage, was the 3-star skill truly that formidable? Qianqiu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as she began to suspect He Ruoshui's true nature. Indeed, this individual was playing the role of a naive underdog. The meteor shower above seemed endless, as if she could never escape its grasp. The searing heat enveloped her skin, and for a moment, she felt as though her breath was being constricted, making it difficult to inhale. Yet the plan remained steadfast. Hupai cast one last glance at Qianqiu, confirming its resolve. It focused its mind, its robust limbs propelling it at full speed through the blinding blaze, with fireballs trailing closely behind. This scene appeared tragically heroic to the first years. Meow's fur was entirely ablaze, rendering it utterly disfigured. Was victory truly unattainable? It was exceedingly challenging to evade such an extensive attack range. How could anyone hope to escape unscathed? Whoa, Qishan, even if you lose, I will still call you Qishan. Observing the favorable turn of events, the second years had already begun to celebrate mid-match with champagne, exclaiming, I told you we would win. Someone anxiously inquired. Does this count as bullying? It isn't, another replied. That Meow's looks too pitiful. Its entire body was scorched, flesh contorted and exposed, a gruesome sight. Even during a monthly exam, there was no need for such brutality, was there? Well, who told her not to concede? At worst, she can apologize after the match concludes. The first years had completely disbanded in despair. Shen Yuan, amid tears, suddenly found her vision obscured by the wind. What a strong breeze. In shock, Shi Yuming frowned. Have you lost your mind watching the match? There's no wind indoors. However, as the words escaped her lips, she was struck dumb, following the direction of the wind. Ling Xiao raised her chin, observing the school flag fluttering, expanding, and ultimately unfurling in the gentle breeze. Her gaze gradually ascended, tracing the source of the wind. The arena fell silent, save for Qianqiu's voice, clear and resonant. Now, at 3 o'clock, polar tempest. This skill had never before been displayed in public. Occasionally, Qianqiu would observe Qianqiu's training, and at this moment, an ominous premonition surged within her. If the proficiency was insufficient, the skill would surely miss its mark. Was she contemplating a gamble once more? Lu Ying was wholly engrossed, fixated on the silhouette illuminated by the flames. Qianqiu's face bore no sign of retreat. Her desire to win was overwhelming. It was evident to all that her aim was singular. She was striving for first place. A fierce wind swept through the entire gymnasium. The spectral dragon, visibly dizzy and disoriented. This was dire. A beast without wings feared earthquakes and instability above all else. Hiroashue's expression shifted dramatically. He hadn't anticipated that Hupai would still possess strength. There was hope for a comeback. Everyone watched in astonishment as the recently executed 4-star skill had drained the spectral dragon of all its stamina and mana. The once silent first-year competition area erupted with fervor. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air as Shi Yuming leapt to her feet, her voice rising in excitement. If Miaosu lands a hit and reserves some energy for a basic attack to whittle down his health, Lin Ruoxue is finished. By the gods, Qianqiu, if you win this, I shall truly seek you as my master. The second-year students were indignant. What if she missed? Nonsense, that is not a possibility. At that moment, aside from those engaged in the exam, all eyes were riveted on Miaosu, with everyone acutely aware. The outcome hinged on this very moment. The solid blades of wind approached rapidly, swirling through the air with considerable force. As she watched, Ling Xiao felt a flicker of doubt. Was this an Arctic storm? It resembled more of a feather thorn. In the next instant, the spectral dragon twisted its body, and those feather thorns vanished into thin air. It had missed its skill. A hair's breadth away from success. This couldn't be. How could it possibly miss? Jiang Zhou was frantic. Her energy reserves were dwindling. Upon witnessing the failed strike, Hirage visibly relaxed, while Hupai, having executed the move, appeared utterly drained, as if on the brink of collapse. He immediately urged the spectral dragon to advance and deliver a few claw strikes, a shy smile spreading across his face. It seems I am the victor. Not yet over. Came the cool voice of the girl from across the way. Finally, it had arrived. Lu Ying's eyes sparkled with realization. What? Hiroashuei was momentarily bewildered as he adjusted his suddenly tousled hair. Why did he feel as though he might soar into the sky? Then he beheld Miaosu, who should have fallen. Hupai had seemingly entered a state akin to flight, its small frame bursting forth with tremendous energy. The entire venue trembled, as if the world itself wailed in the wind. From Hiroashuei's perspective, within mere seconds, 3 substantial whirlwinds coalesced behind the battered Miaosu, possessing sufficient might to shake the very foundations of a building. His eyes widened in disbelief. This was a move more vicious than the Arctic storm. They surged forth like the ferocious roar of beasts, the arc of the air's flow narrating their fury, enveloping the spectral dragon's form with lightning speed. Bang, bang, bang. The aerial strikes fell, requiring no critical hits to land. What was that previous move? Qianqiu rubbed her face, utterly astonished by the spectacle of this battle. To synthesize skills of the same attribute, consume them, integrate them into advanced techniques, and ultimately forge a unique mastery. Lu Ying nodded with satisfaction. She had finally learned to harness her mental prowess. Amidst laughter, the opposing health bar plummeted to 1. The spectral dragon let out a wail of agony. Stop, I concede. He Ruoshui dashed forward without hesitation. Xiao Ming returned to the beast space. The match concluded. The referee hastily blew the whistle, announcing, I declare that in this battle, Qianqiu of Class 1 has triumphed. Chapter 41, Constructing 5-Star Combat Techniques. A counterattack from the brink of defeat. At the moment the referee proclaimed Qianqiu's victory, Qianqiu could think of no more fitting words. She had won. A senior leapt up in disbelief. I can't believe it. How did she win? How did she turn the tables? This result was simply unfathomable. How could Miaosu defeat the spectral dragon, especially given the significant level disparity? To them, Qianqiu's victory over He Ruoshui felt like a miracle with odds of 1 in 10,000. In contrast to the second year's despondency, the elite class was elated, with Shun Yuan excitedly squeezing his elbows until they turned crimson. Ling Xiao, you were right. We should not doubt the strength of the Qi deity. At that time, Ling Xiao, drenched in sweat and pushing back her hair, smiled upon hearing those words. She had never doubted that Qianqiu would prevail. Yu Ming nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. This tumultuous battle is far more thrilling than the preliminary matches I watched. Incredible. Who just said Qianqiu would lose? Certainly not me. Once everyone regained their composure, regardless of their stance, they offered sincere applause for this battle. The sound resonating through the hall, echoing endlessly. Even the seasoned referee, accustomed to grand spectacles, felt a twinge of sentiment. This is the most fervent applause I have heard in 3 years. The youthful first-year students, lacking composure, erupted in cheers that echoed to the heavens. Qi deity, you are forever our god. Qianqiu heard the calls of her classmates. She leapt off the stage and turned to see many waving at her. Yet, she could not respond. I must visit the infirmary. Hu Pai appears gravely injured. The girl left the scene with a serious expression. Even as Qianqiu walked away, the entire audience continued to discuss her, the excitement unabated. Jiang Rong, engrossed in gaming, finally lifted his gaze, covering his ears. How old is that junior? 15, perhaps? She doesn't look it. Jiang Rong and his companions exchanged glances, finally realizing the significant value of this battle. Perhaps one day, her name would eclipse Jiang Rong's, becoming the standard by which strength is measured at Qiwu. The boy stuffed his hands into his pockets, muttering to himself, should I be feeling a sense of crisis? He was nearly 18. In summary, the clash between Qianqiu and He Ruoshui had utterly elevated the atmosphere of the venue. Yet, an even more astonishing development occurred that delighted the combat instructors. Perhaps inspired by Qianqiu, the students in the subsequent exams displayed an extraordinary level of enthusiasm. The caliber of battles soaring dramatically. That child's path would surely be long and illustrious. Qianqiu was momentarily lost in thought when she heard an unexpected voice. What brings you here, Busy Bee? The Busy Bee referred to was Xing Yi, a dual department instructor who sighed with a wry smile. Do you think I wish to be busy? The head of the pharmacy department is often away, returning at unpredictable intervals. She rubbed her temples in frustration. Qianqiu instantly understood. You came to watch Qianqiu's match? Unfortunately, she has already left. After the battle concluded, Lu Ying hastily followed her students out. Xing Yi shook her head, her gaze gently sweeping over the first-year viewing area. After the monthly exams, it will be time for the Unified Beast Master Assessment. Qianqiu's performance exceeded my expectations. She may very well become the youngest 2-star Beast Master in history. Qianqiu's expression turned serious. Be bold. 3-star Beast Master. So confident. Xing Yi raised an eyebrow. Do you think Dean Lu would take on a disciple without conducting proper background checks? Qianqiu haughtily snorted. Considering herself a once-in-a-millennium genius, she could not accept anything less than a prodigious talent as a disciple, lest she falter in her own self-esteem. Meanwhile, Qianqiu remained blissfully unaware of the impending level assessment. She sat on a small stool, her brow furrowed in distress as she supported her head with her hands. Completely devoid of the calm composure she had exhibited during the battle, the doctor had assured her that Tiger Skin's physical condition was remarkably robust, that it had sustained no grave injuries, and would recover after a few days of rest. However, meow meow meow, Tiger Skin lamented, its voice a cacophony of sorrow, for its fur, its coat, its very essence had been ravaged by that grotesque dragon. How could it ever face others again? Sighing, Qianqiu extended her hand, intending to comfort it, but Tiger Skin merely puffed up its little whiskers, presenting only its plump backside to her. With a sense of helplessness, she poked at the rotund figure. Teacher Lu, is there truly no way to hasten Tiger Skin's recovery? Finding no solace, Qianqiu swiftly sought the guidance of the great master. Ordinary fur growth potions proved ineffective for it. Lu Ying too felt a twinge of frustration. Who would have guessed that this cat possessed an invulnerability trait? As the saying goes, medication is poison in 3 parts, and without the use of medicine, it could only heal on its own. Lu Ying had initially intended to say, "You aren't even participating in the Glamour Cup. Why are you so upset?" But upon turning to see Tiger's skin resembling a hairless cat, she fell into a contemplative silence. Truly, it was quite unattractive. Unbeknownst to her, her reaction only deepened Tiger Skin's despondency. It was indeed quite a blow to its feline pride. Lu Ying finally remarked, "In the short term, it won't regrow its fur. We must wait until it breaks through to refine its bones." Hearing this glimmer of hope, Tiger Skin, feigning death on the sickbed, rolled its eyes, quietly calculating its next move. A breakthrough, you say? How simple. I shall train in secret. Qianqiu had forgotten this notion. Not wishing to force the issue, she called for Tiger Skin to return to the beast space to recuperate properly. In that realm, she had already prepared plenty of snacks. Hoping to lift the spirits of this vain little cat. With the clingy Tiger Skin absent, Lu Ying finally had the opportunity to discuss serious matters with her student. Constructing battle techniques with mental power? She inquired. Qianqiu's expression turned contemplative. During the earlier battle, her mind had been too occupied to consider anything else, but suddenly, her thoughts had flowed with an unusual clarity, allowing her to analyze her pet's skills with remarkable precision. It turned out that she had already been in the process of constructing battle techniques. Indeed, Lu Ying nodded approvingly. The skills currently circulating in the market were ubiquitous and might not even be compatible with one's pet. However, a battle technique crafted using one's mental power was wholly different. What is the name of your technique? Qianqiu glanced at her panel, echoing winds. Skills: Intimidation, LV3. Wing Flap, LV0. Feather Spikes, LV0. Polar Storm, LV0. Advanced Skill, Echoing Winds, LV1. Wait, her casual glance froze. Why had so many skill levels dropped to 0? Meanwhile, the newly acquired Echoing Winds boldly occupied a skill slot, its lavish golden text firmly capturing her attention. I actually constructed a 5-star skill. Qianqiu's eyes widened in astonishment. What merit had she possessed to achieve this? Furthermore, while Echoing Winds was clearly a 5-star skill, its energy consumption was significantly lower than that of the 3-star Polar Storm, requiring only 5 points. Across from her, Director Lu elegantly sipped her tea, stating, "This is precisely why high-ranking individuals hold mental power in such high esteem. Given your aptitude, achieving a 5-star skill at the age of 14 is quite commendable. Is that so?" Qianqiu stole a glance at her teacher, but Lu Ying's smile was radiant, as if she were basking in the sun. Chapter 42. Is this how easily the key to inheritance is granted to you? Qianqiu twisted her fingers, lost in thought. If she could construct battle techniques using her mental power, then why would she spend money on skill books? The next moment, Lu Ying's icy voice fell upon her. "You need not take the monthly exam this time." "Why?" Qianqiu jolted back to reality, as if struck by lightning. She sprang up like a coiled spring, tugging at Lu Ying's sleeve. "Teacher, did I not perform well?" Lu Ying perceived her student's restless energy and sighed, setting aside how your pet is faring. "The Star Cup is just around the corner. You have already secured full marks in this month's exam. It would be wiser to focus your mind on preparing for the competition." To Lu Ying, Qianqiu was already a gem that had been partially sculpted by human hands. To fully transform into a diamond, she would need the passage of time. "Very well," Qianqiu replied, feeling a tad disheartened. She relished the thrill of battling with others. The adrenaline rush was unparalleled. However, after a long pause, she finally asked, "Teacher, might you share your plans with me?" She referred specifically to the re-establishment of Qiwu's glory. Lu Ying smiled mysteriously. "The immediate priority is to build momentum for you." While she had no control over the other preliminary rounds, the organizer of the Star Cup was the principal of First High, and she could not afford to gamble. By leveraging public opinion to create a favorable atmosphere for the competitors, she could ensure their safety while elevating the excitement of the event and guaranteeing fairness. "Wow!" Qianqiu exclaimed, her interest piqued. And then, Lu Ying continued, "The format of the Star Cup will be quite disadvantageous for you. You may find yourself facing 3 or even 10 opponents at once." Upon hearing this, Qianqiu stroked her chin, wondering what to do. The mere thought of battling so many made her even more exhilarated. Thus, apart from Tiger Skin, you will need a new pet. Isn't it true that only those with a 2-star rating or above can contract new pets? Lu Ying chuckled softly, fully aware of the little knot of anxiety in her heart. "Do you truly believe you do not meet the criteria?" "Of course not," Qianqiu retorted, feeling a bit guilty as she rubbed her nose. She often engaged with the terminal, leaving her with a lingering sense of being unproductive. Yet, she had thought her terminal ranking endeavors were discreet. It turned out Teacher Lu had seen right through her. Lu Ying considered this not to be a bad thing. If you intend to pursue a professional path, Your terminal ranking is quite significant. Professional path? Qianqiu's eyes sparkled like twin obsidian orbs. Please. A professional player sounds incredibly cool. Focus on the matter at hand and stop daydreaming. Lu Ying admonished, giving her a playful tap on the head. Would you prefer to come with me to select a high-ranked pet, or… right now? Perhaps not, Qianqiu replied, shaking her head vigorously. Caring for one cat is already quite taxing. Adding another would truly stretch my finances thin. Seeing her firm resolve, Lu Ying did not press the matter further, saying, when you change your mind, feel free to come find me. Absolutely. However, once Lu Ying had walked away, Qianqiu was left with a lingering question she had never dared to voice. Over the past few days, she had examined nearly all of her teacher's pets. Yet she had never seen Lu Ying's pet. Coupled with her memories of the Storm Harbor incident from years past, an unsettling thought began to brew within her. Shaking her head vigorously, she dismissed the notion and decided to check on Meng Bao. As she made her way, she noticed throngs of people everywhere. But the Department of Theology was eerily quiet. When she inquired, Meng Mahuan replied, we do not have a monthly exam. How are your grades calculated then? What about your college entrance exams? She fired off 3 questions in rapid succession, leaving Meng Mahuan flustered. He sighed heavily before pointing to Meng Bao in the aquarium. His eyes dim. My graduation project is Meng Bao. If I can help it recover its mental power, I can graduate. Doesn't that mean you will never graduate? Qianqiu silently pitted him for a moment. And you need to take the entrance exams. As long as you can graduate, universities will unconditionally recruit from the Department of Theology. Meng Mahuan proudly adjusted his glasses, as if to say, our Department of Theology is truly exceptional. However, Qianqiu's gaze grew increasingly sympathetic toward him. Who didn't he know that Meng Mahuan had been held back for several years? What a pity. Meng Mahuan cleared his throat, intending to subtly undermine his rival, but Qianqiu completely disregarded him, leaning closer to observe Meng Bao. Meng Bao, good afternoon. She casually conjured a packet of pet biscuits, crumbling them and tossing them into the aquarium. Meng Bao's demeanor towards Qianqiu was markedly more amiable than towards Meng Mahuan. It expressed its gratitude with a few soft whimpers. Then, like a soft, gelatinous morsel, it bounded over, sniffing the biscuit crumbs and revealing its wide, gaping mouth akin to a shark's. A woo. Qianqiu's hand, poised to scatter the biscuits, froze in midair. Help! Such an adorable face paired with such a terrifying appetite. No matter how many times I witness it, I simply cannot acclimate. 3 seconds later, the previously stable monitoring equipment began to emit erratic fluctuations, beeping insistently. The shrill alarm pierced the laboratory's silence. Meng Mahuan, having set down the reagent in his hand, rushed over, nearly flying. What happened? I just fed Meng Bao some pet biscuits, Qianqiu replied, a hint of panic in her voice. This was not her first time feeding Meng Bao, and besides, the biscuits had been previously vetted by the laboratory. I'm not blaming you, Meng Mahuan stammered, his attention drawn to the rapidly rising metrics for Meng Bao. Even the previously nullified psychic energy was showing signs of resurgence. His dazed eyes suddenly gleamed with clarity. Just now, what did you feed it? Qianqiu earnestly reiterated, the pet biscuits I made. It was essential to emphasize the difference. The biscuit recipe was one she had discovered as a reward from the gacha pool. The book seemed to be titled The Comprehensive Guide to Pet Care. Meng Mahuan inhaled deeply, wiping away tears of bittersweet joy. Heaven above, after all these years, I finally see a glimmer of hope for graduation in Qianqiu's hands. This matter must be reported to Dean Ruan. He spoke in a flurry of excitement, earnestly requesting Qianqiu, please, bring more biscuits next time. We will grant you an additional 300 points. Qianqiu, suddenly presented with the opportunity to earn 300 points effortlessly, exclaimed, really? I'm on it. I can make any flavor. But what exactly is Meng Bao? The long-studied research topic was finally yielding progress, and Meng Mahuan was in high spirits, eager to answer her queries. Meng Bao should be a high-level pet, at least 5 stars or above, he mused before adding. Dean Ruan is always rather wary of it when he visits. Wary? What is there to fear about a pet with no psychic energy, on the brink of death? If he is wary, then why assist in its recovery? Meng Mahuan nodded in agreement. Before he could elaborate further, Ruan Po's robust voice boomed from outside. What I mean is not wariness, but a respectful attitude and cautious treatment. Meng Bao holds the key. I dare not provoke its ire. What key? Meng Mahuan was taken aback. Meng Bao possesses the key to the theological department's treasury. Unless it willingly concedes, our department will never flourish. Meng Mahuan was dumbfounded. You've never mentioned this to me in all these years. You are the 250th person to say that. It's not my fault you all fail to win its favor. Ruan Po placed his hands on his hips, speaking with conviction. Meanwhile, caught between the two, Qianqiu timidly raised her hands. Is this the key you're talking about? Chapter 43, Welcome Home, Authority Figure. As she spoke, The argument ceased abruptly. Both master and apprentice turned simultaneously. How is this possible? Ruan Po's eyes widened, every whisker quivering with disbelief. Do you know how significant that object is? I have sought numerous caretakers for Mongbao, and it has never shown anyone kindness. As he continued, he realized the flaw in his argument, for Qianqiu had always been the exception. Teacher Meng Mahuan hesitantly interjected, interrupting Ruan Pe's ramblings. What is all this commotion about? Ruan Pe, growing impatient, paused, and as his gaze fell upon Qianqiu's palm, it gradually froze. This is the secret key. Qianqiu looked down. The object was dark and unremarkable, with only the blurred edges revealing the key's notches. When did it happen? It just gave this to you? She handed over the key, explaining, it was given to me during my second visit to the laboratory. It looked like useless junk and was almost discarded by the tiger-striped pet several times. In that moment, Ruan Po's expression became exceedingly complex. To think the chosen one for our department's key would be a student from the combat department. He glanced towards the source of the trouble, Mongbao, who merely huffed a few times before retreating, still refusing to engage with him. Comparisons among individuals can be infuriating. Yet, this minor annoyance did not dampen Ruan Pe's spirits. With the key in hand, the overall level of the theological department, and even Qianqiu would surely reach new heights. His excitement was palpable, his weathered face radiating an energy unbefitting his age, leaving Qianqiu momentarily stunned. Is it really that exaggerated? Exaggerated? Ruan Pe raised an eyebrow, determined to enlighten the two young ones. Both of you, follow me. He proceeded to lift Mongbao from the aquarium, striding forward with purpose. After traversing the dim corridor, the scenery shifted before them, a wall overrun with ivy, tucked away at the corridor's end, which appeared quite unremarkable. The intense green almost engulfed the three of them. Qianqiu and Meng Mahuan exchanged glances, remaining silent. Ruan Pe snapped his fingers against the wall, and the ivy, seemingly sentient, parted, revealing another wall that vanished right before their eyes. Wait, what is this? Qianqiu had yet to respond when the usually calm Meng Mahuan gasped. Isn't this ivy a level 1 protected pet of the Alliance, the camouflage sprite? You mean to say you let a rare pet serve as a warehouse keeper? Ruan Pe dismissed the concern. As I said, once I unlock this wall, you will understand everything. He raised his hand, pressing his palm against it, and in an instant, the white wall emitted a soft glow, intensifying as they watched. On the night of the Rift battlefield, the principal of Qianqiu and 5 teachers collaborated to create this beast control seal, entrusting the key to Mongbao, who had still been an egg at the time. Qianqiu lowered her head. Data analysis indicated that this beast control seal was a 6-star defensive skill, with a mere 1 chance of being breached, making it a formidable fortress. Mongbao? Mongbao protested, leaping up and banging on the box, clearly displeased with the tone and descriptors used. Ruan Pe ignored it. Knowing Mongbao's authority surpassed even his as the dean, only a recognized successor could reactivate the historical records. Wait, what successor? Qianqiu incredulously pointed at her chin. But I'm not even a part of your department. Mentioning this infuriated Ruan Pe. It was often said that good fortune should not flow to outsiders. Yet he had not gained Mongbao's favor in all these years. Perhaps undermining others was a tradition at Qianqiu. Though you are not a student of our department, these historical records are undoubtedly classified information of the highest order within the Alliance, and we welcome you to borrow them at any time. Ruan Pe asserted vehemently, producing the key in preparation to unlock. His claims were so extraordinary that Qianqiu's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Click. The key turned halfway, and then halted. Hey! Ruan Pe's arm bulged with veins, trying to turn it again, but it remained immovable. After several futile attempts, he was left dumbfounded. Could it be that only the successor can unlock the door? Ruan Pe ground his teeth, casting a reluctant glance at Qianqiu, hesitating to speak, yet unwilling to concede. Meng Mahuan, you try. Meng Mahuan stepped forward, only to shake his head, unable to turn it either. Ruan Pe, frustrating. Why on earth would Mongbao challenge a student from the combat department? Why not take your time to study it yourselves? Qianqiu discerned his reluctance, and she too was disinclined to embroil herself in trouble. Upon hearing her intention to leave, Ruan Pe immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, No, all the mistakes are mine. You can have whatever you desire. Just please lift this restriction first, I beg you. He slid to his knees with remarkable speed. Qianqiu. After a convoluted series of events, the key once again found its way into her hands. Qianqiu exerted no considerable force, yet the barrier shattered effortlessly. Finally, it was opened. Ruan Pe's anxious heart settled, and like the wind, he dashed inside. However, before Qianqiu could discern what lay ahead, he was repelled by an invisible barrier and crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. The elderly man yelped in agony. My back. Dean. Meng Mahuan exclaimed in shock. Rushing to assist him, only to be rebuffed by the defiant old man. What do you mean? Am I not from the theology department? Why can't I enter? Meng Mahuan glanced awkwardly towards Qianqiu. Well then, Qianqiu sighed. Let me give it a try. Ruanpo's expression was one of profound sorrow. The old man, agitated by the rebuff, stammered for a while before finally waving his hand in despair. Please bring me some valuable information. I would be most grateful. I will do my best. After uttering these words, Qianqiu focused her mind and successfully passed through the door. At this moment, Ruanpo felt utterly dejected. Staring at Qianqiu's retreating figure, still unable to comprehend the situation. Teacher, Meng Mahuan said, filled with sympathy, the junior is evidently uninterested in our department. After a long silence, Ruanpo sighed heavily. I must be losing my mind. The historical records of the theology department are highly sought after in the outside world. Yet Qianqiu seems indifferent. It is the theology department that has been eagerly pursuing her for nothing. After all, she is a student of Luing, a brilliant newcomer from the combat department. Acquiring anything she desires is merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Qianqiu, having unlocked the barrier, was astonished by the sight before her. Contrary to her expectations of a grand library, she found herself amidst a desolate and barren sea of books. Taking a few steps forward, she was overwhelmed by the sheer vastness of the collection. With so many tomes, how could she possibly locate what she sought? Before she could voice her complaints, a grand voice resonated in her ears. I am your assistant, Bai Shitong. Welcome back, Supreme Authority. Chapter 44, The God-Making Project. To her astonishment, there was indeed someone in this eerie place. Qianqiu abruptly turned around. Unfortunately, the entity that appeared before her was not human, but rather a stone statue carved in the likeness of a lion, with two gem-like eyes that rotated. Qianqiu speculated that it might be the former principal's steward. Seeing her stillness, Bai Shitong reminded her once more, please prepare to activate the Wanxiang Pavilion. The Wanxiang Pavilion was the name of this vast sea of books. How do I activate it? By using your fingerprint. As Qianqiu complied, pressing her fingerprint, her eyes widened in astonishment. The gray and white world ignited into vibrant colors. The once thin white transformed into a dynamic array of hues. Countless scrolls sprang to life, sprouting wings as they floated past her, while those in the distance transformed into shooting stars, cascading endlessly. After a moment of reflection, Qianqiu recalled Dean Ruan's instructions. She pondered and then addressed Bai Shitong. Please assist me in locating the top 10 experimental records of the past century in terms of value. Searching for you now. Search complete. Bai Shitong thoughtfully presented the information before her. Qianqiu opened the last page, and a line of bloody red characters leapt into view. 010 Spiritual Power Grafting. This sounded intriguing. She stroked her chin and turned the page, her smile abruptly freezing. Grafting human spiritual power to pigs? How utterly inhumane. This is blasphemy. Next. 009 Accelerated 6-star Beast Master Training in 100 days, creating miracles in the world. This sounded like a scam. I refuse this one. This won't do either. After perusing several experimental records, Qianqiu felt herself on the verge of breaking apart, suspecting that these experiments were the work of a tabloid. Bai Shitong gently reminded her. If you find none of these experiments satisfactory, perhaps you should consider the top 3. Sighing, Qianqiu took the materials it provided, unaware of what she would discover. Once she looked, her gaze was completely captivated by Experiment 001. The scroll boldly displayed 4 characters. God-Making Project. Number 1 on the value chart. What potion purification? What spiritual power malleability? All paled in comparison to the God-Making Project. The more she read, the graver her expression became. This is it. Under Bai Shitong's watchful gaze, she swiftly rolled up the scroll and hurriedly made her way out. This is the one. At precisely 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a thunderous roar erupted from the theology department's dean's office. 2 students passing by halted in their tracks. What on earth is that noise? Surely the theology department hasn't gone mad. They exchanged glances before bolting away. Ruanpo was indeed behaving like a madman. He held a teacup as if it were a microphone, passionately proclaiming his grand ambitions. With the experimental data provided by my predecessor, I shall undoubtedly create a new era of humanity that rivals the gods. The God-Making Project. What a magnificent plan. Unable to contain himself, Ruanpo burst into laughter. Qianqiu stepped back in terror, and from behind her came Meng Mahuan's voice. Teacher, have you lost your mind? Turning around, she was left speechless. There stood Meng Mahuan, leaning against the doorframe, one foot poised to escape as if ready to flee. What do you know, you little brat? Ruanpo leaned on the table, his chest heaving with excitement. After searching for so many years for this information, it's finally here. Meng Mahuan cautiously inquired. What does it discuss? Methods to stimulate the growth of spiritual power. In a flash, the boy's eyes lit up. Such things actually exist? See. You're just as excited. Ruanpa set down his teacup, solemnly fabricating nonsense. Rest assured, creators often have peculiar inclinations. The foundation of the spiritual system arose from miracles, and my intentions are ultimately for humanity's benefit. Qianqiu understood that he was not mad. These experiments were indeed well developed. However, to resume the endeavor, the theology department would undoubtedly lack manpower. While she pondered this, she heard Ruanpa call out to her. Qianqiu, could I trouble you for another favor? When you go out for the competition, could you help me promote recruitment? Recruitment now? Qianqiu chuckled lightly. Teacher, the recruitment season has already passed. No. What I mean is, Ruanpa, in his eagerness, desperately gestured with his eyebrows. Poaching. Qianqiu suddenly had a revelation. You want me to poach from the top school, don't you? She could hardly believe it. It was a miracle she wasn't being chased away, and now he wanted her to poach? At this point, Ruanpa realized that since he couldn't outmaneuver Lu Ying, it would be wiser to shift his focus and poach from other institutions. The more he thought about it, the more ingenious he felt. Once he gathered enough people, the rise of the theology department would be merely a matter of time. Without waiting for her response, Ruanpa cleared his throat, rubbing his hands together like a scheming fly. Don't worry, if the experiment succeeds, I will share 15 of the profits with you. Though the refusal lingered on her lips, she swallowed it silently. 15 is insufficient. Qianqiu grinned, a cunning smile spreading across her face. A mere 15 profit cannot compare to my life. Ruanpa gritted his teeth. 20. Qianqiu remained silent, shaking her head resolutely. 30. Ruanpa felt as if his heart were bleeding. I can't go any higher. Experiments are costly. I can't afford more. Deal. Qianqiu beamed with delight. Rest assured, Dean. I will handle this matter with utmost care. By the way, the permissions for the Wanxiang Pavilion have been granted to you. However, my competition is still some time away. Recently, the Dean might consider recruiting a few teaching assistants. I am aware of that. Ruanpa nodded vigorously. Yet his gaze was fixated on Meng Mahuan, who was poised to flee, contemplating how to extract more from his diligent student. Just then, Qianqiu unexpectedly inquired. Does the Dean know about the rainbow flower? The rainbow flower? Are you hoping to forge energy gemstones yourself? Ruanpa narrowed his eyes, recognizing Qianqiu's innate talent in forging, yet he was taken aback that she even aspired to attempt energy gemstones. Alas, those can only be harvested from the secret realm of the Four Seasons Cube. Oh, Qianqiu instantly understood. It's from First High, isn't it? The Starry Cup, right? It seems she must summon all her strength for this. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers away, oblivious to what was about to unfold, the principal of First High rubbed his itchy nose. Li Xingda, puzzled, remarked, can one catch a cold in this sweltering heat? Just then, a commotion arose outside. Principal, there's a new trend on the forum concerning Qi Wu. What sort of nonsense could Qi Wu be involved in? He sipped his coffee nonchalantly. Teacher Jiang, please. Have a seat. This girl has been making quite the stir on the forum lately. They say she is the fabled Jiwei, star descended upon Qi Wu. Teacher Jiang presented him with the Forum S battle video, showcasing the match between Qianqiu and Hiruashui, an extraordinary newcomer, a prodigy. The Jiwei star descended. Li Xingda scanned through the myriad of nicknames bestowed upon Qianqiu by the online community. The video was a mere 30 seconds long, capturing only the beginning and the climactic victory. Teacher Jiang hung his head, reluctant to speak. After a moment, Li Xingda scoffed derisively. There are countless flaws. This video is cut and spliced. Whether it is fabricated is another matter. It seems the opposing contestant didn't exert their full strength at all. Surely, Teacher Jiang cannot believe that meows can triumph against dragon-type beasts. Chapter 45, Pre-Competition Analysis. Following the conclusion of the monthly examination, the school would grant students a 2-day break. And Qi Wu was no exception. Coincidentally, Wu Niantong would not be returning home this month, and the three decided to indulge in a team-building outing at an all-you-can-eat hot pot restaurant. 3 days remained. Qianqiu clutched her watermelon smoothie, murmuring softly, her eyes reflecting the steaming broth of the spicy hot pot. Meow meow meow. What do you mean 3 days? The three creatures gazed at her curiously, while their respective beastmasters exchanged knowing glances. Compared to the results of the monthly exam, the preliminary rounds of the Qianqiu Cup held far greater significance. The Qianqiu Cup has a lengthy schedule, doesn't it? What about our usual grades? Qianqiu recalled Qi Wu's grading system, not wishing to risk failing. Ling Xiao elegantly held a cola, stating, if we pass the preliminary rounds, we'll be exempt from finals. Winning the Qianqiu Cup guarantees a direct admission to higher education. Really? Wu Niantong, SI sparkled. If I can secure direct admission, I'll surely sleep through the exam. No one could resist the allure of guaranteed admission. And Qianqiu was no exception. With a spirited resolve, she rolled up her sleeves, declaring, Tiger skin, Luluo, Dian Dian, fetch us some watermelon. What are you planning? Cough, cough. Qianqiu suddenly shifted from her previously languid posture, straightening an imaginary tie. Pre-match BP. What? Wu Niantong looked bewildered. Pre-match BP is a term from professional competitions. But for the Qianqiu Cup, we don't need to be that formal. We merely need to analyze the characteristics and weaknesses of our opponents. Preparing a strategy for the match, Qianqiu spoke rapidly, reflecting the hours she had devoted to studying professional competition knowledge. Ling Xiao was taken aback. When did you become interested in the professional scene? The monthly exam just concluded, and your energy seems boundless. Don't mind it. Qianqiu humbly waved her hand. For instance, regarding First High, who do you perceive as our greatest threat in this competition? Ling Xiao pondered momentarily before decisively opening the forum. The registration period for the preliminary rounds had long since closed, and an accurate list of participants was available online. Among them, 2/3 of the competitors hailed from First High, and enthusiastic netizens had ranked the top 10 contenders for the Starry Cup. Lin Hao, Xiang Yingying, Wu Qing, Song Yuyu. Among these four, Song Yuyu and Wu Qing were first-year newcomers, rumored to possess formidable support abilities. As for Xiang Yingying, despite being a second-year veteran, this would be her first competition. First High was the beacon of hope for Lai City in its quest for the Qianqiu Cup, thus the forum had thoroughly exposed the backgrounds of its contestants. Wu Niantong couldn't help but reflect that, at times, being too famous was not advantageous. Having reviewed the intelligence, Ling Xiao clasped his hands, resting his chin upon them. I believe we should focus on Lin Hao. Why do you say that? He has participated in the preliminary rounds for 3 years, amassing considerable experience. And his beast is an offensive type. Oh, Qianqiu rolled her eyes. Then his ranking in the Qianqiu Cup must be rather dismal. Ling Xiao paused, contemplating. That seems to be the case. All the capable seniors from First High have graduated. Lin Hao has been competing in the preliminary rounds for 3 years without making a significant mark. Qianqiu mused. Defeating Lin Hao is certainly feasible, but it may not be the optimal solution. What are your thoughts? In Ling Xiao's view, the other 3 contestants were not particularly remarkable. Qianqiu did not rush to respond. Instead, she lowered her head, swiftly scrolling through the contestant's interface on her tablet, her finger landing on the final photograph. It was a youthful-looking boy with golden hair, blue eyes, and a cherubic face. Song Yuyu? Why him? Ling Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. He appears quite weak. Wu Niantong, after a brief glance, sincerely inquired, is this person of mixed heritage? I am unsure. Qianqiu replied innocently, though her eyes gleamed with cunning. However, in a battle, one must first target the support. Moreover, she continued, this is someone who has garnered votes to be among the top 5 supports. Are you not curious? After Qianqiu's prompting, Ling Xiao indeed hesitated. Yet, her cautious nature led her to regretfully state, the information is still insufficient. It's a pity that Song Yuyu has never revealed himself. Fear not. Should my judgment prove incorrect, we shall proceed as planned. Qianqiu reassured her with a pat on the shoulder. At the far end of the long table, discussions were fervently underway. Meanwhile, the dark-haired girl, expressionless, toyed with a grape, amusing the 3 beasts. The Starry Cup was of little concern to Wu Niantong. She believed that forging did not entail such devious maneuvering. As she played, a sudden realization struck her. Boss, there can't be only the 2 of you from Qi Wu signing up for the Starry Cup, right? Qianqiu's immediate reaction was disbelief. What about Jiang Rong? The astute Ling Xiao replied gravely. He truly hasn't registered. He may be preparing for the college entrance examination. Upon hearing this, Qianqiu nearly choked on her soda, coughing thunderously. Wait a moment, she finally managed to say. Her face flushed. The first-year elite class and the second-year students can't possibly all lack interest in the Qianqiu Cup, can they? Ling Xiao fell silent once more. Everyone seemed to seek opportunities elsewhere, opting to register for other preliminary rounds. Her wording was particularly delicate. Are they truly willing to traverse several cities rather than sign up for the Starry Cup? In this regard, the students of Qi Wu exhibited an extraordinary level of tacit understanding. The pressure was genuinely mounting on the 2 of them. Qianqiu fell into an odd silence, realizing, in that case, we must alter our plans. We had plans before. Ling Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Why didn't you tell me? Cough, cough. Qianqiu coughed forcefully. Interrupting her. What was before is irrelevant. Originally, I contemplated that if our initial deployment distance was substantial, I could seek out competitors from the same school. Whether to form an alliance or to sell out would suffice. However, that strategy has now become futile. With a serious expression, she turned her head, fully aware that they would undoubtedly band together, prioritizing our elimination. Ling Xiao's eyelashes fluttered. A realization struck her. The essence of the Star Cup lies in elimination. If one can eliminate ferocious beasts, they can certainly eliminate competitors. If 2 individuals rank high on the kill leaderboard, they will inevitably be encircled by the first school. Qianqiu articulated Ling Xiao's unvoiced concerns. Nonetheless, this first place is a prize we must contend for. Ling Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety. She lacked confidence in facing an onslaught, yet she noticed Qianqiu suddenly struck with inspiration. I've got an idea. She signaled for Ling Xiao to lean in closer. The competition lasts 2 days, right? Don't rush, listen to me. Ling Xiao hesitated as she leaned in, and after absorbing her companion's words, she paused. The corners of her lips curving upwards. Isn't this strategy rather underhanded? However, can it truly succeed? The risks are considerable, yet the chances of victory are even greater. Qianqiu confidently assured her, rest assured, we will both advance. Chapter 46. The competition begins. The Star Cup. The 3-day deadline has arrived as promised. The preparations for the Qianqiu Cup's 8 preliminary rounds are in full swing, with the first competition being the Star Cup from the first school. At exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, the principal of the first school, Li Xingda, donned a congenial smile, dressed in a suit, as he welcomed various media interviews. I am honored to stand here as one of the 8 organizers at the preliminary competition, and I extend my gratitude to all the netizens for their voting support. Indeed, this Star Cup continues to adhere to principles of fairness, justice, and transparency, with live broadcasts and recordings throughout the event. We wholeheartedly respect the opinions and guidance offered by every viewer. As Qianqiu just jumped off the school bus from Chihuang, she overheard such grandiloquent statements and couldn't help but chuckle. A nearby reporter, struggling to squeeze in, immediately turned the camera towards her, this participant from Chihuang High School. He paused momentarily. Do you have any opinions regarding this competition? Qianqiu found his tone rather condescending and impatiently retorted, where do you see any opinions from me? All right, let me pose another question. Seeing the reporter's persistence, Qianqiu seized Ling Xiao's hand and made a hasty retreat, throwing over her shoulder. I didn't consent to your interview. Ruthless media reporter. What kind of school dares to throw me shade? He spat quietly. Chihuang, huh? I'll be sure to write about your scandals when I get back. What if he writes about your scandals? Ling Xiao expressed concern, fearing the subsequent clarification would be troublesome. Yet, Qianqiu remained unfazed, exuding confidence. Don't worry. An unscrupulous small media outlet and my unremarkable scandals hold little interest. If he intends to tarnish Chihuang's reputation, he must consider whether he possesses the capability to do so. Moreover, digging deeper might reveal whose fault it truly is. At this, she elongated her tone, her voice laced with intrigue. Ling Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then nodded emphatically, agreeing with her insight. Upon their arrival at the venue, the opening ceremony's fireworks were being set off, bursting into a dazzling display in the sky. At 9:30, the online viewership for the Star Cup reached 200,000. With the forum dominating the trending searches, discussion indices surpassing 1 million. This was indeed a spectacle drawing immense public attention, with attendance quadrupling that of Chihuang's class division test. Lu Ying sighed, her slender finger gliding across the screen. Just moments later, she heard excited screams from students in the combat department next door. I see Qi Shen and Ling Xiao. The Star Cup matches would be broadcasted on Chihuang's large screens across the campus, cafeterias, dormitories, training rooms, and even in some corners. Many passers-by were captivated by the grandiosity of the event. What terrifying viewership, they murmured. The first school is indeed affluent, but does this competition concern us? It does, as the combat department seems to have 2 new students participating. Suddenly, a student in the combat department exclaimed, wow, isn't that Junior Qi? How did she sign up for the Star Cup? Mentioning Qianqiu's name drew not only the combat department, but also students from other disciplines who clustered around like leeches. Where is she? I didn't see. The camera moved too quickly. Disappointment was evident on their faces. Someone scratched their head, you know? Junior Qi's silent demeanor is somewhat intimidating. It's even more fearsome than Teacher Xing's smiling facade. She's inherently formidable, isn't she? Aren't you from the healing department? The discussions continued, and just then, the camera shifted, and the host's voice resonated throughout the square. The 4 seasons cube represents spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The simulated secret realm we transition to now is spring. Meanwhile, in the Chihuang preparation room, Qianqiu and Ling Xiao donned their monitoring wristbands as 4 staff members stood at the entrance to the secret realm. The deployment commenced. The commentators took their positions, and the competitors prepared. The sound of a whistle combined with firecrackers shattered the clear sky. I now declare the Star Cup officially commenced. It was now 10 o'clock in the morning, the first day of the competition. The commentator held the microphone, standing before a sizable projection screen. Upon concluding his statement, the screen was instantly divided into hundreds of segments, each displaying numerous live rooms for online viewing. With the annual preliminary competition underway, the barrage of comments was particularly lively. Which competitor do you favor most? Who else but Lin Hao? To be honest, This year's first school competitors seem rather average. None have particularly caught my eye. They must have graduated. The freshmen from the first year haven't developed yet, but we can look out for Wu Qing. That girl is quite fierce. Initially, Qianqiu and Ling Zhao's live room attracted no attention, until a student from the elite class, Shen Yuan, stealthily entered, exclaiming, "Wow, why do our Qi Shun and Ling Ice Mountain have no visibility?" He promptly shared this with his classmates. At that moment, Qianqiu was propped up, feeling nauseous from the dizziness induced by traversing the gate. Just as she recovered, she intended to survey her surroundings when an ethereal voice echoed above her. The spring chill lingers, the temperature drops, and all beast speed is reduced by 20. Qianqiu, 20 speed? The barrage was initially taken aback, then erupted in schadenfreude. Those fond of swift competitors are in for a treat. This is hilarious. Doesn't that mean non-speed type beasts will crawl along like snails? Oh no. ISNT Qi Shun's meows a speed type? Had it not been on the first school's turf, Qianqiu might have genuinely believed this to be an anomaly. The area was dense with shrubs, concealing many beasts. The girl slowly narrowed her eyes, lowering her gaze as it swept over the bushes in the lower right. A glimmer of dark light flashing in her eyes, tiger skin, up. The other competitors from the first school let out sighs of relief. Song Yu was as jubilant as a puppy. Wonderful, now we can slack off. Opening Thunderstrike. What's with this guy? He seems so unambitious. Yet his luck is pretty good. While the other competitors are still mapping the terrain, they have already formed teams. Isn't it inappropriate to team up in a kill competition? Aren't they afraid of their teammates backstabbing them? Lin Hao, a robust young man, glared at Song Yu upon hearing this, sticking close. If it weren't for the teacher's instructions, I wouldn't want to be stuck with you. What support? You're just a hindrance. Song Yu, with her obedient appearance, rolled her eyes rebelliously, muttering under her breath, I don't even want to be with you. Lin Hao, feeling exasperated, summoned the diamond beast, raising his fist and exclaiming, if you make any more noise, I shall kick you out. Qianqiu has slain 1-star beast 1. Qianqiu has slain 2-star beast 1. Qianqiu has slain 2-star beast 3. 3 consecutive kill notifications left him astonished, causing him to lower his fist. The competition had barely commenced for 10 minutes, and yet a contestant had already achieved a triple kill. The two students from Class 1 exchanged bewildered glances. Who on earth is Qianqiu? The administrators of the remote network were equally taken aback. Which school does this contestant belong to? Why have we not encountered her on the prediction rankings? Chapter 47. 2 Unfortunate Souls. Qianqiu? Wasn't it said she posed no threat? Li Xingde abruptly braced himself to spring from his seat. However, on the other side of the screen, Qin Shi, the organizer of the Old Debtor Cup, deftly intercepted him with words, Principal Li, with such a promising talent, do you really wish to keep her hidden? That would be rather unkind of you. I shall reserve this contestant first. When the official competition begins and teams are formed, do not attempt to snatch her from me. Li Xingde was momentarily stunned, slowly returning to his seat with a forced smile. Oh, not at all. This was infuriating. Did She not realize that Qianqiu was not even a student of his school? It felt as though she was deliberately trying to provoke him. With the other organizers urging him, the commentator hastily prepared to display the screen from the far corner. Yet before he could act, Qianqiu's small screen rapidly expanded, firmly claiming the center position. In merely 10 minutes since the start of the competition, Qianqiu had established a solid foundation with her triple kill, soaring to the top of the contestant popularity rankings. Simultaneously, her live stream was inundated with a multitude of curious viewers. I came to see who ranks first on the kill leaderboard. Wait, which school is Qianqiu from? This year's freshmen are truly formidable, starting with a triple kill. When I faced a beast for the first time, I was so frightened I cried uncontrollably and couldn't even muster the courage to strike. The beasts infected by the rift were mostly deformed, such as the one before Qianqiu, with a lower half resembling a snake, and an upper half adorned with neatly arranged centipede-like antennae. It was bizarrely topped with a rabbit head covered in festering sores. Qianqiu took one glance and felt an overwhelming wave of disgust. Suppressing her nausea, she commanded, Tiger Skin, deal with it. The expression of the reluctant Tiger Skin twisted momentarily. How could such an unsightly beast exist in the world? Yet for the sake of kill points and its own visual sanity, it had no choice but to confront the challenge. Tiger Skin launched a series of 3 claw attacks, albeit slowly, yet to everyone's astonishment. Each strike precisely triggered a critical hit. It was both accurate and ferocious. The beast howled in agony, utterly defenseless, and soon turned to ashes. The commentator, engrossed in the unfolding drama on the screen, experienced a fluctuation in his typically calm tone. Is this still the standard of Meowth? Her reflexes and adaptability are vastly superior to those of similarly ranked beasts. Under the penetrating gaze of Li Xingde, He wiped the sweat from his brow and continued his analysis. It was said that this contestant's beast was speed-oriented, and it now appeared that debuffs had little effect on her. Perhaps she was the dark horse of this competition. The barrage of comments quickly turned against her, with viewers expressing their discontent. It's merely a one-star beast. She's not that impressive. Commentator, don't exaggerate. Where did this person even come from? All she has killing are one-star beasts. It's rather dull. I'd rather watch Lin Hao, who just killed a total of 10 3-star beasts. I'm going to check it out. At that moment, in the spring's secret realm, the sunlight beamed down upon the contestants, as if it were noon. Lin Hao and the diamond beast rested on the grass. Yet, the scratches on his face and the injury on his arm starkly contrasted with the light-hearted banter in the comments. Hey, what happened to Song Yuyu? Who was with him earlier? They disagreed and chose to separate. Now Lin Hao is teamed up with Xiang Yingying. I'm curious about how Song Yuyu surpassed Lin Hao. Isn't his beast a support type? Lin Hao furrowed his brow and glanced at his schoolmate, Xiang Yingying. What rank are you currently holding? 7th. Xiang Yingying looked even more disheveled than he did. Her beast was indeed speed-oriented, but without that advantage. Her attack stats were utterly inadequate. Fortunately, her sweet grass possessed a talent skill that attracted beasts within a kilometer, which, combined with the strong offensive capabilities of the diamond beast, allowed them both to rank within the top 10 on the kill leaderboard. Lin Hao found himself in deep thought. He was currently ranked 5th, having slain 3 3-star beasts and 2 2-star beasts, accumulating a score of 1,300. However, Qianqiu, in first place, had amassed an astonishing 2,300 points, far ahead of the others. This was the result of their advancement into the mid-level area. Xiang Yingying also found it perplexing. Not everyone could draw in beasts like she could. Those unable to compete in the inner layers were desperately fighting to claim kills on the periphery. As they made their way, she had encountered almost all the top 10 beast tamers, yet had never seen Qianqiu. Xiang Yingying speculated. Could she still be on the outskirts? Lin Hao concurred, snorting, Humph, students from Qiwang are indeed crafty. Let us go find her. Responding to the curious comments in the live stream, the commentator immediately shifted the focus back to Qianqiu, only to be met with astonishment. This contestant is heading into the inner layers. Not only that, but the 4th-ranked contestant, Song Yuyu, was also venturing into the high-risk inner zone. The beasts in this area were all above 3 stars. Some organizers disapproved of such a choice. They are all 1-star beast tamers. How could they possibly contend against high-level beasts? Mu Xingchen shook his head, serving as the organizer for the Balance Cup. Isn't this akin to courting death? Seizing the moment, Li Xingda hastily clarified, Ladies and gentlemen, our competition poses no threat to the contestants' lives. Should they encounter danger, pressing the monitoring wristband will immediately expel them from the secret realm. Of course, being expelled equates to elimination. Qin sighed, but that would be for naught. Wouldn't it? I genuinely hope Qianqiu doesn't get eliminated. I quite wish to select this young girl as a team member. As the 4th hour of the competition commenced, the kill leaderboard was once again updated. Qianqiu, with her head bowed, remained firmly in the lead. With Ling Xiao in 2nd place and Wu Qing in 3rd, all familiar faces. Further down the list was Song Yuyu. The fragile support had yet to be eliminated. Qianqiu raised an eyebrow, realizing that Ling Xiao must not have encountered him. She summoned Tiger Skin, offering it a piece of milk-flavored cookie, smiling sweetly. Lead the way to areas abundant with beasts. Surely, you can manage that with your strength, right? Tiger Skin rolled its eyes, fully aware that the beast tamer was trying to deceive it, yet wagged its tail in agreement. Meow meow. It was evident that beast tamers were all fools. Following this cat, they were set to pull off something grand. So, you led me to the inner layers? After surveying her surroundings, Qianqiu fell silent. The vines here were as thick as her fist, birds circled ominously overhead, and even the grass by the roadside glimmered with a toxic sheen. One could only imagine the ferocity of the beasts lurking within. Tiger Skin gleefully twirled around her feet, seemingly oblivious to Qianqiu's unease. The live stream's comments erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, so it wasn't about challenging herself. It's just that Meowth took a wrong turn. I'm dying of laughter. Who uses Meowth as a guide dog? Qianqiu truly felt powerless against it. With a sigh, she muttered, since we're here, we might as well. Instantly, the barrage of comments turned serious. Is she for real? Do not enter. It could cost you your life, my friend. Although you are ranked 1st, you are certainly no match for a high-level pet beast. Flee at once. Qishun, shall we return home? Regrettably, Qianqiu was oblivious to the barrage of comments. As she gazed at her receding silhouette, the comments erupted in lamentations. This is truly the end. The commentator, however, remained optimistic. With a stroke of good fortune, if she exerted herself to slay a non-aggressive pet beast, she might still return along the same path and retain her top position. Yet, Before he could finish his thought, a rustling from the bushes behind the girl heralded the sudden appearance of a shadowy figure, crouched low to the ground. Who goes there? Sensing something amiss, Hupai lowered its body and unsheathed its finely sharpened claws, spinning around suddenly. Qianqiu, pressed against the trunk of a tree, cautiously began to retreat. She had realized that the ominous silhouette of the beast was nearly the same height as her own. The atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. Observing this, the comments shifted from hopeful to foreboding, as a deluge of pills flooded the screen, half of them in solemn tribute. The sound drew ever closer to Qianqiu. And Hupai twitched its ears. Meow? It seemed not to be a beast after all. Qianqiu, too, recognized this and hesitantly stepped forward, parting the underbrush, only to be met by a frail arm crossing her line of sight. It was a boy. He tilted his neck upwards, revealing a delicate face. However, the expression of terror marred his otherwise charming features. Song Yu? As the situation escalated dramatically, the commentator, initially prepared for an enthusiastic narration, felt a tinge of disappointment. He had not anticipated that apart from high-level pet beasts, a second reckless soul would emerge from the depths. The comments fell silent for a moment, seemingly at a loss for words. Yet, Qianqiu seemed to have an uncanny ability to captivate the audience's attention. Qianqiu observed with interest. In just half a day, over half of the viewership had gravitated towards Qianqiu. From obscurity to the pinnacle of popularity, she was indeed a master of situational dynamics. Li Xingde wore a smile on the surface, but internally, his teeth ground in frustration. This trajectory had deviated from his expectations entirely. All the limelight had been seized by a student from Qiwu. At this juncture, he could only pin his hopes on Song Yu. Do you know me? The girl spoke his name. Song Yu turned his sapphire-like eyes in confusion, his fair face as innocent as a blank canvas. Qianqiu cleared her throat. At that moment, outside the screen, hundreds of thousands of viewers fixated on her, eager to hear her response. Isn't Song Yu a freshman from Yizhong? I heard there is some animosity between Yizhong and Qiwu. This should be entertaining. What if they teamed up? Team up? If either of them had any sense, they wouldn't engage in such foolishness. In truth, Qianqiu was elated. Her prey had conveniently presented itself, and it was a person. But why did the little fire fox in his arms seem so familiar? Yes, I'm also from Yizhong. Yizhong. Song Yu looked up, half perplexed, half probing. Indeed. I registered later. My teacher asked me to look after you during the competition. Qianqiu maintained a serious demeanor, pulling him up, exuding a semblance of seniority. There are so many people from Yizhong. Song Yu hadn't paid attention to the roster. He was easily led astray by a few words. And upon her voluntary revelation of identity, he immediately believed her. How wonderful, he finally encountered a normal person. Senior. You have no idea how foul-tempered Lin Hao from senior year is. Meows, the cat-like creature, sniffed around the little fire fox, its face alight with joy. I know you. The little fire fox. It too remembered this peculiar cat. The memory of being beaten in the rankings was still vivid. Why? Why was its beastmaster still smiling at them? It felt terrifying. Song Yu looked at the little fire fox quizzically. Why are you trembling? The little fire fox immediately turned its gaze towards Hupai. Hey, senior, why is your pet a meows? That's quite uncommon. As the truth threatened to surface, Qianqiu felt a jolt of panic, opening her mouth to say, this is my recently contracted speed-type meows. What do you think? A speed-type meows? Song Yu scratched his head in confusion. He had seen one at the simulation terminal. Do all meows look like this? I am here to prove myself in this competition. A single meows is sufficient. Qianqiu, fearing he might doubt her, immediately adopted an air of a worldly sage, poised yet graceful. Ah, I see. I understand now. After a moment's pause, Song Yu suddenly appeared to have a revelation, gazing at her with admiration. This was the strong yet humble senior he had envisioned. My little fire fox has the talent of radar and possesses a 5-star skill called charging. Senior, shall we collaborate? Outside the mystical realm, the audience was in stitches. Li Xingde's face turned ashen as he glared at the foolishly grinning Song Yu, unable to muster any mirth himself. How could someone not even distinguish his own school students? Yet the comments were filled with delight. Principal of Yizhong, hello? That silly child, Song Yu, is utterly bamboozled. Qianqiu has revealed all her cards. My mother asked what I was watching, laughing like an idiot. I told her it was the preliminaries, and she didn't believe me. But now she is laughing even harder than I am. I can't fathom why she helped Song Yu while pretending to be someone else. It's not impersonation. Qianqiu didn't even state her name. Yizhong and Qiwu are sworn enemies. Do you think Song Yu will call Lin how to corner her? So she's rather clever. But if Yizhong sees her, wouldn't that expose her? Qianqiu thought likewise. She resolved to seize the moment to hunt monsters. Suddenly, Song Yu looked rather embarrassed, scratching his head. Oh, senior, before we collaborate, there is one more thing I need your help with. What? I've been hounded by a flying-type fierce beast, probably around 4 stars. His voice grew progressively quieter. Qianqiu. She ground her teeth, maintaining her smile. I. No, now? Where on earth had this automatic troublemaker come from? How long until it finds us? Song Yu shrank his neck. Senior, it's already behind you. Help. Almost the instant Qianqiu turned around, a blinding firelight severed the dark strands from the side of her face. The searing heat was close enough to burn fingers. Yet Qianqiu remained unperturbed, calmly tucking the singed hair behind her ear. The fierce beast loomed in the treetops, fixating its gaze upon them. Its bright yellow pupils flickered with flames, exuding a chilling aura. At last it had arrived. The commentator inhaled deeply. What they were about to face was a 4-star fire-type fierce beast from the high-risk zone, the Qianqiu, at level 61. Should they succeed in vanquishing this high-level beast, the contestant's personal kill score would double. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Song Yu. Qianqiu stood shoulder to shoulder with Hu Pai. I am here. Don't be in the way, retreat behind me. Once again, the commentator Yu Meng fell silent. However, was the energy of Qianqiu not excessive? Other viewers, having heard that a player was grinding monsters in a high-risk area, flocked to Qianqiu's perspective in astonishment. Before long, the number of viewers in Qianqiu's personal livestream soared past 150,000. The barrage of comments erupted once more in a frenzy. Qianqiu is only in her first year of high school. Miaoxi's level surely does not exceed level 30. A staggering gap of nearly 40 levels. The commentator gasped, realizing that even with both players together, victory would be a formidable challenge. Yet, at that moment, both the organizer and Li Xingde were too engrossed to heed the commentator's words, for after a brief stalemate, Qianqiu swiftly launched its first offensive. It suddenly swooped down, unleashing 2 robust streams of flame from beneath its wings, aimed directly at the poised Miaoxi. The commentator was fully alert. This was Qianqiu's 4-star skill, 3-point flowing fire. A successful hit would inflict additional burn damage on the opponent. The audience collectively held their breath, fully aware that if Miaoxi could not evade the 3-point flowing fire, defeat was inevitable. But its speed had been reduced by 20 in the secret realm. What could it possibly use to dodge? The commentator sighed. The odds were grim. Qianqiu clenched her fists tightly, her palms slick with sweat. The pressure exerted by Qianqiu felt even more overwhelming than that of He Yueshui's underworld dragon. This was sheer level dominance. Despite being at a disadvantage, the young girl maintained a composed exterior, unflinching in the face of adversity. She could fly. Who was afraid of whom? Hu Pai understood her intent and leapt into the air, spreading his wings mid-flight to evade the attack. That Miaoxi could fly? Gasps erupted from the audience. The 2 fierce flames landed 3 meters behind Qianqiu. With a thunderous boom, Song Yu, pale-faced, realized that the small grove had been reduced to rubble. What an impressive dodge. The commentator adjusted his glasses. With the skill missed, Qianqiu's energy consumption doubled. Yet it still had 35 energy points remaining. In the ensuing moments, Qianqiu unleashed 3-point flowing fire without restraint. Unable to hit the highly agile Miaoxi, it cunningly switched tactics, opting to use only low-energy basic attacks. Throughout, Qianqiu furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself. The skill was powerful, yet not as formidable as Fengming. Either its level was low, or its initial values were inadequate. It wasn't speed-oriented and lacked control skills. Outside the battlefield, the audience and the barrage could not comprehend her words, only observing her lip movements in confusion. What was she mumbling about? Qianqi and the commentator, however, were alarmed. She gradually relaxed her tightly furrowed brow, her voice revealing a hint of excitement. She was reverse engineering Qianqiu's values. Across the screen, the organizers collectively shuddered, thinking this was impossible. When suddenly Qianqiu's voice resonated. Thus, Qianqiu must be a strong offensive beast. Her tone was confident and clear. The young girl squinted, gazing into the distance at Qianqiu, estimating its level to be around 5862. The commentator was astonished, such an accurate assessment. The organizers exchanged glances, each reflecting a degree of seriousness. Qianqi, observing her colleagues' varying expressions, couldn't help but chuckle, proclaiming, I told you, she's a promising talent. On screen, Qianqiu, which had been on the offensive, began to show signs of fatigue. Abundant energy did not equate to sufficient stamina. Song Yu looked at her in disbelief. Watching as Qianqiu calculated Qianqiu's attack values while issuing commands. Basic attack, followed by wing flap. Continue the assault. Remarkably, she could multitask in a real battle. His mind reeled from the intense contrast, and Song Yu suddenly felt like a mere bystander. After a smooth combination of moves, Qianqiu evaded the basic attack, letting out a mournful cry as its health plummeted from 128 to 88. A successful critical hit. Meanwhile, Qianqiu's defense value stood at 66. Unbelievable. Li Xingda's gaze remained fixed on Qianqiu, gradually developing an appreciation for her talent. This indicated that Qianqiu's beast's attack value hovered around 90. How had she trained her beast? The commentator lauded her, exclaiming, "Her on-the-spot reactions are astounding. Her mental fortitude far surpasses that of her peers. Given time, she will undoubtedly become a 5-star beast tamer." This statement ignited a frenzy in the barrage. What's there to praise? I've seen many in professional matches. You do realize that's a professional match. Qianqiu is only a first-year student. Even professional players have their beasts at level 120. There's no way for the disparity to be this overwhelming. Indeed, ordinary people would buckle under such pressure. Merely maintaining composure requires immense effort. This time, it was not just Qianqiu but all the organizers, including Li Xingda, who focused their attention on Qianqiu. Someone whispered, "Don't collapse here. That would be a real shame." In the audience, Song Yu felt as though he were on a roller coaster, fluctuating between hope and despair. Initially, he didn't believe Qianqiu could win, yet her calm judgment offered a glimmer of hope. Though the level of Qianqiu was simply too high for a single blow to suffice. The battle dragged on, as Hu Pai began to show signs of fatigue. Slowly succumbing to disadvantage, Qianqiu gritted her teeth, pondering what skill to employ next. After the midterm exam, Hu Pai had leveled up from 24 to 26. With energy consumption depleting, only 15 points remained. Should she use the low-energy Windming now? As the two beasts exchanged blows, Qianqiu quickly dismissed this thought. No. She needed to preserve stamina for dodging. Did that mean she would rely on mental strength to construct a new battle technique? With determination, Qianqiu decided to give it a try. Listening to the sounds of the battle around her, she gradually tightened her fists, sensing the unstable fluctuations of her mental energy. When she opened her eyes again, she was met with a vision filled with red threads. Bewildered, Qianqiu looked up. Every entity in sight was entwined with invisible threads, including herself. Following the thread's guidance, she focused her gaze further, landing on the fluffy armpit of Qianqiu. Armpit. She looked at Hu Pai in confusion, only to discover his face was also wrapped in red lines. Wait, the face. This time, Qianqiu understood. The threads symbolized its vulnerabilities. She felt a surge of excitement as if jolted with energy, her eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Hu Pai, execute a direct assault with feather thorns. Then stealthily aim for its armpit and unleash Polar Storm. Chapter 50. The strongest MVP of the arena. Everyone heard Qianqiu's decisive call. The commentator set down his teacup with a thud, clearly exhilarated. He was not the only one swept up in excitement. Qianqiu exhaled nervously, her suddenly constricted pupils reflecting the scene on the screen. Under the gaze of thousands, Miao Si leaped into the air, swiftly darting in front of Qianqiu for a frontal strike. Oh no, the feather thorns missed. The commentator exclaimed, as the once quiet venue erupted into chaos. No. Why does it always falter at crucial moments? I can't bear to watch any longer. Unfazed, Miao Si, despite its chest heaving from exertion, resolutely gathered its focus, valiantly executing a second move within 3 seconds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more blades of wind. The commentator gasped, unable to conceal his astonishment. This Miao Si's stamina was nearing that of advanced beasts. Regrettably, Qianqiu still evaded the attack, and now it was time for Polar Storm. If I am not mistaken, it seems that this triple star skill might very well be her final trump card. Coupled with an impressive attack value nearing 90. She is poised to deliver a critical hit without fail, instantly turning the tide in favor of Qianqiu. Upon hearing this, the speed of the barrage scrolling abruptly diminished. In this moment of intense anticipation, countless viewers fixated their gazes upon Qianqiu's screen, holding their breath. The flying type Miaosu displayed remarkable judgment. Qianqiu. This unexpected dark horse emerging from an obscure school, a freshman in the first year, now stood at the pinnacle of the kill leaderboard. They were all eager to discover whether she would once again bring forth a new miracle for the Star Cup. Within the secret realm, Qianqiu was not as nonchalant as others perceived her to be. Her lips grew paler, and a fierce pain surged through her head. This was the downside of sharing her mental strength with Hu Pai. The prolonged battle had taken a tremendous toll on her. Song Yu glanced at her several times with concern. He yearned to assist her, yet both the little fire fox and Qianqiu were fire type, completely immune to her attribute attacks. Having evaded 2 consecutive strikes, Qianqiu had grown somewhat complacent. Goo. It proudly shook its glossy black feathers, baffled by the antics of its opponent. To employ such trivial tactics against itself was indeed an act of hubris. Qianqiu cast a disdainful glance at Miaosu, questioning its meager prowess. Hu Pai paid it no mind. With a sidelong glance at the beast master, noting her ashen complexion, it gritted its teeth and once again charged up for wind blades, finally scoring a hit. The sharp blades pierced through Qianqiu's feathery defense, causing its health to plummet by 40. Success. Just one more time. Li Xingde suddenly slammed his hand on the table, catching the sardonic gazes of the various organizers, abruptly realizing he was still live-streaming. He cleared his throat twice and swiftly returned to his previous position. Goo. Qianqiu emitted a mournful cry. To maintain its balance, it desperately flapped its wings, and at that moment, its weakness was once again exposed. Hupai? Qianqiu raised her voice. Now is the time. In an instant, the entire forest roared to life, creating a wave of green. The cacophony of the wind carried sharp leaves, surging through the forest, bearing down upon Qianqiu at breakneck speed. Goo. Qianqiu's alarm bells rang out as it employed its escape skill, soaring into the sky, yet it was already too late. The sound of wind blades embedding into its body echoed ominously. It struggled to lift its head, as Qianqiu attempted to flap its wings and flee once more. Cyclones swirled from all directions, converging upon it in a relentless assault. The commentator's voice resonated throughout the venue, brimming with excitement. Qianqiu is left with no way to retreat. Qianqiu leaned against a tree trunk, exerting every effort to remain upright. Observing Hupai's successful strike, she smiled, a small dimple appearing on her cheek. She must not forget to deliver the finishing blow. Its health bar had not yet been depleted. Meow. Got it. Hupai, invigorated, lunged forward, delivering 2 swift slaps to Qianqiu. It crashed heavily to the ground, letting out a mournful wail. Just before dissipating, it cried out in fury, "Goo goo goo." Qianqiu casually extended her hand. What did it say? Hupai leaped onto the beast master's shoulder, whispering. Qianqiu said, "We are the 6th wheel." Questioning why we must deliver the finishing blow, and why not spare it with a lengthy monologue. Qianqiu replied, "This fellow must have watched too many dramas." After concluding a battle characterized by a vast disparity in levels, she felt utterly drained, turning to see Song Yuyu staring at her with wide blue eyes. As dazed as a goose, she waved her hand. "Hey, snap out of it." Outside the arena, the crowd seemed to awaken at her words, and the previously hushed venue erupted into a cacophony of discussion. She had triumphed. How is this possible? How did she turn the tables? That Miaosu is ridiculously strong. Is it truly a speed-type beast? It seems the debuff in the secret realm had no effect on it. Am I the only one who finds Qianqiu's cold, commanding demeanor particularly cool? High intelligence is indeed invincible. The long-forgotten charm of Miaosu is shining. I declare that it is no longer the most useless beast. For those unfamiliar with Qianqiu, this was nothing short of an improbable miracle. Faced with a formidable level 61 beast, the contestant Qianqiu remained unfazed, seizing the opportunity to exploit a flaw, concluding the match with a flurry of 4 consecutive strikes. Even though the competition was not yet over, she had already emerged as the MVP of the event. The commentator's gaze was resolute, his voice resonant. Anyone could discern that his praise was steeped in profound personal sentiment. Yet this time, neither the barrage nor Li Xingde offered any rebuttal. Genius deserves respect, especially one as diligent and youthful as this. The match was not concluded. The camera returned to the secret realm. Song Yuyu was drawn away from the fervor of the earlier battle. This confrontation had wholly won his admiration. "Senior, you actually defeated a 4-star beast. That's incredibly cool." It turned out that Miaosu could be so formidable. The boy's curious gaze flitted between Hupai and Qianqiu, who sensed his doubt and discreetly concealed it. After witnessing that fierce battle, the little fire fox seemed to have chosen to play dead, realizing it could not compete, and the beastmaster was rather foolish. It was better to give up. Qianqiu remained unfazed by his flattery. Not at all. She spoke with genuine sentiment. If her stamina had been slightly lower, her energy even less, and the level of the beast she encountered higher, victory would have been a mere fantasy. What a display of humility. Absolutely a display of humility. Qianqiu has already defeated a 2nd-year dragon-type beast while still in school. She truly puts in tremendous effort for our pride. The barrage buzzed with excitement. Suddenly, the kill notification rang out inopportunely. Contestant Qianqiu has slain a 4-star beast, doubling her points. Qianqiu gasped. Her disguise could no longer be maintained. Chapter 51. The secret realm goes awry. Qianqiu? Song Yuyu's tone rose slightly. He scrutinized the marks on the ground, and then looked at Qianqiu. The boy hesitated for a moment, the trust he had previously built beginning to wane. The barrage started to express its concern for her. Oh no. The trust that was so painstakingly established is shattered. Actually, it's fine. I believe Qianqiu can handle Qianqiu. Lin Hao should be no trouble either. As for Song Yuyu, this novice was hardly taken seriously by them. Qianqiu did not confirm, for she had her own plans. She could not keep up with the charging. Hupai's condition was unsuitable for further combat, no matter what. She had to maintain the facade of being a student from Yizhong. What do you mean? The girl replied nonchalantly. I am not from Yizhong. Perhaps it is Chihuahua. The kill notification timely interrupted her words. Contestant has slain 1 4-star beast. Contestant Ling Xiao has slain 2 3-star beasts. Contestant Lin Hao has slain 2 2-star beasts. The overwhelming barrage of notifications erupted simultaneously, many names overlapping, drowning out Qianqiu's vulnerabilities. I completely forgot the notifications have a delay. Song Yuyu was taken aback. The delayed kill notifications were considered one of the more humane rules of the Star Cup. Qianqiu forcibly suppressed her astonishment. How fortunate that she managed to evade this. He struck his forehead in frustration and sincerely apologized. Senior, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you. Haha, it's all right. She scratched her head, her gaze towards Song Yuyu increasingly filled with sympathy. The foolish child had been tricked to the extent of losing her undergarments. The spectators watching the match shouted in disbelief. Song Yuyu, my star card password is. Xiang Yingying has climbed to second place, with Ling Xiao following closely behind. What on earth is happening? Are 4-star ferocious beasts becoming as common as cabbage? So many contestants had accumulated points. What had transpired? Without time to be astonished, the commentator hastily shifted perspectives to a replay from 15 minutes prior. Lin Hao and Xiang Yingying had scoured the safe zone in search of Qianqiu, only to find not even a shadow of her. The scene shifted, revealing Lin Hao surrounded by a dozen contestants sitting around a campfire, with a dense canopy of green shading them from above. Both the towering King Kong monster and Xiang Yingying's hug shark bore severe injuries. Wu Qing, distressed, was helping the Gulu beast bandage its wounds. Yet the crimson blood continued to seep out. This was still under the circumstance that the team had healing abilities. Otherwise, they would have faced total annihilation. As the commentators switched perspectives, this makeshift team appeared gravely weakened, and even Xiang Yingying, who had secured second place, wore a dejected expression. You all heard that, right? Lin Hao suddenly spoke up, prompting everyone to look up and listen. Qianqiu single-handedly killed a 4-star ferocious beast. But it took us a group of 10 to barely succeed. His tone was ominous, suggesting that her location might be safer than theirs. Wu Qing, initially anxious and on the verge of biting her nails, felt speechless at his words. They're all 4-star ferocious beasts. Do you think her achievements are merely a result of luck? We have to go see for ourselves. Lin Hao grunted dismissively, turning his head away. The secret realm was not that vast, and it was a bit strange that no one had encountered her. Where do you think Qianqiu might be? Wu Qing shot a glance at the questioner, Zhong Yuxing, who was not from their school. They had checked all other places, leaving only one option. Suddenly, several pairs of eyes were tightly focused. You want to delve deeper into the secret realm? Yes. Lin Hao was eager to earn points. Zhong Yuxing analyzed rationally. That area is rife with high-level ferocious beasts. We cannot contend with them. Lin Hao countered confidently. If a freshman can do it, why can't we? Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, the organizer of the Tuan Cup, Shen Xinqi, was shaking his head repeatedly, as it should not be the case. Qinqi's face flickered intermittently due to network fluctuations. She spoke loudly, Principal Li. May I ask how 4-star ferocious beasts could be present in the central area of the secret realm? The rules of the Stars Cup clearly state that high-level ferocious beasts cannot appear there, under the scrutiny of so many eyes. Li Xingda broke into a sweat as he was pressed by her. Perhaps they were at a boundary zone? Qinqi scoffed. Is that so? I don't believe that is a boundary zone. Having barely managed to deflect her questioning, Li Xingda was filled with astonishment, as he too was unaware of the reason. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, he suddenly recalled the words of the blacksmith Wu Ye from days prior. Could it be that the Four Seasons cube had gone out of control? The thought sent a chill through him, and he considered halting the competition. Yet once halted, the Stars Cup would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire Fengye region. After much contemplation, Li Xingda remained still. Surely, nothing would go wrong, right? Meanwhile, the match had taken a new turn. Zhong Yuxing and Wu Qing were unwilling to take risks, while Lin Hao concocted yet another scheme, proclaiming that the risk at Qianqiu's location was minimal. Under his guidance, many confused contestants decided to venture further into the third layer. This decision was audacious. The commentators sighed repeatedly, hoping they would realize their folly and withdraw from the inner layer in time. Though it may be impolite to say, not everyone is Qianqiu. Has Lin Hao gone mad? Has he not been beaten enough? It is said that the first place in our school must be secured through the preliminary round. Lin Hao's family is not well off, and he lacks resources, so he has no choice but to gamble everything. 666. A bunch of novices treating the inner layer like a marketplace. Amidst the banter in the comments, Lin Hao and his entourage were rapidly approaching Qianqiu. Are we really going in? A timid freshman clutched a branch, trembling. Maybe I should just leave. Lin Hao, with a stern expression, pulled him back. I heard her pet is a Meow C. Even that low-level beast can roam the inner layer with ease. We'll be fine. Let's go. The top rank should be nearby. Hearing a familiar voice, Song Yuyu immediately perked up. Lin Hao. He then added, the first place is also here. I'm quite eager to meet her. Her points are a bit frightening. Qianqiu. Actually, the real deal is right in front of you. She casually dismissed him with a few words, but her tiger-striped pet suddenly twitched its nose, catching a whiff of something unusual. An ominous premonition surged within her. As she observed the distance between the two groups shrinking, Song Yu felt a pang of dread. Was he coming to settle a score with her? Qianqiu, on the other hand, glanced behind her, frowning heavily. Making such a commotion in the inner layer was reckless. Lin Hao had not recognized her, but felt quite irritated. Who do you think you are to dictate my actions? Qianqiu had no desire to argue with him. Have you not noticed that the frequency of ferocious beasts appearing has increased significantly? Lin Hao did not understand why she brought this up. He had slain quite a few low-level monsters. But wasn't that Xiang Yingying's skill of attracting monsters? No. Xiang Yingying's complexion suddenly turned pale. No, 2 hours ago. I had Hug Shark. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Hao's face turned to one of terror. Get down. Chapter 52. Ferocious Beast Rampage. Follow my lead. A ferocious beast was launching a surprise attack. Lin Hao opened his mouth to command, King Kong monster, defend. But someone beat him to it. Breaking through the fallen leaves of the forest, a blade of wind spiraling forward, striking the ferocious beast squarely in the forehead. With a thud, the beast collapsed. Contestant Qianqiu has slain a 2-star ferocious beast. The announcement of the kill echoed in the sky. Not far away, Wu Qing hurriedly approached, subtly giving Qianqiu an appreciative glance while steadying Xiang Yingying. Are you okay? I'm fine. Surviving the ordeal. Xiang Yingying's first reaction was to check if Hug Shark was injured. Her voice was hoarse and strained, but she did not forget to thank Qianqiu. Thank you. Qianqiu? Song Yu froze momentarily. Then, his gaze slowly ascended, fixated on Qianqiu's face. Qianqiu. Song Yu enunciated each syllable through gritted teeth. Qianqiu silently turned her head to the sky. So it is you. Song Yu sighed. How could I not know about such a formidable figure at our school? However, since Qianqiu had helped him, it could be considered even now. This time, it was Qianqiu who was taken aback. So you knew all along. Wu Qing was puzzled. She had intended to keep her distance, but hesitated for a second, choosing instead to stand by Qianqiu. What is going on? Qianqiu and Wu Qing exchanged glances. Lin Hao's jaw dropped. You two are actually in cahoots. Seeing this, Song Yu turned into a furious pufferfish. Wu Qing cast a guilty glance at the ground. Qianqiu rubbed her nose and looked skyward. Wait. She slowly narrowed her eyes. Her keen eyesight locking onto a distant spot. The dusk had passed, and a half-moon hung atop the mountain. You actually want to change the subject. Lin Hao glared at her with resentment, while Qianqiu swiftly silenced the man with a fist, urging, be quiet. Something is approaching. You're deceiving me. Song Yu feigned composure. Retorting, humph, I'm no longer falling for this. Yet, Lin Hao also lifted his gaze, surprisingly shedding his usual irritable tone, declaring, she is not jesting with you. In the blink of an eye, a vast, dark shadow loomed over them. Xiang Yingying murmured, the ferocious beast is here. They could even hear the creature's massive breaths as it flew, an indescribable tension swiftly permeating the atmosphere. The crowd grew restless. Could it be a 5-star ferocious beast? Lin Hao sensed something amiss. On high alert, ready for battle, Qianqiu closed her eyes, her vision shifting once more. This time, she beheld an endless tapestry of interwoven threads, cascading like shooting stars. It was a colossal beast, its entire body adorned with scales. Its ice-blue vertical pupils shimmering with a sanguinary hue. Moonlight flowed upon its surface, and a gem of the same color embedded in its forehead gleamed brilliantly under the lunar glow. As the beast landed, the ground trembled violently. Almost immediately, Lin Hao positioned himself protectively in front of the injured members. He had never witnessed such a sight before. His eyes quivered uncontrollably. What manner of monstrosity is this? Marinard. The commentator announced gravely, a 5-star water-type, ferocious beast, the legendary guardian of treasures. But how could it possibly appear in the Cube of Seasons? His mind raced with uncertainty. Simultaneously, the barrage of comments escalated rapidly. What the hell? This isn't right. Doesn't it seem like total annihilation is imminent? This has escalated to a major incident. Why hasn't the organizer stopped the match yet? Marinard was no ordinary beast. It unleashed a devastating area attack. Waves of water crashing down, sending other creatures scattering. Yet that was not the end. It raised its head slightly, and from all directions, the roars of agitated beasts echoed in response, shattering the previously tranquil secret realm. The storm was upon them. An increasing number of ferocious beasts joined the fray. Even if all the contestants fought, the odds remained heavily stacked against them. Another instantaneous assault followed. Water transformed into arrows, piercing the left limb of a creature known as Tiger Skin, eliciting a heart-wrenching wail as its wings shattered midair. Tiger skin. Qianqiu rushed to catch it, her heart aching. Meow. The tiger skin weakly placed its paw upon her hand. It's okay, it's okay. Qianqiu frantically rummaged through her beast taming space for various potions, relieved that they proved effective. After a brief period of sorrow, she gradually calmed her emotions. Holding the recovering tiger skin, she glanced back, only to find Marinard staring at her. But why? Lin Hao and Wu Qing stood resolutely in front of her, unleashing relentless attacks on the beast. Roar. Marinard, irritated by their feeble assaults, retaliated with a wave of water, unleashing a shockwave. The frontline creatures, the Gulu beast and the iron monster, were powerless to resist, plummeting like kites with severed strings, stripped of all momentum. Iron monster, how is this possible? Lin Hao collapsed to the ground, his expression shattering. We can't fall here. Yet no one responded to him. In mere moments, the tide of beasts had shattered their makeshift team into disarray. Finally, a contestant, tears streaming down, pressed their wristband, exclaiming, I don't want to compete anymore. I want to withdraw from the Star Cup. More despairing news followed. The withdrawal failed. This can't be happening. Why can't we exit? What is going on? Something was amiss. As they witnessed their beloved beasts fall in droves, Li Xingda could no longer remain seated. Urgently issuing a command, have the tech department open a two-way channel. Notify the contestants in Class 1 that they can inject mental energy into the channel to leave directly. However, there was a delay in the notification. They would have to endure a little longer. Inside the secret realm, the atmosphere was despondent. They were acutely aware of the dead end they faced, yet had no choice but to press on. However, more contestants were succumbing to despair, unable to even tap into their fundamental strengths. Most capable beasts charged bravely to the forefront, yet they fell the quickest. Holding the revived tiger skin, Qianqiu surveyed the grim scene around her, suddenly realizing that this was not a battle for one alone. No, if this continues, we will all perish. Wu Qing wiped away her tears and grasped the dazed Lin Hao, insisting, Little Qi, among us, you have the most experience in cross-level battles. I will follow your lead. Qianqiu sighed heavily. It seemed as though she was perpetually fighting an uphill battle. Yet, overcoming adversity was her forte. Rubbing her stiff cheeks, she declared, in the face of the ferocious beast's rampage, we must save ourselves. Her voice rang clear, drawing the attention of many. They then heard her cold yet composed tone resonate nearby. If you wish to survive, heed my command. Chapter 53, Successful Kill. Lin Hao lifted his gaze and saw Qianqiu standing resolutely before the others, as blood gushed forth from Marinard's severed artery. In that moment, the prejudices he had long been instilled with regarding Qi Wu wavered profoundly. Was Qianqiu truly just a first-year student? Lin Hao hesitated, yet Xiang Yingying had already risen, propped up by a branch, her sorrow transforming into resolve. We will follow you. The tiger skin leaped with newfound strength, successfully evading the enraged beast's attack. All right. Qianqiu turned her gaze. With her, there were 45 contestants present. The young woman directed her attention to an inconspicuous figure in the corner. The ninth on the kill leaderboard, Zhong Yuxing. This individual had a low presence, yet his demeanor suggested he was completely at ease. Zhong Yuxing. The boy stood with his hands in his pockets, calm and collected. You possess healing skills, correct? Take care of the injured. The first-year students will handle the lower-level ferocious beasts. As for when to use your skills, act according to the situation. Zhong Yuxing withdrew his hands with a start. His expression shifting. When did you notice? He had concealed it so well. Qianqiu ignored him, beginning to construct the next tactical move. Lin Hao, you will lead. The defensive beast tamers will take the front lines to absorb damage, while the speed-type beasts will be led by Xiang Yingying. Your goal is to assist the offensive types and divert Marinard's attention. Not far away, the struggle between Tiger Skin and Marinard raged on. It couldn't hold out for long. Qianqiu continued, all support-type beasts must retreat to the back of the team. Ensure your own safety before providing output. Taking advantage of Tiger Skin's momentary distraction, Qianqiu succinctly summarized the plan, instructing all offensive types to await her command. Upon finishing her speech, they sprang into action. At that moment, her words flowed as if spoken at triple speed, yet her enunciation remained crystal clear, leaving more than half of the audience momentarily bewildered. Xiang Yingying kicked a tree root, exclaiming loudly, why are you still standing there? Oh, all right. Yes. Lin Hao, Zhong Yuxing, and Xiang Yingying quickly formed their formation, bracing themselves. What about me? Song Yu looked at her eagerly. His battle skill was probably the only charge-type attack in the entire arena. Qianqiu pondered for a moment. How long can your skill last? 5 minutes. Mentioning this made Song Yu somewhat vexed. It was an area effect skill, ideally suited for quick resolution. No rush. I will tell you when to use it. The barrage of comments in the live stream paused in confusion. It seems like they heard everything. Yet it feels like they heard nothing. Let me shake off my thoughts. Qianqiu's train of thought is remarkably clear, seemingly unaffected by the oppressive presence of the high-level beast. The backbone of the team is of utmost importance. For instance, Qianqiu's resolute attitude has instilled immense courage in many. According to their plan, the defensive players took the initiative to confront the intimidating presence of the formidable beast. Some began to feel a creeping panic. Can they truly follow her directives? Yet Qianqiu radiates confidence, still ranked first. She must possess considerable assurance. To bolster morale, everyone endeavored to overlook the beast's formidable rank. Indeed, this mindset invigorated the majority of the players, casting aside their previous despondency. The taunting tiger hide gradually retreated. Qianqiu diligently administered stamina potions while issuing commands with a voice strained to its limits. With every cycle of assault, the offensive team rotated among various squads, while the defensive team prepared to counter any attack, urging the speed team to maintain their relentless assault. Her tone was imbued with unwavering certainty, as if victory was already assured even before the battle concluded, instilling an inexplicable sense of trust. Diamond Shield activate. Utilize thunderous soundwave. We have never been outpaced. Night bats. Tickle its sensitive spots. In an instant, a dazzling array of skills filled the air, their collisions creating a spectacle of brilliant colors. If one were to disregard the menacing beast lurking nearby, the visual appeal of this clash rivaled that of the Qianqiu Cup, with each moment resplendent. This formation has a certain flair. The commentator gestured with 2 fingers, zooming in on the screen, as they shifted from a passive to an active stance, alleviating the burden on the front line while allowing the primary damage dealers to navigate the formation, ensuring the safety of the support personnel. He marveled at her impeccable strategy. With all 45 players performing their roles, if they were not to join the alliance in the future, becoming battlefield commanders or professional competitors would be equally commendable. Hearing the commentator's words, she found himself filled with anticipation. However, some skeptics scoffed, mocking the notion of conflating professional competitors with battlefield commanders. Under Qianqiu's leadership, the players gradually began to coordinate their efforts, and the situation visibly improved. Bernard was compelled to utilize its protective shield to withstand the damage. It stumbled back, reluctant to concede defeat. How could these seemingly feeble creatures suddenly exhibit such unmatched strength? A roar erupted from the beast, a furious cry that sent rocks tumbling and shook the very earth. Watch for evasions, Qianqiu shouted, urging the support team in the rear. After 2 more rounds of energy depletion, the injured were positioned in the center, and the offensive team began to struggle with their movements. Bernard felt the strain. With damage, support, and output combined with the interference from the speed team, its accuracy faltered significantly, wasting much of its energy. Qianqiu furrowed her brow tightly. Almost every wave of assault cost her team 2 members. Damn it, how much energy does it possess? Just then, a voice from the rear called out. Zhong Yuxing has no energy. Neither do I. Me too. What should we do? Qianqiu glanced at Song Yuyu, who immediately grasped her intent. In a moment reminiscent of a desperate gamble, the young man hurled the little fire fox high into the air. The surrounding spectators gasped in shock. What are you doing? Silence. Song Yuyu imitated Qianqiu's commanding tone. Sunlight illuminates the rivers. His eyes blazed, his words flowing like a chant. The moon sets, frost blankets the land. As his words fell silent, the little fire fox's eyes glinted with a hint of ferocity, its crimson fur igniting spontaneously. Roar. The forest erupted in radiant light, transforming the moonlit night into day in an instant. Bathed in sunlight, countless fallen creatures seemed to be reborn. The beleaguered tiger hide instantly regained its vigor, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength. Xingying, the energy of the hugging shark is fully charged. Mine too. Wonderful. Simultaneously, Wu Qing commanded the Gulu beast to launch a surprise arrow, striking its wing with precision. Thud. Bernard let out a long, anguished roar, collapsing suddenly to the ground, its heavy breaths echoing throughout the dense forest. The moment had arrived. Final wave, prepare. Qianqiu elongated her voice, aiming for the gem embedded in its forehead. The tiger hide's claws scraped the ground before it lunged forward. Behind it, skills unleashed like a shower of arrows. The unsuspecting Bernard raised its paw to defend. But for every blow it dodged, another was upon it, and in mere moments, its paw was riddled with wounds. Blood erupted like fireworks, splattering everywhere, obscuring its vision. As the gem began to crack, Lin Hao regained his confidence. Everyone, let's give it one last push. Woohoo, we are on the verge of victory. Hooray, charge. Amidst the exuberant cheers, an incongruous electronic voice interrupted. Emergency notification. The passage has appeared. Candidates from Class 1. Please proceed forward and inject your mental energy to activate the two-way passage. Chapter 54, Defeated. The sound of Bernard's fall coincided almost perfectly with the announcement. The competitors exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief evident in their eyes. It was hard to fathom that just 5 minutes prior, they had been utterly overwhelmed by the beast. Their spirits shattered. A full 30 seconds passed before someone tremulously spoke. Did we win? Yes, we won. Qianqiu affirmed with a slight smile at the corners of her lips. She felt elated, for the tiger hide had leveled up to 29. Just a step away from a breakthrough. Lin Hao and Xingying excitedly nudged each other, eager to escape this dreadful place, urging, "Hurry, open the passage." Lin Hao's emotions were a tangled web of conflicting sentiments. The inherent animosity and Qianqiu's personal recognition clashed within him, rendering his expression inscrutable. He gazed deeply at Qianqiu. "I underestimated you." He then strode toward the white passage, almost as if fleeing. Song Yu wept uncontrollably. "Mom. This time I made it home alive. I will never carry your spicy strips again." Wu Qing, with a slight smile, initially intended to mock the situation. Yet as she chuckled, tears began to flow. Who could have anticipated that participating in a preliminary match would carry life-threatening risks? Thankfully, they emerged victorious. "Thank goodness for you." Wu Qing grasped Qianqiu's sleeve, exclaiming, "Xiaoqi, you are truly remarkable. I want to transfer to Qiwu." Upon hearing this, everyone present turned their gaze to Qianqiu, filled with admiration. A few overly emotional competitors pressed their hands to their hearts. "Qi God, I shall never doubt you again." Zhong Yuxing bluntly asked, "Classmate, which school are you from?" Qianqiu shrugged nonchalantly, leaning against a tree as if devoid of bones, her demeanor unpretentious yet dignified. "Qiwu, where the phoenix perches." Zhong Yuxing nodded thoughtfully. The name sounded somewhat familiar. Song Yu, finally having composed himself, stared at Qianqiu, hesitatingly approaching her. Does Qiwu still offer command classes?" Others quietly strained to listen. "Ah well." Qianqiu began to feign mystery just as a group burst in, shattering the calm. "It's me." Ling Xiao, breathless, appeared, her usually composed demeanor faltering. According to the original plan, she was supposed to scour the low-risk area, but unexpectedly encountered a mid-level beast. The situation had been terrifying, as the low-risk zone had been entirely overrun by the mid-level beast. It was Ling Xiao's timely realization that prompted their retreat. Otherwise, I might have been finished. Behind her stood a small team, eagerly vying to express their gratitude towards Ling Xiao. Subsequently, numerous individuals began to enter the high-risk zone from various directions. However, Zhong Yuxing, stroking his chin, couldn't shake the impression that Qianqiu and Ling Xiao's overall performance as a leading duo surpassed that of other teams by a considerable margin. It was often said that Qiwa did not impart such knowledge. Best not to inquire further. Qianqiu and Ling Xiao exchanged discreet glances, aligning their narratives. "As for your meows," she began. "Oh, this? It is merely what my teacher taught me. Truly, there is nothing remarkable about it." The more she danced around the subject, the less convincing she appeared to others, stirring a whirlwind of speculation among the crowd. Was it true that anyone who attended Qiwa could become a commander, even elevating meows to new heights? The intensity of their gazes upon her grew increasingly fervent. It seemed Qiwa High School was indeed a hub for hidden prodigies. The scene shifted from the youthful exuberance of the boy's face to that of Mei Ruina, whose abdomen lay still, her form becoming increasingly transparent. Everything was nearing its conclusion. The commentator's voice rose in pitch. Under Qianqiu's command, the contestants vanquished the guardian beast, a true miracle. Indeed, apart from miracles, he could find no other term to encapsulate this battle. A group of youngsters, averaging 17 years of age, hastily assembled like a makeshift troop. With a first-year high school student at the helm, had triumphed over a 5-star guardian beast of the secret realm. The live commentary erupted in fervor. The forums exploded. The competition had transcended boundaries. "What did you say?" Qinshi gestured for Li Xingda to check the forum, a smirk playing on his lips. "It's even hotter than my old Debtor Cup. Li's methods are impressive." Upon closer inspection, his heart nearly seized. The forum displayed a glaring line of bold red text. Stellar Cup Preliminary, Fenyet District Popularity Chart Top 1. Meanwhile, the real-time commentary flooded the screen like a tidal wave, rendering everything else invisible. "Finally, it's over." I was terrified. But who was the first place? The kill notifications didn't sound during the chaos. Need I say? It must be Qi Shan. She is the commander, the backbone of the team. "Is the organizer of the Stellar Cup here? I'll fetch you some money from the kitchen," with a smile. Upon reading this comment, Li Xingda could no longer muster a smile. A message came through his earpiece. The technical department had already notified contestants from other areas to converge at the high-risk zone. "Principal, please rest assured." Rest assured? Li Xingda felt a surge of anger mixed with humor. How could he possibly feel at ease after so many unexpected events? Especially with the Stellar Cup incident seemingly gaining traction, he was already being inundated with scorn before the competition had even concluded. At that moment, a certain organizer interrupted his thoughts. Wait, the match has been terminated. Why are they still not emerging? The commentary stated, it's not that they don't want to come out. It's that they can't. Lin Hao attempted again and again. Failure? The night had just begun, yet the order of the secret realm had already collapsed. Lingering too long would jeopardize the contestant's safety. Wu Qing suggested, let someone else try. I will. Song Yu eagerly raised her hand. However, after several attempts by various individuals, the passage remained unresponsive. A few students from Class 1 leaned in close, confusion etched on their faces. Song Yu shivered. Are we unable to leave? Qianqiu smiled. It's quite normal that you cannot open the passage. With that, disregarding the astonished expressions around her, she approached the door and summoned her mental energy. In less than a second, the dim glass walkway illuminated as if charged, the brilliance intensifying until, under the gaze of many eyes, it burst forth. The glass shattered, transforming into a flurry of snowflakes. The spring secret realm was disintegrating, because the season's cube belonged to Qiwa. Chapter 55. The final ownership of the season's cube. A total of 20 media outlets were present, with over 100 contestants hailing from various locales, not to mention the millions of real-time comments flooding in. Enough to overwhelm Li Xingde. From behind the screen, Qianqiu reiterated, the season's cube is a treasure of Qiwa's combat division. She cleared her throat. Thus, those not from Qiwa cannot completely control the season's cube. As Qianqiu prepared to speak again, Li Xingde suddenly sensed that things were spiraling out of his control. Lowering his voice, he instructed, notify the technical department to sever the terminal network immediately. But he was a moment too late. The instant Qianqiu placed her hand upon it, the passage swung wide open, ejecting all contestants from the secret realm. Naturally, the media present and the entire online audience heard every word Qianqiu spoke, without omission. The invited media personnel exchanged incredulous glances. Is this for real? Isn't the season's cube the prized treasure of Class 1? What is going on? The conviction in the little girl's voice seemed too sincere to be mere bluster. I find it a bit dubious. How can a prized treasure not recognize its rightful owners? The crux was, if Qianqiu spoke the truth, then Class 1 was nothing less than a thief. Eyes darted among the crowd, exchanging incredulous looks. The principal of Class 1 was, in fact, a thief. This was outrageous. Other contestants felt a jolt of surprise, casting strange looks at the students from Class 1. Little Qi, Wu Qing, amidst her astonishment, glanced anxiously at the principal below, noticing his restlessness and anxious demeanor, which chilled her heart. Surely, the prized treasure of Class 1 was not stolen by the principal, was it? This time, even Xiang Yingying regarded them with a changed expression. You saved me, and I am grateful. However, compared to Qianqiu, I trust Class 1 more. Before Qianqiu could speak, Lin Hao could no longer maintain his senior demeanor. His face turned ashen with rage. I acknowledge you possess some strength, but you cannot make baseless claims. Our Class 1 has always been upright and blameless. Other contestants instinctively maintained a considerable distance from them. Upright and blameless. Ling Xiao could not help but roll her eyes, tilting her head. Principal Li, what do you think? Her confidence rattled the entire venue. Nonsense. They are spouting nonsense. Li Xingde struggled to suppress the tremors coursing through him. The peculiar gazes pierced him like daggers, yet he remained firmly seated in the front row. Qianqiu appeared unfazed, waiting for him to speak. Li Xingde, having served as principal for many years, was no stranger to such situations, sensing the tide turning. He feigned calmness. Everyone knows the importance of the season's cube. It has long been utilized by our school to train students, and the entire Fengye district seeks to borrow it. Young student, I understand that Qiwa's situation is desperate and in need of resources to improve. We can discuss the possibility of lending it to Qiwa. However, since the establishment of our school, the season's cube has always been the treasured possession of Class 1 and has no connection to Qiwa. Ling Xiao could not help but roll her eyes at such audacity. The commentator, overwhelmed by the grand spectacle, was rendered speechless, unable to utter a word as the competition rankings remained undisclosed. Everything must be backed by evidence. The commentary exploded with indignation from Class 1 students. Don't come to us for sympathy when you're in last place. Exactly. Has Qiwa gone mad to become robbers? Prepared, Qianqiu glanced at the large screen behind her and immediately declared, You seek evidence? Very well. Next, I would like Principal Li to answer my question. Witnessing Qianqiu and Ling Zhao's composure, a shadow flickered in Li Xingde's eyes. He sneered repeatedly. All right. Let us see what tricks you have up your sleeves. Firstly, why is it that my mental prowess can deactivate the secret realm, while the students from your esteemed institution cannot? The barrage of comments surged with fervor, Haha, it must be that the students of Qianqiu have tampered with it. Li Xingde replied, it is because the season's cube has spiraled out of control, rendering the rules ineffective. However, prior to this, we had never encountered the season's cube. Unless your school's security had intervened. Qianqiu smiled, having articulated her point, and continued her inquiries. Principal Li, may I ask how many types of secret realms the season's cube encompasses? Of course, there are 4. Li Xingde answered without hesitation. Qianqiu maintained her sardonic gaze upon him, causing an unsettling sensation within him. Yet, Li Xingde mustered his courage to respond. There are indeed 4. He was confident. Having overseen the season's cube for so long, how could he possibly be unaware of such a detail? Yet, Qianqiu countered, you are mistaken once more. There are actually 26 distinct types of secret realms. As she observed his changing expression, she recalled Lu Ying's introduction. Each cube represented a unique secret realm. Li Xingde's breath hitched. How could it be that after years of studying the season's cube, he had never discovered its 26 realms? He lowered his gaze, beads of cold sweat forming upon him despite the clear skies. Unfortunately, the judgment from Qianqiu had not yet concluded. I also know that each secret realm's debuff can change randomly, the girl's voice deepening. For instance, the debuffs in the spring realm not only include temperature. Rainfall can reduce recovery speed, while fog can diminish skill potency. As for the number of realms, you claim there are only 4 because, given the capabilities of your institution, you can only activate 4 sides of the cube. Qianqiu decided to press the advantage, since there was intent to capitalize on the chaos. She was prepared for the backlash. She raised her voice, Principal Li, I implore you to return the season's cube to Qianqiu. Only in Qianqiu can the season's cube fulfill its true purpose. Ling Xiao stepped forward, casting out the bait. If there is a chance for the rightful owner to reclaim it, Qianqiu warmly invites everyone to experience the new secret realms. The 2 of them, in unison, thoroughly nailed Li Xingde to the pillar of shame, leaving him with no way to extricate himself. The information they divulged was sufficient to shatter the resolve of the students from your institution and to pique the interest of the media. Li Xingde attempted to argue, but the situation spiraled beyond control. Principal Li, is what this contestant said true? Principal Li, could you explain the reasons behind the malfunction of the secret realms? Why did the monitoring bracelets fail, and how could the treasure of your school, Qianqiu, also be utilized? Principal Li, what are your thoughts on the recent incident at the Star Cup? The flashing lights made it difficult for Li Xingde to keep his eyes open. This is all an accident, he stammered, seizing the microphone in a desperate attempt to salvage the school's reputation. Since she has never encountered the season's cube, how can anyone ascertain whether she is merely speaking nonsense? A journalist retorted, it's simple, let that contestant give it a try. Li Xingde suddenly fell silent. Because he did not dare. How could one wield something stolen with the same proficiency as its rightful owner? This scandal was too explosive. Not far away, an unscrupulous journalist, hidden in a dog hole, quickly raised his camera, snapping photos while instructing his colleague, hurry, upload this to the forums. Soon, Li Xingde will try to control the narrative. Are we still digging up dirt on Qianqiu? The journalist pondered. Yes, remember to dig up every school that has had conflicts with Qianqiu. He sensed the whiff of a sensational news story. Chapter 56, The Mysterious Prize of the Champion. Li Xingde's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. He took a deep breath, his anger boiling as he glared fiercely at Qianqiu on stage. It was all her fault. This girl had ruined his plans. Yet, with the cameras trained on him, Li Xingde had no choice but to swallow his indignation and maintain what little dignity he had left. We will return it, but not now. To his surprise, Qianqiu raised her eyelashes, as if seeing through his thoughts, and shook her head. Qianqiu has always been low-key and avoids provoking others. But we cannot be taken advantage of without recourse. I kindly request that Principal Li act promptly and return the season's cube to Qianqiu within 3 days. Still hoping to delay? Qianqiu inwardly spat at him. Not a chance. The live broadcast has not ended, before the eyes of hundreds of thousands of viewers. I want to see just how thick-skinned Li Xingde can be. The smile on Li Xingde's face froze. Qianqiu was too aggressive, but she was younger. He could not afford to quarrel with her, and had no choice but to comply. How frustrating. Fine, I promise. This affirmation was nearly squeezed through clenched teeth. Once Qianqiu received his confirmation, she felt reassured, and Ling Xiao no longer rolled his eyes. Li Xingde inhaled deeply, this sense of frustration reaching its zenith as he stood encircled by numerous cameras. Damn it, had he known. He wouldn't have invited so many media outlets to create a spectacle. He could no longer hold back, shouting, "Announcer, why haven't you declared the end of the competition? Let the technical department shut down the live broadcast, and Teacher Jiang, clear the venue." The announcer wiped the sweat from his brow, revealing a pained smile. The final list for this Star Cup has been published on the official website, and the entire recording is available for review. We wish all contestants who passed the preliminary round the best of luck in their endeavors to reach new heights. The requirement for the Star Cup preliminary round was to place in the top 10, and both Qianqiu and Ling Xiao were among them. They exchanged a knowing smile, and, taking advantage of Li Xingda's momentary daze, dashed away. In the chaotic venue, Li Xingda felt as if he had lost his mind. Teacher Jiang, act now with the technical department and do everything possible to control the narrative. The beleaguered Jiang Yun silently lowered his head. No one had anticipated that the biggest beneficiary of this competition would be Qianqiu. There was no time for the principal to act. The news had already spread. Usually, this would be manageable, but the Star Cup was already generating significant buzz. As the host, your institution could not contain such a scandal. Li Xingda was incensed to the point of collapse. He thought of something even more pressing. Why hadn't Qianqiu informed him of such talent? Jiang Yun timidly ventured. Didn't you say she was overrated? Li Xingda retorted. How could I have known that Qianqiu had produced a genius commander? The moment the live broadcast ended, the forums in the Fengye district erupted, buzzing with discussions about the ownership of the season's cube. Laughing to death, for so many years. Your institution has exploited the season's cube to extort benefits from other schools. Now are you finally being honest? I never expected the principal of your institution to be such a despicable person. How dare he present someone else's property as the treasure of his school? It's embarrassing to use something he doesn't even understand. The majority of the onlookers had been swayed by Qianqiu. With only the students from your institution remaining skeptical, I refuse to believe that Principal Li would steal from others. He has always treated us well. Even if the season's cube belongs to Qianqiu, does your school even possess the capability to utilize such a treasure? The above seems a bit unreasonable. Why not mention that your institution robbed Qianqiu of resources, leading to their decline? Haha, I don't think Qianqiu is all that virtuous. Your institution is no saint. It's a thief. Back and forth, the students from your institution and Qianqiu engaged in heated debate. Meanwhile, Qianqiu and Ling Xiao had already returned to the combat department. Upon entering the classroom, they found that the elite class had changed significantly, with many new faces and a much larger space. I can't believe the season's cube is truly ours. I've coveted this item for so long. The self-proclaimed noble scion, Lan Na, leaned on his chin, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Shen Yuan wore a perplexed expression, listening to your grandiose boasts. What purpose does the Four Seasons cube serve? Are you really oblivious to this? Lana shot him a disdainful glance. We can venture into the Four Seasons secret realm to gather resources. In the future, acquiring materials for our beast breakthroughs will be a trivial matter, and we need not worry about the forging and healing arts either. With it, the prowess of our combat faction will undoubtedly soar. He grinned wickedly. The school is rather impoverished. If I were to charge admission, I could profit handsomely from each individual entering the secret realm. A 6-star forging tool at $1 million per entry is hardly excessive, is it? Qianqiu expressed her astonishment. Everyone's hearts are rather black. Before Ling Xiao could voice his agreement, she darted into the crowd like a cannonball, declaring that the first high school should quintuple their efforts. Ling Xiao, this is a splendid idea. After all, they did pilfer our possessions. Jiang Zhou clapped enthusiastically, but midway through, he suddenly realized something was amiss. God! Shen Yuan exclaimed in delight, and Ling Bingshan too. What a ridiculous title. Ling Zhao's already frigid expression grew colder. Ahem, in any case, welcome back. Is it really so easy to dazzle you with a mere Four Seasons cube? Qianqiu greeted everyone with a radiant smile. The Four Seasons cube is a 6-star forging tool. I never even dared to dream of it before. Shi Yuming approached mysteriously. God. Could it be that other schools' treasures are also ours to claim? She is quite astute. Qianqiu mused. Perhaps, she pulled out a small notebook to reveal the next target. Striking through the name of the first high school, she noted Qinghe Academy next. Such a familiar name. Lana squinted, her tone incredulous. Qinghe? Are you planning to rob them? God. After a moment of reflection, Qianqiu chose to bypass the challenge. Her current strength did not permit her to defy authority. It's not unfeasible. Ling Xiao reassured her. Let's wait for the Qianqiu Cup. Just then, someone posed another question. God. When will the first high school deliver the cube? Surely they won't back out, considering its value? Not a chance. Qianqiu chuckled softly. Once the 3 days are up, I shall bang drums and announce a live broadcast. His audacity is no match for my own. What about the champion's reward? Everyone gazed at her expectantly. We would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Qianqiu tapped her head before retrieving a beautifully wrapped package from her beast space. Under the enthusiastic gaze of her peers, she leisurely unwrapped it, but as she continued, something felt amiss. What is this slippery object? Why does it radiate warmth? Qianqiu unfurled the wrapping paper, and something tumbled out. Chapter 57. Gratitude for your school's meager offerings. Qianqiu reacted swiftly, catching it just in time. Upon recognizing the reward, she was momentarily taken aback. An egg? Seeing the egg, her companions appeared even more disappointed than she was. Is this truly the champion reward from the Star Cup? How could Qi God lack a beast? What a miser! Qianqiu pondered for a moment, reflecting on teacher Lu's words. A reward of such little value. Merely an egg? As the pride of Lai City. The champion's reward from the first high school was indeed underwhelming. Xin Yuan was still indignant, sensing the presence of unhatched younglings, as several little creatures waddled over. Ducky, ducky. Shui Dudu circled around the beast egg, their delighted calls gradually fading into disappointment. The beast egg in Qianqiu's palm was no larger than a hand. Its shell glistening, yet emanating an unseen grayish glow imperceptible to humans. Unsure, she took another look. It silently locked eyes with the highly intelligent Qianqiu wolf cub. How strange. They cannot perceive any life fluctuations from within the shell. Xin Yuan, concerned, touched the duckling's feathers. What's wrong, ducky? Shui Duda hesitated to speak. As the atmosphere grew tense, Lana shook her finger, pinpointing the issue. The surface patterns are mottled, the quality is poor, likely around 3 stars. Only 3 stars. The others were taken aback, their expressions turning sour. How dare they present such a pitiful reward for a competition? Qianqiu remained silent. But it was evident to all that she was extremely displeased. They still haven't been punished enough. They believe I would swallow this indignity. She pulled her lips into a thin line, intending to return the egg to her beast space when footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. Did you perform well on the monthly exam? Rest assured, you won't be kicked out of the elite class next time? As Qianqiu's voice rang out. The previously boisterous members of the elite class reverted to a rigid posture, including Ling Xiao. Qianqiu turned around, noting everyone sitting like primary school students. An inexplicable humor washing over her. Teacher Chang. Upon seeing Qianqiu, Qianqiu's brow unfurled suddenly, her swift change of expression leaving others astounded. It's you. She smiled gently. Director Lu has been looking for you. Qianqiu was in a good mood. Both of her favored students had shone brightly in the Star Cup, avenging their school with vigor. The only downside was the displeasing sight of Li Xingda's old face. Qianqiu nodded in acknowledgement and retrieved the egg. Teacher Chang. Could you take a look at this egg for me? Upon seeing the egg, Qianqiu's eyelids began to twitch. A dead egg. Her succinct evaluation left no ambiguity. Where did you acquire this? A dead egg? The elite class members were stunned. Qianqiu felt a mix of emotions. She had anticipated Li Xingda would obstruct her, but never expected such a setback with the champion's reward. At this point, Qianqiu understood the situation. They had likely swapped out the champion's reward long ago. She closed her eyes, feeling her reason ignited by fury. How dare that old fool treat the students of Qianqiu in such a manner? Qianqiu pounded the podium. Her attention snapped back to the elite class's ruckus. Do not spread rumors about today's events. Await formal notification. With that, she signaled Ling Xiao to keep an eye on everyone before striding out. Qianqiu chose a secluded corner, intending to offer Qianqiu some comforting words. Rest assured, the school will seek justice for you. The rightful reward will certainly be yours. Qianqiu replied with a nonchalant mem, adding, I am not in a hurry. But you should be cautious, teacher. Her tone was so flat that Qianqiu's fervent emotions abruptly faded. It is often said that the child who cries gets the candy. Yet after her words, the student before her bore a calm demeanor, showing no signs of grievance, even offering comfort in return. Such a temperament was admirable, making Qianqiu feel rather guilty. She straightened her lips, lamenting the unfair treatment endured by the students of Qianqiu. It was her own inadequacy. Director Lu is still waiting for you. I understand. They have bullied you. Sitting on the leather sofa in the director's office, Lu Ying maintained a composed expression, her fingers idly twirling the teacup. She had heard about the dead egg incident. It could hardly be described as bullying. It was simply distasteful. Qianqiu shook her head. I am no saint. This competition primarily affected the first high school, yet their conduct is truly unbecoming. How do you intend to handle this? It appeared that Director Lu was willing to entrust her with the matter. Qianqiu pushed the teacup away, unreservedly stating, public opinion. Once I create an account, just watch. Teacher. Lu Ying nodded, confident that her student was in the right, regardless of her actions. Then I shall resolve this issue in a conservative manner. As she spoke, a cold smile danced at the corner of Lu Ying's lips. Qianqiu felt a peculiar chill run down her spine. It seemed that the pressure exerted by the teacher was more formidable than usual. However, she needed to prepare the breakthrough materials for her tiger skin and could not afford to linger. Focus on your preparations, Lu Ying urged. I shall personally reclaim the grievances you have suffered. With her mind occupied with other matters, Qianqiu did not dwell on this. To her surprise, Lu Ying proved to be true to her word. The following day, news broke of the mysterious beating of the principal of No. 1 High School, which rapidly seized the headlines of forums. The fervor surrounding the Star Cup had yet to wane, and another wave of excitement surged. Tisk, TSK. Look at the photos they captured. Li Xingda's face looks like a swollen pig's head. After all, he is the head of a school. Doesn't he know who did this? It's precisely because he doesn't know that he is panicking. I heard he is still lying in the hospital, receiving 4 drips, guarded by 8 bodyguards at the entrance. This is what they call having a clear conscience. They needn't fear the ghost knocking at the door. Lai City, being small, found itself embroiled in 2 major incidents, causing Li Xingda and No. 1 high school to plummet from their lofty pedestal to mere fodder for public gossip. Such blatant bullying. The scandal erupted, inciting great anger among the students of No. 1 high school. Previously, when they mentioned being students of number 1, they were met with envy and admiration, but since Qianqiu's arrival, they had become akin to rats scurrying across the street. Upon hearing this delightful news, the students of Qiwang felt invigorated. Wu Niantong remarked, serves them right. They couldn't handle a mere change in status. Seizing the moment, Qianqiu activated her personal account. What are you up to, boss? Wu Niantong appeared like a specter, startling her. As Qianqiu uploaded a video, she crafted a message of gratitude to the school. She circled around the pet egg, capturing it from every angle, smiling as she said, "Thank you for the generous gifts from your esteemed school. Oh no, I mean the 3-star pet egg. How magnanimous of Principal Li. In a few days, I will commence a live stream. Everyone is welcome to witness the handover ceremony of the seasonal magic cube." With that, she dispatched the video, leaving the consequences to Lu Ying's capable hands. Suddenly, the forum swelled with voices defending number 1 high school. Maintaining her high-intensity surfing, Wu Niantong sensed something amiss. Furrowing her brows deeply, she thought, stealing is stealing, and robbery is robbery. How does it become borrowing in their mouths? Did they hire online trolls? Qianqiu remained nonchalant. She recognized that minor skirmishes would not undermine the long-standing foundation of number 1 high school, which still had 3 allied accomplices. To fully restore Qiwang's reputation, the key lay at the border of the rift. There was no rush. They would take their time. Compared to arguing with number 1's trolls, Qianqiu had a more pressing matter at hand. Chapter 58, the 6-star Beast Soul Bottle. So many zeros. Qianqiu stared blankly at her account balance. This money was the result of a month's worth of hard-earned reputation, sufficient for 2 major draws. The thought of drawing cards made her excitement bubble over, and she even reverently washed her hands before daring to open the updated card pool interface. Current card pool theme: heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Current material draw probability increased to 75. Current cold weapon draw probability increased to 30. Card pool countdown, 45 days. Upon seeing the theme, Qianqiu felt far greater joy than when she won the Star Cup. The tiger skin was about to undergo its first evolution. Although Lu Ying had said to reach out for anything she needed, Qianqiu sensed that the breakthrough materials for the tiger skin were rather exceptional. After contemplating for a moment, she decided to draw for a major guarantee. She plunged 90 draws into the pool. The fountain surged forth. Congratulations, player has obtained 3-star Energy Potion X3. Congratulations. Player has obtained 1-star Forged Star Iron X10. Congratulations, player has obtained 2-star Breakthrough Material Moonstone. Waves of blue light drifted by. Qianqiu, that's the 90th draw. I've already done 90 draws. Why haven't I received anything spectacular yet? Not only did she not receive any special prizes, but even the golden light eluded her. Unable to endure any longer, Qianqiu's face turned pale with fury, and she shouted at the fountain, "When I had no money, you showered me with gold to entice me into the pool, yet now that I'm flush with cash, the treatment has plummeted. You wretched planners. Do you not regard players as humans?" She couldn't help but imagine how much pet food she could have bought with the money spent on these 90 draws, and how many pounds her tiger skin could have gained. The fountain remained silent. 3 seconds later, it reluctantly produced a bubble of water. 1, 2, 3 ellipses, hardly different from mockery. Qianqiu felt somewhat compromised. With a blank expression, she declared, "I'm going to file a complaint against you." The tranquil water of the fountain twisted subtly for a moment as it realized Qianqiu was genuinely about to access the function panel, inciting panic. "I'll give it back. Just don't complain." The fountain reluctantly spat out a stream of golden water. Congratulations, player has obtained 5-star Leaf Green Stone X1. Congratulations. Player has obtained 5-star Magma Essence Water X5. Congratulations, player has obtained 5-star Forged Rainbow Iron X20. 3 prompts appeared in quick succession. Qianqiu's outstretched hand froze midair. The girl slowly widened her eyes. What is happening? She had merely made a casual remark, yet this fountain had secretly been hoarding players' items. No, she could not let it off so easily. The thought of almost losing so many treasures caused her heart to ache. Once the fountain had spat out about 10 golden quality items, Qianqiu pulled up the panel again, firmly threatening, "I don't believe you only swallowed once. If you don't want to be complained about, spit out a bit more. I just recorded it. The fountain, which had hoarded gold for years, was facing punishment for the first time and was on the verge of tears. The speed of the water washing over it quickened. I'm innocent. I genuinely have nothing this time. It protested. You've stolen my things, and you must pay the price. Seeing that there was no response for a long time, Qianqiu nearly wanted to shake it. The fountain could no longer withstand such inhumane torment. After hesitating for a moment, it sluggishly expelled another stream of water. A flash of colorful light appeared before her eyes. This is exactly what I wanted. Qianqiu calmly withdrew her hand. She knew the fountain was out of stock. Yet she simply relished the act of plucking whatever she could. The pleasant notification sound rang out once more. Congratulations, player has obtained 6-star Beast Soul Bottle X1. Beast Soul? This item was not in the card pool. Qianqiu hesitated to speak. Could it be what she imagined? With a heart full of trepidation, she activated the identification function. To her surprise, this time it cost a full 10,000 gold coins to unlock all the details of the Beast Soul. Identification successful. This Beast Soul is of rare quality. Please store it properly, player. Method of use 1. Nurturing. Place the Beast Soul into a pet egg for a week to obtain a juvenile 6-star dragon-type pet. Method of use 2. Not recommended. Devouring. Allow the pet to consume the Beast Soul to enhance its attributes and more, yielding exceptional effects. The first method was in normal font, while the second method appeared in gruesome red. The implications of the prompts rendered Qianqiu speechless. Was she truly that ignorant? This was a 6-star dragon-type pet. Yet, regarding the egg, Qianqiu slowly directed her gaze toward the dead egg given to her by number 1 high school. Tiger Skin, what do you think? If no, one finds out I hatched a 6-star divine beast from this dead egg, won't they be particularly thrilled? Qianqiu's tone was light and airy, as if she were merely making a casual remark. Not far away, the fur on the sleeping parakeet bristled. Why do you smile so frightfully? Qianqiu was preoccupied with thoughts of Yizhong, unaware that, on the other side, Yizhong was also pondering her. Why is it not in Qianqiu's hands? Lin Hao stared incredulously at his homeroom teacher. You exchanged the reward for first place? What happened? This egg was meant for our school. Didn't you want it as well? Jiang Yun adjusted his glasses, speaking with unabashed audacity. Or do you no longer aspire to achieve good results in the college entrance examination? Lin Hao remained silent for a long while. Was he really going to sacrifice his future for the sake of unrelated individuals? Impossible. He lowered his head and accepted the pet egg. It was said that this egg could hatch a 5-star pet. Upon exiting the office, Lin Hao felt restless and unexpectedly bumped into Xiang Ying around the corner of the corridor. Senior, what did the teacher say to you? Your expression seems rather peculiar. Xiang Ying wasted no time in getting straight to the point. Lin Hao's expression shifted slightly. He vaguely felt as if he'd boarded a ship of thieves, yet still managed to force a smile. The teacher told us to put in our best effort in the official matches and strive to surpass Chuang. Xiang Ying responded with a dismissive "oh," for she was primarily there to gather evidence. Actually, what Qianqiu said must be true, right? The forums claim that our principal took advantage of the chaos and claimed the stolen items as the school's treasures. Her ears flushed with embarrassment as she uttered these words. Admitting to being a thief was indeed shameful, yet denying it only to bite back felt even more humiliating. It's not stealing, it's borrowing. Lin Hao stammered for a considerable time. Did you not see the statement? It clearly stated that Qi Wang and Yizhong are old acquaintances. And it was only after the principal of Qi Wang passed away that they entrusted us with the management of the Four Seasons Cube. Xiang Ying abruptly pulled herself from her shame and gazed at him in shock. Senior? Speak, Lin Hao said impatiently. After a moment's hesitation, Xiang Ying finally spoke the truth. How can someone be so shameless? Chapter 59. Hey bro, wanna do OQ? Being called shameless by a junior made Lin Hao feel as though his dignity had been trampled into the ground. Yet he suppressed the embarrassment and began to morally coerce her. Xiang Ying, you are also from Yizhong. Why are you turning your elbows outward? Xiang Ying smiled. Because Qi Wang has irrefutable evidence, and my values are intact. She could not comprehend why Lin Hao would speak such falsehoods. Just as he failed to understand her bias toward Qi Wang, neither could persuade the other, and Lin Hao feigned an intention to abandon the conversation. Only to pivot. Since you are a student of Yizhong, you should cooperate with the teacher to clarify. Otherwise, Xiang Ying's expression changed. Are you threatening me? She let out a cold laugh, her gaze icy. Lin Hao, I have tolerated you for long enough. You flaunt your seniority, yet in reality, you are a mediocre student with a bad temper. Do you really think I have no other options besides Yizhong? Having vented her frustrations, she strode purposefully toward the office of the academic director, ignoring Lin Hao's frantic inquiries. Where are you going? I'm transferring. She replied with a disdainful glance. My talents are not lacking. Whoever wants to stay in this lousy school can do so. Do they really think they are something special? Lin Hao realized he had landed himself in a grave predicament. and sweat began to bead on his forehead. If Xiang Yingying transferred at this moment, Yizhong would lose a slot, solidifying the external perception of the school's culpability. Xiang Yingying paid him no mind. She had initially been drawn to Yizhong for its commendable educational environment, but now, it seemed merely average. Before completing her withdrawal procedures, she recalled a junior from her previous year. Had Wu Qing considered transferring? Should she switch schools? On the other side of the network, Qianqiu enthusiastically reached out to her childhood friend, entirely unaware that a student from Yizhong was on the same wavelength. Qiwang is no worse than Yizhong. However, I came to Yizhong to fulfill my parents' wishes. Wu Qing expressed her wavering resolve. In recent days, Principal Li had been criticized on forums, and she had suffered numerous repercussions. Having thought that Yizhong was a good school. And what about you? Qianqiu inquired. Isn't your opinion important? The first time she laid eyes on Wu Qing during the Star Cup, she found her remarkably taciturn. It had only been a month since classes began. Yet this once vibrant and enthusiastic girl had become so cautious. The atmosphere at Yizhong was somewhat stifling. On the other side of the screen, Wu Qing fell silent, ultimately yielding to her feelings and typing a line. Forget it, I'll think it over again. Perhaps things will improve? After comforting Wu Qing, Qianqiu reclined on a lounge chair as dusk approached, feeling utterly exhausted, and lamented. Ah, Tiger Stripe, take your paws off my stomach. Does this little kitty even realize how heavy she is? Meow. Do not attack the Cat King. Tiger Stripe, dissatisfied, leapt off the table, tail held high as it rummaged through drawers, feeling discontent and seeking snacks to console itself. Qianqiu had not rested long when her buzzing phone alerted her with a new message. A stranger? She cast a sidelong glance at the screen. The fervor surrounding the Star Cup had led to an influx of unfamiliar contacts. Qianqiu picked up her phone and opened the anonymous message. Qianqiu. The first thing that caught her eye was her name, accompanied by a middle finger emoji. I won't let you off. After a moment of silence, Qianqiu inhaled sharply. What a feeble threat. Why was this person so resentful? Was it merely because she had inadvertently deceived him once? Unfazed by the prospect of retaliation, she asked directly, do you want to visit Qiwang? Song Yuyu. Question mark. I'm upset, and you dare to say such things to me? Within half a second, the other party retracted their message. How do you know who I am? Not wanting to admit it, Qianqiu ignored his question. I'm simply asking if you want to. The other side fell into suspicious silence before suddenly changing the subject. Bold of you. My family is quite renowned in Central City. Be careful, or I'll call in reinforcements to teach you a lesson. Moreover, I know Ji Fengting, boasted the super-connected individual. Ji Fengting. Qianqiu recalled that name vividly. He was the genius mentioned on the forums, a 16-year-old 4-star beast master. She was also quite intrigued by Zhong Yuxing, who had performed exceptionally well in the Star Cup without a single wrinkle on his clothes. Song Yuyu's connections were unexpectedly strong. He was not someone to offend. After pondering the enrollment KPIs of Ruanpa for a moment, she too began to shift the conversation. You say you know him, but you two are nothing alike. Neither in personality nor appearance. Besides, a support player with that kind of temperament is unlikely to be popular, right? His words struck a nerve with Song Yuyu. He choked on his response. His social standing was indeed rather mediocre. And why would someone from Central City deign to attend Yizhong? Song Yuyu's emotions became complicated. Is it wrong for me not to like it? If the conversation continued, he might just break. If Yizhong is on your list, have you considered coming to Qiwang? Qianqiu wasted no time and directly questioned him about his intentions. Of course, Song Yuyu wanted to, but he was frustrated with Qianqiu. He genuinely disliked the atmosphere at Qinghe. It made no sense that both of his cousins were so much more capable than he was. It must be a matter of feng shui. Sure, I shall visit another day. The tactic of provocation proved effective. Qianqiu readily consented and inquired. By the way, do you have Ji Fengting's contact information? What do you intend to do? Realizing Qianqiu's true motive, Song Yuyu was taken aback by her audacity, falling silent for a moment. He typed slowly. Impossible. Ji Fengting is one of Qinghe's people, dead as a ghost of Qinghe. Let me refer you to another individual. He also participated in the Star Cup. You speak to him yourself? All right. With her objective achieved, Qianqiu exhaled in relief. Following the method sent from across the screen, she sent a friend verification request, which went unanswered, likely because the recipient was preoccupied. Just as she was about to log off, the screen suddenly illuminated once more. Emo guy, double Q at the terminal? Do not overthink, this is a mass message. Qianqiu. The desire to conceal only drew more attention. She could almost envision the shy demeanor of this foolish youth. After all, they were future classmates. She could not bear to damage his pride. Qianqiu then navigated to the terminal simulation software. Connecting. The girl's voice was cool and crisp. Reporting ID. Okay, I have Yu syndrome. I am the proud one at the pinnacle of catkind. No sooner had she finished speaking than both individuals simultaneously removed their headphones and exclaimed in unison. You are the pinnacle of catkind, the one who exploits hacks without being banned by the officials. You are the one who reported my account and got me suspended for a week. Chapter 60. The battle between the pinnacle of catkind and Qianqiu. Qianqiu twitched her lips. Letting the enrollment KPI of Qiwu slide was one thing. Song Yuyu, however, was once again reminded of his past beatings. Falling into an indescribable silence. The two exchanged glances filled with mutual disdain. After a considerable pause, Qianqiu asked, Are we still queuing? Song Yuyu, fixated on her account's dazzling streak of victories, bore the burden of humiliation and replied, Yes. No one could refuse a gift presented right before them. But on the other hand, did you truly not resort to hacks back then? No. Qianqiu scoffed. With my prowess, do I even need to hack? Though audacious, she indeed possessed the capability. Song Yuyu, he endured. Thus, the two, each with their own ulterior motives, formed a spirited team. In the first match, victory. In the second, victory. The third, fourth, and fifth matches were all victories. After winning 10 consecutive matches, Song Yuyu's initial disbelief transformed into utter astonishment. Why? He let out a mournful wail. Ordinary players face penalties after winning 3 consecutive matches, so why could Qianqiu triumph 10 times in a row? Qianqiu's tone was light and airy. Do not envy. This is merely a divine routine. Song Yuyu secretly raised his middle finger. What a jest. Suddenly, she turned serious. If you are accustomed to hellish difficulty, battling up a level every day, then when you face opponents of normal caliber, they will appear weak. Like you? At first, Song Yuyu listened intently. But upon recalling Qianqiu's glorious track record, he hesitated and shook his head vigorously. Better not. He could not endure such hardship. As they continued conversing, they queued for another match. The opponent's name was rather peculiar. Ginger Shampoo? Prepare yourself. Why are you dazed? That ID feels eerily familiar. Song Yuyu remarked, and then, as if awakening from a dream, he exclaimed, Isn't that Jiang Rong from your school? Aren't you still at 3 stars? How could a 3-star match with a 4-star? The barrage of questions left Qianqiu dizzy. He must have faced penalties. Wait, do you know Jiang Rong? Qianqiu was quite surprised. Rephrasing her inquiry, Jiang Rong is also your relative? Song Yuyu, you are a student from Qiwu, and you do not know? Jiang Rong is among the top 3 Beastmasters in the 4-star rankings, frequently observed by streamers. He appeared utterly speechless. Especially that time when he and Ji Fengting had a fierce back and forth, instantly rising to fame and becoming a sensation in the Fengye region. It is said he has been guaranteed admission to Tsinghua University. I see. Qianqiu twisted her wrist thoughtfully. Perhaps Jiang Rong is not merely formidable. During the preparation period, Song Yuyu felt somewhat anxious, especially since the opponent was Jiang Rong. He soon discovered, to his astonishment, that the number of spectators displayed below the screen had reached 9999. Surely, he was being observed by streamers again. Song Yuyu anxiously shook Qianqiu, repeatedly imploring, Sister, please take this seriously. I do not wish to suffer a crushing defeat. After a few rounds of ranked matches, he noticed Qianqiu's gameplay was both erratic and arrogant, often allowing others to take the first move, showing little inclination for steadiness. Qianqiu shot him a glance. Do not hold me back. Upon hearing this, Song Yuyu was ready to become indignant, but was swiftly silenced by her flippant remark. Do not worry. This is not my first time challenging at a higher level. A flicker of eagerness danced in the depths of her calm eyes. In the 30 seconds prior to the battle, it was time to select pets. Song Yuyu's tense voice echoed in her ears. I do not know Jiang Rong's duo. They must be random players. He selected the water-type pet Midori. Jiang Rong brought out the illusion-type pet Pasher. Qianqiu fixed her gaze on her teammate's small firefox. About to comment on the disadvantage of having no other pets, when Song Yuyu frantically produced a substitute pet. The 5-star little sea dragon, a defensive-type pet. Although also a water-type, it was better than nothing. He had prepared to wear down the opponent with normal attacks. Qianqiu felt a pang of envy. A pet worth over $1 million was simply substituted without a second thought. Indeed, he was the scion of a wealthy family. As for you, Jiang Rong's illusion-type pet is quite troublesome. Can you handle him? Speaking of illusions, Qianqiu's mind flashed back to the spirit resistance of the tiger's skin. She vaguely replied, It should be fine. Though she said that, Song Yuyu still held doubts, but the battle commenced, leaving him no room to speak further. Simultaneously, the simulation terminal recommended this match to the viewing area's chief, attracting a multitude of beastmasters eager to witness. Wonderful, it's Jiang Rong. We are saved. But wait. The college entrance examination is approaching. How does Jiang Rong have time to rank? He has already been guaranteed admission. Yet I heard he plans to abandon his studies to become a professional player. The entire viewing area's barrage focused on Jiang Rong, until someone noticed the opposing team had selected Meows. Matched against Qianqiu, and you're not getting up to play? Wait, is this Meow's the pinnacle of cat kind? Didn't he quit the game? Recognizing the familiar Meow's account, a mysterious force awakened the long-forgotten memories of the viewers, and gradually, many began to recognize the account. An uninformed passerby commented, "Who is the pinnacle of cat kind?" A viewer feigned profundity. Perhaps you have heard of the tale of the rookie pinnacle of cat kind punishing the pretentious king. In any case, he defeated a streamer who plays the fool, and the legend has since circulated in the forums. Those interested may search for the recordings. Oh, but I think pinnacle of cat kind's teammate appears far more formidable. The little sea dragon is quite expensive, though it is not a true dragon. Someone had a brilliant idea. It is said that the champion pet of the Star Cup is also Meow's. Unfortunately, this comment was soon drowned out by a flood of other messages. Qianqiu naturally exudes charisma, and with the mysterious identity of the enigmatic Meow of the pinnacle, an increasing number of beast tamers gather to witness the spectacle, fervently debating the outcome. The simulated terminal allows for cooperative duos as well as solitary battles. However, Qianqiu is certainly not a foe to be underestimated. Song Yu, wary of being a hindrance, hesitates as Qianqiu fears burdening him, and both retreat a couple of steps, engaging in a skirmish at the opposite end of the arena. Meanwhile, Qianqiu concentrates her gaze on Pasher. It is no surprise that this advanced beast, having undergone a breakthrough, possesses both striking handsomeness and an imposing presence. In contrast, her tiger skin appears rather diminutive. The barrage of comments erupts in amusement. Even before the battle commences, its aura is already 3 points weaker. Qianqiu clearly regards her with indifference. Momentarily puzzled by the familiarity of this Meow, yet dismisses the thought. After all, the player base of the terminal is vast, encompassing the entire world. It is not uncommon for beast tamers to have doppelgangers. He casts his concerns aside. Pasher, the boy says, arms crossed, with a languid demeanor, "What shall we do next? I trust you need no further prompting." Huh. Pasher flicks its tail in disapproval and launches a swift, powerful pounce. The speed is remarkable. Tiger Skin swiftly evades, not losing a single hair in the process. Nonetheless, Qianqiu's expression remains somewhat grave. It is indeed true that this advanced beast's attack, if not avoided, would have swiftly dispatched her tiger skin. The two non-physical attacking beasts cautiously test each other in a couple of rounds. Meow? Suddenly, Tiger Skin halts its offensive. Gazing quizzically at Pasher, it has caught a whiff of something peculiar. Chapter 61, The Ascendant and the Whispering Wind. Tiger Skin gazes provocatively at Pasher. In the instant their eyes meet, Pasher feels a chill run down its spine, accompanied by a slight urge to retreat. Even the half-formed skill it had begun to conjure falters. Yet, from every aspect, the Meow should not be a dominant force against it. Pasher's cold vertical pupils flicker with confusion, hesitating before activating its innate skill, Foresight. It anticipates the outcome of the battle. But this skill can only be employed once per match. As the two beasts are caught in a stalemate, the barrage of comments speculates. It's already the third round. It must be the effect of the rosemary. What is rosemary? A 4-star skill, colorless and odorless. Once used, it takes effect for 2 rounds, causing mild sleep or, in severe cases, rendering the beast motionless and surrendering. Illusion-type beasts do not rely on overpowering attack skills to secure victory. They typically excel in manipulating concepts like time and space, undermining their opponent's will to fight and ultimately shattering their resolve. Qianqiu, underestimating the situation, opts not to alter his command. What is there to hesitate over? He resolves to address it as he always has. Pasher hesitates. In the future it glimpsed. It seems no favorable outcomes await. If they lose, it will undoubtedly be due to disobedience. Qianqiu sighs. Listen well, once we finish this match, we'll head to the cafeteria for that delightful large plate of chicken. Large plate of chicken. Huh. Delicious large plate of chicken. Pasher's eyes light up, disregarding everything else for the tantalizing promise of the dish. It devoutly closes its eyes, its towering form flickering in and out of existence, while simultaneously, the space around it begins to ripple strangely. Psychic attack? Qianqiu raises an eyebrow. This delay is too prolonged. The clamorous wind solidifies into arrows, splitting into 2 as they burst forth amidst the sea of stars. This move is truly exquisite. It's worthy of the Glamour Cup. As she had predicted, Pasher continues to unleash psychic energy, but suddenly senses an unavoidable danger. Huh. It snaps its eyes open, narrowly rolling away, losing half of its health in the process. Qianqiu remains remarkably composed. Continue. Pasher revs up its skill once more, and surrounding noises stir, akin to whispers in one's ear. Wind. Before she can finish her thought, Qianqiu feels an overwhelming heat envelop her cerebral cortex. Goodness, every nerve screams with sharp pain. Damn it, she mutters under her breath. Illusion-type beasts are too devious. The ancient goddess whisper reduces will, speed, and defense by 60. Last time, Qianqiu nearly fell victim to this move. Beasts with low will and mental resistance simply cannot endure it. With all these debuffs in play, it's hard to imagine how formidable Qianqiu's beast must be. Tiger Skin's attack halts for a mere 0.001 seconds, while Passure's unfocused pupils reflect its silky tri-hit combo. The situation begins to spiral out of control. Passure, the boy's dark pupils tremble violently. No. Why has the Meow's speed remained unchanged? Unbeknownst to him, Passure's gaze now carries a hint of trepidation. Tiger Skin grins mischievously, delivering another meow punch. Did you not anticipate this? The cat's proud little eyes dart about. My skills? Completely immune. Passure. Its mind is thrown into chaos. What to do? The barrage erupts before the meow collapses. Master, stop chanting. Your teammate is about to lose. Jiang, could you perhaps switch skills? Jiang Rong's duo in the chat grows increasingly frantic. Across from them, Maruto and the little sea serpent cower, clutching their ears in distress. Their expressions pained. The lower the level, the more susceptible one is to the skill's effects. This is the downside of illusion types. Once they activate their skill, they disregard factions and attack indiscriminately. Why is that meow unaffected? Song Yu, nonchalantly covering one ear with a hand while encouraging her beast, Dumpling, charge. The sea serpent, still groaning, glares at him, but not long after. The hefty investment of 1 million by Song Yu allows the little sea serpent to rise and deliver a 5-star skill to conclude the battle. Victorious. Song Yu beams with pride, while the barrage of comments turns sour. Having wealth and resources is indeed a boon. Casually deploying 5-star skills and acquiring advanced beasts. Without skill, it's all just numbers. The topic of resources is eternally relevant, and as the viewers revel in their discussions, an unexpected comment interrupts their flow. Oh dear, everyone. Stop chatting. Jiang Rong is about to lose. Jiang Rong losing? Weavy only looked away for a moment. How could he possibly lose? Upon hearing the system's announcement of a teammate's success, Qianqiu gently parts her lips, her demeanor serene. It is time to conclude this battle. 5 minutes is ample time for her to grasp Jiang Rong's decision-making. In the meantime, Jiang Rong quickly regains his composure after the impact of his skill's failure. Anxious to turn the tide, he confronts a significant issue. After multiple miscalculations, Passure's energy is nearly depleted. He can only resort to one final move. Jiang Rong clenches his fist, deeply troubled. The opposing meow displays no discernible weaknesses. What skill can he employ to swiftly bring down his adversary? Yet Qianqiu has no intention of granting him the luxury of contemplation. She raises the corners of her lips, testing out her brand new skill, the Whispering Wind. Finally, she can utilize her new ability. Tiger Skin joyfully howls, gathering energy in mere 2 breaths. Jiang Rong, while guiding Passure's arduous evasions, is simultaneously concocting strategies. His mind is ablaze. Suddenly, the boy tilts his head, witnessing the shattered stars above, undulating like mercury, sending ripples cascading through the air. Is the wind rising? The barrage echoes Jiang Rong's thoughts. No, they are in a confined space. Where would the wind come from? As realization dawned upon him, Jiang Rong was instantly drenched in sweat, and his words took an urgent turn. Shield of thought. In an instant, a blue shield resembling an eggshell rose before Passure. Appearing utterly indestructible, based on his own attributes, the shield of thought could enhance the speed and defense of allied creatures by 120. Furthermore, if the opponent failed to breach the defenses, the damage received would be reflected tenfold. This was Jiang Rong's signature combat technique. The barrage of comments sighed in relief. What a scare, he unleashed his ultimate move. Does this mean he won't lose? Although Jiang Rong seems to be performing at just about 120, it would be difficult for that to even scratch his health bar, right? You underestimate the techniques forged from mental energy. Jiang Rong's reputation is not unfounded. There were numerous ways to turn the tide, yet a mere Meowth was certainly not among them. Everyone was convinced of Jiang Rong's victory, unabashedly boasting about him while awaiting the imminent triumph. However, the situation shifted as Meowth slammed the brakes just in time. Yet, Qianqiu shook her head, confident of her victory. She was resolute. On the other side, Jiang Rong finally recognized Meowth's identity, but it was already too late. Song Yu's booming voice resonated through the microphone. Passure's defense has failed. Jiang Rong's pupils constricted. Chapter 62. Genius is merely the threshold to see her. Almost as soon as the wind began to stir, Song Yu keenly sensed something amiss. He had witnessed Qianqiu's performance during the monthly assessment. At that time, while Wind Howl was indeed fierce, its attack range was not nearly as exaggerated as it was now. Had it leveled up? The boy murmured. Suddenly his eyes brightened. This was not a mere skill, but a combat technique. Ordinary skill upgrades would only enhance accuracy without altering the majority of attributes. However, combat techniques grow alongside the creatures, and achieving a qualitative transformation at max level, or even transcending the divine, was not out of the question. While Song Yuyu was astonished, he was also perplexed. Wasn't he this content typically encountered only in the third year of high school? The barrage of comments and Song Yuyu's evaluations were almost polar opposites. Zhang Rong truly possesses remarkable comprehension. He has already mastered combat techniques with such proficiency. It is said that his mental energy is rated S throughout Maple Field. Only Ji Fengting can contend with him. I almost feel sorry for Meowth. Just as victory seemed within grasp, the tables have turned. The bewildered comments mocked her naivety, yet Qianqiu smiled slyly. Indeed, Zhang Rong's shield was formidable. However, in the words of Teacher Liu, a combat technique constructed with SS-level mental energy could hardly be underestimated. Having been tempered in the Star Cup, Wind Howl had reached level 3, doubling its attack range and transforming from a single target skill into an area attack skill. After upgrading to an area skill, Wind Howl's already potent power multiplied several times. It could effortlessly shatter the very stars before it and rend flesh asunder. One gust could be blocked, but what of 10 or 100? Wind, by its very nature, could not be quantified. An unending torrent of tornadoes assaulted the shield of thought. Zhang Rong's prideful shield disintegrated as quickly as sand slipping through an hourglass, unable to withstand for even 3 seconds before crumbling into stardust. Once again, a precise critical hit struck, delivering a fatal blow. The cold, impersonal announcement reverberated throughout the hall. The victor is Meowth. To everyone's astonishment, Zhang Rong had lost. The boy stood frozen in disbelief. Even if he suspected his opponent was the prodigy rumored from outside. A deep skepticism clouded his eyes. I lost. Indeed. Aside from Qianqiu, this freshman anomaly, which Meowth could possibly contend with Wind Howl, who possessed such extraordinary potential. He felt as though he, the once promising wave, was now destined to be crushed upon the shore. Zhang Rong experienced a profound sense of existential collapse. Meanwhile, his supporters were outraged. What is going on? He lost. Was he not taking it seriously? How could he lose to a mere Meowth? This is the first time I've seen Pasher perform so poorly. What was Zhang Rong doing? Spacing out during the competition? They supported Zhang Rong for his prowess. They were drawn to his victorious confidence and did not wish to see him collapse like a lost dog at the feet of another. Especially not to an obscure newcomer like Meowth. Surrounded by a multitude of transparent comments, the boy crouched to retrieve his game controller, feeling as if his very soul had been stripped away. Even a freshman, who had enrolled merely a month ago, could defeat him. Was he truly unfit for a professional career? Amidst the barrage of insults directed at Zhang Rong, some began to focus on the rising star. Has no one noticed? Meowth achieved a 100% critical hit in this battle. Even the top players would find it hard to achieve such a high critical rate. I just checked Meowth's account. It turns out he is a 3-star Beastmaster with 100 victories. 100 victories? 3 stars? Impressive. To defeat Zhang Rong, Meowth must now be considered a leading player in the simulation terminal. What does it feel like to stand atop a young prodigy? Song Yuyu enthusiastically interviewed her, his blue eyes filled with sparkling stars. How weak. Qianqiu hesitated to speak. In truth, she did not feel the fiery exhilaration she had imagined upon winning the match. She was merely perplexed. Senior Zhang's underestimation was genuine, and he was not as formidable as she had thought, perhaps due to his high mental resistance. The oppressive aura he exuded was not as strong as that of He Ruoxue from the second year. As Qianqiu spoke, she began to analyze the match. Had he utilized prediction from the start, I might have lost. The prediction skill category, normal attack or skill or combat technique, upon success, would seal the opponent's skill for a turn. The worst outcome of failure would merely be some wasted energy. Moreover, her skill bar had not yet expanded. She had only a few skills, making them easy to predict. Alternatively, he might use mirror reflection to copy my skill. The tiger skin would likely be unable to evade. Illusion-type creatures thrive on surprise, and in a scenario where both sides are aware, Zhang Rong would find it increasingly difficult to defeat her next time. Regrettably, Zhang Rong's misjudgment hastened his descent into defeat. However, Qianqiu still felt unfulfilled. Before her appearance, even Qianqiu had claimed that Zhang Rong was the last hope for Qi Wu. In summary, his level of skill was truly unworthy. Song Yuyu was left speechless, expecting her to be more modest. Instead, she inadvertently praised herself to the heavens. Qianqiu, I am merely speaking the truth. He pondered for a long while, reluctantly admitting, is it possible that you are already quite strong? During her novice phase, Meowth could defeat seasoned veterans. In less than a month of enrollment, she dispatched a second-year dragon-type creature, winning the championship in her first participation in the Star Cup. leading the team to victory against the high-level guardian beast in the secret realm during her first time commanding with unwavering calmness. Regardless of the circumstances or disadvantages she faced, or who doubted her, the name that would ultimately prevail would always be Qianqiu. As she reflected on this, Song Yuyu increasingly found himself astonished. If even Zhang Rong deemed her weak, who in Maple Field could possibly rival her? Qianqiu, intrigued, asked, who is stronger, me or Ji Fengting? In the past, Song Yuyu would have confidently asserted it was Ji Fengting. However, now the boy solemnly shook his head. It's hard to say. Her rate of progress was astonishing. But you weren't this strong during the monthly assessment. Where did the turning point come from? He rested his chin on his hand, musing aloud. Qianqiu seemed to ponder. Perhaps it was during the monthly assessment and when facing the guardian beast. For the first time, she grasped the technique of constructing combat techniques from mental energy. For the second time, she learned to utilize her mental prowess to expand her vision and identify weaknesses. She did not consider herself particularly formidable. The true force was Hupai. For instance, at this moment, Qianqiu pressed her hand against its soft forehead, her brow furrowing. It was ill. Its temperature was quite high. Meow. Hupai let out a faint sound, akin to a whisper, before swiftly retreating into the beast space. Qianqiu promptly concluded her conversation with Song Yuyu, instinctively accessing the panel. Race, Meow C. Level, 30. Status, sign of breakthrough. She silently retracted her previous assessment. After merely engaging in a skirmish with Pashier, Hupai had astonishingly vaulted past level 29, poised for a breakthrough today. At this moment, both of her roommates were absent from the dormitory. Qianqiu abruptly leaped from her chair and retrieved 2 sets of breakthrough materials from the storage. One was intended for an ordinary Meow C, while the other was the Cyanine Phoenix she had drawn from the card pool. Moonstone, Mint Water, Windgrass, yes. And the Bloodline Purification Stone gifted by Teacher Lu. Chapter 63, A Chance Encounter with a Beast Merchant. Qianqiu entered the beast space with the 2 sets of breakthrough materials. Hupai. Before she could finish her sentence, the items in her hand were snatched away by Hupai, who devoured them with a resounding crunch. Qianqiu heard the echo of the stones being ground to dust. It consumed them? She was utterly astonished. Having never witnessed another pet's breakthrough, she wondered if consuming breakthrough materials raw was entirely appropriate. Just as Qianqiu hesitated on whether to induce a gastric lavage, Hupai burped, and a brilliant light erupted from its body. This blinding radiance persisted for a full minute before Hupai gently descended from the air, and Qianqiu caught it just in time. A hint of barely perceptible tension laced her voice. How do you feel? Meow? Good, very good. How dismissive. Observing Hupai's vigorous demeanor, she felt a sense of relief. Had it not been for Hupai's recent breakthrough, she would have surely given it a proper reprimand, allowing Hupai to slip from her palm. Qianqiu turned to examine the post-breakthrough data panel. Race, Wind Guardian, high. Level, 30, medium. Attribute, normal flying type. Talent, mimetic transformation, medium. Attack, 110. Life, 65. Defense, 40. Energy reserve, 40-40. Mental resistance, 120. Evidently, the Bloodline Purification Stone provided by Teacher Lu had significantly enhanced its attributes, even altering its race name. Wind Guardian? Such a convoluted name. In this moment, Hupai appeared drastically different from its previous coal-black Meowsea form. Its fur was as pristine as snow, its ears elongated and sharply pointed, standing erect. The once fluffy tail resembled an impending explosion of fireworks, and its short legs had grown considerably, making its movements both nimble and graceful. At a glance, it bore a striking resemblance to a fusion of cat and bird. Meow? Hupai's eyes brimmed with confusion. Why was it being stared at? Qianqiu rested her chin in thought. I wonder how many more transformations you will undergo. The phoenix is a resplendent golden bird. Hupai, puffed with indignation, scampered away. It had no intention of changing repeatedly. Amused, Qianqiu diverted her gaze, unaware that her mental prowess had subtly increased. At that moment, the door lock clicked open. I'm back. It was Wu Niantong and the electric raccoon. Ling Xiao trailed closely behind her. Appearing to have returned from grocery shopping, her voice icy. I brought you sweet potato chips from Sweet Orange, tomato flavor. The family-sized bag of chips landed squarely in her arms, and Qianqiu felt rejuvenated. Ling Xiao truly understood her. Meow meow Hupai's head peeked out from behind. Expressing dissatisfaction, it wanted to eat that too. No, little kitty cannot consume human food. Qianqiu swiftly enclosed the wriggling cat's head with her hand. Wu Niantong, observing closely, was utterly astonished. Has Hupai broken through? The transformation is astounding. Billy. The other 2 pets in the dormitory turned in unison, almost failing to recognize Hupai. Unable to resist, Wu Niantong reached out to stroke the cat's head. Boss, is Hupai now a cat or a bird? Qianqiu scrutinized the little cat's face for 2 seconds before decisively abandoning her contemplation. It is a wind guardian. An unfamiliar name for a pet. Ling Xiao propped her chin on her hand, deep in thought. She had never seen a Meowsea evolve into a bird. However, considering that it was Qianqiu's pet, it seemed quite reasonable. Little Wu, isn't the preliminary competition you're participating in about to commence? Wu Niantong nodded confidently. It's happening in just a few days. Come watch me compete then. No problem, Qianqiu readily affirmed. She had already qualified for the main event and needed to focus on training in the coming days. The three of them chatted around the tablet for quite some time until the urgent cicada calls from outside interrupted them. Qianqiu stretched her limbs, reluctantly climbing into her warm bed. Soon, Ling Xiao also retired to her bed, leaving Wu Niantong to continue burning the midnight oil. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The clock hands slowly approached midnight. The night was tranquil, and the hazy light cast a serene silhouette of the young girl. It was at this moment that Hu Pai flew out from the blankets. It cautiously glanced at Wu Niantong, confirming she had not noticed its departure, and swiftly slipped out the window. A large plate of chicken. The large plate of chicken that Pashier had been yearning for. During the battle today, it had overheard Pashier mention the large plate of chicken on the back street of the school. It must be delicious. Escaping from the pet enclosure was far simpler than escaping from a student. Soaring over the electrified walls, Hu Pai's eyes reflected the enchanting glow of the culinary street below. Little did it know, just 3 minutes after its successful escape, Wu Niantong roused Qianqiu. Boss, Hu Pai has run away. What? Qianqiu instantly jolted awake, startling Ling Xiao, who was next door. It seemed to be heading towards the back street of the school. It would be troublesome if it got caught. Wu Niantong waved her hand urgently. Go. I'll keep an eye on the dormitory supervisor. Many shops on the street are still selling late-night snacks. Hu Pai identified its target and cautiously wrapped its tail around a 10 yuan coin. This must be the place, right? Jiang large plate of chicken. It sauntered into the shop. Just as it was about to place an order, it suddenly overheard a low conversation next door. Let me know when it's ready. I said, we cannot let them return, not a single one. Are you sure there are no omissions? With its senses heightened, Hu Pai quickly ducked outside the glass window. Its ears perked high. It was confident it had heard a familiar code, 0592. Wasn't T0592 the team mentioned by the Beast Masters and Ling Xiao? The Coaxio team that had been stationed by the Fisher for 10 years? Having gleaned enough information, Hu Pai began to retreat cautiously, only to inadvertently step on something cold. Turning back, it locked eyes with a pair of chilling ones, and further up, the silver-haired individual seemed to flow gracefully under the moonlight. Meow? The little cat was terrified. Why was there suddenly a silver-haired person behind it? And it had been completely oblivious? The boy's gaze darkened as he slowly extended his hand, grabbing the scruff of Hu Pai's neck. Warning, if you don't want to be discovered, remain silent. Hu Pai glared defiantly at him. Daring to bully the mighty Meow King, it retaliated with a swift scratch. Hiss! The boy winced in pain, releasing his grip, but before he could react, the voices inside the room abruptly ceased. Who is eavesdropping? Qianqiu felt a sense of foreboding as he seized the oblivious tiger's skin and, disregarding its frantic struggles, made a hasty retreat. By the time Qianqiu and Ling Xiao arrived at the scene, they caught sight of a dilapidated tricycle speeding past them. The right side of the tricycle sported a sign advertising stinky tofu at 3 skewers for 1 yuan, while the left side dangled a suspiciously captive tiger skin. Spotting Qianqiu, the tiger skin desperately attempted to cry out for help, but as it opened its mouth, a gust of wind filled its belly, resulting in a cacophony of squawks. It's a beast trafficker. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed as she prepared to intercept the tricycle. Qianqiu followed closely. Struggling to shift her gaze to the driver's face, the individual was becoming increasingly familiar. Qianqiu removed his sunglasses and glanced at her nonchalantly, and within half a second, Ling Xiao leaped into the back of the vehicle as if she had ingested poisonous mushrooms. Qianqiu gasped. Oh no, my companion has thrown herself into the fray. Chapter 64. There are experts. The city management is here. Aren't you getting in the car? Upon recognizing Qianqiu, Qianqiu flung the door open, his eyes betraying genuine urgency. Qianqiu hesitated not a moment longer. Ling Xiao and her feline companion were still in the vehicle, with both humans and beasts aboard. Qianqiu pedaled the tricycle at breakneck speed, utterly devoid of decorum, while the little bluebird flapped desperately behind. Recovering from her daze, Ling Xiao mused. Wasn't she just about to fight Qianqiu? Why is she now on the tricycle? It must be a pet skill, Qianqiu conjectured, clutching the vehicle's railing as they sped along. Is Qianqiu also moonlighting as a stinky tofu vendor? Behind them, 2 men clad in black suits unleashed flying-type beasts, shouting. Don't let him escape. Wait a minute, Ling Xiao pondered. Who sends city management in suits driving luxury cars? With no time to educate the tiger skin, Qianqiu and Ling Xiao exchanged glances, realizing they had stumbled into a predicament. Qianqiu continued to drive, unwilling to distract himself, and prodded the tiger skin's jaw. Quickly, explain what is happening. Who are those people? The tiger skin, equally bewildered, lamented its fate. It had merely ventured out for a late-night snack and had unwittingly encountered villains. The beasts dispatched by the opposing party possessed formidable tracking abilities, repeatedly brushing against the tail of the tricycle. Fortunately, Qianqiu's driving skills were exceptional. The tricycle zigzagged left and right, weaving through throngs of people, and soon they were lost. Gaining a moment to breathe, Qianqiu swiftly removed the stinky tofu sign and replaced it with another. He set up a barbecue grill, plunging into the bustling marketplace while calling out, "Chicken cartilage. Chicken cartilage, 10 yuan for 3 jin, crispy and numbing." "Impressive," Qianqiu remarked. "Are you in dire need of money?" Qianqiu pushed his sunglasses up, just experiencing life. Wearing sunglasses at night, Ling Xiao was bewildered by the surrealness of the situation. Little did she know, Qianqiu possessed such extraordinary talents. Surprise aside, it was time to inquire. The two girls exchanged looks. "You're out selling skewers at this hour? In the world we live in, it is quite normal to possess several skills." Qianqiu smoothly shifted the topic, offering them 2 bags of chicken cartilage. "Care for a bite?" "Absolutely," came the unanimous response. No one could resist delectable food. Noticing their spirits gradually lifting, Qianqiu finally spoke. "While selling stinky tofu, I stumbled upon a group of suspicious individuals. I was tracking them, and then this bird cat overheard and was discovered." He spread his hands innocently. The name Tiger Skin recoiled, feeling indignant. How could this person be so inconspicuous? It was fortunate it wasn't he seeking compensation for emotional distress. Moreover, they mentioned 0592. Ling Xiao paused mid-bite, her expression grave. "Are you implying that the safe haven intends to harm 0592, thereby forever tarnishing Qi Wu's reputation?" Qianqiu sensed something amiss. Safe haven had always targeted beasts. How could they suddenly take on the task of murder? Reflecting on past events, her countenance grew serious. Could this be a premeditated conspiracy? Yet, who among the virtuous would conspire in a bustling food street, treating others as fools? "Are you aware of the Hemolytic War from 20 years ago?" Qianqiu's eyelids fluttered. "The one where 100,000 troops perished without a single survivor?" Ling Xiao nodded gravely. At that time, the commander of the army was a student of Qi Wu. The external narrative suggested that the commander acted on personal vendettas, recklessly issuing erroneous orders, resulting in the loss of countless lives, with only the 0592 squadron, stationed elsewhere, surviving. 100,000 vibrant lives. Qianqiu's breath quickened. This matter had not been thoroughly discussed with her by Teacher Liu, and if the rumors held any truth, Qi Wu would find it nearly impossible to clear its name. However, both Lu Ying and Qianqiu had spoken with conviction, indicating they possessed some evidence. She hastened her chewing. This was urgent. She needed to clarify matters upon her return, or else if it fell into the hands of the wrong people, it could jeopardize the upcoming Qianqiu Cup. Ling Xiao sighed lightly. Regardless of the truth, the 0592 squad was due to arrive at school tomorrow. To unveil the truth of that day, they must ensure their safe return. Otherwise, there would be no witnesses. The entire situation was steeped in mystery. Qianqiu felt her mind spinning. When faced with uncertainty, she pulled out her phone. "I need to contact Sister Mei Lu. I have recorded everything." Qianqiu suddenly interjected, interrupting her actions. 2 pairs of bright eyes turned towards him. Once again, Qianqiu felt that someone with such a lack of presence was perfectly suited to be an informant. Qianqiu's intelligence was undoubtedly extensive, worthy of forming an alliance. Ling Xiao contemplated. "Share the recording with us, then submit it to the dean. Is that acceptable?" "No problem." Relieved after hearing them discuss serious matters, Qianqiu inquired. "So what brings you here in violation of school regulations?" Yet, she was met with the boy's previous look of skepticism. "You truly don't know?" After midnight, this becomes Qi Wu's flea market. A flea market? Qianqiu and Ling Xiao were simultaneously dumbfounded. It was well known that Qi Wu operated under closed management, with curfew enforced after 10. Moreover, wasn't this the food street? "Don't be hasty." Qianqiu glanced at his watch. It's precisely midnight. Under the incredulous gazes of the two, he pulled out a medical box from the tricycle's base, and the shabby vehicle transformed once more into a rudimentary medical unit. Qianqiu donned a white coat, his demeanor suddenly more composed. "Actually, I'm here to promote potions." He shook a glass vial. "Care for a sample?" Qianqiu could only blink in disbelief. Suddenly, Qianqiu halted, pointing behind them. "Look back." As their perspective shifted, the sign outside the large plate chicken shop rose. "Underground professional black matches are in full swing, with a 1,000,000 yuan prize waiting for you." A tall, slim boy wearing headphones entered. "Isn't that Jiang Rong?" Ling Xiao exclaimed, her keen eyes catching the detail. Qianqiu suddenly understood. The tiger skin also grasped the situation. Zhang Rong wasn't there for the large plate chicken. He was there to compete in the black match. Moreover, has the manager of the milk tea shop changed? Qianqiu hesitated to voice her observation, finding the person strikingly familiar. That's a senior from the weaponry department, renowned for his exceptional milk tea, Qianqiu clarified. Little Wu, you're in luck. Shifting their focus again, right next to the large plate chicken shop was a snail noodle shop. Qianqiu, with an unperturbed expression, continued to introduce. This place is run by an alumnus from the pharmacy department, masterfully balancing every spice. It's truly professional. The two girls fell silent, merely absorbing the information. Yet Qianqiu had not yet finished. The hot pot restaurant at the front, the fried chicken shop diagonally opposite, and the dessert parlor are all investments made by Principal Ruan. It is said that he harbors a particular fear of senior men graduating without a job, which is why the staff at these three establishments are all from the previous cohorts of the psychology department. Chapter 65, Disqualification from the competition. This time, Qianqiu was genuinely taken aback. Teacher, no, Ruan Pe is actually aware of the flea market's existence? Goodness, who has been spreading the word that Qiwu is sparsely populated? Ling Xiao, with an expression devoid of emotion, remarked, what gourmet street? It is evidently an intelligence base for Qiwu. Is it not an intelligence base? The entire street is filled with Qiwu's people, capable of detecting any subtle movements. Ah, you've seen through it? Qianqiu said bashfully, ruffling her silver hair, before suddenly changing her tone. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Qianqiu, an intelligence agent for the Qiwu base. And I also operate a mobile fried food stall at the night market, with many repeat customers. Qianqiu, Ling Xiao. The two girls resumed their conversation. So, why would the people from the safe haven choose to conspicuously plot here? Ling Xiao pondered for 2 seconds before decisively responding. They must be mentally unstable. Qianqiu's lips twitched. You two carry on, I must return to my sales. She rode off on her tricycle, leaving Qianqiu and Ling Xiao to stand in the cold wind. Qianqiu rubbed her cheeks and gazed down the elongated street. An overwhelming sense of unreality washing over her. Since we are here, shall we take a look at the grand chicken battle? Ling Xiao nodded. Zhang Rong would be there too. She said, I want to see the prowess of Qiwu as top contender. Qianqiu hesitated, suddenly recalling that Ling Xiao was still unaware of how Zhang Rong had been thoroughly defeated, breaking her resolve. One advantage of the underground battles is that the staff at the Grand Chicken establishment do not concern themselves with their age, merely greeting them with enthusiasm. Welcome, honored guests. Please, step inside. Would you like to register for the competition? Qianqiu felt a twinge of excitement, but she had snuck out and needed to return before dawn. Not today, never mind. Very well. The staff smiled broadly, extending their hands. Each ticket costs 5,000. 5,000. That's exorbitant. Qianqiu's eyes widened in astonishment. That's utterly outrageous. She turned on her heel, dragging Ling Xiao, who was halfway through payment, with her. As expected, the staff became anxious. Wait, the price is negotiable. How about 4,000? 3,000. Yet Qianqiu hesitated for just 2 seconds before quickening her pace. 2,000. Would 2,000 suffice? Qianqiu slowed her steps. The staff gritted their teeth. 1,500, it can't go lower. The girl abruptly halted, sealing the deal. She turned back to Ling Xiao, advising. Next time you encounter such a person, remember to bargain like I did. Is this tactic truly effective, even in the underground battle club? Ling Xiao nodded thoughtfully. The staff, conceding to their status as students of Qiwu, courteously ushered them inside and provided them with masks. He kindly cautioned, be mindful of your safety when venturing outside. At first, Qianqiu was puzzled. Aren't we all from the same hometown? Why the need for secrecy? However, once they crossed the threshold, she suddenly realized something was amiss. The outside and inside were distinctly different realms. The foot traffic here far exceeded that of the brightly lit gourmet street, a mingling of all sorts. Certain individuals bore tattoos of azure dragons on their arms, unmistakably not to be trifled with. Dim, warm lights descended from the pitch-black ceiling, illuminating the crowded viewing area. And Qianqiu's gaze fell upon the towering battle stage. A violent confrontation was unfolding there, breaking free from the constraints of the outside world. They had gathered here to purely relish the exhilaration brought by battle. Cheers erupted from the crowd, rallying for their favored competitors. 02 go. 02 is the best. The best. What has driven 02 to fight so fiercely today? Yet it seems he has improved. Truly, our Grand Chicken's youngest and most gifted competitor. Ling Xiao, holding her ticket, spoke softly. 02 is Zhang Rong's codename, right? Zhang Rong's pet, Pashier, had donned some disguises, but those familiar with him could see through it at a glance. As Qianqiu looked over, she saw Pashir's mind shield reaching the rebound stage, followed by a thud. The opposing competitor's pet was sent flying, crashing hard against the periphery of the battlefield. Blood splattered onto the white porcelain tiles, resembling plum blossoms blooming in the snow. 02, 02, 02. The cheers erupted like cannon fire, exploding chaotically in her ears. Qianqiu tightened her focus, watching the victor, a boy donning a fox mask. Even after winning the match, the lower half of his face, visible beneath the mask, remained stone cold. In less than 6 months, Jiang Rong would graduate. Whether accepting an invitation to professional competitions or being recommended to Qinghe, his future appeared exceedingly bright. So, why engage in the perilously high-stakes underground battles? Just as she pondered this, Jiang Rong's gaze locked onto her and Ling Xiao. He approached us. Ling Xiao opened the box door. You two talk. I'll step out for some fresh air. Qianqiu snapped back to reality. Wait, you. Did you not want to meet Jiang Rong? Why are you walking away? Before she could make sense of it, Jiang Rong's voice drew near. I watched the replay of the Star Cup matches. Your command was impressive. The surrounding cacophony gradually faded. Qianqiu calmly expressed her gratitude, as her pet, Tiger Skin, could not tolerate such a noisy atmosphere and retreated into the beast space. Jiang Rong's pale face flickered with hesitation. After a moment's pause, he spoke slowly. Do your family members wish for you to become a professional player or a commander? Oh, I have no family, she replied candidly. Jiang Rong. His action of drinking water suddenly froze. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Qianqiu waved her hand. She had never been overly concerned about this. Hasn't Senior Jiang already decided to abandon his studies? She paused, her tone ambiguous. If I had family, they would likely wish for my safety and happiness. Jiang Rong fell silent, gazing at Pashir for a long time, returning the concerned look from his pet. His emotions were currently quite complex. Professional players thrive on youth. When they win, they shine brilliantly, yet a single misstep can swiftly reverse public opinion. Not everyone is a crowd favorite. There will always be those who disapprove of you. Qianqiu continued speaking. However, guarding the battlefield is also no easy task. A moment's inattention can lead to death. Commanding may appear glamorous in front of others, but a single misjudgment in decision-making can still attract the ire of the masses. Thus, Jiang Rong was torn. Neither path seemed lighthearted. The current alliance surely had no inadequate personnel, right? Even if a beast tide erupted at the front lines, they must have reserves. Rather than foolishly allowing inexperienced students to perish in vain. The girl's tone grew colder. Jiang Rong sighed, signaling for her to change the venue for their conversation. The two ascended to the rooftop terrace of the Grand Chicken establishment. The summer night's wind was stifling and oppressive. And Qianqiu lowered her head to message the missing Ling Xiao. Halfway through typing, Jiang Rong suddenly spoke. The commander of the blood-melting campaign is surnamed Jiang. Jiang Yunong. She is also my sister. I was once very envious of her, just as I am envious of you now. Qianqiu was taken aback. Did he overhear the conversation at the safe haven? So much had transpired that night. Qianqiu attempted to untangle her thoughts, yet found Jiang Rong silently staring down. She and Teacher Chang were contemporaries. One flourished in the spotlight, while the other operated as a strategist behind the scenes. The illustrious commander, once renowned and celebrated across the land, was hailed as the jewel of the alliance. However, when this jewel found itself mired in muck, the once glorious past became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Upon hearing this, Qianqiu silently dismissed her previous thoughts. Jiang Rong likely sought merely a confidant, one whose talents surpassed his own. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, what is Jiang Yunong's command style like? A conservative one, Jiang Rong replied with unwavering conviction. It was only when left to her own devices that she transformed into a radical. Prior to the hemolytic battle, a predicted beast companion had relayed the news of an impending beast tide. Yet, Jiang Yunong, fully aware of the risks, chose not to retreat in a timely manner. Instead, she opted to send Team 0592 to seize a wealth of resources from the beast's lair. The outcome was disastrous. Team 0592's extermination efforts failed, provoking a full-scale outbreak of ferocious beasts, resulting in the largest beast tide the rift had ever witnessed. Qianqiu pondered for a moment. The battlefield was ever-changing. Armed with only this information, I cannot decisively determine who was right or wrong. Furthermore, the outcome of a battle is not solely dictated by one individual. Even if that individual is the commander, Jiang Rong remained relatively composed. You are correct. Initially, I believed Jiang Yunong had made an error in judgment. However, 10 days later, my father received a letter from her. The contents of the letter contradicted the rumors surrounding Jiang Yunong's decisions entirely. Unless she possesses a split personality or has gone mad, the hemolytic battle could not have transpired as described. At that moment, the emotions he had long suppressed surged forth, his clear eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Either there is a traitor within the military, or someone is manipulating public opinion from the shadows. Qianqiu, feeling a headache coming on, tapped her forehead. Many matters become exceedingly complex when human lives are at stake. If only there were a recording or eyewitnesses, she lamented. Zhang Rong's youthful face gradually took on a resolute demeanor. Our only hope lies with Team 0592. By the way, with your current potential, you should consider skipping a grade and directly applying to the Alliance's foremost military academy. You seem to change topics faster than one can skip a grade, Qianqiu quipped. Skipping a grade is not out of the question, but let us wait until the competition concludes. Zhang Rong lifted his gaze to the sky. You and that girl must have violated school regulations. It's time to go. We need to return before dawn. Upon mentioning Ling Xiao, Qianqiu grew anxious. Has the young lady not yet replied to my message? Surely she won't return to school early? No. Suddenly, a pale, indifferent face emerged from the shadows of the staircase. Resembling a specter. I have been waiting for you. Ling Xiao slightly tilted her head, with Luo Yihu quietly seated beside her. We've waited long enough. Let us go. Zhang Rong was startled by her presence, but managed to maintain a semblance of seniority, nodding respectfully to Ling Xiao as he walked ahead. As for Qianqiu, seeing her in such a state was somewhat surprising. After all, they were all students of Qianqiu. Hearing such things was hardly unusual. Moreover, had Ling Xiao not mentioned that both her father and brother studied at Qianqiu? She nudged Ling Xiao with her elbow. Hey, what were you daydreaming about just now? Nothing. Ling Xiao seemed to revert to her taciturn demeanor from their first encounter. Qianqiu's curiosity deepened. She glanced down at Luo Yihu, who appeared equally discontent. Casting a fleeting gaze at Zhang Rong, her eyes accidentally brushed over Ling Xiao's clenched fists, and a daring thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Could it be? Ouch! Qianqiu clutched her forehead, retreating a step in pain. Why did you two suddenly stop? Do you want to see who I am? A familiar female voice drifted into her ears. Qianqiu looked up in uncertainty. Lu, Teacher Lu, and Qianqiu, Xingyi. The three of them gathered, their expressions mirroring a chilling fury, reaching a boiling point. This is bad. Sneaking out of school was a clear violation of regulations, and the consequences were dire. She cradled her head, her complexion pale. Where's Xiaowu? The one who leaked the information? Looking for someone. Xingyi sidestepped, sneering. Here they are. Boss, second in command, welcome back. Wu Niantong stood nearby, weakly greeting them. The electric raccoon tiptoed, wearing an expression of utter despair. Damn it. Why do humans love to impose collective punishment so much? Chang Yueji's smile was deceptively gentle. Zhang Rong, did you enjoy the underground matches? It's a misunderstanding, teacher. Zhang Rong trembled. Despite being the formidable 02 outside, he still held a deep reverence for his teachers. Had it not been for today, I might never have discovered that you participated in underground matches. I would have thought your dark circles were from staying up late playing video games. Zhang Rong feebly pointed at himself, meekly retorting, that may have been part of it. Still daring to talk back? Chang Yueji scoffed, using her impressive height of 185 meters to drag Zhang Rong away. Whereas Xian Cheng. Qianqiu reluctantly extended a hand. Ling Xiao seemed more composed now, shaking her head. I haven't seen her. After dragging the unruly youths to the school gate and swiping their access card, Luing cast a stern glance at the three who had fallen silent. I am aware of the events surrounding Team 0592. Half an hour ago, I received news that all 5 members have perished. What? The three exclaimed in unison, with Zhang Rong striking the wall in frustration. Damn it, did we miss it again? Qianqiu pressed her palm against her mouth, glancing at Ling Xiao. At least we have the recording, it can serve as a refuge. Chang Yueji reached for the recorder, but as soon as she held it, her expression darkened considerably. After powering it on, a fragmented audio clip began to play, only to abruptly cut off. This is useless, she declared gravely. The recording has been compromised by a signal jammer. After confirming the recorder's failure, Luing broke it in two. We have fallen into a trap. What kind of trap? Zhang Rong asked, bewildered. A distraction tactic. With that, she hurriedly swiped her access card and dashed into the school with urgency. This is bad. Simultaneously, Wu Niantong, who had been focused on her tablet, suddenly trembled violently. Boss, just now, the forum exploded with posts attacking Qianqiu, they say. Everyone turned to look at her. What are they saying? Qianqiu asked, holding her breath in anxiety. Wu Niantong, seemingly enraged, shouted, they claim that all participants from Qianqiu should be disqualified. And furthermore, it's a lifetime ban. Chapter 66, Igniting Public Opinion. At 2:30 a.m., the time when night owls were most active, Team 0592 committed suicide in fear of punishment. With no survivors, explosive revelations of Qianqiu's sordid past support Zhang's retention of the Four Seasons Cube. We urge the event officials to disqualify Qianqiu. These were the top 3 trending posts. Below, millions of online viewers were fervently discussing. Qianqiu does not deserve to participate in the Qianqiu Cup. The world's #1 should never emerge from such a school. One can only say that evildoers meet their just deserts. I investigated Qianqiu's history and found it shares a lineage with Yizhong. After Jiang Yunong became a liability, they quickly distanced themselves from Yizhong to safeguard their interests, establishing the present-day Qianqiu. Now that Yizhong has risen, they wish to reclaim the Four Seasons Cube. Qianqiu is merely dreaming. No one from Team 0592 survived? Something seems off. After the hemolytic battle, they guarded the rift for 20 years. How could they die just like that? Indeed, if one must perish, it ought not to be in such a manner, for while one lives, there remains the possibility of redemption, but in death, one is irrevocably affixed to the pillar of disgrace. At this juncture, words hold little weight. The mere recollection of my previous commendations for the students of Qianqiu during the Star Cup fills me with revulsion. Qianqiu furrowed her brow as she perused the posts. She pinched her nose in disapproval, exclaiming, "Utter nonsense. It is patently Li Xingda, the ingrate, who absconded with both possessions and reputation. How have we become the treacherous ones?" Qianqiu's frustration was palpable, yet once matters regarding the frontline fissure came to light, the dissemination of public opinion spread like dandelion seeds caught in the wind, scattering far and wide. It even reached the alliance. Ling Xiao offered a rational analysis. Half an hour ago, the official alliance event page issued a statement indicating an investigation into the cause of death of 0952. Should it be substantiated that they committed suicide out of guilt, not only would the hemolysis battle be re-examined, but it would also adversely affect other students' preliminary rounds. The more they delved into the matter, the graver the expressions of the two teachers became, the atmosphere thick with suffocating tension. The four students exchanged glances, and Wu Niantong mustered the courage to inquire, "Teachers, what shall we do now?" "Return and rest. I shall handle this," said Xingyi. Her usually gentle demeanor now tinged with a coldness that mirrored the wintry night. However, her words were interrupted by Qianqiu, who waved her hand, insisting, "We must go." Wu Niantong hesitated, unable to fathom how she could possibly sleep after such a monumental upheaval. She turned to Qianqiu, then to Ling Xiao, only to find that both had synchronized their resolve. Reluctantly, Wu Niantong acquiesced and departed. In the water-like darkness of the night, Jiang Rong lifted half of his pale face. He parted his lips. "Teacher Chang, everyone should return to rest," Qianqiu replied, rubbing her temples in irritation. "This is not your fault. Victory and defeat are the common lot of warriors, and it is not Jiang Yunong's issue either." After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Rong vacantly left. Ultimately, only Qianqiu and Xingyi remained. It was the early hours of the morning, and the public sentiment was still brewing. By tomorrow, Qianqiu would undoubtedly be subjected to public scorn, and a complete suspension was highly likely. "What shall we do?" asked Xingyi, her voice barely above a whisper, yet distinctly articulated, revealing a sense of helpless frustration. "We shall do our utmost," Qianqiu responded, her gaze lifted to the heavens, her peripheral vision catching a fleeting shadow by the wall. The time had come. The two exchanged subtle glances, each embarking on their respective missions. This night was destined to be sleepless. The following morning, Qianqiu and Ling Xiao arrived at the classroom simultaneously, only to be besieged by the students of the elite class, blocking the aisles completely. "Qishun, the forum must be spreading falsehoods. Surely, Commander Jiang has been wronged." This was Shen Yuan speaking. "We're doomed. Qishun, are we unable to participate in the Qianqiu Cup?" added Song Mingyan, his voice filled with dread. Lan Na found it hard to comprehend. Is it really because of 0592 that Qianqiu faces suspension? From his perspective as a member of a prestigious family, constantly entangled in power struggles, he deemed the situation highly dubious. Moreover, Jiang Yunong had passed away many years prior. This time, apart from Jiang Zhou, nearly the entire elite class was present. Qianqiu silently exhaled in relief. The atmosphere in the elite class was far better than she had anticipated. No one blamed the school, nor did they speak in veiled criticisms. The chatter grew increasingly animated until Ling Xiao intervened, urging everyone to calm down. They would not face suspension until all matters were thoroughly investigated. The silence lasted barely a second before a timid voice from a new student piped up. "But when will the school clarify this? And regarding the hemolysis battle, with 0592's death shrouded in ambiguity, how are we to explain this?" Shen Yuan scratched his head, lamenting, "Exactly. We haven't even seen the body. How can we defend ourselves?" His words plunged the class into a gloom. Unfortunately, the elite class and Qianqiu were intertwined in their interests when trouble arose. None could escape the fallout. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao frequently glanced towards the corridor. It was late, and Qianqiu had yet to arrive. Had something happened? Qianqiu could no longer bear to remain silent. Although she had not intended to be overly explicit, she felt compelled to address the matter. First and foremost, the hemolysis battle is rife with inconsistencies. The students of the elite class cast silent glances in her direction. If given the choice, they would undoubtedly prefer their school remain unblemished. Before the notification arrived, Commander Zhang had always preferred to err on the side of caution rather than let any potential culprits slip through the cracks. The textbooks were replete with accounts of her classic battles. To suggest she might underestimate her opponents would be an affront to her intelligence. As this discourse unfolded, the students appeared significantly calmer. Indeed, someone mused. In light of this, it seems 0592 is unlikely to have committed suicide out of guilt. Do you think this could be the work of the school's enemies? Xinyuan pondered, but aside from number 1 high school, who could possibly be an enemy of Qianqiu? With the morale stabilizing, Qianqiu leaned against the cold desk, releasing a long breath. She lowered her lashes, conceding that if not for Jiang Yunong stepping forward to shoulder the burden, the death toll would have surpassed 10,000 long ago. No one could deny Jiang Yunong's contributions, nor could they allow one individual to tarnish the reputation of the entire Qianqiu. However, tranquility was short-lived as footsteps echoed from outside. Qianqiu lifted her gaze and was surprised to see Shi Yuming. With only 10 minutes until class commenced, she appeared flustered, clutching the doorframe and gasping for breath. "What's the matter?" Qishan asked. "Qishan, number 1 high school has returned the Four Seasons cube. They're standing right at the school gate." Qianqiu replied. "Now?" Ling Xiao also frowned. "Yes." They brought a throng of reporters, claiming they wished to return the Four Seasons cube and express their sincere apologies in front of the media. Chapter 67. A Preconceived Reversal. Upon their arrival at the school gate, the live broadcast from number 1 high school was already underway, the viewer count climbing steadily, with vitriolic comments flooding the screen. Qianqiu found herself encircled by dozens of reporters, the flashes of cameras blinding. "Does your school have any plans to disband the combat department? Was the 0592 team truly composed of deserters? Does their choice of suicide out of guilt involve your institution?" The incessant reference to your school made Qianqiu feel nauseous. Her tone remained flat, her demeanor stiff. Today, Qianqiu simply wishes to reclaim its belongings. As for other matters, I regret to inform you that I cannot provide answers. Li Xingda, with a nonchalant expression, appeared unaffected, his left eye bandaged while his intact right eye scanned the barrage of insults directed at Qianqiu, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. After dealing with the reporters, Qianqiu shot him a sidelong glance. "What does it mean for Principal Li to bring so many people here?" "Teacher Chang, I genuinely came to return the forging equipment." "Oh, I had thought you were here to exact retribution." Qianqiu rolled her eyes, offering him no courtesies. Li Xingda swallowed his irritation, continuing. "The Four Seasons cube once provided substantial assistance to the school, while it pains me to part with it." His remarks were met with Qianqiu's incisive rebuttal. "What are you rambling on about? Do you not understand the principle of returning what rightfully belongs to its owner?" "Principal Li? What a stubborn disposition." Li Xingda cursed inwardly while maintaining a smile on his face. "I am fully aware. But recent events have led me to question your school's integrity. Does Qianqiu truly possess the capability, or rather, is it even worthy of safeguarding a 5-star forging equipment? Is this an attempt to evade responsibility?" Ling Xiao, unable to restrain herself, stepped forward, but Qianqiu swiftly held her back. Shaking her head, "There's no need to rush." The flashes of cameras persisted, and the comments streamed in at an astonishing pace. Qianqiu stated, "Whether one is worthy or not is not determined by the thief." The reporters gasped in shock. The mask of civility had been completely shattered. Li Xingda, with his remarkable audacity, smiled cheerfully as he replied, "I believe that since it is a treasure, it rightfully belongs to those who are capable." At this juncture, his demeanor abruptly shifted. "Qianqiu is unworthy of the artifact. Let the Four Seasons magic cube remain under our stewardship for now. Are you going back on your word?" Qianqiu glared at him, rising in indignation. "Not at all. We merely borrowed your school's forging tools. Yet Jiang Yunong is responsible for the demise of 100,000 elite soldiers." Li Xingda straightened up, raising his voice. "Perhaps Team 0592 was also silenced by your machinations." Lacking evidence, this is slander. Qianqiu coldly regarded him. "Why do you not speak of Jiang Yunong's merits?" Li Xingda appeared to have come prepared, glancing at the cameras behind him. "Today, before all of you, I lay bare the truth. Why did the first high school split into branches? Does he still have the audacity to bring it up?" Qianqiu remained silent, merely crossing her arms. In the midst of rampant warfare, when frontline personnel were in dire need, the Alliance had no choice but to call upon the students of Qianqiu to take the field. Yet, the students were woefully unprepared, leading to total annihilation. The principal of Qianqiu harbored deep resentment towards the Alliance, and it was precisely due to their discord that 2 factions emerged. "I stand with the faction of peace." Listening intently, Qianqiu's eyes widened slowly. This old man is remarkably adept at weaving tales. The proficiency of Qianqiu back then surpassed that of the Alliance, yet he claims they were lacking. As he spoke, he wore an expression of righteous indignation, leaving many reporters skeptical as they scrutinized Qianqiu's face for signs of guilt. However, none were to be found. Li Xingda's performance was far from over. Jiang Yunong had once heeded the principal's words, harboring grievances, and in seeking vengeance for fallen comrades, he had intentionally sacrificed the lives of 100,000 elites. After finishing his monologue, he sighed heavily. Qianqiu was utterly dumbfounded. How shameless, she murmured. Upon hearing Qianqiu's remark, a quick-witted reporter thrust a camera towards her face, brazenly questioning before an audience of millions online. Student, do you also find your alma mater shameful? Qianqiu glanced at Qianqiu, remaining unresponsive. To outside observers, she appeared to be guilty. The young woman averted her gaze, nodding. Li Xingda's eyes lit up, and the reporters' cameras clicked with renewed fervor. In that moment, the barrage of comments erupted. Even their own student admits to their disgrace. Qianqiu is truly a failure. The authorities should swiftly ban Qianqiu and let them rest. What forging tools? This unscrupulous school should collapse. Yet, Qianqiu abruptly halted her agreement. She shook her head to absolve oneself. Purchasing Qianqiu's negative trending topics is one thing. But to conspire against 0592 and then pin the blame of undermining the Alliance's interests on Principal Li is the true act of cowardice. Li Xingda, now at the center of the accusations, froze, his gaze flickering, and then boldly countered. Where is your evidence? What do you have to refute me? Everyone. Qianqiu did not look at him, her gaze clear as she surveyed the crowd. Do you remember my mention of the conspiracy that failed? What? Are you suggesting 0592 is not dead? The reporters buzzed with excitement. This revelation was far more explosive than anything Li Xingda had provided. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Xingda's clenched fists began to sweat. He instinctively scanned the area, and apart from the reporters he had invited, there were no others. Suddenly, Qianqiu snapped her fingers. A brazen reporter at the front winked at her and parted the crowd. Out stepped a tall woman, removing her cap to reveal vibrant red hair cascading down her shoulders. It was the patrol officer Mei Lu. Under Li Xingda's shocked and questioning gaze, she opened her tablet and accessed the surveillance footage. Codename 0592, comprising 10 members. Currently 4 remain. All returned home at 1 a.m. last night. The footage was crystal clear, capturing each face. Li Xingda's eyes widened in disbelief, forcing a smile. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. He clenched his fists in shock, mentally cursing the safe haven 100 times over. Not a single one had perished. How could they have failed so miserably? Team 0592 had spent years on the battlefield, suffering varying degrees of physical impairment, rendering them unable to appear in person. Yet they were no cowards. Qianqiu seamlessly continued Qianqiu's discourse, grasping the microphone she had prepared, and resolutely declared, Now, on behalf of Qianqiu, I formally respond to all inquiries regarding the hemolytic battle. She spread her hands, ready to begin. The reversal unfolded unexpectedly, with the camera operators exchanging glances, casting furtive looks at Li Xingda, ultimately succumbing to the explosive news. Was what Principal Li said true? Li Xingda, unable to maintain his composure, staggered back 2 steps, his refined facade faltering. You. The reporters he had bribed were now turning against him. Qianqiu smiled slightly, asserting that not a word of Li Xingda's claims should be believed. Now they possessed both eyewitness and material evidence. Immediately, Mei Lu played the recording of all members of 0592. They accused Li Xingda of hiring assassins, and upon verification by the Safety Management Bureau, their statements were entirely truthful. Another reporter leaned in. What about the material evidence you mentioned? Right here, from the periphery. Jiang Rong retrieved a weathered piece of letterhead from his pocket and held it high. Perhaps nervous, his fingers trembled uncontrollably. Inside lay partial corroborative evidence, proving Jiang Yunong's commands were not erroneous. However, it remained insufficient. Qianqiu turned to look at Ling Xiao behind her. From the very beginning, she was the key player in this clarification. Chapter 68. Qianqiu is innocent. Under the bright daylight, with the eyes of the multitude upon them, within mere seconds, public opinion shifted dramatically. Qianqiu speaks with conviction. The Safety Management Bureau seems to side with Qianqiu. After all these years, could we have misunderstood Jiang Yunong and Qianqiu? No way. I've chased after their accounts and berated them several times. The barrage of comments flowed like a river across the screen, with only a few stubbornly resisting. Principal Li doesn't seem like a villain. He has personally funded many impoverished students. What Qianqiu says is law. I won't believe it unless the soldiers of the hemolytic battle resurrect and come to the scene themselves. While the dead cannot be resurrected, there are some things that can still speak. Ling Xiao slowly removed her coat, turning it inside out to reveal its full, radiant side to the sunlight. The brilliance of the sun caught everyone off guard, causing them to squint, and as they discerned the numerous accolades embedded in the fabric. The leading mainstream media gasped in astonishment. What are these? They all appear to be merit medals awarded by the Alliance. Is this real? The cold wind made the coat flutter, the shiny metals glinting as the sunlight refracted into blinding gold, etching deep into the eyes of the crowd. 27 circular medals, 13 triangular medals, and even 1 hexagram medal. How long must one remain on the battlefield to accumulate such a bounty of accolades? A curious onlooker counted them, only to be utterly astonished by the staggering number. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Wow, I've lived half my life and have never seen so many medals. It was not merely ignorance. Everyone present, including the barrage of comments, was rendered speechless by the medals displayed by Ling Xiao. Yet, in truth, while the other medals shone brilliantly, the most critical was the hexagram medal she held in her hand. In an instant, the vast venue fell into an oppressive silence. Someone blurted out, "That is the emblem of the highest honor bestowed by the Alliance. In dire circumstances, it can serve as a golden ticket to immunity from death. Have they even brought out the 6-pointed star?" Li Xingda sensed that he had reached a point of no return. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the journalists present, but everyone conspicuously avoided his stare. The hypocritical middle-aged man's complexion had turned ashen. He sought to uncover a flaw in his opponent's argument, but ultimately had no choice but to grasp at the last thread of hope, leaping up to exclaim, "Her badge is a forgery. The Alliance declared over 20 years ago that no further 6-pointed star medals would be issued." Some opportunistic bystanders stirred with intrigue. There is indeed such a matter. Seeing that some were about to be swayed by his words, Ling Xiao's expression darkened as she cast a derisive glance at Li Xingda, her words sharp as jewels. "This 6-pointed star medal is officially registered with the Alliance and was personally conferred upon the Ling family as an unparalleled honor, rendering any possibility of forgery utterly impossible." However, someone cautiously inquired, "What does this have to do with the hemolytic battle?" Bewildered for a moment, the others began to murmur amongst themselves, questioning the significance of the medal despite its impressive stature. The leading journalist frowned. "Are you suggesting that this medal can absolve Kaiwas from any wrongdoing?" "Not at all," Ling Xiao replied, her demeanor calm and composed. "It is to substantiate my identity as a martyr's family member." Following this, in the face of Li Xingda's incredulous and despairing gaze, she recounted her lineage in one breath. "My sister, Ling Xingxi, served as an observer during the hemolytic battle. My brother, Ling Mingyao, was a military physician. My father, Ling Yunji, was a reserve researcher. After their sacrifice, I received the artifacts returned by the authorities, which included a diary chronicling the 3-day ordeal of the hemolytic battle." How is this possible? Li Xingda's expression began to fracture. Why? Those people had cleaned everything up so thoroughly. Why hasn't Ling Xiao been dealt with? He glared fiercely at the focal point of the crowd. Ling Xiao continued to state the facts impassively. "The evidence proves that Commander Jiang's command did not falter." She deliberately paused for 2 seconds before speaking slowly. "Those 100,000 lives did not perish due to a misjudgment in decision-making." Upon hearing this, the previously subdued barrage of comments surged dramatically. They expected Ling Xiao to defend Jiang Yunong or offer some other rationale. However, to their astonishment, as the child of a martyr, she refused to acknowledge any fault in Jiang Yunong. Some could no longer restrain themselves. Is she a white-eyed wolf? Since her family is full of loyal heroes, how can she utter such words? Has she been bribed? How dare she still attend Kaiwas? I say, haven't you been slapped enough to not let her finish her statement? Ling Xiao did not hesitate long before revealing the truth. 10 minutes ago, I uploaded the diary to the forum. Commander Jiang indeed received advance notice of the beast tide. Yet she did not retreat because someone had manipulated the beast to mislead a large number of civilians, directing them toward the fissures and into the vortex of the beast tide. To protect the lives of the people, Commander Jiang could not withdraw and had to fight, continuing to shield their escape from the fissures until the very last moment. Team 0592 was dispatched by Commander Jiang to investigate the truth. Unfortunately, only 4 out of the 10-member team survived. These 4, having endured immense hardships and returning with severed limbs, were branded as deserters, isolated and ostracized by other reinforcements. And this situation persists to this day. After this long exposition, Ling Xiao could no longer suppress the sorrow within her, quickly turning her head away. Her siblings and father were undeniably martyrs of the Alliance. As her words concluded, the venue fell into an extended, profound silence. Only Li Xingda's face twisted in agony. His composure shattered, still unwilling to accept the truth of her words. The man bellowed, "She lies." Qianqiu regarded him with calm, his gaze as tranquil as one observing a clown. Stripped of the principal's authority, Li Xingda was merely an ordinary middle-aged man, and the audience remained indifferent to his outburst. The tides of fortune had turned. The malice once directed at Qianqiu now reflected back upon him. "Why are you all staring at me?" Li Xingde muttered, repeating himself. "Didn't you hear? She is lying." Yet this time, no one would believe him. Ladies and gentlemen, Qianqiu has borne the brunt of many years of slander. Now that the truth is unveiled, we merely seek justice for the Qianqiu students who fell on the battlefield. As she spoke, Qianqiu's eyes subtly reddened. 0592 are not deserters. Commander Jiang has always upheld the principle of prioritizing the populace. The last line of defense at the fissures was built from the flesh and blood of Qianqiu students. The Alliance has exploited them to the brink, yet has never accorded them the treatment they deserve. Even in death, they are dragged out repeatedly to be vilified. Her voice grew hoarse. "We have never committed any wrongdoing." The once vibrant barrage of comments gradually fell silent. The gravity of this revelation was too profound and unexpected. "I just finished reading the diary. There are even bloodstains. It seems everyone has truly misunderstood Jiang Yunong. Does this mean that for all these years, we have been cursing the wrong person? Jiang Yunong is innocent. And 0592 is also innocent, while Qianqiu has suffered an undeserved calamity. I apologize. I am heading to the Martyrs Cemetery to pay respects to Commander Jiang and the 0592 team. Don't forget, when the incident occurred, the public was in an uproar, and both Commander Jiang and the Qianqiu students' memorials were destroyed. So who is the true culprit behind the hemolytic battle? No one could answer that question. As the discussions reached a crescendo, Lingxi adjusted his glasses and stepped forward. He activated his holographic device. Projecting a pale blue light into the air, the Security Bureau has received directives. The investigation results are in. Before the media and millions of online viewers, Lingxi declared in a loud voice. The Alliance officially issues a statement. Qianqiu's Commander Jiang Yunong is found not guilty. She is posthumously promoted to Chief Commander of the Alliance, and her family will receive first-class martyr family benefits. Furthermore, due to the contributions of Qianqiu's high school in safeguarding the borders, the planned revocation and restructuring will be rescinded, and it will be designated as a key exemplary military school of the Alliance as a token of commendation. After a moment, Jiang Rong, with his head lowered, lifted it to meet the world. He forced a smile, but his mask-like face bore no trace of joy. People are dead. What more is needed? Chapter 69, Review. The Shattered Jade Cup tournament begins. Effective immediately, Li Xingde will step down from his position as principal of Lai City First High School. A new principal will be appointed by the Alliance and will assume office in 3 days. What right do you have to strip me of my position? Li Xingde exclaimed in disbelief, his previously composed demeanor fracturing visibly. He staggered to his feet, his voice hoarse as he shouted, tears streaming down his face. "No one can replace me. Even if I have to step down, you have no right to decide who my successor will be." Mei Lu observed him coldly as he descended into madness. "Li Xingde, you are implicated in the 0592 conspiracy, and the evidence against you is substantial. Please accompany us." Lingxi displayed his credentials, his smile gentle. "Otherwise, the Security Bureau will take coercive measures." The gathered media murmured in astonishment. In mere minutes, the once illustrious Principal Li had fallen to become a pariah, reviled by the masses. However, with the enforcers present, they dared not discuss the matter too freely, relegating their speculations to the shadows as they crafted today's reports. Just as Lingxi instructed his subordinates to escort Li Xingde away, Chang Yuezhi suddenly turned to Mei Lu. "Executive, I beseech you to make an exception and allow me to converse with this individual." Mei Lu contemplated briefly, deeming it inconsequential, and gave a nod. The incessant click of cameras filled the air, and Li Xingde felt a profound humiliation, his teeth grinding together in a tremor of rage. He would rather flee the scene immediately than endure the derision of Chang Yuezhi before the gathered crowd. "Principal Li. Oh no, I should now address you by your full name." Chang Yuezhi lightly treaded upon Li Xingde's vulnerabilities, mimicking his earlier disparaging tone. "Speak plainly." Li Xingde's complexion darkened, his chest heaving violently as anger surged within him. "Do you believe this behavior reflects well upon the mentor who taught you?" Her lips parted, the calmness of her voice laced with icy daggers. With each word she uttered, Li Xingde trembled anew. "And what of your fellow disciples?" Surprisingly, he chuckled a few times. "What does it matter? The world is not merely black and white." The brilliant sunlight bathed the ground, yet Li Xingde appeared to have aged decades, silently straightening his posture. "I am not in the wrong, nor will I admit to being so." Chang Yuezhi fell silent, watching as he was escorted into the police vehicle, rubbing her temples. "Xingde, the principles of conduct are indeed virtuous. Alas, he cannot bear the name bestowed upon him by his teacher." She hesitated to acknowledge that this man shared her cohort and class. With no further developments to witness, the reporters' gazes swiftly shifted to the crowd surrounding Qi Wu. However, upon hearing Chang Yuezhi's derisive laughter, this group of guilty parties hastily packed their equipment and retreated. "At last it is over," An indistinct sigh drifted through the wind. Qianqiu silently lowered the brim of her baseball cap. At such a moment, it was best for her to remain a competent behind-the-scenes operator, to discreetly depart once matters concluded. Half an hour later, in the Qiwu conference room, Lu Ying presided at the head of the long table. Flanked by familiar faces on either side, Qianqiu sat on the right, with her two roommates beside her. Wu Niantong gazed up at her, eyes brimming with anticipation for praise. How was my performance last night? Quite impressive, wouldn't you say? Before Qianqiu could respond, Jiang Rong grinned. Your voice was quite loud. Anyone within 100 miles likely heard you. Wu Niantong felt unsatisfied by this remark, thinking that a smaller volume would not have garnered their attention. At that moment, another voice chimed in. If you ask me, my disguise was superior, allowing me to infiltrate the enemy's ranks undetected. The speaker was unfamiliar, and Wu Niantong froze momentarily. Isn't that the unscrupulous reporter who encountered our leader during the opening of the Star Cup? What is he doing here? Tension surged within her as she glanced at the others, who maintained their composure. What is the meaning of this? Qianqiu smiled reassuringly at the startled bird. This is Senior Bo Lin from the School of Pharmacy. Bo Lin flashed a peace sign and grinned. Surprised, aren't you? Wu Niantong was taken aback. So this reporter is part of your plan? Qianqiu first glanced at Lu Ying, who lowered her gaze in tacit agreement, then cleared her throat to begin speaking. This operation was highly successful, thanks to everyone's assistance. One moment, I have a question. Please proceed. Jiang Rong closed his eyes momentarily, still in a daze from the unexpected success. When did you begin laying the groundwork? Qianqiu pondered for a moment. From the very first day of my enrollment. Excluding a few mentors, the students present felt a jolt of surprise. So early, Lu Ying remained silent, yet her gaze toward Qianqiu radiated admiration and pride. Initially, she had simply wished for Qianqiu to participate in the Star Cup and win the championship. However, upon reflection, it was evident that this student possessed far greater potential than she had anticipated. The Four Seasons cube belonged to Qiwu, and to reclaim it smoothly, the only recourse was public opinion. The involved party, Qianqiu, remarked, with the profound heritage of the first high school, we cannot afford to be caught off guard. Keeping Li Xingda around will inevitably lead to trouble. We must unseat him from his high perch. To maintain confidentiality, each stage of the operation was conducted independently. Qianqiu blinked. Now, let us each recount our respective paths of action. The 9 individuals present simultaneously raised their heads. Ahem. The first to speak was Ruanpa. He brushed off the dust from his face, nonchalantly declaring, I didn't do much at all. I merely contacted the vendors at the food street to lend a hand. Next was Ling Xiao. Before the commencement of the Star Cup, Qianqiu and I exchanged the information we had while keeping it from Xiao Wu. And with the help of Dean Ruan, we identified a suitable infiltrator, Bo Lin. Bo Lin lifted a cup of tea. I graduated years ago and do not practice medicine. However, my expertise in pet care allowed me to become the city's most elusive little reporter. In truth, he had dabbled in various fields. With just a slight maneuver, the ambitious Li Xingda naturally chose this media outlet. Engaging in a verbal dispute with Bo Lin, he guided that small newspaper to delve into the dark secrets of Qi Wu and other schools, which was one of my tasks. Qianqiu, the most occupied during this operation, interjected after the competition concluded. I connected with Song Yu from the first high school and unexpectedly linked up with Jiang Rong ahead of schedule. Jiang Rong perked up. What was the original plan? To have Teacher Lu initiate the strategy. You and I would compete, while subtly revealing information about my frequent visits to the food street without alarming anyone. Lu Ying smiled softly as she lowered her gaze. 0592 was well aware that this undertaking was unsafe. So I had personnel stationed at the food street to protect them in advance. That location serves as Qi Wu's intelligence base, with everyone's cover. The plan to assist 0592's retreat could proceed smoothly. It became evident that the safe house had indeed detected issues at the food street. Their deliberate choice of this location for discussion was intended to draw out the tiger from its lair, unaware that the mantis stalked the cicada while the oriole lay in wait. Upon reaching this point, Qianqiu couldn't help but chuckle again. Her match with Jiang Rong had been an accident. Who would have guessed that Tiger Skin would have taken the big plate chicken to heart? Tiger Skin shook its head proudly, grateful that its late-night craving for big plate chicken had inadvertently uncovered the conspiracy of the safe house. Meow, meow, meow. If anyone dares to put me on a diet again, I shall blame this matter on them and declare it impossible. Qianqiu slowly shifted her gaze and chuckled. With such proficiency in escape routes, do you need me to count how many times you've slipped out? Tiger Skin. Cursed humans. Meow. The great king has been defeated. Jiang Rong gradually became engrossed in the conversation, and when it was his turn to speak, he revealed, I received a message at 10 p.m. requesting me to engage in another black match. He twitched his lips, recalling how stunned he had been, thinking that the teacher had lost her mind. Recently, The food street had been rife with undercurrents, so I pretended to accompany Qianqiu to the rooftop, merely putting on a show for those in the shadows to divert their attention. Then Wu Yintong and several teachers went out to apprehend individuals. She sheepishly scratched her head. The leader said, "Shout as loudly as you can." As for the security bureau, Qianqiu maintained a close connection with them. The remaining details relied on personal adaptability. Thus, the plan was successfully completed. Fortunately, it was a resounding success, Xingyi remarked, still feeling a lingering sense of dread, and an unprecedented one at that. In retrospect, she realized that this plan had harbored too many variables. The margin for error was exceedingly low. It was purely a matter of timing and circumstance. Had any aspect faltered, Li Xingde would never have been brought down. Qiwu triumphed by being well prepared. Bo Lin, nursing his sore arms, complained incessantly the camera was too heavy, and being cast as the villain tested my acting skills to the limit. Yet, where had Ling Xiao vanished to during that time? With a tranquil demeanor, Ling Xiao raised her head from the depths of her own thoughts, for an unforeseen factor had emerged. I had taken the initiative to follow him with Luo Yihu in tow. The unexpected element she referred to was Xin Cheng, who appeared rather suspicious. That child, Ruan yawned, noting that he was the newly appointed intelligence officer, and the owner of the milk tea shop on the food street was his relative. Is that so? Qianqiu responded, half in disbelief. Lu Ying, ever economical with her words, advised caution. What of 0592? Qianqiu inquired. She had caught a fleeting glimpse of the team members on the screen, 4 individuals, one limping and another blind, both bearing their respective disabilities. Despite the formidable healing abilities of their beast companions, the team had not received timely treatment. Given the current state of medical advancements, they could only resort to bionic prosthetics. The life of a beastmaster is lengthy, with some living up to 2 centuries. Thus, the process of forgetting pain takes considerably longer than for ordinary individuals. Upon mentioning this matter, a hush fell over the group. Qianqiu felt a weight upon her heart. In her view, Li Xingde was a puppet carelessly discarded, and the true perpetrator behind the hemolytic battle had yet to be unmasked. Each person was absorbed in their own contemplations. When the venue fell into complete silence, Lu Ying suddenly spoke, stating that once Team 0592 had recovered, respecting their personal wishes, she would offer them generous salaries to teach at Kawuzi. Jiang Rong's eyes brightened. That would be splendid. His sister had once told him that soldiers who spent prolonged periods on the battlefield, confronting life and death, would endure severe psychological trauma, making reintegration into contemporary society a formidable challenge. Ling Xiao nodded thoughtfully. If Kawuzi could recruit members from 0592 as instructors, it would be beneficial for both the students and the teachers. The alliance had granted Kawuzi far superior treatment compared to Yizhong. The greater the benefits, the heavier the responsibilities. Lu Ying solemnly reminded everyone that Teacher Chang would be in charge of the enrollment and rebuilding efforts, urging them to focus on preparing for the competition. Within the week, the preliminary rounds were set to conclude, and she had received notice that the 8 teams for the Qianqiu Cup's main event would be subject to an online auction. Wu Yintong curiously asked, "Is there an auction for the competition? What will be sold?" Lu Ying lightly brushed her fingers over the heads of the 3 young girls, Ling Xiao, Wu Yintong, and you, Ling Xiao, Qianqiu, observing her usually composed and mature apprentice lose her usual calm. A glimmer of mischievous triumph appeared on Lu Ying's warm face. She teased, "Indeed, it is exactly as you envision. This competition will adhere to the same standards as professional contests. How does one construct a team? An auction will be initiated by the host, with players priced openly, and the highest bidder claims them." Upon hearing her words, the 3 were left utterly speechless. But that feels so awkward. Ling Xiao frowned. It feels strange to be selected like an item. Such a sensation is unsettling and deeply disrespectful to the contestants. There is no alternative. Jiang Rong sympathetically replied, "Professional contestants are also auctioned in this manner." Qianqiu pondered a crucial question. What if no one selects me? Jiang Rong quickly responded, "You would enter the unsold pool, proceeding to a second round of bidding." Qianqiu, is it not even more embarrassing? This auction feels like a trial for individuals with social anxiety. She turned to the small, nervous Wu Yintong, asking, "Your competition begins this afternoon, does it not?" Wu Yintong nodded vigorously. "At 2:30 this afternoon. I have burned the midnight oil memorizing the materials and have practiced diligently. But I am uncertain about the challenges the organizers will present." She rambled on, only to suddenly falter. Qianqiu and Ling Xiao simultaneously turned to Wu Yintong. "What is wrong?" Wu Yintong drooped her head, her voice muffled. "I don't know why, but just thinking about the competition makes my stomach hurt." The electrode cat suddenly emerged from the beast's space, its fluffy little face filled with concern. "Bip, you are too tense." Qianqiu handed her a lollipop. assuring her that both she and Ling Xiao would be watching her this afternoon, doing their utmost to support her. Believe in yourself. Ling Xiao playfully punched her lightly. Wu Niantong's eyes brimmed with tears, unable to utter a word. In truth, she was more afraid of not having a team after the competition than of the preliminary rounds themselves. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the Shattered Jade Cup commenced punctually. Among the 8 preliminary rounds, the Shattered Jade Cup garnered the least popularity. There was no build-up, no star players, and even the host, Lin Wan, maintained a laid-back attitude. However, when Lin Wan opened the barrage, she was immediately taken aback by the unexpectedly high number of online viewers. What does this mean? So many people. Crunching down on her lollipop, Lin Wan finally pieced together the situation. A contestant from Kawuzi had entered the fray, following the morning's incident. The audience felt guilty and had come to cheer. Even if she performs terribly, I will still support her. Hey, this is a forging competition. Where's the fighting? What is forging? Such a niche profession. Have you heard of the seasonal cube? It is an item that only a genius forger can craft. Once a beast reaches its maximum level, you can hire a forger to create specialized weapons and armor for them. Understand? They are quite formidable. Although some attempted to educate the audience, the majority held little expectation for this rather simplistic competition. Can forging evoke any combat fervor? Clearly not. Just wait. Through the chaotic barrage, Lin Wan suddenly sat up straight, focusing intently. Inside the arena, at the forging stage, a brilliant flame erupted, vibrant in color. Its intensity seemingly endless, rising with great momentum. She was taken aback, cracking the sunflower seeds in her hand. This shape, this luster, this aroma. Could Wu Niantong possibly produce a 5-star forge? Chapter 70. The versatile contestant Qi. She stifled a yawn. It cannot be a 5-star forge. She is only in her first year of high school. The camera swept over Lin Wan's slightly furrowed brow. Originally nestled comfortably on the sofa, Qianqiu suddenly straightened. Sensing something was amiss, Ling Xiao asked, "What is wrong?" "Look at Teacher Lin's dark circles." Since the Starlight Cup, the host had been working tirelessly without a moment of rest. Qianqiu, with a serious expression, analyzed the pros and cons with her. The further back in the preliminary rounds, the more fatigued the hosts become. Without any particularly remarkable performances in the preliminaries, even if they qualify for the main event, they are likely to end up in the unsold pool. She supported her chin with one hand, lost in thought. Once in the unsold pool, they would likely only serve as substitutes. Yet, no one wishes to be a substitute. Conveniently, the Shattered Jade Cup was the second-to-last event. Ling Xiao redirected her gaze to the screen, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. The requirements for contestants in the Shattered Jade Cup were quite lenient. Freeform forging. Rankings would be determined by the scores given by the hosts. At the same time, she was quite stingy, allowing only the top 3 to secure advancement spots. Firmly resolved against mediocrity, Wu Niantong, how would she choose? The camera shifted. Wu Niantong stared at the array of materials before her, momentarily dazed. Kawuzi's resources were scarce. She had never encountered such a plethora of materials in the training room. Other contestants were also momentarily stunned by Lin Wan's generosity. Most of these materials were invaluable. What if she ruined them? Wu Niantong heard a nearby contestant grumbling. "There are too many items. I don't even know where to start." The host blew the whistle. "Time starts now. 294-320. One cannot hesitate for too long. This is a competition, and Wu Niantong dares not gamble recklessly. To rashly attempt advanced forging tools could result in dire repercussions. Ultimately, she swiftly selects the necessary materials for forging and speaks to her beloved pet beast, Ali. Maintain a steady micro-output of electricity throughout. The electric raccoon tilts its head in confusion. Billy? No need for doubt. Simply follow my instructions." With that, Wu Niantong steadies her breath, her mind focused, and cautiously channels her mental energy, allowing a faint white radiance to flow into the forging platform along with the electric current. The temperature gradually rises, and the air becomes suffused with heat. The sounds of clashing instruments and the complaints of other competitors fade into oblivion at this moment. Beside her, the quality inspection device ticks rhythmically. Meanwhile, the inspection devices of other competitors begin to sound off in unison. 5 minutes into the competition, more than half of the participants have entered their rhythm. Time ticks away, second by second. Lin Wan leans lazily against the judge's table, stifling a yawn when suddenly a resounding voice pierces the air. "Report, I have completed it." A tall boy springs up, ecstatic, thinking he must surely earn performance points for being first. The previously tranquil arena erupts into chaos. So fast, I haven't even reached the halfway mark. Some competitors panic, urging one another, hurry, step it up." Wu Niantong is no exception. She starts at the sudden commotion, nearly spilling her materials onto the forging platform. She immediately reminds herself to remain calm. Patience is the key to mastery. With the boy setting a precedent, more competitors begin to complete their forging tasks. Among them, a few exhibit signs of mental instability, resulting in heaps of scrap metal on the forging platforms. Looking around, though Wu Niantong's speed is not the fastest, she certainly draws the most attention. Each completed step causes the forging platform to shine brighter, casting the nearby competitors into shadow. The barrage of comments is a flurry of astonishment. What is this person forging? It's constantly sparking and glowing. I don't know, but it looks impressive. Is there a kind soul with forging expertise who can analyze this? Hey, I'm here. This young girl appears to be recreating a 3-star defensive armor. But her process diverges slightly from the blueprint. When she placed the star iron, she lowered her mental energy. But she released the red crystal too early when she should have placed the mandala flower. Moreover, forging armor is traditionally labor-intensive. It requires perfect timing to achieve excellence. Yet the electric raccoon isn't utilizing its full strength. I noticed she added silver snow ore. The reaction between silver snow ore and red crystal should have resulted in an explosive reaction, and the forging platform, not having detonated, exceeds my expectations. The barrage of comments regarding Wu Niantong's actions is quite contentious. Ling Xiao, being an outsider, cannot comprehend it. How many stars would you estimate her work to be? She muses, recalling her own first experience with forging, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. But look at Lin Wan's expression. It must be at least 4 stars. 30 minutes swiftly pass. In the final 5 minutes, Wu Niantong is the only contestant yet to complete her task. The other participants are increasingly anxious. Is it not done yet? Wu Niantong remains unfazed by their discontent, her gaze locked on the flickering flames, eager to proceed. Ali, let's go for the big one. No sooner had she spoken, when the flames on the forging platform surged skyward, breaking through the clouds and ultimately painting half the sky crimson. Done, Wu Niantong exclaimed. Her face flushed with excitement, but someone else was even more exhilarated. A divine weapon descends, the heavens manifest. Observing a prodigious talent, Lin Wan can no longer remain seated, his eyes sparkling with envy. However, before his excitement can settle, Wu Niantong's achievement eclipses his own. This is a remarkable prospect, he thinks eagerly, glancing at the other judges as the scoring segment begins. The first to be scored is the boy. The staff presents his work. 3-star speed boots, completion rate, 65, passing. Lin Wan barely glances at it, 60 points. Qianqiu, 65. The others raise their scorecards in unison. 1. The final average score hovers around 63. Next, 2-star armor. Completion rate, 39. Gazing at the hodgepodge, Lin Wan chuckles in disbelief. I could forge better with my feet, 20 points. Practice more. Next, silver moon armor, completion rate, 45. Lin Wan. Back to the drawing board. The panel of judges unanimously assigns a low score. The barrage of comments reflects astonishment. Is forging really this difficult? Out of over 100 participants, not a single one scored even 70. Indeed, forging relies solely on talent. Those lacking it remain stagnant their entire lives. The competitors' performances are lackluster, leaving the judges visibly displeased. Qianqiu's thoughts begin to wander. What was my own completion rate during my first forging session? 90, 95. It was certainly exemplary. Talent is indeed a mysterious concept. Just as Lin Wan's patience begins to wane, the host's melodious voice resounds. 4-star spear, blowing snow, completion rate, 85. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan's eyes widen in surprise. A specialized weapon for pets, of good quality? The forger is Shen Wu. Wu Niantong. The other contestants. She recognizes Shen Wu, a top student within the league, possessing S-level mental energy and the youngest forger in the Fengyue region. Yet, her astonishment lasts barely a second before dread washes over her. This is disastrous. She is now directly following Shen Wu in line. The comparison is painfully stark. And how humiliating it would be. Lin Wan glances at the boy with a smile, contemplating for a moment before coldly declaring, 90 points. 90 points? One of the judges leans in. Isn't that a bit low? Lin Wan shakes his head, asserting that given Shen Wu's potential, this is not the most perfect product. Shen Wu retorts, am I not allowed to conceal my true capabilities? Lin Wan rolls his eyes, stop trying to save face. If you can't even forge a 5-star item, go home and tend to the fields, alright? Wu Niantong. Lin teacher's words are quite piercing. A 4-star specialized weapon and an 85 completion rate is still not deemed perfect? While she is lost in her thoughts, she suddenly hears the host call her name, Wu Niantong. The girl jolts, watching her forged item presented before the audience. Shen Wu's indifferent expression falters for a moment. Judging solely by its luster, the armor radiates with a translucent sheen, undoubtedly of exceptional quality. Enhanced flowing moon armor. Completion rate, 75. Only 75? The announcement elicits varied reactions from the crowd. Shen Wu breathes a small sigh of relief. Lin Wan, however, is disheartened. How can this be? Wu Niantong had caused such a commotion. How could her work be merely of average quality? Before Lin Wan can assign a score, the host hesitates and makes a decisive correction. Teacher Lin, this appears to be a 5-star forging. A 5-star forging. The 7 judges exchange glances, each reflecting astonishment and disbelief. The gap between 4-star and 5-star is vast. Upon regaining composure, she thinks determinately, I must secure this forger. Wu Niantong anxiously clutches the hem of her garment. Outside the screen, Ling Xiao watches with bated breath. Currently, the highest score belongs to Shen Wu, followed by An Xian with 87 points and Fu Yao with 85. Qianqiu summarizes, if Lin Wan scores her below 85, then little Wu will lose her chance to advance. However, Lin Wan's tone was gentle as she announced, 95 points. Wu Niantong raised her head in surprise. Her score had actually surpassed Shen Wu's by a narrow margin. She was astonished. How could Lin Wan, who was so meticulous, suddenly bestow such a high score? Lin Wan smiled without elaboration, grasping the delicate paper materials before her, resembling snowflakes. Just how potent was this young girl's mental strength? It was an A. Not particularly low, yet it paled in comparison to Shen Wu. Nevertheless, she had truly maximized her resources, squeezing every ounce of her mental prowess to its utmost, thus surpassing even A level and reaching S level standards. I admire those who strive for progress, Lin Wan remarked. The live stream buzzed with excitement, as viewers had misjudged the champion. A shocking upset. Wu Niantong's score ultimately stabilized at 94, securing her the championship of this year's Shattered Jade Cup. Some viewers, who had harbored sympathy for Qi Wu, were left dumbfounded. Is this for real? I was prepared to leave comforting messages on Qi Wu's official website, only to turn around and see them claim victory. What I thought of Qi Wu, weak, pitiful, and helpless. The true Qi Wu, exceptionally beautiful, powerful, and tragic. Who is it that called Qi Wu's origins trash? 2 champions emerged from 8 preliminaries. Is that trash? What about other schools? Forget the champion. Out of dozens on the advancement list, Qi Wu claimed 6 spots. All new students. This achievement is truly commendable. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Wu Niantong believed her performance to be rather average. When faced with an interview, she furrowed her brow. My level is quite ordinary. My roommate is far more capable. Is there another expert? A reporter inquired. Oh, did your roommate participate in the preliminaries? Yes, but not in the Shattered Jade Cup. She is a student of the combat department and is revered by all disciplines in our school. Wu Niantong smiled sweetly. Her eyes narrowed in mirth. Is it someone as exaggerated as Jiang Rong? I haven't heard he studied weapon forging. I can't help but think it's Qianqiu. Hey, you're being too harsh on Qianqiu. Don't put her on such a pedestal. She is merely a delicate newcomer. Delicate newcomer? Do you know what the event's official host privately calls her? What? The monstrous newcomer, as revealed by the fans yesterday. The comments flooded in fervently. After tantalizing everyone's curiosity, Wu Niantong waved her hand, assuring them they would see her at the Qianqiu Cup's main competition. Just don't be too surprised. Surprised? Lin Wan scoffed with disdain. The person Wu Niantong mentioned wasn't he even from the weapon forging specialty. How could she possibly be astonished? She had encountered far too many talented weapon forgers, akin to a flood. Apart from Wu Niantong, there would undeniably be no other forger in Fenyet to catch her eye. Thus, the Shattered Jade Cup concluded splendidly. Qianqiu, drenched in sweat, stared at the trending list. Due to her roommate's extravagant boasting, she had stealthily climbed to the top 3 on the forum. However, this time the title was quite different. Breaking. Qi Wu students once again seized the Shattered Jade Cup. Just how many hidden talents are there in Qi Wu? The mysterious them. Click to see the combat department's newcomer who has captivated a genius weapon forger. I'm not as impressive as you claim, she mused, rubbing her nose, feeling rather guilty. After all, she was merely a guest student from the 3 main departments. Or rather, 4. Just a regular student. Just hours before, Lu Ying had granted her auditing privileges in the pharmacy department, introduced by Senior Bo, who had graduated years ago. Besides Qianqiu, Bo sincerely invited everyone to join the pharmacy department, but was met with merciless refusals. The pharmacy department is a dead-end specialty. Ling Xiao was speechless. How could a normal person possess such boundless energy? Only Qianqiu, the master of time management, could manage it. Sleeping for merely an hour while equating to half a day's work. Qianqiu, are you hungry? Qianqiu diverted the topic. How about we go have some big plate chicken? At that moment, Qianqiu was contentedly washing its face with its paws, pleased with its new fur, white and soft, akin to cotton candy sold on the street. Meow? Qianqiu coldly shook its head. It refused. Qianqiu was taken aback. You rejected something delicious? Then she recalled the heart-stopping experience from the previous night. Uncertain of the psychological impact it might have had on the little one. Qianqiu, why are you looking at me with such teary eyes? What have you imagined? It retracted its paws and leaped onto Qianqiu's shoulder, delivering a heavy blow. Meow, have you woken up? Qianqiu's face turned pale, feeling as though she bore the weight of a mountain. The truth was, Qianqiu remained the same chubby little creature it had always been. The sky could fall, yet it would not affect its appetite. However, speaking of meals, she ought to check on the egg in the Beastmaster space. Without delay, Qianqiu immersed her consciousness into the Beastmaster space. Qianqiu, eager and curious about its future companion, sprinted ahead. Just as Qianqiu pulled up the interface to check the data, meow 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 meow. Human, hurry over. Qianqiu suddenly cried out in urgency, startling her into retracting her eager hand from the card drawing interface. What happened? Did the egg encounter an issue? Chapter 71. The team auction is underway. Qianqiu approached to take a look. The smooth surface of the eggshell had inexplicably formed a layer of frost crystals, emanating an icy aura, with cracks slowly widening. Qianqiu, feeling wronged, withdrew its frozen paws. It had merely wanted to touch it. Who knew the repercussions would be so severe? Ice. Qianqiu sat cross-legged, deep in thought. The little creature inside this egg must surely be a frost crystal dragon. Considering the pet egg was due to hatch in a few days, Qianqiu searched online for pet cultivation information, adding a small floral blanket for it before finally feeling satisfied. Alright, now let us train some combat skills. We'll start with feather thorns. Meow? Qianqiu was astonished, wondering why they weren't sticking to the usual routine. Recently, it had only practiced with windming. Both normal attacks and skills must not be neglected. Given our current strength, we cannot sustain full output combat skills throughout. Qianqiu earnestly explained. Qianqiu's little head drooped, understanding the rationale. However, compared to the little pudding, it still preferred the Qianqiu cake roll. Qianqiu intended to elaborate further when she noticed an update in the pet status bar. What is this? She suspiciously opened the panel, and the newly unlocked equipment tab immediately sprung forth, making its presence known. After studying it for a while, Qianqiu grasped its meaning. After reaching level 30, pets could equip forged items, such as armor and energy gems, but these items could easily impede movement. She was capable of forging, but currently lacked the time. Teacher Lu mentioned that physical training was nearly complete, so there was no need to attend classes for the time being. Qianqiu cheerfully tugged at the little cat's ears, saying, "So, tomorrow I'll make sure you diligently practice your skills." Meow? Qianqiu let out a mournful cry, dramatically collapsing and exposing its round little belly. The following day, Qianqiu indeed kept her word, spending the entire day in the training hall. The training hall was mostly filled with combat department students, bustling with activity but not overly crowded. The next moment, Xinyuan exclaimed, "Wow, so many people. What are you all doing?" Following his gaze, Xiumeng discovered the center of the hall packed with people. "Oh, you're all here too?" Lana leisurely remarked. "We are observing Qianqiu train meows." It was perplexing. Meows followed her commands with remarkable precision, responding to every gesture. There was a hint of envy in his tone. On the screen, the girl issued clear directives, and Meows complied flawlessly, toppling several simulation devices in perfect synchrony. What skill had she just employed? Xiumeng was quite perceptive. This skill of Qianqiu's was unlike any ordinary 5-star skill. Lana explained, it is a combat technique. Constructing a personalized combat skill using mental energy and scanning the enemy's weaknesses through mental vision are concepts only taught in the senior year of high school, or even later. As he spoke, his voice faltered. The differences between Qianqiu and other high schools he had encountered were stark. Ordinary schools did not categorize their specialties this way. Many lacked even a department for weapon forging or mental disciplines. The combat department did not teach command or tactics. It focused solely on pure fighting techniques. Who do you think is more formidable, her or Qianqiu? While lost in thought, a second-year student interrupted his reverie. Lana raised his head. They seemed evenly matched. When Qianqiu emerged from the room, towel draped over her shoulder, she overheard this remark. Has Qianqiu signed up for the Qianqiu Cup as well? She turned, her dark eyes brimming with curiosity. Yes. Lana recalled this year's promotion list from Qianqiu. 3 from the first-year combat department, 2 from the second year, and 1 from the weapon forging department. It wasn't that the weapon forging department was lacking. Only Wu Niantong had registered. Xiumeng gazed enviously at the 2 who had advanced. Due to personal reasons, she had not entered the preliminary rounds. The auction starts at 6. It's already 5:45. Aren't you going to prepare? It's online, what is the rush? Qianqiu lazily stretched, feeling embarrassed at the reminder. I still don't know if I have a manager. Don't worry, your popularity is quite high right now, Xiumeng mused. Today was different. Qianqiu's value had surged along with the excitement surrounding the preliminary rounds. On the forum, she had already secured a place among the top 10 contenders for the championship. In contrast, Lana remained unexpectedly calm, even taking the time to inquire about others. What about Lingxiao? He recalled that they were usually inseparable. Qianqiu, using her right hand to massage Miao Miao King's scalp, lowered her gaze and said, "Last night, Loi, who broke through. And Lingxiao has been busy conducting numerical tests on it." As the competition approached, Lingxiao's emotions had become increasingly unstable. She thought to herself, this was quite uncharacteristic of her. Upon hearing this, Xiu Ming was rendered speechless. Her own pet had yet to even touch the threshold of a breakthrough. Truly, Lingxiao was formidable. Her mental energy must be at least S rank, right? Qianqiu pondered silently, alarmed. Could it be that Lingxiao was anxious about her talent? However, when it came to talent, she seemed equally powerless. Xiu Ming, noticing their continued conversation, became anxious. "Hey, the live stream announcement is out early." "What? There are still 10 minutes left?" Qianqiu exclaimed. The host still had a few minutes of opening remarks to deliver. "It's too late to return to the dorm now." Lana removed his wristband, suggesting, "How about we watch it here? Contestants don't need to turn on their mics or cameras." After a moment's thought, she agreed readily. "All right." At 5:50, the overhead lights began to illuminate one by one. The faces of the 8 hosts appeared simultaneously on screen, and the number of viewers watching online surged rapidly, breaking the million mark. The barrage of comments flowed in relentlessly. The live stream started so early. "Teacher Qin, she is still so camera-friendly. Xinjia, don't drop the ball again. You're the most unreliable host. What are the auction rules for today?" The host donned her earpiece, confirmed everything was in order, and began reciting her script. "It seems everyone is quite eager for the upcoming auction. Now, let me introduce our rules. The Qianqiu Cup main selection round will be led by 8 hosts, who will bid for contestants to form 8 battle teams. The initial auction currency is 3 million, with a starting bid of 100,000. The highest bidder wins, while unclaimed contestants will enter the unsold pool. The rules remain unchanged. Please, each host should competently plan their team configurations. What configuration? I don't understand. I know this one. A competent team configuration should include an ace, a commander, a support, a second-in-command, a weapon forger, and a substitute, with a maximum of 6 members. Got it. For the top configuration, Shen Wu as the weapon forger, Qianqiu as the commander, Mu Yutong as the second-in-command, Ji Fengting as the ace, and either Song Yuyu or Zhong Yuxing as the support or healer. Plus a substitute Jiang Yuming would be perfect. What was mentioned above is already a top-tier configuration. Let my main team dream a bit. These names echoed frequently in the comments, leaving Qianqiu somewhat bewildered. Who was Wen He? Who was Mu Yutong? And who was Jiang Yuming? Just as Lana was about to explain, the screen suddenly shifted. Now we enter the contestant introduction segment. Current top popularity, contestant Wen He. Chapter 72. This year's Qianqiu Cup is teeming with talent. The screen prominently displayed Wen He's personal information, with phoenix eyes, porcelain skin, and an indifferent demeanor. The contestant from Qinghe High School was 19 years old, accompanied by the Ice Wolf King as her battle partner. As the host displayed Wen He's terminal battle record, Qianqiu frowned. Her opponent seemed exceedingly formidable. Top 2, Jiang Yuming from Qinghe University. Her pet is a poison kite, capable of healing and dealing damage. The girl in the photo had her hands in her pockets, her vibrant purple hair cascading over her shoulders like fluttering butterflies. She appeared even more challenging than Wen He. Lana's expression instantly fell. He inhaled sharply. The difficulty level of this Qianqiu Cup is extraordinary. Top 3, Mu Yutong from Qinghe University. Top 4, Ji Fengting from Qinghe High School. As the list of popular contestants passed by, the comments erupted in chaos. Wow, half of the top 11 are from Qinghe. Though they are all key military schools of the Alliance, Qinghe has developed exceptionally well in recent years. Kawua could only be considered a flicker of revival, hardly comparable. Top 5, Kawua Military Academy High School, Qianqiu. Suddenly hearing her name called, Qianqiu exclaimed, "Huh? Is there a mistake? Am I ranked this high?" Lana silently criticized. "You've underestimated your own strength." It was well known that a first year could easily defeat a third year like Lin Hao. Everyone recognized Qianqiu's prowess. Qianqiu touched her nose, but felt an uneasy premonition about the upcoming match. As she waited, the highly anticipated auction segment finally arrived. The host smiled. "Everyone, are you ready?" Xinjia, who had been quietly dozing off moments ago, suddenly opened his eyes wide, clasped his hands together, and implored, "Please, don't compete with me for contestants. I'm begging you." Qin, she replied, "Let us each rely on our own abilities, shall we?" Lin Wan appeared to be still waking up, but internally, he had already formed his strategies. In fact, all 8 present had their preferred contestants in mind. The host shook the draw box for a while, and under the watchful eyes of all, she wiped away her cold sweat. The first contestant up for auction is Shen Wu. Starting bid, 100,000. 150,000. Cheng Ji raised her paddle. Qianqiu felt her heart skip. 150,000 was too stingy. Shenwu's worth was significantly higher. Chengji, unsurprisingly, failed to secure Shenwu. As the host from Qinghe, Tanya, made her move. Calmly, she announced, for 150,000. Chengji silently retracted her paddle. The competition had only just begun. Going this far for a support wasn't worth it. Shenwu, for 150,000 once. 450,000 twice. For the third time, the host shouted hoarsely while striking a small hammer. Deal? Upon hearing this, Qianqiu felt a chill run down her spine. Lan Naz was equally affected. Shaking his shoulders in disgust, the organizers truly regard the contestants as mere objects. Qianqiu chose silence. The next contestant to be auctioned was Ji Fengting. As soon as his name was announced, the previously languid host perked up. Ji Fengting, the strongest ace. Anyone with a modicum of ambition could not bypass him in favor of another. Qianqi raised her bidding card, 980,000. Tanya cautiously followed, 990,000. Even if they secured Ji Fengting, they still needed to select 4 more individuals, and there was concern over the sufficiency of their bidding currency. Ultimately, the final price settled at 1,020,000. Unexpectedly, Ji Fengting was snatched away, belonging to Qianqi's team. The auction proceeded at a brisk pace, with a few contestants swiftly passing by without bids. Qianqiu, feeling utterly bored, and Lan Naz decided to order takeout from the food street. Meanwhile, it was Ling Xiao's turn for the draw. Contestant Ling Xiao, please place your bid. Qianqi hesitated. She had already secured 2 contestants prior, leaving her with only 1. 800,000, and commanding an ace was even more costly. Ling Xiao's performance was average, yet her pet seemed impressive. Resolutely, she called out, 250,000. The organizer of the Speed Cup, Si Wu, immediately lost interest. Ling Xiao had potential, but paying 250,000 for a support was still too extravagant. The online comments surged more vigorously than during the preliminary rounds. So far, some organizers are refusing to bid at all. They're just waiting for the contestants from Qinghe University, particularly Mu Yutong, who has contracted with the Little Dragon. Little Dragon? Real or fake? Who knows? Qianqiu paused mid-slurp of her noodles. A dragon? Eastern or Western? Her cold crystal dragon had once been a small carp, barely qualifying as an Eastern dragon. Suddenly, Lan Naz elbowed her. It's your turn. Why are you dazed? Okay. Qianqiu silently smoothed the goosebumps on her arms. The next moment, the host's voice echoed through the room. This contestant is Qianqiu from Qiwu, currently among the top 5 in popularity. Let the organizers place their bids. 500,000. Shen Xinjing shouted. Qianqi, unwilling to concede, countered. 520,000. Across the table, Lan Naz raised his eyebrows at her. Wow, you're quite valuable. Please don't speak. Qianqiu smiled while clenching her fists. How itchy. How awkward. It felt as though ants were crawling on her. This time, the host called for bids several rounds before pausing. The host appeared astonished. Among the 8 organizers, 5 had placed bids. This contestant was indeed popular. The current highest bid stood at 1,500,000. Is there anyone else wishing to bid? Shen Xinjing appeared confident, brimming with self-satisfaction. He had wagered all his remaining wealth. Qianqi was taken aback. Are you insane for offering such a high price? What about the other contestants? Siwu was already on the verge of tears. Could you not let me have her? My team is all support. The situation seemed dire. Qianqiu quickly began to check Shen Xinjing's information. Supporters of Shen Xinjing flooded the comments. I was scared. Shen Xinjing had been picking all sorts of monsters before, but now his thought process is finally normal. 1,500,000 must be the highest bid in the history of the Qianqiu Cup, when he was only 1,300,000. Only? 1,300,000 is already exorbitant. Qianqiu's price is unexpectedly high. 1,500,000 for the first time. 1,500,000 for the second time. 1,500,000 for the third time. Just as the final decision was about to be made, the host suddenly froze. Something was amiss. Shen Xinjing grew anxious. To acquire Qianqiu, his team members had all been purchased at low prices. How could this be wrong? Mr. Shen, your team is already at full capacity. Shen Xinjing froze, his expression turning blank. What now? The light in Qianqi's eyes extinguished. Can we redo the bidding? The 2 hosts exchanged glances, hesitating to respond. Regrettably, no. According to the rules, we will place contestant Qianqiu into the unsold pool. Please be patient for the next round of competition. A barrage of question marks filled the screen. Lan Naz was equally stunned. This rule is absurd. Qianqiu was infuriated. I'm being relegated to the unsold pool. Once relegated, it would be exceedingly difficult to secure a starting opportunity. Chapter 73, An Unexpected Turn of Events. I can't believe it. A top 10 contestant can end up as a substitute? Qianqiu is still quite popular. Her performance is commendable. And 5 organizers placed bids. This situation can only be blamed on Xinjing. Don't lead the narrative. Xinjing didn't do it on purpose. It's just his usual lack of thought. This isn't the organizer's fault. It's the officials who mishandled it. Why can't we just restart the auction? Netizens still harbored feelings of guilt towards Qianqiu. The order was becoming somewhat chaotic. The host, looking troubled, apologized profusely, even losing his train of thought. We sincerely apologize. The rules are not adequately refined. Initially, he tried to explain, but as the situation spiraled out of control, he simply ignored the comments. The rules are flawed. She opened her mouth to say something, but found her microphone muted. She looked around, astonished and enraged, at everyone's varied expressions. Xinjing appeared particularly frustrated, wanting to speak, but unable to. She cursed under her breath. Is this targeted? If it weren't an accident. She felt the rules were undoubtedly aimed at Qianqiu. Damn it. Indeed, everyone had been forcibly silenced. What now? The organizers, rendered mute, exchanged glances, bewildered. As the host began the next round of bidding, Xinjing suddenly lowered his head, vanishing from public view. Siwu scratched her head in confusion. Where did he go? The moment the question left her lips, she noticed the 2 hosts' pupils suddenly widen, their panic evident as they muted their microphones. She desperately gestured at her. Signaling, check the comments. Siwu hesitated for a moment, and the next second, her eyes widened in shock. Xinjing, that reckless fool, had actually posted a comment with his main account. Xinjing, why was my microphone muted? This statement ignited a powder keg, instantly igniting the already aggrieved comments supporting Qianqiu. Wow, the officials are being unreasonable. The muted host must have some hidden agenda. The Qianqiu Cup is doomed. I mean it. Enough. I won't allow anyone to bully Qianqiu. The hosts exchanged glances and made a swift decision. Not only muting the organizers' microphones, but also shutting down the comment section. They proceeded with the next round of competition, ignoring everything else. Qianqiu laughed in anger. She could see that the planners had prepared no contingency plan, merely intending to brush things off. Their failure to prepare for emergencies was their problem. Why should she bear the cost? Noticing her grim expression, Lannes hesitantly suggested, "Shall we consult Teacher Lu?" Hearing this, Qianqiu grew calm. Unexpected events and competitions are difficult to manage. They wouldn't restart. So what now? Wait for the second round. Qianqiu ground her teeth in frustration, gnashing her tiger fangs. I'll accept being a substitute, she thought. As long as she was given a chance to take the stage, she would undoubtedly find a way to advance. Through the network, the barrage of comments began to comfort the contestant. Even if she ends up in the unsold pool, there's still a glimmer of hope. Some organizers have emptied their fortunes to buy commanders and can only wait for the second round of zero-cost purchases. Well, that's easy to say. The majority of the viewers remained rather pessimistic. The first round had passed in a blaze of activity. The initial roster of teams had just been unveiled. As the comments suggested, apart from Xinjing, many organizers had not filled their teams. Before it was her turn to bid, Qianqiu contemplated for a moment and firmly decided on her desired team. If possible, she wished to join the Siwu team. Lannes expressed his agreement. The Siwu team had many support roles, with few offensive beasts, making it the best choice. He had not entered the unsold pool, having been discreetly taken by the organizer Lu Xingqi. While the two conferred, the second round of bidding approached quickly. Contestant Qianqiu, please place your bid. She pressed her lips together, 50,000. The price was low because all her assets amounted to only 70,000, and she needed to save some money for a substitute. However, the other organizers were not in much better shape, all having become financially strapped. Lin Wan, Siwu, and she still had some bidding currency left. Lannes felt a pang of anxiety for Qianqiu for 3 seconds. She had placed a bid. And to her surprise, Siwu had also bid. Siwu's heart raced, and she felt a wave of trepidation. 80,000. She was well aware that her team composition was lacking, and her only hope lay with Qianqiu. Qianqiu silently clenched her fists. Surely, there couldn't be any accidents now? Lannes wore a sympathetic expression, deeply aware of the tumultuous nature of her bidding. After a moment's wait, Siwu raised her voice. Is there anyone else willing to bid against me? If not, I will. A cold, piercing voice suddenly interrupted. All in. The crowd fell silent. What does all in mean? It means betting all your funds to buy Qianqiu. My goodness, who possesses such boldness, to forego participation in the subsequent bidding and renounce substitutes? How could it be her? Qianqiu was taken aback, not by the audacity of all in, but by the fact that it was neither she nor Siwu who had said it. She lifted her gaze to the calm woman on the screen. It was the organizer from Qianqiu University. Lanaja was taken aback. Professor Tan, has she lost her mind? Everyone knew that Qianqiu was the premier military academy in the Fengyue region. Qiwu had once held the top spot and now seemed to be on the rise again. Qianqiu propped her chin on her hand, her expression heavy. Well, a new dilemma had emerged. Qiwu and Qianqiu were natural adversaries. So how was she to survive in the Tanya team? Chapter 74. Departure to the training base. At this point, all 8 teams had gathered. The unsold pool auction concluded, and the host eagerly anticipated the end of this chaotic bidding session. The qualifying rounds for the Qianqiu Cup would commence in mid-August, during which the 8 teams would be divided into groups A and B for alternating training matches. Dear organizers, the next 30 days will be your preparation period for training. The live stream was shut down. The streetlights cast a golden hue over the freshly unveiled team roster. Qianqiu couldn't help but sigh. The Tanya team was exceptionally strong. Discussions about the likely champions invariably included her name among the top 3. Shen Wu, Qianqiu, Song Yuyu, Jiang Yuming, and Jiang Yin, though I don't know them. This lineup is already formidable. With the experienced Tanya leading, not securing a top 3 finish would be unacceptable. Qianqi's team is impressive too. Ji Fengting, Wen He, and Zhong Yuxing are incredibly skilled. Who says support characters are weak? The stranger the lineup, the quicker the victory. I'm betting on the Siwu team. The dissatisfied tiger skin meowed, sighing. What does it mean to sigh? Why are you tugging at its fur? You wouldn't understand. The girl wore a worried expression. Besides me, the Tanya team only has 5 members, with no substitutes. Meow? Tiger Skin clearly did not understand. So why did she deliberately leave a spot open for me? Qianqiu felt a chill run down her spine, suddenly realizing the unnerving implications. By the time she returned to her dormitory, 2 pairs of eyes were fixed on her. Boss, are you alright in Lin Wan's team? This was a cautious inquiry from Wu Yintong. No problem. Qianqiu quickly reassured, everyone wants to win. It's unlikely anyone would trip me up at this time. She remained optimistic. Perhaps teacher Tin sees potential in me? Noticing that Qianqiu didn't seem disheartened, Wu Yintong tucked her worries away. We need to pack our bags. We leave tomorrow morning at 9:30. So soon? Qianqiu was caught off guard, having completely forgotten to check her phone. The Qianqiu Cup had a dedicated training base. To ensure fairness, all contestants were required to head to the training base and prepare for the competition. I'm in Group B. Ling Xiao was brushing the fur of the falling tiger when he spoke. Little Qi, you better look out. Groups A and B were assigned randomly through a draw by the organizers. Qianqiu, belatedly aware, opened her phone to find she had been added to the competition participants group. A new announcement popped up just in time. Group A, An Yin, Shenxinqi, Siwu, Linwan. Group B, Tanya, Chengji, Lu Xingqi, Qinxi. The 2 in Group B deliberated for a long time before concluding that the competition in Group B was rather intense. Wu Yintong nodded vigorously. Chengji, Lu Xingqi, and An Yin were all champions from the 3 major districts, and their strength could not be underestimated. Adding Qinxi into the mix made Group A seem somewhat easier by comparison. After a lively discussion, the clock approached 11 p.m. Qianqiu emerged from the bathroom, twisting a towel, feeling utterly exhausted. Lights out, time for bed. She had been on the move all day. Good night. Night Owl Wu Yintong finally settled down. Good night. Ling Xiao chimed in. Meow? Tiger's skin lazily yawned, its long tail swaying as it burrowed into the covers, swiftly disappearing from view. The following morning, Qianqiu bid farewell to her roommates and boarded the dedicated transport for her team. Outside the window, emerald green trees raced past her field of vision. Tiger Skin, curled around its tail, followed Qianqiu's gaze toward another vehicle, tilting its head in curiosity. What was so interesting? Before Tiger Skin could ponder further, Qianqiu quickly averted her gaze, pulling out a lettuce chicken leg burger, cheerfully asking, Want some? There was no reason for it to refuse. Tiger Skin eagerly pounced forward. The transport vehicle traveled at an extraordinary speed. In less than half an hour, the colors of the tall buildings outside suddenly changed. Qianqiu turned her head, her dark pupils reflecting the gloomy clouds above. The pollution was severe. Tiger Skin, showing no courtesy, let out a retch and struggled to burrow into the corner of the vehicle, meowing in distress. It stinks. The air here is anything but fresh. Hearing its complaints, Qianqiu couldn't help but chuckle. You're being picky now? This is the center city of Fengyue, where the Beast Alliance is also stationed. The driver in front chuckled as well. The center city used to be off limits. You're lucky to be here at a good time. Qianqiu faintly sensed the condescension in his tone, silently turning her gaze away, continuing to observe the scenery outside. The first thing that caught the eye was a massive, spherical object. This obsidian orb hovered ominously above the heart of the city, flickering intermittently, surrounded by suspended stars. Countless data cables from every direction bound it tightly, exuding a distinct cyberpunk aesthetic. Tiger Skin's eyes sparkled. Meow, meow, meow. This was familiar to it. Qianqiu silently mused. You feel it too, don't you? It's strikingly reminiscent of a simulated starry battlefield, almost identical. Gazing into the distance, a grand castle-like campus nestled behind the orb came into view. The driver, unable to contain his chatter, seized the rare opportunity to see Qianqiu's curiosity and began to rattle on. This is Qinghe University. Isn't it magnificent? Qianqiu nodded in agreement. It certainly was. The grandeur was evident at first glance. Yet, no matter how extravagant, it had no bearing on her. The journey accelerated. And in less than 10 minutes, Qianqiu found herself standing before the training base, cradling Tiger Skin, greeted by an unexpected figure. With golden hair, blue eyes, and a crisp white shirt, Song Yu appeared. His small firefox on his shoulder seemed to have grown a bit, but still trembled upon seeing her. Song Yu? You're here so early? Qianqiu expressed her surprise. We are somewhat acquainted, after all. I came to fetch you, he replied, blinking playfully. Rest assured, I am quite familiar with Teacher Tanya. With that, he turned, and it was finally her turn to lead the way. The training base was quite expansive. Qianqiu calculated it to be approximately 3 times the size of Chihuahua. Everywhere, one could spot various creatures, flying above, scurrying below, and swimming in the waters, due to its proximity to the creature breeding facility. This base houses quite a few reserve members of the youth training team. If you're considering a professional career, you might as well familiarize yourself with the environment, Song Yu explained earnestly. Qianqiu understood. However, she questioned. Are the other team members friendly? Suddenly, Song Yu's cheerful expression faltered, his words trailing off. How should I put this? Talented individuals tend to be rather prideful. Moreover, Teacher Tanya has already decided that you'll be commanding today, which has not sat well with them. Are you sure? Absolutely reliable. Qianqiu felt a mix of resignation and annoyance. In a flash, she declared fiercely, then let us compete until they yield. The meow 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 king shall never concede. With her sleeves rolled up, she made a bold proclamation, while Tiger Skin, in perfect synchrony, raised its front paw, plump yet imposing. Song Yu instinctively shifted his gaze to her slender arms, the smooth lines strikingly elegant. He thought to himself that her stance was far more professional than some seasoned fighters he had encountered. One punch could turn me into a fool. He recoiled a few steps, mimicking a zipping gesture with his mouth. Luckily, he reined himself in before provoking this formidable being. After completing the entry procedures, Song Yu kindly treated Qianqiu to a self-serve hot pot, handing her a stack of printed materials. Teacher Tanya said, how can a competent commander not understand their team members? Just as Qianqiu was about to glance down, her phone on the table vibrated unexpectedly. She swiped the screen, her expression turning serious. The email read, Luing, disciple, I've been in seclusion these days, and communication has been sparse. If you encounter any insurmountable issues, seek out Tanya. She is, in a sense, an old acquaintance of mine. Lu teacher knew Tanya? Qianqiu pondered, fiddling with the lid of her teacup. Steam swirling and obscuring her features. It seemed rather unsurprising. Understood, teacher. Yet, another question lingered in her mind. What exactly did Qinghe take from Chihuang back then? Also, aside from Qinghe and number 1 high school, your notebook lacks mention of the other 2 conspirators. This time, there was a prolonged silence on the other end. Long enough that Qianqiu began to think Lu teacher would not respond again, when suddenly, a new message appeared. She wrote, Did you see the stars overhead? Stars. Qianqiu instinctively looked up, her gaze traversing the transparent glass ceiling. She saw no stars, but rather, an orb cocooned in cables. You're interested in that thing? Song Yu's tone was incredulous. Qianqiu snapped back. So what is it? The Terminal. Chapter 75, The Troublesome Teammate. The Terminal, a name that resonated with grandeur. Qianqiu couldn't fathom why Song Yu held it in disdain. His response was, That thing is utterly useless. Useless? The girl pondered, tilting her head, her tousled bangs obscuring much of her emotion. The dark orb was now shrouded in haze. And the driver remarked, At night, it turns silvery white, emitting a dazzling light. The terminal was the core of the central city. Its inhabitants provided the energy for its operation. The terminal was responsible for gathering data, unifying the collective wisdom of the populace, and issuing commands. However, its functionality was often unstable, requiring regular maintenance from Qinghe personnel. Many said it had issues, yet no one had identified the root cause over the years. Song Yu shrugged, an air of avoidance in his demeanor. I don't know why, but every time I see that ball when I enter the city, it gives me the creeps. Qianqiu absorbed this information, trying to grasp its purpose. So, it serves as an encyclopedia? The boy conceded, that's one way to put it. But how does this terminal differ from the mind realm? Unfortunately, Lu teacher's responses were always cryptic. leaving Qianqiu unable to delve deeper. Fearing Song Yu might catch on, she shifted the topic. How are your transfer procedures coming along? Very smoothly, he replied, giving an okay gesture and flashing a grin. The principal was ousted, and now no one high school is being ridiculed mercilessly. Not only Song Yu, but all transfer students, except for the seniors, had hastily fled. Li Xingde was still in custody, unable to retain any of his followers. Upon hearing this, Qianqiu's furrowed brow relaxed. With Li Xingde's reputation in tatters and Lu Ying holding sway in Lai City, he could stir no trouble. After their meal, she hastily returned to the training base. Nestled in the soft embrace of her single bed, Tiger Skin joyfully rolled around, reveling in the spaciousness far greater than their previous three-person room. Qianqiu chuckled as she playfully pinched its ear, simultaneously retrieving and placing the creature egg. The two of them stared intently at the crack in the egg. Meow meow meow. Tiger Skin perked its ears. Is this egg about to hatch? It sensed the rich vitality emanating from within. No, not hatching. Breaking out of the shell, Qianqiu corrected it with a serious expression. Tiger Skin, unperturbed, puffed out its fluffy chest and ignored her, scampering off to play with a ball of fluff. Qianqiu, for the moment, had no time to attend to it. She was examining the creature eggs panel, recently updated that day. Species, Frost Crystal Dragon. Initial. Attribute, Ice Water. Talent skill, Burden Relief. Skill description. When health drops below the safety threshold, the Ice Crystal Dragon enters a state of continuous reflection for 10 seconds, augmenting all attributes by 200. After 10 seconds, values deplete to 0, entering a weakened state, with negative effects lasting 240 seconds. This talent skill. Qianqiu lowered her gaze, her long lashes causing a gentle ripple of thought. It seemed somewhat challenging to utilize. It appears suitable for a challenging endeavor, yet, should the opponent possess significantly greater prowess, there is a high likelihood of being defeated in a single strike. It can only be employed in dire circumstances, as a gamble. She despondently buried her face into the pillow. Tiger Skin, how I wish you possessed a defensive skill. Tiger Skin, desire a defensive skill? Why did you not mention it sooner? It is not beyond the realm of possibility to learn. Really? Qianqiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Shall I procure a skill book for you? No need. Tiger Skin, akin to a haughty aristocrat, nestled against the wall, gesturing imperiously. Have you forgotten my innate talent? At this juncture, the interface conveniently sprang to life. Race, Wind Envoy High. Level, 30 Medium. Attributes, Flying, Ordinary. Talent, Mimetic Transformation, Medium. Qianqiu composed herself, recalling that since Tiger Skin's evolution, mimetic transformation had indeed advanced. The rudimentary form merely shared data, but at the intermediate level, Tiger Skin could pilfer skills from other beasts. Her seemingly distracted gaze sharpened, her mind racing. Can you steal skills? What about Jiang Rong's beast skills? Qianqiu envied the skills of illusion-type beasts. Tiger Skin pondered for a moment. Is that so difficult? I memorized Pasher's skills last time. The little feline nodded resolutely, only to be abruptly embraced by Qianqiu, who inhaled deeply. How could such a considerate little cat exist? One that didn't even require the purchase of a skill book. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the sun blazed fiercely. Tianyan had summoned the team to gather at the training hall. Qianqiu arrived not too late, yet upon entering, she was greeted by many familiar faces. The violet-haired girl was Jiang Yuming, leaning against the wall, her fair visage exuding unabashed arrogance. To her right stood the taciturn and lanky boy, Shen Wu, who, upon hearing footsteps, reluctantly lifted his eyelids, only to withdraw immediately upon recognizing Qianqiu. As for Jiang Yin, the representative from the Qingyin region, he paid no heed to anyone, engrossed in communication with his beast. All were present. Despite Tianyan personally designating the leadership, thus far, no one regarded Qianqiu with any respect. Song Yu, sporting a mane of golden hair, stood out amidst the icy demeanor of the others, anxiously scanning for salvation. The boy hastily pulled her over. On the verge of tears, you finally arrived. Qianqiu felt a bit bewildered. Did they have a quarrel? The atmosphere is so tense. Cough, cough, cough. Song Yu coughed vigorously. It wasn't like this when I entered. How terrifying, how cold. The naturally lively Song Yu was now filled with trepidation. Qianqiu sighed inwardly. Were these to be her future teammates? Each one appeared exceedingly difficult to handle. To be frank, she contemplated flying solo. Why must there be such a team? She could manage perfectly well on her own. Just as she mused this, someone voiced her sentiments aloud. The girl looked up in surprise. The one who had spoken was Shen Wu. He impatiently tugged at his clothing. It's not like we're in a professional match. Why gather a bunch of burdens to drag me down? Shen Wu. Qianqiu narrowed her eyes, immediately recalling his profile. A top-tier craftsman from Bailing University, yet his beast was equally formidable. Yue, a rare high-grade beast, adept in combat, as a versatile warrior. Shen Wu, arrogant and self-important, had never faced significant setbacks. At this moment, all eyes converged upon him, and Shen Wu grew increasingly animated as he continued. It's pointless to look at me. If I could, I would prefer not to team up with you all. Yue gazed worriedly at its master. It couldn't comprehend the purpose of making bold statements in the face of immutable truths. Jiang Yuming shot him a disdainful glance, her tone icy. Dim-witted fools should not burden the team, understood? Calling me dim-witted? I think you are the one full of yourself. Oh, you are either a fool or quite lowly. Jiang Yuming could not accept the illogical reasoning of her peers. She was dissatisfied with her teammates, yet that did not give them the right to scorn her. Unperturbed, Jiang Yin rubbed his ears, his already pale complexion growing even more ashen, yet he spoke with a flat tone. You're all too loud. As Shen Wu and Jiang Yuming engaged in their heated altercation, they suddenly heard his understated remark, and the atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds. Qianqiu thought, oh dear, it's about to escalate. Sure enough, Jiang Yin repeated, you are truly unbearable. The two immediately turned their heads, seeing Jiang Yin's aloof demeanor, which only intensified their anger. Acting all high and mighty, Jiang Yuming retaliated equally with words. Who do you think you are? If you don't like it, then leave. Qianqiu mused, what a bunch of hotheads. And here we are, squabbling before the competition has even begun. Song Yuyu stared in astonishment, then turned to Qianqiu. What should we do? It seems we are truly doomed. The girl silently facepalmed. She had no desire to intervene, yet she was the commander. Qianqiu listened quietly as they exchanged barbs for several rounds, then released the poised tiger skin. Enough of the noise. It was a rather unconvincing statement. The bickering group was utterly oblivious. Where's Teacher Tan? As tensions escalated, Song Yuyu, in a desperate bid, bombarded Tan Yen with frantic messages. The girl bent her fingers, massaging her throbbing temples, inhaling deeply. Enough? Her voice rang clear, amplified through her mental energy to every corner of the hall, ensuring all heard her distinctly. Seizing the brief lull, Qianqiu helplessly raised her hands. The soundproofing here is quite inadequate. So what? Shen Wu retorted, I don't wish to become fodder for gossip. Qianqiu stood silently, her expression flat as she stated the facts, exuding an unexpected authority that prompted Jiang Yin to fall silent. However, Jiang Yuming furrowed her brow in irritation. Why? She felt a disconcerting pressure emanating from Qianqiu, who, although younger and less experienced, exuded an unsettling aura. Shen Wu, embodying the archetype of a contrarian, instinctively interjected, that's none of your business. The commander can be changed at any time. Qianqiu raised an eyebrow, as if to question whether he believed her to be a malleable pushover. She smirked coldly, your lack of shame does not imply I share the same trait. You. Shen Wu was seething, already dissatisfied with Tan Yan's arrangements. Her scorn only further fueled his resentment. His contracted beast was Miao's, and if victory relied solely on luck, did he truly consider himself formidable? Without a second thought, he blurted out the words. Jiang Yuming hesitated. While she was discontent with Tan Yan's choices, she found it hard to accept Shen Wu's assertion that Qianqiu had merely relied on luck to rise. No one engaged with him. Song Yuyu was a staunch supporter of Qianqiu, rolling his eyes in disbelief. Do you think the other competitors are fools? Shen Wu was obstinate. Realizing his words were problematic, yet unwilling to relent, he gritted his teeth. If it weren't for luck. Enough. Qianqiu interrupted. This idle chatter ends here. Crossing her arms, she cast a cold glance at the trio. I know you believe I am unworthy of being the commander. This quarrel was likely staged to provoke me. Wasn't he it? Her tone was chilling. Jiang Yuming and Shen Wu exchanged wary glances, the latter instantly straightening his posture. All were high achievers. They were not particularly foolish. Their earlier behavior indeed bore elements of performance. Everyone is likely pondering how a student from an obscure university, endowed with a low-level pet, could possibly possess a broader perspective or be worthy of commanding authority. Qianqiu adeptly punctured their clumsy facade, candidly voicing their hidden thoughts. Jiang Yuming was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, while she harbored such sentiments within, having them exposed so directly was an entirely different matter. Jiang Yin finally regarded her with attention, slightly lifting his chin to reveal a pair of striking, jet-black eyes. The youth's tone was light, bordering on cold. After all, who wished to lose the competition? Qianqiu's eyes narrowed with a knowing glint. Is it not your reluctance that speaks? I now offer you this opportunity. She extended her finger, deliberately tapping each of their faces in succession. You, and you. Suddenly singled out, Song Yuyu exclaimed in dismay, his pupils trembling as he realized her seriousness. Frantically gesturing, no, please, Qi Shun, I don't want to. The girl remained indifferent, dismissing the astonished gazes of the three, her tone steady. And do not attempt to test the waters. Just the three of you, together. She proclaimed with unwavering confidence. If I lose once, I shall yield my position. Jiang Yuming frowned. Are you serious? Qi Shun, calm down. Song Yu interjected, recalling the last time she had effortlessly defeated Zhang Rong, while simultaneously contemplating whether to kneel and plead for her not to act rashly. I am not jesting, Qianqiu replied with remarkable composure. If I lose, it is due to my inadequacy, yet I do not intend to lose. Her overwhelming self-assurance caused several to waver in their resolve. However, Jiang Yin remained unflappable, suggesting, let us engage in a one-on-one duel. Fine, but do not claim we are bullying you if you lose. Xin Wu, brimming with enthusiasm, twisted his wrist, inquiring, so, who shall step up? An artisan who does not wish to command is not a worthy ace. I shall, Jiang Yuming declared, fixing her gaze upon Qianqiu for a few seconds, now genuinely impressed. Since their objectives aligned, it was best to resolve matters swiftly without unnecessary torment. Let the battle commence. Song Yu, caught in the midst, felt as frail as an elderly person, pondering why Teacher Tan had yet to arrive. The moment for battle had arrived, and the tiger's skin, eagerly chasing its own tail, turned in circles, waiting so long that its bones seemed ready to rust. Jiang Yuming, brimming with determination, summoned her toxic kite. The name of the toxic kite belied its size, occupying half the training ground upon its emergence. Its body bore enormous bat-like wings, and its indistinct face was a terrifying shade of black, revealing sharp shark teeth when it smiled. By contrast, tiger skin appeared almost pitifully slender. Despite her unwavering faith in Qianqiu's prowess, Song Yu could not suppress a gasp. Xin Wu held a can of cola, exclaiming, wow, she's got my money. Song Yu found his sarcastic tone irksome. Have you already called it before we even began? Xin Wu chuckled, mocking Song Yu's naivete. Jiang Yuming is an ace. Don't you understand? She is the strongest in terms of eruption and output within the team. What does Qianqiu have to counter the toxic kite? In my opinion, Qianqiu would suffice as a deputy. As Xin Wu spoke, Jiang Yin remained silent. Silence often implies consent. Thus, do you all truly believe she has no chance whatsoever? Song Yu suddenly grew serious. A 0% chance seems rather unscientific, Jiang Yin asserted. 1%, no more. Xin Wu raised his index finger, his eyes brimming with disdain. Jiang Yuming is a renowned student from Tsinghua Academy. And where does Qianqiu come from? Qiwu? I've never even heard of it. It sounds like a rural school.